The Last Sacrifice. When I was 12, my parents still believed the world could be fixed by walking deeper into it. They were not rich, not even close, but they spent money like they were trying to outrun something only they could hear. Every summer, my father packed our dented suitcases into the trunk of whatever used sedan we owned that year, and my mother folded paper maps until the corners split. They did not want resorts. They did not want clean beaches with plastic chairs and smiling guides. They wanted back roads, small towns, border crossings with dust in the air, churches with cracked bells, food bought from women who cooked over oil drums, and stories told in languages I only half understood. At that age, I thought it made them brave. Years later, after I learned how thin the wall was between ordinary hunger and something older, I understood they had been reckless. There is a difference between curiosity and trespass. My parents did not know that. I did not know it either. The dead taught me later. The summer before high school, we drove into the interior of Mexico in a pale blue rental car with weak air conditioning and a cracked rear speaker that hissed every time my father turned on the radio. The highways gave way to smaller roads. The smaller roads gave way to routes that barely deserved the name. Red dust climbed over the windshield and settled into the seams of our clothes. It coated my tongue until every bottle of water tasted like rust. My father loved it. "This is the good part, Connor," he said, leaning over the steering wheel as if he could will the road into staying passable. "Anybody can follow a brochure. This is where you find the real country." My mother, Leona, watched the horizon through her sunglasses. Her black hair was tied beneath a scarf, but loose strands stuck to her neck. "The real country might like us better if we don't break an axle in it." You wanted memorable. I wanted air conditioning that didn't sound like a dying goat. They laughed, and I laughed because they did. My old phone sat in my lap with no signal and a battery that seemed to drain faster the farther we got from paved roads. I kept opening the camera anyway, taking pictures through the glass. Blurred trees, shrine candles, skinny dogs, men with machetes walking along the road with the loose patience of people who knew the heat would outlast them. By late afternoon, the sun had turned blunt and orange. We came over a low-rise and found a town tucked into a shallow valley, not hidden exactly, but not waiting for us either. No sign named it. No painted arch welcomed strangers. A single road cut through the center like a scar packed flat by tires and bare feet. Stalls leaned beneath sheets of faded canvas. Smoke drifted from grills. Children chased each other around piles of melons. Chickens scratched near a drainage ditch that smelled of mud, fruit peels, and gasoline. My father slowed the car. "There," he said. "That's lunch?" "That's supper," my mother said. "We missed lunch 2 hours ago." "Then it's both." We parked beside a wall whose white paint had been burned gray by weather. Heat rolled off the ground in waves. I stepped out and felt the dust grip the sweat on my ankles. Somewhere, a radio played a love song through a weak speaker. Somewhere else, a baby wailed in tired bursts. The market breezed around us, alive with voices, flies, metal pans, and the soft thud of fruit being set on wooden tables. My father bought fried mesa stuffed with meat from a woman who called him handsome and charged him double. He paid without arguing. My mother found bracelets made from blue beads and copper wire. I drifted between them, bored and dazzled in the way only a 12-year-old can be. Every object looked like proof that the world had a secret face. That was when I saw the old woman's stall. It sat near the far end of the market where the road narrowed and the houses leaned closer together. Her canopy had once been green. Time had turned it the color of old pond water. Charms hung from the front edge, clicking softly in the hot wind. Bone beads and shells. Little clay faces with open mouths. Knives lay across a faded blanket, their handles carved from horn, wood, and things I did not want to name. Beside them were cracked masks, silver rings gone black at the edges, teeth drilled for string, and bundles of dried herbs tied with red thread. The old woman sat behind it all on a low stool, her skin that folded by years of sun. Her eyes were clear, dark, and sharp enough to make me stop pretending I was only browsing. "Careful," she said in English. I blinked. I wasn't touching anything. Not yet. That should have embarrassed me enough to leave. Instead, it pulled me closer. Kids are like that. Tell them a door is locked, and their hand goes straight for the knob. My parents were behind me, still arguing gently over which bracelets were handmade and which had come from a factory. I had $20 in my pocket and the swelling need to prove I had chosen something on my own. I bought a bracelet for my mother made of small green stones. I bought my father a carved necklace shaped like a jaguar head. The old woman wrapped them in paper without taking her eyes off me for long. Behind her, on a narrow shelf shaded by the canopy, sat the knife. It was not large. That made it worse. Big ceremonial blades looked like props, like something meant to frighten children in museums. This one had the shape of a tool. The blade was black glass, dark enough to swallow the glimmer of the afternoon. It tapered to a point with edges so clean they looked drawn rather than chipped. The handle was polished white, too smooth for old bone and too warm-looking for stone. Tiny carvings spiraled down it, skulls with stretched mouths, faces with deep sockets, hands reaching from flames. At the end sat a small bird skull fixed into the pommel, its beak closed, its eye holes set with 2 red stones. A card leaned beside it. The writing looked old, not Spanish, not anything I'd seen in a school book. "What does that say?" I asked. The old woman's hand froze over the paper she was folding. For the first time, her expression lost its market patience. She looked at the knife, then at me, then over my shoulder toward my parents. "It says danger," she said. "That's all. That is enough." I should have heard the warning in her voice. I heard only mystery. Is it real? Real things don't always look important. She tucked the gifts into a small paper bag. "That blade is not for sale." "Where did you get it?" She hesitated, and I could see her decide not to answer. Then something in my face must have reminded her of another boy, or maybe she wanted to scare me away. Her voice dropped until the market noise almost covered it. "Men found it in a cave beneath an old temple. They thought it was treasure. 2 men died before morning. Another lost his mind and bit through his tongue. The blade was used for offerings a very long time ago. Too many lives. Too much blood. Some things remember what they were made to do." A fly crawled over a cracked mask near my hand. I watched it rub its front legs together. "Why do you have it then?" I asked. "Because foolish men bring dangerous things to people who know enough to fear them. It waits here for someone who can bury it properly. A priest? Older than priests." The old woman slid the bag toward me. "Go back to your mother." I took the bag. I even turned away. For 3 steps I obeyed. Then a group of men crowded the front of the stall, laughing loudly, pointing at the knives, asking prices over one another. One knocked a bundle of herbs to the ground. The old woman snapped at him, and he raised both hands with a grin. Her attention broke from me. The knife sat in the shade. I can still feel the shape of that moment. Heat on my face, dust onto my sandals, the paper bag sweating against my palm. My parents only 20 feet away, safe in the ordinary world. I wanted a picture, only that. Something to show my friends when I got home. Proof that our strange family trips found stranger things than roadside ruins and old churches. I stepped behind the loud men and reached for the shelf. The handle was warmer than it should have been. I drew the knife out slowly. Nobody shouted. Nobody turned. The black blade cut no reflection, not even mine. Up close, the bird skull looked delicate and cruel. The red stones in its eyes were dull, but not dead. They seemed to wait beneath the surface. My phone slipped in my damp hand. I fumbled it out, thumbed open the camera, and leaned the knife toward the light. The screen showed my dirty fingers, the white handle, the little skull at the end. I wanted the whole thing in frame. I shifted my grip, careless and excited, and my palm closed around the blade. At first, there was no pain. There was only a neat red line opening across my skin. Blood welled up, bright and sudden. It ran down the black glass in a thin sheet, then reached the white handle. The handle drank it. That is the only word that fits even now. The red sank into the carvings, into the skull mouths, into the reaching hands. The little bird's skull clicked once, soft as a fingernail against a tooth. The stones at its eyes lit from within. The market stopped being the market. Sunlight vanished. Not dimmed. It vanished. The whole town dropped into a darkness with weight and temperature, thick as wet cloth thrown over my head. A wind slammed through the stalls. Canvas snapped. Pots shattered. Someone screamed, but the sound stretched until it became a long, metallic scrape. Heat surged from the cut in my palm, up my arm into my chest. It spread behind my ribs like fire poured through a locked door. The knife stuck to me. I had tried to let go. My fingers would not open. The red stones stared at me. The bird skull opened its beak, though bone should not move, and the darkness filled with voices. Not one voice. Thousands pressed in. They did not speak in words at first. They arrived as breath, teeth, wet stone, burned herbs, drums, feet dragging across steps. I saw a moon the color of raw meat hanging above a temple courtyard. I saw men painted with ash holding down a young woman while she kicked and tore her nails against stone. I saw a boy no older than me staring at the sky as a shadow leaned over him with the knife raised. I smelled copper, smoke, sweat, old rain trapped in carved rock. I tasted fear so strong it coated my tongue. Then I felt them die. Each life ended inside me, as if my chest were a door they all had to pass through. Breath cut short. Hands going cold. A last thought of a mother. A last prayer to a God that did not answer. A last hatred for the men who chanted. A last confusion because the body could not understand why it had been opened. I tried to scream. The sound stayed trapped in my throat. A woman appeared in front of me. She was not from the market. Her hair hung in wet ropes. Her mouth moved around words I could not hear. Blood sheeted down her chest, but her eyes were fixed on mine with a demand that went through skin and bone. Another figure stepped behind her. Then another. Then so many shapes filled the darkness that the air had no room left. Help us. This time I heard the words. Help us. The knife released me. Light snapped back. The market roared into place with a shock that almost dropped me. Canvas flapped. A smashed clay pot rolled in two pieces across the dirt. The loud men were silent now. The old woman stood behind the stall, one hand pressed to her chest. Her face had gone gray beneath its brown. The cut in my palm burned. Blood dripped from my fingers onto the packed dirt. Nobody else seemed to understand what had happened. A vendor cursed about broken fruit crates. A child cried because a gust had taken his paper kite. My father looked up from the bracelet stall, frowning at the sky as if weather had done something rude and passed on. The old woman stared at me. She knew. I shoved the knife back onto the shelf. The red stones dimmed. The blade looked clean, as if my blood had never touched it. My knees buckled, but I caught the edge of the stall before I fell. The old woman grabbed my wrist. Her fingers were dry, strong, and shaking. "What did you see?" she asked. I tried to pull away. "Nothing. Do not lie to the dead. They hate lies. Let go." Her grip tightened. Did they speak? The crowd moved around us again, uncertain but recovering. The world wanted to be ordinary. They was good at that. People fix broken baskets. They pick up fruit. They explain away the wind. I looked past her shoulder. A man stood in the alley behind the stall. He was thin, barefoot, and soaked in blood from his throat to his waist. His head sat at an angle that made my stomach lurch. His eyes were open. Flies moved through him as if he were smoke. He lifted one hand and pointed at me. My breath snapped. The old woman followed my gaze, and her face changed again. Not surprise. It was confirmation. "They have found the door," she whispered. I tore free and ran. I ran hard enough that the market blurred. My sandals slapped dirt. My cut hand pumped blood onto my shorts. I crashed into my mother, who caught me by both shoulders. "Connor, what happened?" I shoved my hand toward her because it was easier than explaining the man in the alley, the temple, the dying voices clawing at my skull. "I cut myself," I said. My father was there in an instant, his face losing all color at the sight of the blood. "On what?" "A knife." "I didn't mean to." "Jesus, Connor." My mother wrapped my palm in a napkin from her bag and pressed down. Pain finally found me, hot and grinding. I let out a sound that did not belong to any brave version of me. "We need clean water," she said. "Car," my father said. "Now." He lifted me under the arms like I was still small and half dragged me toward the rental. I looked back once. The old woman stood at the edge of her stall. The wind had settled her charms, but they still clicked, though nothing moved them. Her mouth shaped words I could not hear. Behind her, in the alley, the dead man smiled. That night, fever hit me in a motel room with yellow walls and a ceiling fan that clicked every 7 turns. My parents cleaned the cut, wrapped it, and argued in low voices beside the bathroom sink. My father wanted a clinic. My mother wanted to leave the region before dark roads became worse. The cut should have needed stitches, but when they unwrapped it, the skin had sealed into a thin black line. No swelling, no fresh bleeding. Only a faint red mark shaped like a crescent. "That's not possible," my mother said. My father touched the mark. I jerked away. "It still hurts." "It feels hot," I said. He exchanged a look with my mother. Adults think children do not see those looks. We see all of them. We simply lack the power to make them speak plainly. They put me to bed. My mother sat beside me until she thought I slept. My father stood near the window and watched the parking lot through the curtain crack. He held the carved jaguar necklace in one hand, turning it over and over. The first ghost came at midnight. He was a little boy with dust in his hair and no lower jaw. I woke because the room had gone cold enough to sting my teeth. The fan still turned overhead. My parents slept in the other bed, my mother curled on her side, my father flat on his back with one arm over his face. The television screen was black. In it, I saw a reflection that was not behind me. I turned slowly. The boy stood at the foot of my bed. He wore a white shirt cut open down the middle. His tongue was gone. His eyes were older than mine and full of wet moonlight. I pulled the sheet to my chin. "Mom," I said, but the word came out thin. The boy raised one finger to the hole where his mouth had been. "Do not wake them." The words arrived inside my head, not my ears. I shook so hard the mattress springs ticked beneath me. "Go away," I whispered. His eyes filled with black tears. "Find my sister." Then the room filled with others. They came through the walls, through the bathroom door, to the floor as if the motel had been built above a mass grave. Men with rope marks at their throats. Women holding their stomachs closed with both hands. Children burned gray. Old people with crushed fingers. Their mouths moved, but the words piled together until they became a wet swarm inside my skull. I squeezed my eyes shut. The dead did not vanish. They never vanished again. 21 years later, I slept with the lights on, the radio murmuring low, and a line of salt across the threshold because habit is sometimes stronger than belief. The salt did not stop them. Nothing stopped them. It only made some of the older ones hesitate, and even that might have been mercy on their part. I had learned that the dead respected rules the way desperate people respect locked doors. Some backed away. Some rattled the frame. Some found a crack and slid through anyway. At 33, I had a face that looked older in bathroom mirrors than in photographs. Sleep took small bites from a person over time. Mine had taken the soft parts first. The hollows beneath my eyes never filled in. My hands trembled on bad mornings until the first cup of coffee steadied them. A scar like a black thread still crossed my left palm, pale at the edges, dark in the center. Every doctor who had seen it called it unusual. Every priest who had seen it stopped touching my hand. My office occupied the second floor of a brick building above a tailor and across from a pawn shop in the river city of Bellwether. The landlord called the room charming because the windows leaked and the radiator screamed in winter. I called it cheap because cheap was true. A hand-painted sign on the frosted glass read, "Connor Vale, Private Investigation." Under that, in smaller letters, Historical Research and Family Recovery. People trusted those words more than Ghost Hunter. They came to me with old house noises, missing wedding rings, vanished sons, suspected affairs, cold rooms, estate disputes, and photographs where pale shapes stood behind birthday cakes. I solved some with records and shoe leather. A cracked foundation. A cousin with sticky fingers. A husband too sloppy to hide his second phone. Those cases paid rent. The others came at night. Murder victims found me whether their families did or not. They stood beside bus stops with their skulls caved in and pointed at passing cars. They waited in grocery aisles, dripping river water onto tile nobody else saw. They leaned over my bed and whispered names until I wrote them down because that was the only way to make them step back. The gift, if a cruel person wanted to call it that, had rules. I could see the dead. Not all of them at once, thank God, or I would have walked into traffic before I turned 16. They came when a place held them, when an object had soaked up enough of them. when someone said their name with need behind it, or when violence had left a stain too deep for time to scrub out. Some knew they were dead. Some did not. Some repeated the last minute of life until their voices wore thin. Some learned my name and followed me home. They told me how they died, but not always in useful order. A face, a smell, a hand with a ring, the underside of a table, a song playing in another room. Pain came through as pressure, heat, cold, or the sudden sense that my lungs had forgotten their work. I could not read minds. I could not raise the dead. I could not make peace from nothing. I could listen. Sometimes that was enough. Most nights, it was not. On the morning the Finch House case began, I woke sitting upright on my couch with a paperback on my chest and a dead woman beside the coffee table. She was new. That mattered. Most of the regulars in my office had manners by then. Miss Albright, who had been poisoned by her sister in 1948, stayed near the radiator and commented on my housekeeping. A dock worker named Pavel watched the alley and warned me when drunk spot too close to my stairs. The little boy from Mexico still appeared sometimes, though never for long. He had not aged. None of them did. This woman stood near my desk in a blue raincoat, her hair plastered to her cheeks, her neck bent wrong. Mud covered her shoes. Water dripped from her sleeves and vanished before it hit the floor. "You found the wrong man," she said. I rubbed both hands over my face. The lamps burned yellow. Dawn had barely scratched the blinds. "Good morning to you too. You found the wrong man." Her voice had the flat patience of repetition. She had likely been saying it for hours while I slept through exhaustion. "Name?" I asked. "You found the wrong man. That's not a name." Her head twitched left, then right, like she had heard a branch break in woods I could not see. He smiled at the funeral. I reached for the notebook on the coffee table. It was already open because I no longer pretended mornings belonged to me. Who smiled? Water ran from her hair across one eye. The wrong man. "Your name," I said, slower. "Tell me your name first." Her mouth trembled. Dead muscles remembered panic even when breath was gone. "Elian." First or last? Elian Cross. The name made my hand pause above the page. Not because I knew her. Because behind her, standing in the reflection of the dark window, 3 more dead faces had appeared. A teenage girl with a plastic evidence tag looped around her wrist. A broad man in a torn work shirt whose chest opened at a deep red split. An old woman with ash drifting from her hair. All of them stared at me. The woman in the raincoat stepped closer. "The house is hungry again," she said. The phone rang. I flinched hard enough to knock the notebook to the floor. The dead did not. They never reacted to ordinary sounds unless the sound belonged to them. The phone kept ringing from my desk, harsh and outdated. I kept a landline because spirits interfered with cell phones when they came in thick. The company said the wiring was bad. The company had never shared an office with a woman who dripped river water from her sleeves. I picked up on the 4th ring. Vale Investigations. A woman breathed on the other end. Not crying. Holding it back. "Mr. Vale." Speaking. "My name is Mara Sutter. Detective Osric Hale gave me your number. He said you handle things that don't fit." I looked at the raincoat woman. Her neck bent. Her lips moved around the same sentence again. "Depends on the shape," I said. "What happened?" "It's my niece, Tessa, and she's missing." Missing people did not always mean dead people. That was the lie I let myself keep for clients until facts broke it. "How long?" 3 days. The police think she ran. She didn't run. She wouldn't leave her little brother. She wouldn't leave her insulin. She wouldn't leave without her red notebook. I sat straighter. "How old is she?" 16. "Where did she disappear from?" A pause. Paper rustled. Maybe tissue, maybe a hand closing around notes already read too many times. "Finch House. It's outside Briar Glen, near the old quarry road. My sister bought it last year. Tessa hated it from the start. She said people watched her sleep." The dead behind the raincoat woman moved closer to the window reflection. "Did your niece say what they looked like?" "She said they were muddy. She said one of them had no eyes. I thought she was trying to scare her brother." Mara's voice cracked, then tightened again. "Mr. Vale, last week she called me at 2 in the morning and said the walls were breathing. Then she went quiet. I asked if she was still there. She whispered, 'It knows my name.' The old scar in my palm warmed. "Who lives in the house now?" I asked. "My sister, Brina. Her husband, Calder. Their son, Nico. Tessa lived with him after her father died. Any history of running away? No chance. Drugs? Older boyfriend? Trouble at school? No to all of it. The police asked that like it would make her easier to misplace. She's a quiet kid, smart and scared of thunderstorms. She draws birds in every margin of every notebook. She doesn't vanish into freezing rain without a coat. Birds." The word pressed behind my eyes. I looked at my scar. For a heartbeat, I smelled red dust and hot oil. "When can I see the house?" I asked. "Today, please." The raincoat woman leaned over my desk. Her dead breath smelled like river mud and old pennies. "Not alone," she said. "I need access to Tessa's room," I told Mara. "Clothes, notebooks, phone, anything she touched often. I also need everybody who lives there present if possible. Brina will fight it. Calder will say it's a waste. Then tell them I'm the waste you hired." Mara gave a small, broken laugh that was not humor, only pressure escaping. "Detective Hale said you were strange. Hale has a limited vocabulary. Can you find her?" I looked at the dead clustered in the window reflection. The teenage girl with the tag lifted one hand and pressed it against the glass from the wrong side. "Help us." I closed my eyes. "I'll try," I said. After I hung up, the office went quiet except for the radiator knocking in the wall and the tailor downstairs opening his front shutters. I showered in the tiny bathroom, shaved around the tremor in my jaw, and changed into a black shirt, dark jeans, and a gray coat with deep pockets. I packed the usual things into my field bag. A flashlight, camera, recorder, gloves, battery packs, pain tablets, and protein bars went in first. Then came the stranger pieces that sometimes mattered: chalk, salt, iron nails, evidence envelopes, and a small jar of graveyard dirt given to me by a nun who refused to explain why it helped. The raincoat woman watched from the doorway. "You found the wrong man," she said again. "I'm going to a missing girl," I said. "You'll have to wait your turn." Her eyes sharpened. "It is the same turn." That stopped me. "Finch House?" Water slid down her chin. "Under the stairs," she said. Then her face collapsed inward, not physically, but in the way spirits did when memory overtook form. Her mouth stretched. Her eyes went wide. She raised both hands to a throat that had already broken. "He smiled at the funeral," she whispered. She vanished before I could ask more. Pavel, the dock worker, stood in the hall when I opened the office door. He leaned against the peeling wallpaper with his arms folded. He had died in 1972 with a hook through his ribs, but he carried himself like he still expected to win most fights. "Bad house," he said. "You know it?" "Dead know bad houses. We trade names. That's almost comforting. You should take Living Help." I locked the office door. Living Help asks too many questions. Pavel looked down the stairwell. This one already knows the first answer. At the bottom of the stairs, Detective Osric Hale waited in a brown coat too thin for the weather, holding 2 coffees and wearing the expression of a man who had slept in his car again. Hale was 47, hard around the edges, with a shaved head, a crooked nose, and eyes that missed little but kindness. He had once arrested me for interfering with a homicide scene. 3 weeks later, after I found the murder knife inside a church organ because the victim would not stop humming hymns in my ear, he stopped threatening to charge me and started calling when cases went sour. He held out a coffee. "You look like hell," he said. "You always say the sweetest things." I brought cream. That counts as affection. I took the cup. It was hot enough to hurt my fingers through the cardboard. The pain helped anchor me. "Mara Setter called," I said. "Figured she would. You could have warned me about the house." "I could have. Then you might have pretended your phone was broken." He glanced up the stairwell, not seeing Pavel but feeling the cold he left behind. Hale had no sight. He had instincts so good they sometimes got near the edge of it. "You getting visitors?" "Always." "Useful ones?" One said the wrong man was found. Another said Finch House is hungry. Hale took a slow drink of coffee. "I hate your job." "You send me the client." "I hate my job too." We stepped outside. Bellwether's morning wore a hard winter shine. Cars hissed along damp pavement. Breath smoked from pedestrians. The city smelled of diesel, wet brick, old leaves packed in gutters, and bread from the bakery down the block. It was ordinary enough to ache. Hale's unmarked sedan sat at the curb. "I'm driving," he said. "Mara hired me, not you. Mara is my cousin's neighbor. Briard Glen police are already annoyed she called us. I can't work their missing kid unless they invite me, and they won't. But I can take a day off and drive an old friend to a haunted house. We're friends now. Don't make it weird." I got in. The drive north took us out of the city and into country that looked gentle until the roads narrowed. Bare trees stitched the gray sky. Fields lay flat and brown. Old barns sagged beside newer houses with cameras over their garages. The farther we drove, the more my scar prickled. By the time Hale turned onto Quarry Road, the line across my palm felt like a lit wire under the skin. "You feel that?" he asked. "No chance. You scratched your palm to half the drive." I looked down. I had. A red welt circled the scar. Hale kept his eyes on the road. "I read the old file last night." "What old file?" "Finch House. Built in 1891 by Eamon Finch, quarry owner, civet donor, rumored bastard. Burned twice. Never all the way down. His first wife drowned in the cistern. Second wife fell from the east landing. Son disappeared. Workers said Finch held meetings in the cellar with men who wore red scarves. Sounds cozy. House changed hands 12 times. 7 deaths on record. 4 disappearances if you count Tessa. Locals say the place is cursed. Officially, it's just old and ugly. The road dipped through woods. The trees closed tight, their branches scraping the sky. Patches of snow clung in the ditches. No bird sang. That seemed small until I noticed it. Then it became large enough to fill the car. "Stop," I said. Hale braked so hard my seatbelt bit my chest. "What?" A girl stood in the road ahead. Not Tessa, unless Tessa had died in 1910 wearing a linen dress soaked black at the hem. This girl had no eyes. Smooth skin covered the sockets, stretched tight as wax. Mud dripped from the ends of her hair. She faced the car without moving. Hale looked through her, jaw tight. Road empty to me. Not to me. The girl raised one arm and pointed toward the woods. "She wants us off the road," I said. "Good idea, or terrible one. With this job, those are cousins." The eyeless girl opened her mouth. From the trees came the crack of a branch under a heavy foot. Hale's hand moved to his holster. "Living?" he asked. I watched the girl's mouth stretch wider. Mud slid from between her teeth. Maybe. A rifle shot punched through the windshield. Glass burst inward. Hale cursed and threw himself sideways. I ducked as another shot tore through the passenger headrest where my face had been half a second earlier. The car lurched as Hale jammed it into reverse. Tires screamed on wet gravel. A third shot cracked the side mirror into glitter. The eyeless girl stood in the road untouched by flying glass. "Back!" I shouted. "I'm aware." Hale reversed blind around the bend, one arm over the wheel, the other dragging me down by my coat. Another shot hit the hood with a flat metallic thump. The sedan fishtailed, then straightened. Hale spun the wheel into a ditch entrance and killed the engine behind a rise of frozen brush. The sudden quiet hit harder than the gunfire. My ears rang. Glass dusted my lap. Hale's cheek bled from 3 tiny cuts. He pulled his pistol and breathed through his nose. "You hit?" he asked. "Not hit." "Real answer." "I'm not hit." "Shooter in the trees. 1, maybe 2. The eyeless ghost appeared beside my window, bent toward me, though no living body could have fit there. "Not for you," she whispered. "That's not helpful," I said. Hale glanced at me. "Please tell me you're talking to a ghost and not developing a new hobby." "She says the shots weren't meant for us. They felt personal." The ghost lifted her muddy finger and pointed down the road toward Finch House. "For her." A girl's scream cut through the woods. It was living, raw, and close. Hale and I looked at each other. The missing girl was supposed to be gone for 3 days. The scream came again, shredded by distance and trees. Hale shoved open his door. "Move." We left the car in the ditch with steam breathing from the cracked radiator and ran into the woods toward the scream. The ground fought us from the first step. Frozen leaves hid slick mud. Branches lashed my face. Hale moved ahead with his pistol low, fast for a man built like a locked door. I kept behind him, field bag thumping my hip, breath burning cold in my throat. The scar in my palm pulsed with each heartbeat. The scream did not come again. That was worse. Woods without sound can feel larger than cities. Every snapped twig became a possible rifle. Every black gap between trunks held a person who might be breathing through a scarf, finger resting on a trigger. Hale signaled with 2 fingers. I crouched beside a fallen tree. He moved left, then dropped suddenly, aiming into a hollow below us. "Police here," he shouted. "Show me your hands." No answer. I slid down beside him and saw the hollow. A deer lay on its side in the mud, its belly open from ribs to hip. Steam rose from the red mess. Its legs kicked weakly, scraping leaves. Beside it knelt a teenage boy in a green jacket, both hands buried in the animal as if he had been trying to hold it together. Blood covered his sleeves to the forearms. His face was white and stunned. Not a shooter. Not the scream. He looked up at Hale's gun and began to shake. "I didn't do it," the boy said. "I found it like this. I swear I found it." Hale loaded his pistol but did not holster it. "Name?" "Nico. Nico Sutter. The missing girl's little brother." I climbed down. The deer made a wet, clicking sound with each breath. Its dark eye rolled toward me. Behind it, half inside the trees, stood the ghost of a man wearing a butcher's apron. His hands were gone at the wrists. He smiled without lips. "Don't touch him," the ghost said. I ignored him for the moment. The living came first when they were still bleeding, shaking, or close enough to save. "Nico," I said. "Where's Tessa?" The boy's eyes flicked to me, then away. He looked 12, maybe 13, with a narrow face and hair too long over his forehead. "She called me." Hale stepped closer. "Your missing sister called you." "Cousin?" Nico said automatically. "She's my cousin. She lives with us. Lived with us. I don't know." He swallowed hard and looked at the deer again. My phone rang, but the screen was black. It was her voice. "She told me to come outside." "She said she was cold?" "When?" I asked. "Just now." "Where's your phone?" He patted his pockets with bloody hands and found nothing. Panic woke in his face. "I had it. I had it when I left the house." The butcher ghost drifted behind the boy. The air smelled suddenly of old meat and cellar damp. "The house put her voice in the wire," the ghost said. "The house chews names and spits them sweet." I looked at him. "Who are you?" Nico flinched. Hale's jaw tightened. He knew that tone. The ghost raised his stumps. Allie Finch took my hands because I tried to leave. "Is Tessa alive?" His smile thinned. Before he could answer, the deer stopped kicking. The woods exhaled. Nico made a small broken noise and stumbled backward. Hale caught his shoulder before he slipped in the mud. "We're going back to the house," Hale said. "Stay between us." "But Dad's gonna kill me." "He can take a number." I crouched beside the deer without touching it. The cut was too clean in places and ragged in others, as if a blade had opened the first line and teeth had done the rest. Symbols had been carved into the exposed ribs. Fresh work. Deliberate work. Not any language I knew, but the angles made my scar burn hotter. The butcher ghost leaned close to my ear. "It starts with animals when it wakes hungry." "What does it end with?" I asked. The ghost's dead breath slid over my cheek. "You know, we found Nico's phone 30 yards away, standing upright in the mud as if placed there. Its screen was dark. When I picked it up with a glove, it turned on by itself. The battery showed no charge. The call log opened to a single entry. The entry said Tessa. The call duration read 12 minutes and 12 seconds. Hale stared at it. "That possible?" "Not with no battery. I meant in your charming corner of the world." "Unfortunately, yes." The screen flickered. For 1 second, it reflected a room behind me, though we were in the woods. A narrow bedroom, a slanted ceiling, a girl with dark hair sitting on the floor, knees drawn to her chest. Her lips moved, then the reflection went black. I had seen enough dead girls to know when one was not dead yet. "She's alive," I said. Nico jerked toward me. "You saw her?" "Maybe." "Don't maybe. Me." Hale looked down at him. "Kid." Nico's eyes filled without spilling. "Everybody keeps talking like she's already gone." Mom stopped saying her name unless she has to. Dad says she ran. And Mara looks at me like I'm breakable. Tessa wouldn't leave me. She promised she wouldn't. Promises are fragile things. The dead carry them like knives. Then we find her before the house finishes whatever it started, I said. Nico wiped his face on his shoulder, smearing blood across his cheek. You really look for ghosts? I look for truth. Ghosts are bad at staying out of it. Is she with him? The eyeless girl appeared behind him between two trees. Mud dripped from her hair. She shook her head once. Not yet, I said. Finch House rose at the end of the road like something that had survived too many attempts to destroy it. It sat on a low hill above the old quarry, a 3-story shape of blackened brick, warped timber, and steep gables. Ivy crawled across one side in dead brown ropes. The roof sagged near the west chimney. Tall windows watched the woods with glass gone wavy from age. 2 stone finches flanked the front steps, their beaks chipped, their bodies streaked white by bird droppings. Someone had hung a wreath on the door. Wind had torn half of it loose, leaving the red ribbon to twitch like a strip of fresh skin. The place felt wrong before we reached the porch. Not haunted. Haunted is too easy a word. Plenty of houses keep grief. Plenty hold anger, betrayal, sickness, quiet cruelty. Finch House had appetite. It leaned into our arrival. It noticed the heat of us. My scar prickled until my fingers curled. A woman opened the front door before we knocked. She was tall and thin, with hair pulled into a knot so tight it sharpened her face. Brina Sutter wore a cream sweater too clean for a house with a missing child inside. Her eyes went to Nico first, then to the blood on him, then to Hale's pistol still visible beneath his open coat. What happened? Nico stepped forward. Mom, I heard Tessa. Inside, Brina said. She called me. Inside now. Brina, Hale said, keeping his voice level. Someone shot at us on Quarry Road. Then we found Nico in the woods with a dead deer. We need to call local police. No, Brina said too quickly. Hale stared at her. She heard her own answer and folded her arms. I mean, yes, of course. Call whoever you need. But don't make this worse. The whole town already thinks my daughter is some runaway headline. Cousin, Nico muttered. Brina's mouth tightened. Don't start. A man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Calder Sutter appeared behind her. He was broad, handsome in a polished way, with silver at his temples and a watch that cost more than my car. He looked at Hale, dismissed me, and fixed on Nico's bloody sleeves. What the hell did you do? Nico shrank a fraction. It was enough. I stepped onto the porch. He did what scared kids do. He followed a voice. Calder looked at me as if noticing a stain. And you are? Connor Vale. Mara Sutter hired me. Mara had no right. She had a missing niece and my phone number. That's usually enough. Brina pinched the bridge of her nose. Calder, let them in before the neighbors see. The neighbors are trees, Hale said. Trees gossip here, I said. Nico looked at me like he could not tell if I was joking. I was not sure either. The foyer smelled of lemon polish, old smoke, and something sour beneath the floorboards. The house had been renovated in patches, never fully healed. New paint ended where old stains refused to cover. Modern light fixtures hung from plaster medallions cracked like dry skin. A staircase climbed to the second floor, its banister dark and glossy from a century of hands. A runner carpet covered the steps, wine red with black vines. At the base of the stairs, the raincoat woman stood facing the wall, Elian Cross. She lifted one dripping hand and pointed under the staircase. Under the stairs. I kept my face neutral. A living woman waited in the parlor, rising as we entered. Mara Sutter looked nothing like her sister. She was shorter, warmer around the face, dressed in jeans and an oversized coat. Her curls had escaped their clip. Her eyes locked onto mine with the fierce hope of someone who knew hope could humiliate her, but reached for it anyway. You came, she said. I said I would. Tessa's room is upstairs. I told Brina you need to see it. Calder made a soft sound. This is insane. Your son was just lured into the woods by a voice on a dead phone, Hale said. Insane may already be seated at the table. Brina wrapped one arm around Nico, then recoiled slightly at the blood. Guilt flashed across her face, fast and ugly, because it had nowhere to go. Go clean up, she told him. Use the downstairs bath. Leave those clothes outside the door." Nico looked at me. "You said she's alive." The room went still. Brina's head turned slowly. "What?" Mara stepped closer. "Connor, I did not like giving hope in houses that ate it. I saw something on Nico's phone," I said. "A reflection. It looked like Tessa. I can't prove when or where. I can't promise anything. But alive," Mara said. She looked alive. Calder laughed once, without warmth. "A reflection on a dead phone. That's what we're doing now." The lights flickered. Every bulb in the foyer dimmed to a dull orange. The air thickened. From somewhere inside the walls came a dragging sound, slow and heavy, like a body being pulled across boards. Brina's face emptied. Nico whispered, "It does that at night." The dragging stopped directly above us. Then 3 knocks sounded from inside the ceiling. Not on the ceiling. Inside it. Mara crossed herself. Calder's jaw flexed hard enough to knot. Hale looked at me. "Please say pipe noise." "Pipe noise doesn't count." A child's laugh came from the staircase. No living child stood there. The boy from Mexico sat on the 4th step, bare feet dangling, his missing jaw hidden by shadow. He had not followed me into a case in years. His presence now pressed cold through my ribs. He pointed upward. "Find my sister." I looked at the family. "Show me Tessa's room," I said. The 2nd-floor hallway smelled stronger than the foyer. Dust, damp plaster, old perfume, and the faint copper tang that places carry after violence, even when the boards have been scrubbed. Family photographs lined the walls. Rena, Calder, Nico at beaches, graduations, school events. Tessa appeared in some, always at the edge, dark-haired, solemn, holding a sketchbook against her chest. In the most recent photo, her eyes seemed fixed just past the camera. Mara walked beside me. Hale stayed back with Calder, asking questions the man did not want to answer. Brina went to the bathroom door and spoke softly to Nico through it. The house listened to all of us. "Tessa came here after my brother died," Mara said under her breath. "Her father. Car accident. Brina said she could offer stability. Better school. Big house. I thought it was generous. You don't think that now?" She looked toward the closed doors along the hall. "I think generosity can have teeth." I glanced at her. Up close, Mara's eyes were dark green with red veins from days without sleep. She smelled like coffee, rain, and clove gum. Not perfume. Real things. Living things. That mattered in this house. "Did Tessa trust you?" I asked. "More than anyone here. Not enough to tell me everything. Kids keep secrets when adults make truth expensive." Mara's mouth tightened. "I should have taken her when she asked." I stopped. "She asked to leave?" Mara looked back toward the stairs, then lowered her voice further. 2 weeks ago. She called and said she couldn't sleep here anymore. I told her we'd talk to Brina in the morning. I told her not to make a scene in the middle of the night. The hallway seemed to lean closer. "What happened in the morning?" She said forget it. She said she'd been dramatic. She wouldn't look at me. "Was Calder there?" Mara nodded once. A door at the end of the hall opened by itself. Not slowly. Not with a haunted creak from a cheap movie. The latch clicked, and the door swung inward like someone impatient had pulled it. Mara stopped breathing for a second. "That's her room," she said. The room was cold. Not winter cold. Keller cold. Stone cold. Cold that belonged underground and resented being lifted into air. I stepped inside and let the first wave pass through me. My teeth ached. My fingertips tingled. The scar in my palm burned bright enough that I closed my hand. Tessa's room held a narrow bed, a desk under the slanted window, shelves crowded with paperbacks, jars of pencils, and small carved birds. Drawings covered one wall. Finches, crows, swallows, owls, herons, birds I could not name. Some were delicate and alive. Others were wrong. Birds with human hands. Birds with skull faces. Birds perched on stairs. Birds opening their beaks around tiny human screams. Mara made a sound behind me. "I hadn't seen those," she said. "Which ones?" "The dark ones." She used to draw garden birds. Pretty things. The bed was made too neatly. A teenage girl's room without clutter is not neat. It is searched, controlled and reset by someone who wants the room to speak less. I pulled on gloves and opened drawers, clothes folded by an adult, socks in pairs, underwear arranged. No secret notes in the obvious places, no phone charger near the outlet, no red notebook. Mara said she never left without a red notebook, I said. Mara stepped to the desk. That should be here. She kept it under the stack. The stack held school papers and sketch pads. No red notebook. The window looked down over the side yard, toward the tree line and the quarry beyond. A strip of paint had been scratched from the sill, not by weather, by fingernails or a small metal edge. Beside the scratches, Tessa had drawn a symbol in pencil nearly erased. I leaned closer. 3 lines crossing inside a circle. A beak shape at the bottom. The same kind of angles carved into the deer's ribs. Did Tessa ever talk about a bird skull? I asked. Mara hugged herself. No. Why? Before I could answer, the closet door thumped. Mara backed into the desk. Pencils rolled and scattered. The door thumped again. I raised one finger to my lips and stepped toward it. The cold thickened. My breath smoked. From inside came a soft scraping. Not a mouse, not pipes. A fingernail against wood. Tessa, Mara whispered. The scraping stopped. I gripped the knob with my gloved hand and opened the door. A dead man fell out. Mara screamed into both hands. I lurched back as the body hit the floorboards with a heavy, wet slap. For one insane second, I thought it was living flesh. Then it broke apart into black mud, leaves, and a stench like a pond stirred after years of rot. Bones lay in the mess, brown and slick. A skull rolled against my boot and stopped with its empty sockets facing the bed. Hale came through the doorway with his gun drawn. What happened? Closet, I said, though that covered very little. Calder shoved in behind him, saw the bones, and turned white. Brina appeared in the hall and gripped the door frame. No, stop. I looked at her too quickly. It was not shock in her voice. It was recognition. Nobody moved until the skull rocked by itself. It shifted once against my boot. A small turn that should have been caused by the uneven floor, but was not. Its jaw hung open. Mud clung inside the teeth. Something black and thin slid from one nostril and dropped to the boards. Mara pressed her fist to her mouth. Hale ordered everyone into the hall. Calder obeyed after a second too long. Brina did not. She stared at the bones, as if they had crawled out of a memory she had spent years nailing shut. Brina, Hale said. Hallway. That isn't possible. Most of today has been making a hobby of that. Move. She stepped back, but her eyes never left the closet. I crouched near the remains, breathing through my mouth. The body had not been there long as a body, but the bones were old. That contradiction sat heavy in the room. Soil stained the floorboards beneath the pile, spreading in a dark pattern that looked like wings. A strip of red cloth was tied around one wristbone. The dead butcher appeared beside the bed. That's not mine, he said. Do you know whose it is? I asked. Mara flinched at my voice. Hale closed the door most of the way, giving me cover from the family in the hall. The butcher's ruined face tightened. He brought them down one by one. Men, women, and children. Workers who asked for pay. Girls who knew too much. A wife who stopped pretending. He fed the house, and the house gave him years. Eamon Finch. The ghost spat a dark glob that vanished before it hit the floor. He called himself a builder. Builders leave shelter behind. He left hunger. The skull's mouth clicked. A whisper came from inside it. Not words at first. Only wet air dragging through mud. Then, a name. Brina. The hallway went silent. I looked at Hale. He had heard it. Not as clearly as I did, but enough. His eyes had gone flat and hard. The skull whispered again. Brina. From the hall, Brina said, I want that thing out of my daughter's room. Cousin, Nico said from somewhere behind her, his voice small and furious. You keep saying it wrong. I closed my eyes and let the room press against me. Every haunted place has layers. The newest fear lies on top, bright and sharp. Beneath it, older grief waits like sediment. Finch House had too many layers, too tight. I could feel them scraping against one another. Tessa's terror. Nico's confusion. Mara's guilt. Brina's dread. Calder's anger. Under those, older suffering. Smoke, mud, and rope. A cistern's cold mouth. Stone dust from the quarry. Men's boots on cellar steps. A chant that did not belong to any church in this county. And far beneath all of it, like a coal under ash, something that remembered Mexico. My palm opened without my permission. The black scar glistened. The room changed. Tessa's bed vanished. The walls peeled backward into rough stone. Candle smoke filled the air. I stood in a cellar lit by red lamps, surrounded by men in dark coats and red scarves. Their faces blurred except for one. Eamon Finch, tall and pale, with a beard cut sharp along his jaw and eyes like wet slate. He held a black glass knife in one hand. Not my knife. A cousin to it. On a table before him lay a woman with her wrists tied. She was alive. She was awake. Her mouth had been stuffed with cloth. Eamon leaned close and spoke tenderly. "The house keeps what we give it," he said. "The house gives back what we deserve." He raised the blade. I stepped forward without thinking. A hand seized my shoulder and yanked me back. The vision shattered. I was in Tessa's room again, gasping, one knee on the floor. Hale had me by the coat. "Connor," he said, "stay here." "Keller," I said, "you were gone for almost a minute. There's another knife." There was a ritual here. Finch used the house like an altar. Of course he did. Rich men can't just collect stamps. Humor from Hale usually meant fear had reached his bones. A hard knock sounded from the hall. Calder pushed the door open despite Hale's glare. "I've called our attorney," he said. "No one touches anything else until local police arrive." "A body came out of your closet," Hale said. "We passed attorney country 10 miles back. Those bones are old. This has nothing to do with Tessa." "You don't know that." Calder pointed at me. "And he doesn't know anything. He talks to empty corners and scares grieving women." Mara stepped into view behind him. "I'm already scared." "He didn't do that." Brina stood near the stair rail with her arms around herself. Nico hovered by the bathroom door in clean clothes, his wet hair combed back by a shaking hand. He stared past the adults into Tessa's room. "The closet was empty yesterday," he said. Everyone looked at him. "I came in here," he said. "I knew I wasn't supposed to. I wanted one of her hoodies because it smelled like her shampoo." The closet was empty. Just her shoes and the box with old drawings. No bones. Calder's face hardened. "You went through her things?" "She's missing." "That doesn't give you permission." Nico's chin lifted. "Did you have permission when you took her red notebook?" The house seemed to go still around that sentence. Mara turned slowly toward Calder. "What notebook?" Brina asked. Nico swallowed, but he did not back down. "I saw him. The night before she went missing. He came out of her room with it under his jacket." Calder's voice went quiet. "Careful." Hale stepped between them. "No chance. That's my word now. Everyone downstairs. Connor with me." "I need to check under the stairs," I said. Hale gave me a look. "The raincoat woman told me," I added. I hate when sentences start like that. "She was clear." Calder's laugh came out sharp. "We're done." The floor thumped beneath us. One hard knock. A second knock. Then a third. The sound rose from below the staircase. Nico whispered, "That's where the door is." Brina grabbed his arm. "Stop talking." He tried to pull free. "You know it is. You told Dad to cover it. I heard you." Brina's grip tightened until he winced. Mara stepped forward. "Let him go." "This is my house," Brina said. "Then act like someone alive inside it matters." For a second, the sisters faced each other with years moving behind their eyes. Old resentment. Old debt. The kind of family history that does not need ghosts because living people keep it well fed. Then a girl's voice came from below. "Nico." Nico twisted so hard, Brina lost her grip. "Tessa." He bolted for the stairs. Hale lunged and caught him around the waist before he could descend. Nico kicked, shouting her name. The girl's voice came again from beneath the floor, thin and shaking. "Please, Nico. It's dark." My scar burned so hot I nearly dropped my bag. "That's not her," I said. Nico fought harder. "It is. Let me go. It knows how she sounds. It doesn't know how she breathes. Listen." The voice below repeated, perfect and empty. "Please, Nico. It's dark." No inhale before the words. no tremor between them. A recording made of grief. Nico heard it then. His body stopped fighting. Hale set him down, but kept one hand on his shoulder. The voice below changed. It became my mother's. "Connor," it called softly. "Come here, baby." The hallway tilted under me. My mother had been dead 9 years. Cancer took her in a hospital room that smelled of disinfectant and wilted flowers. She died before dawn, one hand in mine too thin to squeeze back. She never appeared to me after. Not once. I had searched every corner of grief for her and found nothing but the dead who wanted work from me. Now her voice slid up from beneath a stranger's floor. "Connor, I need you." The house had teeth, and it had found soft meat. Mara touched my arm. Warm fingers. Living pressure. "Don't listen." I looked at her hand, then at her face. She did not understand what she had done, but the contact pulled me back an inch from the edge. "I know," I said, though my throat hurt. The voice below laughed. It became the old woman from the market. "Do not lie to the dead." Hale drew his pistol again. "I don't care if it's a ghost or a raccoon with theater training. We check it now." Under the main staircase, a paneled wall held coat hooks, umbrellas, and a narrow bench. It looked newer than the surrounding wood, though stained to match. I ran my gloved fingers along the seams. The panel vibrated under my touch, subtle as a throat around a hum. "There," Nico said from behind Hale. "Bottom left." Dad nailed it after the first time. Calder stood in the foyer with his hands clenched. "Nico, shut your mouth." Hale turned. "Talk to him like that again, and I'll put you on the porch in cuffs until locals get here. You have no authority here. I have a gun, a badge, and a very flexible understanding of vacation time. Try me." Mara made a small sound that might have become a laugh in another life. I found the nail heads painted over and almost flush. 4 of them. Fresh enough. Hale handed me a small pry bar from my bag. Calder moved forward, but Mara blocked him. She was smaller, but there was nothing fragile in the way she planted herself. "Move," he said. "No chance. You don't know what you're doing. Neither do you, but at least I'm not hiding doors while a child is gone." I worked the pry bar into the panel. Wood ground. The first nail gave her the pop. The house answered with a knock from deep below. Dust sifted from the ceiling. Brina began to whisper something, not a prayer. A count, maybe. 1 through 10 and back again. The second nail came loose. Cold air seeped through the crack. It smelled of mud, candle wax, old blood, and a sweetness like fruit, left too long in a sealed broom. The third nail snapped. The panel shifted. Behind me, the front door slammed open. A man in a deputy's uniform stepped inside with a shotgun raised. "Hands where I can see them," he shouted. Hale pivoted, pistol up but angled down. "Police here. Lower the weapon." I said hands. Deputy Lyle Arnett was young, red-faced, and scared enough to be dangerous. Rain dotted his tan jacket. His eyes swept over us, snagged on the pry bar, the open panel. The family clustered in the hall. Calder exhaled like rescue had arrived. "Deputy, thank God. Get these people out of my house." The deputy did not lower the shotgun. Behind him, through the open door, I saw the road, the dead trees, and a parked cruiser with no lights flashing. No partner. No urgency about a shooting call. No surprise about the hidden door. The raincoat woman appeared beside the deputy, water streaming from her sleeves. She leaned close to his ear. "He smiled at the funeral," she whispered. The deputy's left cheek twitched. He heard her. Not as I did. Not clearly, but enough. His shotgun swung toward me. Hale fired first. The shot cracked through the foyer, deafening in the enclosed space. Hale's bullet hit the wall beside the deputy's shoulder, splintering trim. A warning shot, close enough to make the young man flinch. The shotgun boomed a half-second later. Pellets tore into the staircase above my head. Wood exploded. Brina screamed. Nico dropped to the floor. I tackled Mara sideways into the parlor as a second blast hammered the doorway. Glass shattered behind us. We hit the rug hard. Pain jumped through my ribs. Mara's breath burst against my collar. "Stay down," I said. I wasn't planning to dance. In the foyer, Hale shouted for the deputy to drop the weapon. Calder cursed. Brina sobbed. Nico yelled Tessa's name again, because fear loops back to the thing it knows best. The house groaned, not a settling creak. A deep structural sound, like enormous lungs drawing air. The hidden panel under the stairs blew inward. Cold darkness rushed out. Every light in the house died. Darkness in Finch House was not the absence of light. It had texture. It pressed into my ears and mouth. It slid under my clothes with cellar fingers. For 2 seconds, maybe 3, nobody moved. Dust drifted through the dead air. Somewhere near the front door, the deputy made a choking sound. Hale swore under his breath. Mara was pinned partly beneath me on the parlor rug. I could feel her heart beating fast to her coat. "You okay?" I asked. "My shoulder hates you," she whispered. "That's fair. Are we shot?" I flexed my hands, then my legs. Nothing answered with the deep wrongness of serious injury. "I don't think so." A shape crawled across the parlor ceiling. I saw it by the gray seep of daylight from the doorway. A body too thin, limbs bent wrong, head turning sideways to track us. Not human, not animal. A memory given joints. Its skin looked like wet paper stretched over sticks. Mora followed my gaze. Her breath stopped. "Tell me that's one of yours," she said. "No chance." The thing opened its mouth. A dozen voices leaked out, all whispering at once. "Last one. Last one. Last one." It dropped. I rolled Mara away as it hit the rug where our heads had been. Its fingers punched to the floorboards, leaving black pits. I kicked at it and connected with a ribs-thin body that felt like bundled reeds under soaked cloth. It hissed and swung at my leg. Claws sliced through denim and opened 3 hot lines across my calf. Mara grabbed the brass poker from the fireplace and brought it down with both hands. The iron struck the thing's shoulder. A burst of white sparks snapped from the impact. The creature shrieked, voices breaking apart into separate screams. "Iron hurts it," I said. "That's great." I found a hobby. She hit it again. In the foyer, Hale fired twice. Muzzle flashes punched brief images into the dark. Deputy Arnett on his knees, shotgun gone. Calder crawling toward the door. Brina curled over Nico near the stairs. And behind them, from the open panel, figures climbing out of the black space beneath the house. Not ghosts. Ghosts are memory and hunger and shape. These had substance enough to drag their nails on wood. They looked like people made from wet ash, each with a red line around the throat or across the chest. Each face blurred except for the mouth. The mouths were open too wide. The house had kept pieces. Now it was sending them up. I yanked the jar of graveyard dirt from my bag, twisted the lid, and threw the contents across the parlor threshold. The first ash figure hit the line and recoiled, smoking. Hale saw it and pulled Brina and Nico back behind the dirt trail. "Please tell me you brought more," he shouted. "A travel jar, not a wheelbarrow." The ceiling thing lunged again. Mara swung the poker into its base. The head snapped sideways with a crack. It did not fall. It reached for her with fingers too long to belong to any grave. I drove an iron nail through its hand into the floor. The creature screamed so loudly the window cracked. Mar grabbed my coat and hauled me back as it thrashed, pinned, but not finished. "What is it?" she asked. "A house with imagination." Bad answer. Best one I've got. From the foyer, Calder made it to the open front door. He looked back once, not at his wife, not at his son, not at the people fighting between him and the things crawling from beneath his own stairs. His eyes went to the broken panel, to the dark beyond it. Then he ran outside. Nico saw him go. Something in the boy's face hardened so fast it hurt to witness. Deputy Arnett scrambled after the shotgun. Hale kicked it away and shoved him flat with one boot between the shoulders. "Stay down," Hale barked. "You don't understand," the deputy gasped. "It needs the girl. If it doesn't get the girl, it takes all of us." The words cut through the room. Mara went still beside me. "Where is she?" I asked. The deputy began to laugh, then sob, then laugh again. She's under the house." He put her where the old man put them. "Who put her there?" The deputy's eyes rolled toward the door Calder had used. Hale's face turned murderous. The ash figures pressed against the dirt line, smoking but not stopping. The pinned ceiling thing tore its own hand free, leaving 3 fingers nailed to the floor. It crawled backward up the wall and vanished into a corner shadow. The hidden opening under the stairs breathed cold air. From below came Tessa's voice. Not the empty copy this time. This voice broke around breath. Living lungs. Living fear. Nico, don't come down. Nico surged forward. Brina caught him. He fought her with a sound that had too much pain for a boy his age. She's there, he cried. She's right there. I pulled the flashlight from my bag and clicked it on. The beam flickered, but held. The hidden doorway opened onto narrow stairs descending under the main staircase, steeper than modern code would allow. The walls were rough stone after the first few steps. Scratches marked the wood around the frame. Old scratches. New ones. At shoulder height, someone had carved the bird skull symbol. My scar burned in answer. Hale moved beside me. I go first. You can't see what I see. You can't shoot what I shoot. This is not a shooting problem. People keep saying that right before someone tries to kill us. He had a point. Mara stepped closer, still holding the poker. I'm going. No, I said. Her eyes flashed. That's my niece down there. And that's exactly why the house will use you. It used your mother and you didn't fold. The words landed clean because they were true. She had seen me almost break and decided not to pretend otherwise. Fine, I said. Stay behind me. Do exactly what I say. If you hear Tessa tell you to split off, don't. If you hear someone you love, don't answer. If you feel hands on you and nobody living is close enough, say my name. Connor, she said. Not practice. I wanted to know how it felt in my mouth. For one beat, the house, the dead, the blood, the cold, all of it pulled back just far enough for me to feel her standing there. Brave because she was afraid, not because she lacked sense. Warm fingers around iron, hair loose at her cheek. She was living. Then something slammed against the dirt line behind us, and the moment vanished. Hale looked at Brina. Keep Nico here. Keep the deputy down. If Calder comes back, yell before he gets close. Brina nodded too many times. Her mascara had streaked down one cheek. Bring her back. Nico grabbed my sleeve. His fingers dug hard. Tell her I didn't believe Dad. Tell her I knew she didn't run. Tell her yourself when we bring her up, I said. He swallowed and let go. We descended. The stairwell narrowed after the sixth step. Hale went first after all because he was Hale and because I was too tired to argue with a man who led with his own body. I followed with a flashlight. Mara came behind me, poker raised. The air grew wetter with every step. Stone sweated. Water ticked somewhere below. The smell of old candle wax thickened, mixed with rot and something metallic that crawled up the back of my throat. The stairs ended in a cellar older than the house above it. The foundation walls gave way to carved stone blocks. Finch had not built this place. He had found it. Maybe the quarry opened into it. Maybe he chose the hill because something beneath it had called his name. The chamber stretched wider than the footprint of the house, its ceiling held by square pillars carved with birds, skulls, and hands reaching upward. Red thread hung from nails in the stone. Hundreds of strands, each tied with a small object. A button, a tooth, a ring, a child's ribbon, a strip of cloth darkened brown. Mar whispered, God help us. The dead filled the room. They stood between pillars, shoulder to shoulder, layered across decades. Quarry workers with crushed hands. Women in long dresses. Men in Sunday suits. Children in night clothes. A little girl with no eyes stood nearest the stairs. The butcher waited behind her. Elian Cross, the raincoat woman, dripped water beside a stone basin. None of them spoke. That silence scared me more than their begging ever had. At the center of the chamber stood a table of black stone. Tessa lay on it, wrists tied with red cord, ankles bound, a strip of cloth pulled tight across her mouth. Her dark hair stuck to her face. Her eyes were open and bright with fever. A line of blood ran from her temple into her ear, but her chest moved. She was alive. Beside the table sat her red notebook. A man stood behind it with a knife in his hand. Not Calder. A county officer, I thought at first, because of the uniform pants and duty belt. Then he turned, and the flashlight caught his face. It was older than it should have been. Deep lines cut from nose to mouth. His eyes had the glassy shine of someone who had not slept in days and had made peace with unforgivable things. Sheriff Bram Voss. I knew the face from Hale's file. The county man who had declared Tessa a runaway after 6 hours of looking. Hale raised his pistol. "Drop it." The sheriff smiled. "Detective Hale," he said, "you're out of your jurisdiction. You tied a child to a rock. Jurisdiction can kiss my ass." The sheriff's smile widened. The knife in his hand was not obsidian. It was steel, modern, cleaned often, but the handle had been wrapped in red thread, and a small white bird skull had been wired to the end. My scar went white-hot. Tessa made a muffled sound through the cloth. Mara started forward. I caught her arm. "Wait. He's going to cut her. And if we rush him, the dead might not be the only things that move." The sheriff looked at me then. Recognition passed over his face, though we had never met. "You're the marked one," he said. The dead shifted at the edges of the light. "I've been called worse," I said. "Eamon wrote about you. Not you by name. The bearer. The thief child. The one who opened the western blade and let the witnesses loose. We wondered when you come." Cold moved through my spine. The old woman had said the knife was waiting for someone who knew how to bury it. I had not buried it. I had touched it, bled on it, and run. A child's mistake had become a door. "Where's Calder?" Hale asked. The sheriff laughed softly. "Calder is a coward. Useful until courage was required. He offered the girl, then lost his nerve. Men like him always want the bargain handled by someone else's hands." Mara's voice shook with rage. "Why Tessa?" "Because the house chose her. Because," she heard it clearly, "because she found the ledger and learned the family names. Because every cycle needs a last offering before the debt renews." "Cycle?" I asked. He tapped the red notebook with a knife tip. "Eamon made a covenant under this hill. Blood for prosperity. Blood for long life. Blood for protection. His descendants kept it poorly, but kept it. One sacrifice every generation. Sometimes more, when greed required it. The girl found proof. She planned to take it to her aunt." Mara's face crumpled and hardened in the same breath. The sheriff looked back at Tessa. No child should read family history. Hale adjusted his aim. "Last warning. Put down the knife. You won't fire. I've had a flexible morning. If I die before the cut, the house takes her slowly. If the cut is made properly, it takes her clean and leaves the rest of us above ground." Tessa shook her head violently, tears cutting tracks through dirt on her cheeks. The dead remained silent. Too silent. I looked at Elian Cross. The raincoat woman stared at the sheriff with hate sharpened by years. "Wrong man," I said. Her head turned toward me. "You told me they found the wrong man. You meant your murder." The sheriff's smile flickered. Elian lifted one dripping finger and pointed at him. "He smiled at the funeral," she said. The chamber changed. For a heartbeat, I stood in rain beside an open grave. Elian's coffin rested above the earth. Mourners held black umbrellas. Sheriff Bram Voss stood near the back, younger then, face solemn, one corner of his mouth twitching upward as Calder wiped his eyes. The vision snapped sideways. A riverbank at night. Elian fighting. Bram's hands on her throat. Calder watching from the trees, frozen, then turning away. I came back with a taste of mud in my mouth. "You killed Elian Cross," I said. "You framed someone else?" Hale did not look away from his sights. "That true, Sheriff?" Bram's eyes cooled. "Elian wanted to sell the house. She found papers. She had plans. Plans get people killed." Mara whispered. "Elian was Calder's first wife. She wasn't the first to learn too much," Bram said. "She was only the loudest." The dead began to murmur. Not begging now. Anger moved through them, low and rising. The sheriff felt it. His knuckles tightened around the knife. "Quiet," he said to the chamber. "You were paid for." The butcher stepped forward. Then the eyeless girl. Then Elian. Their forms flickered, gaining density in the red thread light. "Connor," Hale said, "any reason I shouldn't end this?" The sheriff pressed the blade at Tessa's throat. A thin red bead appeared. "That's the reason," I said. My field bag still hung from my shoulder. Inside it, beneath assault and nails, was the little paper packet I carried but almost never used. Ash from the market stall in Mexico, scraped from the bottom of the paper bag that had held the gifts for my parents. I had kept it because children keep evidence of the day they were ruined. Adults call that trauma and put it in drawers. The old woman had told me not to lie to the dead. She had not told me never to bargain. I reached into the bag slowly. Bram watched my hand. Careful. You want the marked one, I said. Not her. Mara turned toward me. Connor, don't. Tessa's eyes widened above the gag. Hale's voice went dangerously quiet. What are you doing? Changing the offer. The chamber seemed to inhale. The sheriff stared at me with a hunger that did not entirely belong to him. You don't understand what you're offering. Probably not. That's never stopped the rest of you. I opened my left hand. The scar shone black in the flashlight beam. The dead pulled back as if a silent bell had rung. The western blade opened me, I said. This house knows it. The old covenant knows it. You think Tessa is the last sacrifice. You're wrong. The red threads hanging from the pillars began to tremble. Mara grabbed my sleeve. Don't say another word. I looked at her, and for 1 second in that cellar of blood and stone, I hated that I had met her today. It would have been easier to be reckless without someone living watching me like I mattered. Get ready to cut her loose, I whispered. Connor, wait. Please move. That word cost more than I wanted it to. Bram lifted the knife a fraction from Tessa's throat. The house listened. The dead listened. The thing beneath the stone listened hardest of all. I stepped toward the altar and poured the ash from Mexico across my scar. Pain tore through me. Not pain like a cut. Not pain like broken bone. This was memory forced open. The market roared back. Red dirt. Hot wind. The old woman's warning. The obsidian blade drinking my blood. Thousands of dead pressing through the door I had made. My knees hit stone. The chamber bucked around me. Hale shouted. Mara screamed my name. Tessa thrashed against the cords. The sheriff staggered as the red threads snapped one by one. Every ghost in the chamber opened its mouth. Their voices struck together. Not help us. Not anymore. Take him. The stone floor cracked between Bram's boots. Black hands reached up from the split. The sheriff screamed as they closed around his ankles. Hale fired. The shot hit Bram's shoulder and spun him away from Tessa. Mara moved before I could tell her, racing to the altar with the iron poker in one hand. She slammed it down on the red cords binding Tessa's wrists. The cords smoked and curled apart. Hale kicked the knife away as Bram clawed at the stone, trying to drag himself free of hands made from every life he had fed to the house. I tried to stand. My body refused. The split in the floor widened. Cold poured out, full of whispers and the smell of old graves. Bram's scream broke into sobs. I served you, he cried. I kept the names. I brought the girl. Elaine Cross stepped close and looked down at him. You smiled, she said. The hands pulled. Bram vanished into the crack up to his waist, then his chest, then his reaching hands. His fingers scraped stone until the nails tore away. Blood smeared the floor in 10 short lines. The crack sealed with a sound like a mouth closing. The chamber went still. Mara ripped the gag from Tessa's mouth. Tessa sucked in air and sobbed once, then clamped her teeth together as if she hated the sound. Nico, she rasped. Upstairs, Mara said, cutting the ankle cords. He's upstairs. We're getting you out. Tessa tried to sit up and nearly folded in half. Mara caught her before her head struck the stone. The girl weighed less than she should have. Her wrists were ringed with raw red marks, where the cords had bitten through skin. Hale stripped off his coat and wrapped it around her shoulders, keeping his pistol in his other hand and his eyes moving to the pillars. He made me read it, Tessa whispered. Mara pushed hair from Tessa's face. Read what? Tessa pointed with 2 shaking fingers toward the notebook. The ledger pages. I copied them because I thought if I hid the real pages, someone would have to believe me. Names and dates. How much money came after each death? Who got land? Who got judges paid off? Who got sickness taken from them and put into somebody poor? Her eyes found mine, and the fever in them made the cellar tilt again. There was a page about Mexico, not the town name. Just a drawing of a black blade with a white handle. Eamon wrote that a second door had opened in the south, and one day the marked witness would come north because hungry things always call to each other. That's enough, Hale said. Save your breath. No, she needs to hear me, Tessa said. But she looked at me, not Mara. It said the last sacrifice wasn't supposed to be me. I was bait. He said my blood would ring the dinner bell. The dead around the pillars lowered their faces. Shame moved through them like a draft. Even Ilian looked away. Mara gripped the poker until her knuckles paled. Who told you that? Tessa swallowed against a throat gone dry from screaming. Calder did. He said every family needs one person brave enough to survive the truth and one person useful enough to die for it. Then the sheriff hit me, and I woke up here. Hale crouched beside me. Connor, look at me. I looked past him. Behind the black stone table in the deepest shadow of the chamber stood a woman I had not seen in 9 years. My mother looked younger than when she died. Not healthy, not peaceful. Younger as she had been in Mexico, scarf around her hair, dust on her cheeks, eyes full of a warning she had never understood while living. Her mouth moved. I could not hear her over the blood rushing in my ears. Then she lifted one hand and pointed behind me. I turned my head. The sheriff's knife lay on the floor, kicked near a pillar. The bird skull tied to its handle had split open. Inside it, hidden beneath the white bone, a red stone pulsed like an eye. Not dead. It was awake. From somewhere far above, Finchhouse groaned. Tessa sat up, shaking, and looked at the stone ceiling. It's not over, she whispered. The red stone blinked. In the sealed floor beneath us, something answered with 3 slow knocks. The last sacrifice. Expanded draft. The third knock came from beneath the sealed floor with the patience of something that had all night and all the centuries behind it. Nobody breathed for a full second. Even the ghosts around the pillars held still, their forms dimming and sharpening as if the chamber itself was deciding which dead belonged to it and which ones had only wandered too close. Tessa sat wrapped in Hale's coat on the black stone table, knees drawn up, wrists raw, eyes fixed on the red stone inside the broken bird skull. Mara had one arm around her niece and the iron poker in her other hand. The poker was blackened at the tip now, smoking faintly from the cords it had burned apart. Hale stood with his pistol aimed at the knife on the floor. He looked like a man who understood bullets less with each passing minute and still preferred them to every other option. My mother stood beyond the altar, half in shadow, young and dust-streaked and impossible. Her scarf lifted in a wind that did not touch the living. Her mouth moved again. This time I caught only the shape of the words. Not that one. The red stone pulsed. The floor answered with another knock. Hale slid one step closer to the knife. Connor, tell me whether I shoot the shiny thing, kick it, or pretend I didn't join a nightmare for unpaid overtime. Don't touch it, I said. That wasn't one of my options. It's the only one that keeps your hand attached. Mara looked at me over Tessa's bent head. Her face was streaked with dust and blood, some of it hers, most of it not. What is it? A seed, Tessa whispered. The word barely left her mouth before the chamber changed. The stone floor under us flexed. Not cracked. It flexed. Like something soft had been poured beneath it and had started breathing. A thin seam opened between the slabs near the altar. Cold air licked through, carrying the smell of old soil, wet hair, and meat left too long in a locked room. The dead recoiled. That was new. The eyeless girl backed into the pillar nearest the stairs. Elian Cross pressed both hands to her throat, the place Sheriff Brom Boss had crushed years ago. Even the butcher, who had followed me since morning with his ruined apron and silent accusation, lowered his cleaver and stepped away from the seam. Dead people do not often look small. They carry their last seconds like weather. Grief makes them large. Rage gives them edges. But whatever waited beneath Finchhouse made them shrink against the stone. My scar opened with heat. Not blood. Only heat. A white thread of pain across my palm, bright enough to turn my fingers stiff. I looked down and saw the old line from Mexico darken. The center of it glimmered as if coal had been laid under the skin. Tessa made a sound against Mara's shoulder. It hears him, she said. Hears who? Hale asked. Tessa pointed at me with a trembling finger. The marked witness. Eamon wrote that the house would sleep until it heard the witness breathing under its roof. Eamon wrote a lot, Hale said. Most of it makes me want to hit a dead man. The seam widened by an inch. Something slid through. At first I thought it was root. Black, slick, thick as 2 fingers twisted together. Then it curled upward and the end opened into 5 smaller tendrils that fell blindly across the floor. Where it touched Bram's blood, the stone hissed. Mara pulled Tessa off the table. The girl's legs folded. Mara caught her around the waist, but Tessa's weight nearly dragged them both down. Hale moved without looking away from the thing, grabbed Tessa under one arm, and helped Mara lower her to her feet. "Stairs," he said. "The stairs are past that," Mara said. "Then we're going past that." The tendril found the sheriff's knife. It wrapped around the handle. The red stone flared so bright the chamber turned the color of a butcher's sink. Every ghost screamed at once, but the sound hit inside my skull instead of my ears. I dropped to one knee and clamped both hands over my head. The chamber vanished under a flood of images. Finch House being built with stolen timber and immigrant hands. A boy buried alive beneath the first hearth because Eamon Finch believed foundations needed a heartbeat. Women signing deeds with fingers pricked over silver basins. Men coughing blood into handkerchiefs, then recovering as strangers took the sickness into their own lungs. A room of judges dining beneath oil lamps while a young farmhand screamed under the floorboards. Tessa at 12 finding a loose page behind the library shelf. Called to Sutter watching her read it. Bram Voss kneeling before the black table, not praying but listening to the knocks beneath him. Then another place forced its way through. Red dirt. A market canopy faded green. The old woman at the stall. The knife in my child's hand. My mother's scarf snapping in the wind. My father shouting my name. 2 doors. The words arrived with the voice of my mother, but not from the ghost before me. They came from memory, or from a scar, or from a place between both. 2 doors, 1 mouth. I came back hard enough that my teeth clicked. The tendril had lifted the knife from the floor. It held it upright like an offering. Bram's blood crawled along the stone toward the seam in thin red streams, moving against gravity, against reason, against everything I trusted. Hale fired. The bullet struck the knife and sparked off the steel. The blade spun out of the tendril's grip and skittered under the table. The red stone popped free from the broken skull and rolled across the floor toward me. Every dead face turned with it. My mother shook her head. I knew better. Knowing better has never kept people alive by itself. The stone stopped inches from my boot. It was the size of a small marble, red at the center, black around the edges, wet-looking though nothing living had touched it. The scar on my palm pulled toward it. My fingers curled before I told them to move. Mara shouted my name. I stamped down with my heel. The stone did not break. The impact jolted up my leg, through my hip, into my jaw. The chamber flashed white. A voice laughed from under the floor, not loud, not human, more vibration than sound. The seam tore open. Black limbs burst through. Not bodies. Pieces of bodies remembered wrong. Arms too long. Hands with too many joints. Faces pressed into shoulders like masks, half melted into wax. They dragged themselves out of the crack in a chain, connected by strips of shadow and tissue-thin skin. The old house had made servants from every death it had swallowed and kept the leftovers for work. Hale fired again and again. Bullets punched holes through the foremost shape. The holes closed with wet clicks. Mara swung the poker as one of the hands reached for Tessa. Iron struck its wrist. White sparks erupted. The hand snapped backward, fingers shredding into ash. "Iron and salt," I said, forcing myself upright. "Bag," Hale said. I had dropped my field bag near the altar when Bram took me down. It lay between us and the widening crack. Inside were salt packets, nails, iron filings, twine, chalk, blessed matches from a priest who drank too much and still meant every prayer he muttered. The bag looked farther away than anything had ever looked. Tessa sagged against Mara. Her eyes rolled, then snapped open again. "Don't let it get the notebook." The red notebook lay on the table beside the place where she had been tied. Its cover was streaked with dirt and a smear of Bram's blood. The tendrils found the table leg. I moved first because thinking would have slowed me down. My calf tore with pain where the ceiling thing had cut me upstairs. The chamber tilted. Hale grabbed the back of my coat and shoved me forward instead of pulling me back, because he knew what I was trying to do and hated wasting time. I slid across the stone on one knee, snatched the field bag by its strap, and came up as a stitched-together shape lunged for me. It had the face of Deputy Arnett, but not his body. His living body had been upstairs when the lights died. This thing wore his features like stolen paper, stretched over a skull too narrow for them. Its mouth opened, and Bram's voice came out. "The house still needs a last one." I threw salt into its face. The grains struck skin and sank in. Smoke poured from the spots. The creature shrieked and clawed at itself, tearing away pieces of Arnett's borrowed face. Underneath were dozens of smaller faces, pressed cheek to cheek, all whispering my name. Hale grabbed the notebook and tossed it to Mara. She caught it against her chest and nearly lost her grip on Tessa. Tessa pushed weakly at her aunt. "I can walk," Tessa said. "Lie better," Mara said. "I can walk badly." That I believe. The line should not have made me want to smile. It did anyway, a thin, cracked thing that did not last. The stairs were 10 yards away. 10 yards full of black limbs, smoking salt, and dead things that hated iron but had no fear of pain. I shoved one hand into the bag and came out with a fistful of nails. Old square nails, rusted but solid, pulled from churches and barns and one demolished asylum where the dead had followed me for 3 miles afterward. "On me," I said. "You're bleeding through your pants," Hale said. "That isn't a planned objection. It's going in my report. Make the report readable." We moved. Hale went backward with his pistol in one hand and his other arm under Tessa. Mara stayed beside him, the red notebook tucked inside her coat and the poker raised. I walked between them in the crack, throwing nails and salt and a ragged lime. Where the iron touched stone, the black limbs hesitated. Where salt scattered, the floor smoked. The dead around the pillars did not attack. They watched. Some trembled. Some wept without tears. Elian Cross stepped into our path and lifted a hand. For 1 second I thought she meant to stop us. Then she turned toward the crack. "He smiled," she said again, and this time her voice carried through the chamber like a blade drawn across glass. She stepped onto the salt line. "Ghosts cannot burn the way flesh burns. They burn by memory." Elian's form caught white at the edges. She walked through it anyway. The eyeless girl followed. Then the butcher. Then the drowned woman in the raincoat. One by one, the dead of Finch House put themselves between the living and the thing beneath the floor. The black limbs recoiled from them. Not because the dead were stronger. Because they were owed. We reached the stairs as the chamber behind us filled with pale fire. Hale half carried Tessa up the first steps. Mara shoved him from behind when his boot slipped. I came last, scattering nails with hands that shook too hard to aim. My mother stood at the bottom of the stairs. For a heartbeat, she looked living enough that I almost reached for her. "Mom," I said. Her eyes moved to my hand. The red stone rolled out from under my cuff. I had not picked it up. I knew I had not. I had crushed it under my heel and left it on the floor. Yet there it was, tucked against the seam of my glove, pulsing softly as if it had found a pocket of warmth. My stomach turned cold. My mother's mouth formed 3 words. "Give it back." A black limb shot through her chest from behind. She did not bleed. She folded around the intrusion, face tightening, and for the first time since death took her, I saw pain on my mother's face. The limb withdrew and swept toward me. I threw the rest of the salt. The stairs exploded in smoke. I scrambled upward, blind, coughing hard enough to taste blood. Hale grabbed my collar from above and hauled. Mara seized my belt. Between them, they dragged me through the hidden doorway into the first-floor hall as something slammed into the underside of the stairs, hard enough to split 3 treads. Nico was waiting in the foyer with Brina, Calder, and Deputy Arnett's living body. Arnett was face down on the floor, breathing in shallow jerks, wrists bound with lamp cord. Calder stood by the front door with blood on his temple and one hand tucked inside his coat. Brina had Nico behind her, both arms around the boy's shoulders to keep him from running downstairs. Nico saw Tessa. He made a broken noise and lunged. Hale let him take his sister, but only for 2 seconds. Tessa almost collapsed under the force of his hug. Mara pulled him gently but firmly back. "Careful, baby," Mara said. "She's hurt." Nico touched Tessa's hair, as if making sure it belonged to her. "You said not to come down." "You've listened," Tessa rasped. I wanted to not listen. "That's our family talent." The house groaned again. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Framed portrait of Eamon Finch crashed from the wall and broke face first on the floor. Behind it, hidden in the plaster, dozens of red threads stretched across a dark cavity like veins. Each thread led into a small packet wrapped in yellowed paper. Brina saw them and began to cry without sound. Calder backed toward the door. Hale noticed. "Hands where I can see them," he said. Calder smiled with blood on his teeth. He looked less like a frightened heir now, and more like a man whose mask had become too heavy to carry. "Detective, I believe we have larger concerns. I've got room for both. My niece needs a hospital. Your niece needed one before you helped serve her to a basement." Nico turned on Calder with a fury that would have been dangerous if he were taller. "You did this." Calder's face tightened. "I tried to stop Bram from killing her." Tessa lifted her head from Mara's shoulder. Her voice was thin, but it cut through the room. "You told them which page I copied." Calder's eyes flicked toward her. That was confession enough. Something slammed beneath the floorboards. The foyer bucked. Arnett groaned and rolled onto his side. The lamp cord around his wrists snapped as if cut. His eyes opened, and for 1 second they were not his. Red light filled them from edge to edge. He smiled at me. "Last one," he whispered. Hale moved his gun toward him. Calder used that half-second. He yanked a small revolver from inside his coat and fired at the chandelier. Glass rained down. Nico screamed. Hale ducked over Tessa. Calder kicked the front door open and bolted into the gray winter afternoon. Brina shouted his name, but he did not slow. Arnett rose on hands and knees, jaw stretching too wide. Mara hit him with the poker. The iron caught him across the cheek with a sound I felt in my teeth. Arnett crashed sideways, living flesh smoking where the metal had touched. His eyes cleared. He screamed, real and human, and curled around his face. "Sorry," Mara said, breathing hard. "Don't apologize to possessed deputies," Hale said. "It encourages them." The floor burst open behind us. Not wide. Not enough for the thing beneath the house to climb through. Enough for black fingers to hook over the boards and pull. The foyer boards split. Red threads snapped in the wall cavity. The paper packets tore open and spilled teeth, hair, tiny bones, wedding rings, and curled strips of skin dried thin as old leaves. Nico vomited on the floor. Tessa looked at the teeth and went completely still. "Tessa," Mara said. "They're markers," Tessa whispered. Eamon kept proof. Every bargain had a piece. The black fingers reached toward the spilled remains. I understood a second too late. "No," I said. "Don't let it touch those." Hal fired into the fingers. Mara swung the poker. I grabbed a handful of iron nails from my bag and drove them through the nearest packet into the floor with the butt of Hale's spare flashlight. The impact shook up my arm. The fingers recoiled from the nail heads. "Nails in the packets," I shouted. "Pin the remains." Brina moved first. She dropped to her knees beside the wall, grabbed a silver ring from the floor, and pressed it back into its torn paper with shaking hands. Evelyn Mark. Age 26. Fever taken from Thomas Vale in 1891. Mara stared at her. "You know their names." Brina shoved an iron nail through the paper. The packet smoked. "I copied the index when I was 17. Calder made me burn it." "I didn't burn all of it." "Why didn't you tell anyone?" Nico cried. Brina looked at him, and there was no defense left in her face. "Because cowards get old too." The house shook harder. Somewhere upstairs, glass shattered in a chain, room after room. The dead began to howl beneath the boards. Not the ghosts we could see. Others waited in buried spaces. Packets hidden through the walls. Teeth in mantelpieces. Hair behind plaster. Bones beneath porch posts. Finch House was not haunted because people died there. It was built from them. We pinned what we could. Nails through paper. Salt over teeth. Iron over rings. Mara worked with her jaw clenched, one hand always near Tessa. Hale reloaded with fingers slick from sweat. Nico, white-faced and shaking, picked up bones with 2 fingers and passed them to Brina when she called names from memory. Arnett crawled to the doorway and stayed there, sobbing into his sleeve. "Hale," I said. He looked toward the open front door. Calder's footprints cut across the snow-dusted yard toward the line of trees and the service road beyond. "I know," he said. "He's got the real ledger. He also has a gun and a head start." The house groaned low and deep. A sound came from the walls, not the knot from below. Thousands of smaller taps all at once, like fingernails waking in sealed spaces. My mother appeared in the broken doorway to the parlor. She looked thinner now, almost transparent. The black mark where the limb had passed through her chest spread like ink in water. She pointed toward the forest, then toward me, then toward the red stone still trapped against my glove. My hand closed around it before anyone saw. It burned cold. "We can't stay here," I said. "Tessa can't run," Mara said. "Then we carry her." Hale nodded once. "Arnett, can you stand?" The deputy looked at him with one red welt across his face and terror making him younger. "I don't know what I did. That's a later problem. Stand anyway." We got out through the front door as Finch House started to come apart behind us. Not collapse. It unsealed. Boards bent outward. Plaster belly from walls. Red threads slithered from cracks, searching for the remains we had pinned. The winter air hit my face like clean water. The sky was low and colorless. The trees around the yard stood black and wet with thawing frost. Calder was gone. The driveway beyond the house was empty except for Hale's damaged car down the road and the sheriff's cruiser parked near the side porch. Bram would not be needing it. Hale took the cruiser's keys from Arnett with no ceremony. "I'm still a deputy," Arnett said weakly. "Then deputize yourself into the back seat." Mara helped Tessa into the cruiser. Nico climbed after her and held his sister's hand as if someone might demand it back. Brina hesitated on the porch, looking at the house with the face of a woman watching every year of her life turn on her. "Brina," I said. She did not move. Inside Finch House, something struck the front hall hard enough to send the door flying off one hinge. "Brina," Mira snapped. "Move right now." Brina came down the steps. The house exhaled behind her. Every window went black from the inside. Then faces pressed against the glass. Not 2 or 3. Dozens pressed close. Hundreds layered behind them. Living no longer, and dead not free, their mouths opened until my name rolled to the glass in 3 slow calls. Hale started the cruiser. I stood beside the passenger door with the red stone hidden in my fist and my mother's ghost fading on the porch. She looked at me once. Then she mouthed 2 words. I did understand. "Find Maria." The name struck me harder than the cold. Maria was the old woman from the market. I'd never known her name. Finch House screamed as we drove away. Hale drove like the road had insulted him. The sheriff's cruiser fishtailed through ruts and frozen mud, one headlight stuttering, the radio coughing static from the dash. Finch House shrank behind us, visible through the rear window as a black shape above the trees. It did not burn. Part of me wished it would. Fire is simple. Fire eats what it can reach and leaves ash. Finch House had been eating for more than 100 years without needing flame. Tessa lay across the back seat with her head in Mara's lap. Nico sat squeezed between them and Brina, both hands around his sister's fingers. Deputy Arnett was behind the partition, wrists cuffed now, face swelling where the iron had struck him. He kept whispering that he did not remember shooting at us from the road, did not remember tying himself to Bram Voss, did not remember waking beneath the house with mud in his mouth 2 nights before. Hale ignored most of it. "Cell signal," Mara said, holding her phone up near the window. "I have one bar, maybe. It keeps dying." "Call anyone except County Dispatch," Hale said. "You mean the sheriff's office that just tried to murder us? That's the one. I was going to invite them for lunch." Tessa tried to laugh. It came out as a dry scrape. Mara looked down at her. "Don't waste energy being a smart aleck. That's my job." "You trained me," Tessa whispered. "I regret my success." The warmth in Mara's voice did something to the air in the cruiser. For half a mile, the dead kept their distance. Tessa's breathing steadied. Nico stopped shaking so hard. Hale's grip on the wheel loosened by half an inch. Then the red stone in my pocket pulsed. I had wrapped it in a handkerchief and shoved it deep into my coat before anyone saw. It had not burned for the cloth. It did not need to. Its cold climbed through me in slow waves, each one carrying whispers. Finch House had called it a seed. Tessa had called it that first. I did not know who told her, and I did not like how many voices might have. My mother had told me to give it back. My mother had also told me to find Maria. The dead pressed along the road. They walked between trees and under telephone lines, pale in the winter light. A woman with half her face gone from a shotgun blast. A boy in a baseball jersey soaked from some river I could not see. An old man with his chest folded inward, as if a steering wheel had tried to meet his spine. New dead. Local dead. They turned as the cruiser passed, and every one of them looked at the pocket that held the stone. Hale glanced at me. "You have that face." "Which one?" "The one where the day gets worse, and you decide not to share. The dead are following us." "The usual amount, or a county fair amount?" "County fair." That answer lacked comfort. I lost comfort around the second baseman monster. He gave a short nod and drove faster. We could not go to the county hospital. Hale said that with no room for discussion. Bram had run the sheriff's office for years. Calder had friends with money and names on plaques. Tessa's notebook had names, dates, payments, old crimes, modern crimes, and enough buried rot to make powerful families panic. The first uniform we trusted could be the one who handed her back. So Hale took us north, through logging roads, toward a place he called Mercer Clinic. It had once been a veterinary office, then an urgent care, then a private clinic for people who wanted no questions and could pay cash. Hale knew the nurse who ran it now. He called her from a gas station payphone because his own phone had cracked in the crash and mine had not held a reliable charge since ghosts started using electronics as doorways. The gas station stood at a crossroads with 2 dead pumps, a boarded car wash, and a convenience store whose sign buzzed even though half the letters were missing. A plastic snowman leaned in the window. The winter had already chewed one side of its face pale. Hale parked around back and told everyone to stay low. "I need supplies," Mara said. "I need coffee and a priest," Arnett muttered from the back. Hale looked through the cage at him. "You've earned neither." "Detective, I don't know what happened to me. That makes 2 of us. Your bad luck is that I saw enough to keep you breathing and not enough to uncuff you." Arnett rested his forehead against the glass. "Bram said the girl was already dead." Tessa's eyes opened. The cruiser went quiet. Arnett swallowed. "He said you were a runaway and your family hired outsiders to make us look bad. He said the house had squatters." He said whatever he needed," Tessa whispered. "You wanted him to be right because that was easier." Arnett shut his mouth. I got out with Hale. Cold air made my calf stiffen. Blood had soaked the denim there and dried in patches, then cracked when I moved. The 3 slashes were not deep enough to kill me, but they burned with a dirty heat that said infection would be happy to join the party if invited. The gas station door chimed when Hale pushed it open. The clerk behind the counter looked about 19 and exhausted by everyone older than him. His name tag said Omar. He glanced at Hale's badge, at the mud on my coat, at the blood on my pants, and made a choice I respected. "Bathroom is out of order," Omar said. "We need bottled water, bandages, coffee, batteries, and any road flares you have," Hale said. Omar pointed toward the back without asking why. "Coffee tastes like pennies. So does most of my morning." I moved down the narrow aisle with a plastic basket in one hand and my other hand buried in my pocket around the stone. The store smelled of burnt coffee, old fryer oil, and wet cardboard. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The dead woman by the jerky rack had a tire mark across her torso and kept staring at the red stone through my coat. "Not now," I murmured. She pointed at the cooler doors. I turned to spite myself. In the curved reflection of the glass, a man stood behind me. Not dead. He was living broad-shouldered, wearing a dark knit cap with red thread tied around his left wrist. I ducked as the cooler door exploded inward. The first shot took out rows of energy drinks. Glass and syrup sprayed across the aisle. Hale shouted from the front. The man with the red thread fired again. The muzzle flashed bright in the reflection. I slammed my basket into the lower shelf and kicked it hard. Cans burst under his boots. He slipped just enough for me to drive my shoulder into him. We hit the snack rack together. Chips burst around us. He smelled of cold sweat and clove gum. His pistol skidded under the freezer. He drove his forearm into my ribs. Pain lit white. I grabbed his wrist and saw the red thread was tied over old scar tissue. Not decorative. It was ritual. A little brass charm hung from it, shaped like a bird's skull. "Where's Calder?" I asked. He headbutted me. My vision flashed black at the edges. He shoved me off and reached inside his jacket. I caught his sleeve with both hands and yanked him sideways into the cooler glass. His cheek split against the metal frame. Hale came in low from the end of the aisle and hit him once in the knee with a baton he must have taken from the cruiser. The joint bent badly. The man screamed, went down, and Hale pinned him with a boot between the shoulder blades. Omar stood behind the counter holding a tire iron with both hands. "I don't get paid enough," he said. "Nobody does," Hale said. "Call state police." "Not county." "Call state police. Tell them Detective Oscar Hale said Mercer Protocol." Homer blinked. "Is that real?" "It is now." The man on the floor laughed through blood. "State won't help." "You think Finch money stops at county lines?" Hale pressed harder with his boot. "I think kneecaps stop at my patients." The man's eyes rolled toward me. He shouldn't have taken the seed. Hale looked at me. I looked back. The pause was too long. "Connor," he said. "Later. This feels like later wearing a fake mustache." The man laughed again. Blood bubbled at his lip. "The witness carries it. The door walks now." I crouched beside him. "Where is Calder?" He smiled wider. His teeth were very white except where blood had painted them. "Taking the ledger to the orchard. Old Roots drink first." Then his throat opened from the inside. No blade touched him. No hand moved. A red line appeared under his jaw and split wide. Hot blood poured across the tile. Omar made a strangled sound. Hale jumped back, swearing. The man tried to laugh and choked instead. His eyes found mine as blood pumped over his collar. From his mouth came a voice that was not his. "Every name is a bell." Then he died. His ghost tore free before his body stopped twitching. Most ghosts emerge confused, dragged backward into the last instant they remember. This one stood at once, but he was not whole. Red thread ran from his wrist into the floor, down to the tile, through concrete, through earth, stretching south toward Finch House or wherever Calder had gone. The thread jerked tight. His spirit tried to scream. The sound became a cough of ash. The thread pulled him through the floor and took him away. I staggered back into a shelf. Hale stared at the blood. "Tell me you saw something useful." "They can kill their own people from a distance." I said useful. "Calder is taking the ledger to an orchard." Hale shut his eyes for 1 second. "There are 6 Finch orchards in the county. Old Roots drink first." I hate ghost riddles. So do ghosts. They just don't improve. A horn blared outside, and I knew it was Mara. Hale and I ran out the back. The cruiser rocked on its shocks. Black handprints smeared the rear window from the inside, though every living person was accounted for. Tessa was pressed against the door, Nico wrapped around her shoulders, Brina praying under her breath. Deputy Arnett was staring at the empty seat beside him. "There was a woman back here," Arnett said. "She was made of dirt. She knew my name." Mara leaned over the front seat, one hand on the horn, the poker across her lap. Something hit the trunk. The trunk lid popped once. Then again. Hale raised his pistol. "Nobody opened it?" "We were enjoying the ambience," Mara said. "No, nobody opened it." I moved to the back of the cruiser. Hale came beside me. The trunk shook with a third knock. 3 knocks. My palm throbbed. Hale mouthed a curse, then reached for the latch. "Wait," I said. "We need supplies from the trunk." "Since when do trunks knock?" "Since I started working with you." He popped it. The lid rose 6 inches before a gray arm pushed through the gap. Hale slammed the lid down on it. Bone cracked. The arm kept moving, fingers scrabbling against the paint. I shoved an iron nail through the wrist. The flesh collapsed into wet ash, leaving a smell like burned hair and swamp gas. Inside the trunk, under the road flares and medical kit, lay a burlap sack that had not been there before. It writhed. Mara rolled down her window. "Please tell me that's not ours." "It's not ours," Hale said. "You sounded too honest." I cut the string with Hale's pocket knife and stepped back. The sack sagged open. Dozens of small paper packets spilled out, carrying teeth, hair, rings, knuckles, and a child's clay bead bracelet. Every packet had a name written in faded ink. Some names had dates. Some had dollar amounts. Some had only a red thumbprint. Brina saw them from the car and covered her mouth. "Those are from the house," she said through the window. We pinned him. Not these, Tessa whispered. Those are the ones Calder stole years ago. The missing index. The packets began tapping against the trunk floor. Name after name. Bell after bell. The dead gathered at the edge of the parking lot in a silent ring. Hale looked at me, then at the road, then at the blood spreading under the gas station door. Mercer Clinic first, he said. Then the orchard. Calder won't wait, I said. Tessa will die if we don't stop her bleeding and fever. Mara's face tightened. She did not argue. I looked at the packets in the trunk. Each one tapped with a tiny, patient sound, like fingernails under the floor, like old debts waking. My pocket pulsed cold around the seed. Clinic first, I said. The dead at the edge of the lot turned their heads toward the north road together, as if something there had called them by name. Mercer Clinic sat behind a shuttered feed store and looked like the kind of place people went to get tetanus shots, not survive a curse older than the county. A gravel lot wrapped around the building. The sign out front was hand-painted and peeling at the corners. 2 pickup trucks were parked near the side entrance. A faded ambulance with no license plates sat under a carport, its tires flat and its back doors chained. The building smelled of disinfectant, animal dander, and wood smoke from a stove somewhere inside. The woman who opened the side door had silver hair cut close to her head and a shotgun held low against her thigh. "Jonas," she said to Hale, "you brought company. I brought a mess. You usually do. This one bleeding?" "Several." Her eyes moved over Tessa, then Mara, then me, then the cuffed deputy in the back of the cruiser. She took in the mud, the blood, the poker, the packets in the trunk, and the fact that every dead person within a mile had begun drifting toward the lot. If she saw the dead, she gave no sign. Some people do not need the gift to understand when the air is wrong. "Bring the girl in," she said. "Weapons stay pointed down. If anyone bleeds on my waiting room magazines, they keep them." Her name was Dr. Iona Mercer, though Hale told me later she was not a doctor anymore in the legal sense. Licensing boards dislike people who treat knife victims without forms and ask too many questions about domestic bruises. Iona disliked boards more. She had the careful hands of someone who had delivered babies, dug buckshot out of shoulders, and put down beloved dogs in the same room. She put Tessa on an exam table under harsh lights. Tessa's skin looked almost translucent there, every bruise and raw mark too plain. Mara stood close until Iona pointed at a chair. "Sit before you fall," Iona said. "I'm fine," Mara said. "You have glass in your hair and a shoulder that's swelling under your coat. Sit before I sedate you out of spite." Mara sat. Nico refused to leave Tessa's side. Iona let him stay after checking his pupils and making sure his hands were clean. Prina hovered near the door with the expression of someone waiting for a sentence. Deputy Arnett sat cuffed to a radiator in the hallway while Hale used Iona's landline to call a state contact who swore loudly enough through the receiver for all of us to hear. I stood in the corner and tried not to pass out. The clinic walls were crowded with framed photographs of dogs, horses, and children in Halloween costumes. Between 2 pictures, a dead man in a work shirt stood with a hay hook through his chest and watched Iona clean Tessa's wrists. He did not beg. He only looked tired. "You know him?" I asked Iona quietly. She did not look up. "I know most people around here, living or otherwise." My head snapped toward her. She kept cleaning. "Close your mouth, Mr. Vale, because you look foolish. You can see them? I can feel where they stand. Seeing is your curse, from what Jonas told me. Mine is more like hearing mice in the walls. Annoying, but rarely theatrical." "Hale told you about me?" "Hale tells me what keeps people alive. He leaves out what makes him sound kind." From the hallway, Hale called, "I heard that?" "I meant you to," Iona said. Tessa hissed as antiseptic hit the torn skin around her wrist. Nico squeezed her other hand. "You need fluids," Iona said. "You need antibiotics. You need a hospital, which you are not getting until I know who will try to snatch you from it. You also need to tell me whether anything was put in your mouth or injected." Tessa's eyes flicked to Mara. Mara leaned closer. "Tell her." "Bram made me drink something," Tessa said. "It tasted like dirt and metal. He said it would keep me awake for the reading. Calder said not too much or I'd spoil." Mara closed her eyes. Her fingers curled against her knees. Iona's face did not change. Her hands did. They moved with colder purpose. How long ago? I don't know. The seller didn't have time. That's a truthful answer and an unhelpful one. We'll work with it. She drew blood, set fluids, cleaned the cut at Tessa's temple, and packed the raw places on her wrists. Tessa fought sleep as if sleep itself had teeth. Every time her eyes drifted, she jerked awake and scanned the corners. They're not here, I said. She looked at me. You're lying. I did not answer. The exam room held 8 ghosts now. The hayhook man, an old woman in a church hat, 2 young men with gray lips, a mother holding a baby wrapped in a towel, a girl with tire tracks over both legs, a man with no visible mark at all who stood in the corner and smiled too softly. The dead follow pain. They follow fear. They follow anyone who has brushed the veil and come back smelling like an open door. I had learned to move through them the way people in cities move through traffic, measuring gaps, ignoring stares, pretending not to notice the ones who want to step in front of you. Tessa could not pretend yet. The girl with the tire tracks crawled closer to the table. Tessa flinched. Mara saw the movement in Tessa's face, not the ghost. What is it? A girl, Tessa whispered. She's under the table. Her legs are wrong. Iona stopped taping the fluid line. Hale appeared in the doorway. Say that again. Tessa's eyes filled. She hated the tears enough to hold them in place. I can see them now. Nobody spoke. The clinic clock ticked above the sink with a bright plastic sound. I stepped closer. The scar in my palm tightened. Since when? Since the table, Tessa said. When he cut me, I saw the cellar people. I thought it was the drug. Then in the car, there was a woman in the back with Arnett. Here, there's a girl under the table and a man with something in his chest. The hayhook man looked at me, offended by being reduced to a something. Mara went pale. Is it permanent? No one in the room wanted me to answer. I answered anyway because lies rot faster around the dead. I don't know. Tessa laughed once, bitter and too adult. You mean yes? I mean, I don't know. Mine started with the blade. Yours started with a copy of a Right and Blood on that table. It may fade. It may not. But you don't think it will? I looked at the ghosts in the room. The smiling man in the corner had moved closer to the sink. His eyes were on the fluid bag. I think we treat it as real until it proves otherwise. Mara stood too fast, then grabbed the chair back when her shoulder punished her. She's 14. I was 12. That wasn't an answer, Connor. I don't have one that fixes it. Her anger hit the room because it had nowhere else to go. She looked at me as if I had brought the curse in under my coat, which, in one way, I had. Then she looked at Tessa and swallowed every sharp word before it cut the girl too. "Refix what we can," Mara said. "Then we fix the rest." Tessa nodded, but her gaze was on the ghost under the table. "The girl says her name is Poppy." The dead child froze. A whisper moved through the exam room, carrying Poppy's name like a key. The ghost's crushed legs flickered into a different shape. For 1 second, she was whole, standing in the yellow raincoat outside a school bus. Then the tire marks returned and she sagged. "She says she didn't run into the road," Tessa said. Her voice grew distant, listening inward. "A truck hit her because the driver saw a woman standing in the lane. The woman had red thread in her hair." Iona turned slowly toward Hale. Hale's face had gone flat in the way detectives get when a puzzle piece lands too hard. "Poppy Rill," he said. 10 years old. Hit and run, 3 years ago. Driver swore he saw someone step into the road, panicked, swerved, then struck her. He killed himself 2 months later. Tessa stared at Poppy. She says the driver didn't kill himself. The room temperature dropped. The smiling ghost in the corner stopped smiling. I moved before I understood why. I grabbed a handful of salt from my bag and threw it at him. He shrieked, face splitting open down the middle to reveal a mouth full of black thread. The salt stuck to him in bright grains. Iona snatched a cast iron pan from a lower shelf and hurled it with both hands. It passed through him, but not cleanly. Iron dragged something out. The ghost collapsed into a knot of smoke and red string, then snapped backward through the wall. Tessa screamed. Not at the ghost. At the fluid bag. A red thread had appeared inside the clear tubing, creeping down toward her arm. Iona clamped the line and yanked the needle free. The thread lashed like a worm and struck the metal tray. It hissed, leaving a black mark. Mara pulled Tessa against her chest. Hale drew his pistol in the clinic because by then Manners had left the county. Iona held the severed tubing at arm's length. That came from my supply cabinet. The cults can reach here, I said. Don't call them a cult, Brina said from the doorway. We all looked at her. She seemed smaller under the exam room lights. Her makeup had smeared. Mud streaked one cheek. She kept her hands clasped tight in front of her, as if she did not trust them. Cults believe, she said. The Finches invested. The sentence landed with a sick weight. Hale stepped toward her. Start talking. Bryna lifted Tessa, then Nico, then the floor. The house had ledgers, not one but many, and Aemon began it before every generation added to it. Land disputes, illnesses, elections, bank failures, affairs, and babies born sick and made well because someone else's baby took the cost. It wasn't worship. It was accounting. Mara's voice sharpened. And you knew. I knew pieces. Enough to be guilty, not enough to understand how deep it went. That's convenient. It is. I used that convenience for years. Nico looked as if someone had struck him. You let us live there. Brina flinched. I thought if we obeyed the rules, the house would leave you alone. Rules? Hale asked. Brina counted them without looking at him. No blood over the kitchen threshold. No mirrors uncovered during storms. No sleeping in the west bedroom after midnight. No whistling under the stairs. No reading from the red ledger aloud. No taking anything from the walls. No naming the first buried child. Tessa's hand tightened around Mara's. Aemon's son. The one under the hearth. His name was Lucan. The clinic lights flickered. Every ghost in the room turned toward Tessa. Iona whispered something that sounded like a prayer and a curse sharing a coat. Brina backed into the door frame. Don't say it again. Why? Tessa asked. Because the first name wakes the foundation. The red stone in my pocket pulsed hard enough to make me suck in air. Outside, the chained ambulance under the carport shifted. Hale looked toward the window. Please tell me that dead don't drive. Not usually, I said. The ambulance shifted again, metal groaning. The chain on the back doors snapped tight. From inside came 3 knocks. Iona grabbed another iron pan. That ambulance hasn't had an engine in 12 years. Then it's fuel efficient, Mara said, voice shaking. The back doors burst open. A body fell out onto the gravel. Then another. Then another. Not fresh bodies. Not whole bodies. Paper packets split in the lot. Bones and rings and hair poured from the ambulance in a dry cascade. Far more than could have fit inside. Names written in faded ink fluttered in the wind. The dead outside the clinic dropped to their knees. Not in worship. In recognition. The packets had followed us. Or the seed had called them. Or Calder had run the orchard and every buried bargain in the county had begun crawling toward its owner. Tessa reached for her red notebook. Mara caught her wrist. Absolutely not. I know where the first orchard is, Tessa said. You're not going anywhere. It's not on modern maps. The old Finch orchard was behind St. Aron's church. Aemon planted apple trees over the graves of the people he used to buy the land. He called it the Mercy Orchard because he was a bastard. Hale looked at Brina. True? Brina's mouth worked once. Yes, it's true. How far? 20 miles, Brina said. Maybe less if the bridge isn't washed. Iona looked at Tessa's wrist, then the blood pressure cuff, then the window where packets spilled in the lot like a paper snowfall. She can't make that trip. Tessa pushed herself up on one forearm. If Calder reads those names at the roots, he doesn't need the house. He can move the bargain. Move it where? Mara asked. Tessa looked at me. The stone in my pocket answered with a cold pulse. Into him, she said. The witness carrying the seed. Hale's jaw tightened. Then we keep Connor far away from the orchard. From the hallway, Arnett laughed. It was not a possessed laugh this time. It was worse. Hysterical, cracked, human. Too late, he said. Look outside. We looked. Every packet in the lot had turned toward the clinic door, like compass needles, pointing at me. We left Mercer Clinic in 2 vehicles because Hale said clustering all the cursed people in one cruiser made a convenient target, and nobody had the energy to tell him the whole county had already marked us. Iona kept Tessa behind for 12 minutes. That was all she could win. She pushed fluids into the girl, gave her antibiotics, wrapped her wrists, taped her ribs, and loaded Mara's coat pockets with supplies while cursing everyone in the room by profession, bloodline, and probable childhood behavior. Then she handed Tessa a small iron skillet no larger than a dinner plate. "Swing with both hands," Iona said. Tessa stared at it. "I'm not strong enough." "Then swing early." Nico took the skillet from her. "I'll swing." "You'll swing when your sister says," Iona said, "not when your fear starts barking." Nico nodded because Iona had the kind of voice that made people obey before they checked whether she had a badge. Hale drove the sheriff's cruiser with Arnett cuffed in the back. Brina rode beside him because Hale wanted her where he could hear every lie start to form. Mara drove Iona's old pickup with Tessa and Nico in the front bench and me in the bed under a tarp with the sacks of packets. That was my idea. Mara hated it. Hale hated it more. Iona called it medically foolish and spiritually idiotic. I agreed with all 3 assessments. The packets wanted the stone. The stone wanted me. If the dead things attacked, I wanted them coming at the truck bed instead of through Tessa's window. The tarp smelled of dust, oil, and mouse droppings. Cold winds slapped the loose edges. The road juddered under me. Every bump sent pain up my calf and ribs. I lay with one hand on the sacks and one hand around the wrapped stone in my pocket, trying to keep both from noticing each other. The packets tapped, not all at once now, in patterns. A dozen quick knocks, a pause, 3 slow taps, then the whisper of paper shifting against paper, names trying to speak. I had spent 2 decades telling the dead to wait their turn. That sounds cruel, until the first 100 beg at once, and you learn that attention is a resource like water. Give it to one and others thirst louder. Refuse all of them, and you become the sort of man who can step over a crying child no one else can see. There is no clean way to survive a crowd of ghosts. The packets were worse because they were not the dead themselves. They were receipts, leashes, and pieces taken to prove a bargain had weight. When I pressed my palm flat against the nearest sack, the scar flashed, and I heard a woman whisper from very far away, "Tell my son I did not leave." Another voice crushed over hers. "He sold my fever to the mill girl." Then another. "My name is not what they wrote." I pulled my hand back. Above the road noise, Mara shouted through the cracked rear window. "Still alive back there?" "I'm reconsidering it," I called. "Don't start without me." A smile tugged at my mouth despite the cold. It hurt. Most good things did that day. The Mercy Orchard lay beyond St. Oran's Church, which had been abandoned after the steeple took lightning and the congregation decided God had made a fair point about maintenance. The road there narrowed between old stone walls and fields gone brown under winter weeds. Bare apple trees rose on the hill beyond the church, twisted by age, black branches hooked against the sky. Even from a distance, they looked less planted than a ranch. Hale stopped the cruiser at the base of the hill. Mar pulled in behind him. I crawled out of the truck bed stiff and half numb. The packets in the sacks kept tapping after I left them, each sound tiny and furious. The church stood with its front doors chained and its windows boarded. Someone had painted over the old sign years ago, but the weather had peeled back enough whitewash to show the original name. St. Iran's Mercy Chapel. The same word again, mercy. Men like Eamon Finch loved words that cleaned blood off a sentence. Brina got out of the cruiser and stared at the orchard. "I haven't been here since I was a girl," she said. Hale uncuffed one of Arnett's wrists from the car cage and cuffed it to the inside handle instead. "You stay." Arnett looked at the hill. Sweat stood on his forehead, though the air was cold. "Don't leave me alone here. You shot at us and then carried a basement passenger in your face. Your comfort ranks low. Something in those trees knows me. Then apologize if it comes by." We took the sacks because leaving them felt worse. Hale carried one. I carried another. Mara insisted on carrying the red notebook, tucked under her jacket against her ribs. Tessa should have stayed in the truck. She did not. Nico walked beside her with a skillet in both hands, trying to look larger than his fear. You fall once, you done, Mara told Tessa. I know. You say you see something we can't. You say it clearly. I know. You start bleeding again. I carry you back myself. Aunt Mara, I know. Mara touched the side of Tessa's face. Let me fuss. I'm trying not to scream. Tessa nodded, and something in her hard little face softened for one breath. You can fuss. We climbed. The hill was steeper than it looked. The grass under the weeds was slick with old frost. The apple trees made no sound in the wind. That was the first wrong thing. Bare branches should creak. Twigs should scrape. The orchard stood silent, each tree twisted around a dark hollow at its base. Red thread hung from some of the branches, faded almost brown. Strips of cloth had been tied to others. A child's shoe dangled from one limb by its laces. The dead waited between the rows, not hundreds but thousands. They stood shoulder to shoulder under the trees, pale and thin, dressed in every decade the county had survived. Farmers in patched coats, women with work-rough hands, children with bare feet blue from cold, men in suits with bullet holes hidden under lapels, a nurse still wearing her white cap, a miner with coal dust embedded in the lines of his face. Their eyes followed me, then Tessa, then the sacks. Tessa whispered, There's so many. Don't count, I said. Counting makes them think you're choosing. That's awful advice. Most true advice is. At the center of the orchard stood the oldest tree. It should have been dead. Its trunk was split from base to crown, black inside, wide enough for a man to stand in the cleft. Yet red apples hung from its branches, dozens of them, glossy and full in the dead of winter. The ground under it was bare, the soil dark and soft. A stone marker leaned at the roots, but the name had been chiseled away. Calder stood beside the trunk with the ledger open in his hands. He had changed coats. Or maybe he had turned his ruined one inside out. Red thread circled his left wrist, his right wrist, and his throat. The revolver rested on the stone marker with an easy reach. Two people stood with him. A woman in a gray wool coat with a shaved head and a face as calm as poured wax. A younger man with a hatchet tucked through his belt and blood on his boots. New names. New living servants. Bryna sucked in a breath. Celine Vark. Arden Pike. Hale shifted his grip on the sack. Friends of yours. Neighbors, donors, and good people in public. Those are my least favorite kind. Calder looked up as we entered the clearing. His eyes went to Tessa first. Something like annoyance crossed his face. You should be resting, he said. Mara stepped forward. Keep talking to her, and I'll feed you that book page by page. Celine Vark smiled faintly. Mara Sutter, still confusing volume with strength. Mara looked at her. Celine, still confusing cruelty with breeding. Enough, Calder said. The dead under the trees leaned closer. Calder turned to me. You brought them. That is good, because the house was wasteful. Eamon never thought beyond walls. Soil is older than stone. Root travel. The orchard can hold what the house held and more. You killed Bram, Hale said. Calder's eyebrow lifted. Bram fed himself to a thing he never understood. I consider that tidy. You sent a man after us at the gas station. Arden did. He has initiative. The younger man with the hatchet smiled. Had a cousin who owed Bram. Family debt is ugly. So is dying in a snack aisle, Hale said. Your cousin learned that part. Arden's smile vanished. Good, I thought. Angry men make mistakes. Angry men with hatchets also make corpses, but the first part matters. Calder turned a page in the ledger. Even from 10 yards away, I saw the paper crawl. The ink moved in the lines, rearranging itself around names. He read not aloud yet, but under his breath, tasting the words. The old tree creaked. An apple dropped from a high branch and struck the ground. It split open. Inside was not pale flesh and seeds. Inside was a packed knot of hair and teeth. Nico gagged. Tessa gripped his sleeve. Don't look at the apples. Too late, he whispered. I stepped forward with a sack. What do you want, Calder? A county freed from debt. Try bankruptcy. You joke because you don't understand inheritance. I understand people who call theft inheritance. They usually have better suits. His face tightened. My family made this place. The dead under the trees stirred. A miner lifted his crushed hand. A woman with a cut throat opened her mouth. A child held up a clay bead bracelet that matched one of the packets in Hale's sack. "Your family ate this place," Tessa said. Calder looked at her with a flicker of real hurt, which made him more disgusting, not less. "I tried to save you from the worst of it." Tessa's voice shook but did not break. "You tied my wrists." "Bram tied your wrists." "You watched." The orchard went colder. Calder looked away first. Celine Bark stepped beside him. "The girl has been marked by the right. Her blood can witness. The man carries the seed. The packets carry the debt. We have all the pieces." "You're missing one," I said. Her eyes narrowed. I lifted my empty hand. "Consent." The dead laughed. It started as a rustle under the trees, then built into a low, dry sound, not joy, not humor, but recognition. The kind of laugh people make when a rich man trips in mud. Calder slammed his palm onto the ledger. Silence. The dead did not silence. The old tree's branches trembled. I opened the sack and poured packets onto the ground. Hale understood before I finished. He poured his sack too. Paper bundles spilled across the bare soil. Names flashed in faded ink. Rings clicked. Teeth scattered. Hair curled in the wind. Calder's composure cracked. "What are you doing?" "Returning evidence," I said. "They belong to the ledger. They belong to themselves." He reached for the revolver. Hale shot the stone marker beside his hand. Chips exploded. Calder jerked back, fingers bleeding. Arden Pike yanked the hatchet from his belt and charged. Mara met him halfway with the iron poker. He swung high. She ducked under it and drove the poker into his ribs. The iron struck with a dull sound. Arden grunted, staggered, and slashed downward. Mara twisted, but the hatchet edge tore through her sleeve and opened the skin along her upper arm. Blood spotted the dead grass. The orchard noticed. Every red thread in the branches snapped tight toward her. I threw salt at the nearest threads. They smoked and curled. Nico ran in with the skillet and hit Arden in the knee. The sound was ugly. Arden dropped with a howl. Tessa, pale and shaking, kicked the hatchet away from his hand. Celine moved toward the packets with a silver knife. Bryna stepped in front of her. For a moment, the two women stared at each other across 20 years of committee lunches, funerals, charitable dinners, and secrets wrapped in polite language. "Move, Bryna," Celine said. "I moved for men like you my whole life. I'm tired. You're a Finch by marriage. You owe the root. I owe the children I failed." Celine cut her. The silver knife flashed and opened Bryna's cheek from ear to mouth. Blood sheeted down her neck. Bryna did not retreat. She grabbed Celine's wrist with both hands and drove it down onto the old tree's exposed root. The silver blade sank into black wood. The root screamed. Not a metaphor. It screamed with every voice buried beneath it. The dead surged. Packets burst open in the dirt. Hair lifted like grass in a storm. Teeth rolled toward the roots and stopped. The names written on paper brightened, one by one as ghosts bent over them. The clay bead bracelet rose into the air and found the dead child who had been holding its memory under the trees. The child closed both hands around it. Light moved through her. She vanished. Not dragged and not devoured, she was released. A hole opened in the orchard's hunger. Calder saw it and lost the last piece of himself that could pass for human. He grabbed the ledger and began reading aloud. The words were not English, not Latin, not anything that belonged to mouths shaped for mercy. The first sentence made my teeth ache. The second made the scar in my palm split open at the center. Blood ran to my glove. The red stone in my pocket pulsed so hard it felt like a second heartbeat. The old tree bent toward me. Roots tore from the ground. Hale fired at Calder. Celine shoved Bryna into the line of fire. The bullet grazed Celine's shoulder instead of Calder's chest. She spun and fell against the tree. Bryna hit the ground hard, cheek bleeding, eyes open but unfocused. Mara screamed her name and drove the poker into Arden's hand as he reached for the hatchet again. I pulled the red stone from my pocket. It stuck to my palm. The world narrowed. The orchard vanished under visions. The market. The temple. Finch House. The first hearth. The old tree is a sapling watered with blood. Calder is a boy hiding under a banquet table while his father and Bromvos argued over names. Tessa at the library shelf. Mara alone in her apartment eating standing up because grief had taught her not to set a place. Hale beside a hospital bed years ago holding the hand of someone I did not know while promising to bring justice and knowing he could not. My mother in Mexico turning as the wind came, seeing something behind me that no one else saw. Then Maria, the old woman from the market, stood in the vision with both hands raised. "The blade opened you," she said without moving her mouth. "The seed closes others." "How?" I asked aloud. Calder heard only a broken man talking to air. He read louder. Maria's vision leaned close. Her face was older than I remembered, older than any living face had a right to be. Name what was taken. I looked at the packets. Thousands of names. Too many. Always too many. Tessa understood before I did. She opened the red notebook with shaking hands. Mara grabbed her. "No, not the right," Tessa said. "The index." She flipped pages until she found the copied list. Her voice was thin, but the orchard carried it. "Poppy Rill," she read. "Taken for the safe re-election of Magistrate Hollis Vark." The dead child in the yellow raincoat rose near the tree. Her crushed legs straightened. She looked at Celine. Celine began to crawl away. "Gideon Mares," Tessa read. "Taken for the recovery of Eamon Finch's lungs." The miner with the cold dark face lifted his head. "Evelyn Mark." Tessa read. "Taken for the fever of Thomas Vale." Mara stiffened. "Vale." Tessa's voice cracked, but she kept going. "Infant unnamed, taken for the stillborn heir of Amabel Finch." The orchard shook. Calder shouted over her, but his words started to fray. For every stolen name Tessa spoke, one line of the ledger turned black and curled from the page like burned skin. The old tree bled sap as dark as oil. The red stone in my palm cooled. Not enough to let go, enough to think. I pressed it into the dirt at the base of the tree and drove an iron nail through the handkerchief around it. The impact rang through the orchard. Every apple on the tree split open. Hair and teeth rained down. Calder lunged for me. Hale caught him by the shoulder and drove him into the trunk. The ledger flew from Calder's hands and landed near the roots, pages flapping. Celine screamed Poppy's name, not in apology but fear, as the dead girl took one step toward her. Brina, bleeding heavily from her cheek, crawled to the ledger. "Burn it," Hale shouted. "No," I said. Everyone looked at me. My voice sounded rough, borrowed. "Not until every name is read. If we burn it now, the stolen stay stolen." Calder laughed against the tree, Hale's forearm across his throat. "You can't read them all. There are generations in there. You'll die first." The old tree's roots coiled around my ankle. He might have been right. Then the dead began to read with us. Voices rose from every row, speaking names the ledger tried to hide. Some in English. Some in languages Eamon's clerks had mangled. Some with no words I knew, but with the force of identity behind them. Tessa read from the notebook. Brina dragged the ledger open and read through blood filling one side of her mouth. Mara stood over them with the poker. Nico held the skillet against his chest and sobbed while he said each name after his sister, because children know repetition is how you keep from losing a thing. I held the stone pinned to the ground and felt the seed fight. It showed me my mother. It showed me her dying in a hospital bed 9 years ago, tubes taped to her hands, eyes darting toward corners she pretended were empty because she knew I could see what waited there. It showed me my father leaving afterward, unable to remain in any room where grief had furniture. It showed me every night I had slept with lights on, every spirit I had failed, every missing person whose bones I found too late. "Give me the names," the seed seemed to say, "and I will give you silence." For one breath, I wanted that so badly my fingers loosened on the nail. Mara's hand closed around my wrist. She had crossed the clearing without me seeing. Blood ran down her arm from Arden's hatchet strike. Her face was pale, jaw clenched. "Stay here," she said. "I'm here." "No, Connor. Stay with us." The seed pulsed. Mara did not look away. "I can't hear what it's offering," she said, "but I've seen your face when the dead won't let you sleep. Whatever it promised, it's lying about the price." The nail steadied under my palm. I drove it deeper. The stone cracked. A red light shot upward through the tree. Branches whipped. Roots snapped. Calder screamed as the trunk behind him split wider and something inside reached for his spine. Hale dragged him away just before Blackwood closed where his body had been. The old tree collapsed inward. Not down, but inward. The trunk folded into its own hollow, taking roots, apples, red thread, and the pinned stone with it. The ground opened beneath the base, a deep black throat lined with pale roots. The packets slid toward it. Ghosts grabbed at them, not to keep them from falling, but to tear them open before they vanished. Names splashed and went out. One after another, the dead found what had been taken. Celine Vark tried to run. Poppy Rill caught her hand. The living woman stopped as if a leash had gone tight around her heart. Her mouth opened. No sound came out. Red threads snapped from her shaved scalp, one strand, then 3, then a dozen. Each thread led to a ghost. Poppy, the driver who had been framed, a maid with bruises on her throat, and a boy with a broken neck. Celine's body arched, heels digging into the dirt. I looked away before the threads pulled. The sound was wet and quick. Nico buried his face against Tessa's shoulder. When I looked back, Celine was gone, not dead on the ground, simply absent. Only her gray coat remained, folded empty beside the roots. Calder saw it and stopped fighting Hale. For the first time, true fear took him. The orchard was not obeying him anymore. The dead were. He whispered, "This isn't how the transfer works." Bryna spat blood into the dirt. "You should have read the index slower." The ground under the oldest tree sealed with a heavy thud. The orchard fell silent. A wind moved through the branches at last. Real wind came through, cold and clean enough to hurt. I lifted my hand. The red stone was gone. The nail was blackened and bent flat. In my palm, the old scar had split at the center and formed a tiny cross-shaped tear that bled sluggishly. Hale cuffed Calder with his own red thread tangled in the metal. "Calder Sutter," he said, voice low. "You're under arrest for more murders than I can count, and enough additional madness to keep paperwork alive for decades." Calder laughed softly. "You think I was the only heir?" The dead under the trees turned toward the road. Far below, at St. Oran's Church, the bell rang once. There had been no bell in its broken steeple. Tessa looked downhill. Someone answered. The church bell rang again. Then the chain doors blew open. The sound from the church rolled up the hill and went through the orchard like a hand through water. Ghosts recoiled first. The oldest ones bent away from it, faces flickering. The newly freed clutched names, rings, bead bracelets, and scraps of hair against their chests as if the bell might steal them back. The living only felt the pressure. It struck behind the eyes and made the bones in my ears ache. Calder smiled through blood. That worried me more than the bell. Hale shoved him toward the ground. "What is that?" Calder pressed his cheek into the dead grass and still managed to look pleased. "Insurance." Mara kept the poker aimed at Arden Pike, who lay curled around his ruined hand and knee. "Whose insurance?" "The families who understood Eamon's work had branches," Calder said. "Finch House was never alone. Neither was the orchard." The bell rang a third time. The red notebook flew out of Tessa's hands. Pages whipped open in the dirt, flipping too fast for the wind. Ink bled through paper. Fresh lines wrote themselves under the copied index in a hand none of us knew. Nico tried to grab it. Tessa caught his sleeve. "Don't," she said. The pages stopped. One sentence had appeared across the centerfold. "The witness has paid the orchard, but the chapel keeps the door." Hale read it over Tessa's shoulder. "I dislike helpful evil." "That's not helpful," Mara said. "That's a threat with handwriting." Bryna pressed a claw to her torn cheek. Blood soaked through between her fingers. Xena Rand's wasn't built as a church. Eamon bought it after the first pastor disappeared. My mother said there was a room beneath the altar nobody entered after dark. "Your family had a charming talent for late warnings," Hale said. "Yes," Bryna said, and the simple honesty in it shut him up. Down the hill, the church doors hung open on broken chains. Dark waited behind them. Not ordinary shadow. The kind of dark that knew who was looking. Arnett's cruiser horn began to blare. One long cry. Then it cut off. Hale's head snapped toward the road. Arnett. He was cuffed to the car, Mara said. That detail may have expired. We moved downhill in bad formation because half of us could barely stand, and the other half kept looking at ghosts. Hale dragged Calder by the cuffs. Calder stumbled theatrically until Hale promised to shoot him in the foot and mean it. Mara walked beside Tessa, one hand near the girl's back without touching unless needed. Nico carried the skillet. Brina came last, refusing help even the blood had soaked her collar. I walked ahead with my bag nearly empty and the bent black nail in my fist. The orchard dead followed to the edge of the trees and stopped there. Their release had boundaries. They watched us descend with hollow patience. Poppy Rill, whole now in her yellow raincoat, lifted one hand to Tessa. Tessa lifted hers back. Then Poppy faded into the gray air. Not all endings make noise. At the bottom of the hill, the cruiser sat with its driver's door open and the horn button broken inward. Deputy Arnett was gone. The cuff chain dangled from the rear handle, stretched and twisted. Blood spotted the seat. Not much, but enough. On the windshield, someone had drawn the bird skull symbol from the inside with a wet finger. Hale leaned into the car. Arnett. The radio crackled. A woman's voice came through, low and pleasant. Detective Hale, please bring the marked witness into the chapel. Leave the children outside if you want them to breathe until sunset. Hale grabbed the radio mic. Identify yourself. Static hissed. The voice returned. You know one of my names as Judge Orla Kest. You may call me Orla because this day has become intimate. Brina's face changed. Orla Kest sits on the circuit bench. Not today, Hale said into the mic. Today she kidnaps deputies and threatens minors. A soft laugh answered. Deputy Arnett came willingly after we removed the part of him that resisted. Don't fret. He is still alive. Most of him. Arnett screamed in the background. Mara flinched. Tessa closed her eyes. Hale's face emptied. You heard him again, Hale said, and I'll make your last hour educational. Men who threaten judges usually end in cages. Judges who talk too long usually need stalling time. The radio clicked off. The church waited. Calder laughed under his breath. Hale slammed him against the cruiser hard enough to dent the door. What is she doing? Hale asked. Calder's smile trembled. If Orla is here, I suggest you pray she doesn't consider you useful. My prayers are busy. The chapel door opens downward. Finchhouse fed the thing. The orchard moved the debt. St. Oran's stores the judges. Every bargain made legal had to be witnessed there. If Orla rings the court bell beneath the altar, she can summon every debt bound by law, not blood. Meaning what? Mara asked. Calder looked at me. Meaning the county itself becomes the house. The winter air seemed to thin. Hale looked toward the church. Can she do that with us outside? Calder shook his head. She needs the marked witness close enough to hear the ruling. She needs the girl because Tessa named the dead and survived. She needs a Finch, which appears inconvenient for me. Brina stepped forward. I'm a Finch by marriage. Calder gave her a pitying look. Marriage buys rooms, Brina. Blood buys doors. Nico's voice came out small. Tessa is blood too. No one answered. Mara moved in front of the twins. The church bell rang again, though the steeple was empty. From inside St. Duran's came the sound of men and women murmuring in formal tones. Court voices, measured, bored, cruel, because cruelty comes easier when seated above the person bleeding. The chapel windows glowed red. I saw them then, gathered behind the glass. Not ghosts of victims. Different dead. Judges in robes. Clerks with ink-stained fingers. Lawyers with watch chains. Sheriffs, county commissioners, and bankers, all hollow-eyed, all bound with red thread around their throats like judicial collars. Their mouths moved together. The witness approaches. Connor, Mara said. I see them. That wasn't my question. I looked at her. Her arm still bled. Dirt streaked her face. Her hair had come loose from its knot. In the middle of that ruined day, with a cursed church ahead and a girl shaking behind her, Mara looked less like someone I had met that morning and more like a person the world had been saving to test me with. I'm not going alone, I said. Good, because that wasn't on the menu. Hale unlocked Calder from the cruiser and recuffed his hands in front, then shoved him toward the church. He goes in first. Calder stopped smiling. Detective. You wanted doors. Open one. We crossed the churchyard. The graves were old and tilted, names softened by rain. As we passed, hands pushed up through the soil. Not flesh hands. Paper hands, folded from old court orders, deeds, warrants, and birth certificates. They clawed at our boots, leaving ink stains on leather. I scattered the last of my salt. The paper hands curled away, smoking. Mara helped Tessa around them. Nico swung the skillet at one and tore it in half. The severed paper hand fluttered like a dying bird. "I hate this place," he said. "That's healthy," I said. At the church doors, Hale made everyone stop. "Rules," he said. "Nobody enters a voice unless we know it's living. Nobody signs anything. Nobody takes anything handed to them. Nobody repeats a sentence from inside unless Connor or Tessa says it's safe, which probably means nobody repeats anything. Nobody dies?" Mara said. Hale looked at her. "That rule's my favorite." We entered. St. Auren's smelled of mildew, candle smoke, and old paper. The pews had been stripped from the nave, leaving scuffed floorboards and lines where benches once stood. The altar remained, draped in a white cloth gone yellow with age. Behind it, instead of a cross, hung a framed county seal. The glass over it was cracked. Red thread ran from the frame down the wall and into the floor. Deputy Arnett knelt in front of the altar. His shirt had been cut open. Red thread stitched a crooked pattern over his chest. Not deep enough to kill yet. Deep enough to make every breath a punishment. His eyes rolled toward us. "Don't let her read me," he gasped. Judge Orla Kest stood behind him in a black robe. She was in her 60s, tall, dark-skinned, with silver at her temples and a face that had practiced patience until it became a weapon. She held a brass handbell in one hand and a legal folder in the other. Red thread circled her neck under the collar of the robe. 2 living men flanked her with shotguns. Both wore plain coats. Both had the calm of paid help who had done this before. "Detective Hale," Orla said. "Mr. Vale, Miss Sutter, children, Bryna, and Calder, you look diminished." Calder spat at the floor. "You set this up. I allowed your little orchard experiment because it exposed the weak branches. Thank you for pruning yourself." Hale's pistol was in his hand, pointed low. "Let Arnett go. Soon. The court is in session." The dead judges behind her murmured approval. Tessa swayed. Mara caught her. Orla's eyes moved to Tessa. "What a resilient girl. Your family line has always been hard to spend." "Don't talk to her," Mara said. "I talk to whomever the court recognizes." Orla rang the bell. The sound did not ring outward. It dropped. A square seam opened in the floor before the altar. Wooden boards folded down without hinges, revealing stone steps descending into red light. Heat rose from below, carrying the smell of ink, wax, and bodies packed too close. The courtroom under the chapel was already full. I saw it through the opening. Rows of dead officials sat on benches carved from dark wood, their faces turned upward. At the far end, a judge's bench had been built from coffin lids. Above it hung dozens of bells, each tied with red thread. Orla smiled at me. "The law is a haunting, Mr. Vale, though most people simply call it tradition. Most people aren't feeding kids to basements. Most people benefit from things they pretend not to see." She opened the folder. Inside lay a single page, old and fresh at once. The ink moved across it. The county petitions to transfer the remaining debt of Finch House, Mercy Orchard, and St. Auren's Chapel into a living vessel capable of witnessing and burying the dead. My scar burned. Hale raised his pistol. One of Orla's men lifted his shotgun toward Tessa. Hale froze. Orla continued. "The court names Connor Vale as vessel. The court names Tessa Sutter as secondary witness. The court names Calder Sutter as blood sponsor. The court names Deputy Lyle Arnett as temporary bond." Arnett sobbed. Bryna stepped forward. "Name me instead." Orla glanced at her. "You are not enough. I helped hide it. I lied. I stayed. That should count for something. Guilt is common currency, dear. The court requires blood backed by title." Calder whispered, "No." Orla looked at him, almost kindly. "Yes." The red thread around Calder's wrists tightened. He screamed as it cut into skin. Blood ran over the cuffs. The bells below began to stir. Tessa pushed away from Mara. "The court is wrong," she said. Orla's expression cooled. Child court is the place where wrong becomes enforceable. Tessa held up the red notebook. You need the index. You need the right names. You don't have them anymore. I have the law. The law took names away. I gave them back. The dead judges below shifted uneasily. Orla rang the bell again. Pain ripped across my palm. I dropped to one knee. Red thread shot from the open floor and wrapped my wrist. It was hot and slick, alive enough to pulse. Mara grabbed it with the poker and pinned it to the floor. The iron smoked. I tore my arm free, leaving skin behind. Hale fired twice. The first shot hit one shotgun man in the shoulder and spun him down. The second struck the brass bell in Orla's hand. The bell shattered. Sound burst through the church, too loud and too deep. Every window blew outward. The dead judges screamed below. The second shotgun man fired. The blast caught Brina. She had stepped in front of Tessa. The impact threw her backward into Mara and the twins. Blood opened across Brina's side. She hit the floor hard, eyes wide, hands clawing at the boards. Mara dropped beside her. Brina, stay with me. Brina's mouth moved around blood. I finally moved. Don't you dare make that your last line. Orla reached for the folder page. I lunged. Calder lunged too, but not to help me. He went for Orla with his cuffed hands raised like a club. The red thread dragged him backward, but desperation made him strong. He slammed into her and both of them crashed against the altar. The folder flew open. The living page slid across the floor toward the hole. Tessa crawled for it. Nico grabbed her belt. No, don't. Let go. You're bleeding again. Then help me faster. They reached the page together. The paper hands from the churchyard burst through cracks in the floor, clawing for it. Nico smashed them with the skillet. Tessa pressed her bloody palm onto the page. I object, she said. The dead courtroom went silent. Hale stared at her. That works? I saw it on television, Tessa said through clenched teeth. For one wild second, nobody moved. Then the dead judges began to whisper. Objection entered. State your grounds. Tessa's eyes found mine. She was 14, drugged, injured, dragged through hell, and still thinking. The vessel isn't empty, she said. Connor already carries the dead. The petition is fraud. The page shivered. Orla shoved Calder off and came up with a small knife pulled from her sleeve. Overruled. Mara threw the iron poker. It turned end over end and struck Orla in the forearm. The knife flew. Orla cried out and staggered. Hale tackled the second shotgun man into the wall. They went down hard, fighting over the weapon. Arnett, still stitched and bleeding, fell sideways and tried to crawl away from the altar. Calder rolled toward the open floor. The red threads dragged him inch by inch. He looked at me. Help me, he said. I hated him. I hated him for Tessa's wrists, for Bram's blade, for every name in the ledger, for the way he tried to turn guilt into ceremony. But I had spent too long with the dead to believe hatred was a clean tool. It cuts the hand holding it. I grabbed his cuffs. The thread around his wrists burned my palms. He screamed. I pulled. Mara joined me, one arm slick with blood, teeth clenched. Hale kicked free of the shotgun man and grabbed Calder's coat. Together we dragged him back from the opening. Orla laughed breathless and sharp. Mercy arrives. How traditional. Brina reached up from the floor. Her hand closed around Orla's ankle. No, Brina said. It was not a one-word sentence, because blood turned it into a full breath of meaning. The report would have called it a final statement if reports told the truth. Brina pulled herself closer and drove Celine's silver knife, which she must have taken from the orchard without anyone seeing, into the red thread at Orla's throat. The thread snapped. Orla's face changed from power to naked panic. Every bell below rang at once. The open floor became a mouth of red light. Threads shot upward, not toward me, not toward Tessa, but toward Orla. They wrapped her wrists, ankles, throat, waist. She clawed at them, robe tearing, nails breaking against strands she had believed would always obey. I am the court, she screamed. The dead judges answered as one. The court collects. They pull her down. Orla vanished through the opening, striking steps on the way. Her scream dropped into the courtroom beneath a chapel and kept falling long after her body should have hit bottom. The folder page burst into flame in Tessa's hands. She threw it away. It burned to ash before touching the floor. The hole slammed shut. The church went dark. For a moment, the only sounds were living ones. Tessa sobbing through her teeth. Nico whispering her name. Hale breathing hard beside the unconscious shotgun man. Arnett dragging air through clenched teeth. Mara pressing both hands to Brina's side while blood welled between her fingers. Brina looked at Mara. "Tell them," she whispered. "Tell them yourself." Mara. Mara. Mara bent closer. Brina's eyes moved to Tessa and Nico. "Tell them I'm sorry I made fear look like love." Tessa covered her mouth with both hands. Nico shook his head hard, as if refusal could hold blood in the body. Brina's gaze shifted to me. "Your mother is waiting outside. She says the south door is calling." Cold moved through me. "Myrea," I said. Brina gave the smallest nod. Then her eyes fixed on the broken county seal above the altar. The dead in the church changed. Victims who had been trapped in the legal cellar began rising through the floor, not as monsters, not as paper hands, but as people. Men and women in work clothes, children holding scraps of court papers, families who had lost farms, names, sons, daughters. They stood around Brina. One by one, they touched her shoulder. Not forgiveness, but something older and harder than witness. Brina exhaled and did not draw another breath. Mara bent over her, not as ceremony, but in the shape a body makes when it has nowhere to put grief. In that moment I did not think of machines or clean drafts. I thought only of Mara's shoulders shaking and the dead standing guard. Hale turned away to give her the little privacy a ruined church could offer. Calder lay on his side, cuffed and crying without sound. His red threads had gone slack. He looked smaller than his crimes and no less guilty. Tessa picked up the red notebook with burned fingers. The last page had changed. Where the court sentence had been, a new line appeared in dark ink. "The southern blade remembers the first thief." Under it, a map drew itself in lines of red. Not the county, but Mexico, the market town, the road, and the cave beneath the forgotten temple. My childhood mistake had not ended in that stall. It had only waited for the north to teach me how much worse doors could become. Outside, sirens finally approached from the distant road. State police, maybe. Or more people wearing authority like a borrowed skin. The dead in the chapel turned toward the sound and began fading, names clutched to their chests. My mother stood in the open doorway. Dawn-colored light passed through her, though the afternoon sky behind her remained gray. The black mark in her chest had spread. She looked at Brina's body, then at Tessa, then at me. "I can't hear you," I said. Her lips moved. This time I read them. "Myrea dies at sunset." The red notebook snapped shut in Tessa's hands. Far beneath St. Oran's, one bell rang from a place that should have been sealed. Calder laughed once, broken and quiet. "You stopped the county," he whispered. "You didn't stop the hunger." Hale crouched beside him and tightened the cuffs until Calder winced. "Then we keep going," Hale said. Mara lifted her head from Brina's still chest. Her eyes found mine through smoke, dust, and the first blue flicker of emergency lights beyond the blown windows. "Mexico," she said. It was not a question. Tessa wiped her burned fingers on her jeans and stood on legs that barely held her. Nico rose with her, skillet hanging from one hand like a child's idea of a sword. The dead at the doorway made a path. I looked down at my palm. The cross-shaped tear in the scar had stopped bleeding. In the center of it, a red pinpoint glowed under the skin. The seed was gone. The mark remained. And somewhere far south, the woman who had warned a foolish boy away from a black glass blade was running out of light. The last sacrifice. Expanded draft. The first siren reached St. Oran's Church as a thin cry over the fields, too late to save anyone and too early to let us disappear clean. I stood in the wreckage with smoke in my mouth, Brina's blood drying black between broken boards, and the red notebook pressed under Tessa's burned fingers. The dead had made a path to the door, but the living still blocked it. Hale had called her face down near the altar with one knee between his shoulder blades. Mara knelt beside Brina, one hand on her cousin's throat, though the pulse was already gone. Nico held the little skillet in both hands and kept watching the sealed floor as if it might decide to open again. My mother stood in the doorway where the gray daylight should have filled the church. It passed through her in dull strips. The mark in her chest pulsed once, then dimmed. Her lips moved again, but the curse had taken her voice the way it took every kindness and rationed it out as punishment. I read the message on her mouth. Mireya dies at sunset. I had read it once. I kept reading it even after her mouth stopped moving. Tessa looked down at the notebook. The fresh map had spread across 2 pages, red ink crawling through paper fibers that should not have been able to hold it. The line began at St. Oran's. It cut south across blank space, crossed a jagged border drawn like teeth, then curled into mountains around a small circle. Beside the circle, a symbol had formed, a bird's skull with red eyes. "Tell me that's not where you bought it," Mara said. Her voice scraped against the air. She did not move from Bryna. She had blood on her jaw, smoke in her hair, and a look that made the church seem colder. "It's close," I said. "I don't know the name." My parents never wrote it down. The town barely had signs. A red dirt road, market stalls, and a church bell with a crack in it all stayed in my head. I remember the old woman named Mireya, and I remember stealing the knife from her shelf. Tessa's mouth tightened. "You were a kid." "I had hands," I said. "I used them." The red pinpoint under my scar flashed as if it liked the admission. Hale jerked Calder's cuffed wrists higher. Calder hissed through his teeth. "How do we get there?" Calder laughed without turning his face from the boards. Blood ran from his split lip into the dust. "You don't. The south door opens for debt, Sheriff. Not for mileage." Hale shoved his face harder into the floor. "I wasn't asking you." The siren grew louder. Another one joined it. Red and blue lights strobed faintly through the blown windows, painting the dead as they faded along the walls. My mother raised one hand, palm out, not goodbye. It was warning. Something moved beneath the sealed floor. Not a knock this time. A drag. Long, slow, patient. Tessa flinched and clutched the notebook to her chest. Mara finally looked up. "We need to leave." Bryna lay across her lap. The dead around them had grown thin, but the ones who touched Bryna's shoulder remained a little longer. Victims of the county. Men with rope marks on their wrists. Women with court papers pinned to their dresses. Children with dirt on their knees. None of them smiled. That made it feel more honest. "Mara," Hale said quietly. She closed Bryna's eyes with 2 fingers. Her hand shook once. She steadied it against Bryna's cheek. "Give me a minute," she said. Outside, car doors slammed. Men shouted through the rain. The storm had started without my noticing. Water tapped through holes in the roof and struck the altar in dark spots. Nico shifted closer to Tessa. "If the cops find us in here, what happens?" "Depends which ones," Hale said. "That's supposed to help?" It was supposed to be true. Calder turned his head enough for one bright eye to show. The county had judges. The county had clerks. The county had deputies. "Do you think all of them died under this roof?" Hale looked at him, and the answer showed in the muscles along his jaw. Tessa opened the notebook again. The map line darkened. A second line appeared, thinner, branching toward a place marked by 3 black dots. "What's that?" she asked. The dead behind me whispered before I could answer. "A field where planes forget their names." The voice came from Bryna. Mara went still. Bryna's ghost stood a few feet behind her body, pale and wet with blood that was no longer falling. She looked younger without the hard lines fear had carved into her face. Her eyes went to Mara first, then to Tessa. She tried to speak again, and the whole church tightened around the effort. "A field," she whispered, "north of Bellwether. Old crop strip. Red hanger." Mara's breath hitched. She did not turn around. "I hear you," she said. Bryna's face folded for a second, almost human enough to break whatever was left of the room. Hale blinked rain from his lashes. "I know the place. Belonged to Luann Searle before taxes ate him alive. He runs medical flights now when his engines decide to forgive him." "Can he get us south?" I asked. "He can get us to a place where roads still matter." "Maybe." The front doors banged open. 4 figures pushed in through the smoke. State police by the shape of their hats and coats. 2 had rifles raised. One had a flashlight. One had a face I recognized from the old photographs under Finch House. Older now, heavier at the neck, but still carrying the same flat eyes. Deputy Rennick had survived the orchard. His rifle came up toward Hale. The ghosts along the walls hissed. "Detective Hale," Rennick called. "Step away from Mr. Calder." Hale did not move. "You picked the wrong ruin to play loyal. County authority has been suspended pending state review." "By who?" Rennick smiled. It did not reach either eye. "People who can spell review." Mar eased Brina from her lap and reached for the iron poker. I touched her wrist before she could lift it. "4 rifles," I murmured. "I can count." "Can you count bullets?" "Not when I'm mad." Tessa slid the notebook under her jacket. Nico stepped in front of her with the skillet. The absurdity of it should have been funny. It was not. I had watched the boy break a cursed circle with that pan less than an hour ago. Rennick's flashlight found Brana's body. He paused. It was not sorrow. It was calculation. "Looks like we arrived after a massacre," he said. "You arrived after your employers ran out of prayers," Hale said. The floor dragged again. All 4 state men heard it. Their eyes dropped. Calder started laughing harder. "You should run," he said into the boards. "The court hates loose paperwork." The sealed floor cracked. A red thread slipped through, hair-thin at first, then a second, then 20. They spread over the boards like veins under skin, feeling for heat. Rennick fired. The shot blew a fist-sized chunk from the altar and punched pain into my ears. Ghosts scattered. Mara rolled behind a pew. Hale dragged Calder sideways as splinters sprayed across them. Tessa screamed through clenched teeth. Not the loose kind of scream people write into police reports, but a hard sound she tried to swallow. Nico threw the skillet. It struck Rennick's flashlight, shattered the lens, and knocked the beam into the ceiling. Hale fired twice. One state man spun and went down, clutching his thigh. The other dove behind the left pew. Rennick backed toward the doors, rifle jerking between us and the floor. The red threads found the injured officer. He looked down just as they touched his boot. "Help me," he said. Nobody reached him in time. The threads went under his pant leg. His body arched. His rifle clattered across the boards. Blood seeped through fabric in thin lines where the curse stitched itself into him. It did not kill him fast. That was not how the court worked. It made a document of him. Mara lunged from behind the pew and grabbed his vest. "Pull him back." "He came here with Rennick," Hale snapped. "He's alive." "Pull him." I grabbed one shoulder strap. Hale cursed and grabbed the other. Tessa pressed the notebook against her chest and shouted something I could not hear over the bell that began ringing below the sealed floor. Nico crawled on his knees, recovered the skillet, and slammed it down on a red strand near the man's ankle. The strand burst with a smell like burned hair and old pennies. The officer screamed. We hauled him clear. Rennick used the moment to run. "Rennick!" Hale shouted. The deputy vanished into rain and emergency lights. The floor cracked wider. Brenna's ghost turned toward the opening. The victims around her did the same. For 1 second, all the dead in the church leaned inward, as if listening to a name spoken from the cellar of the world. My mother appeared beside me. Her hand passed through my arm. Cold sank into bone. She told me to go. I did not hear the words. I felt them in the scar. "Hale," I said. He looked at the floor, then at the doors. "Move out. Mara, I need you walking." Mara looked at Bryna's body. Hale's face changed. It did not soften. It looked stripped. "I'll send Iona for her. I swear it on whatever's still worth swearing on." Mara bent and pressed her forehead to Bryna's for half a breath. Then she stood, lifted the poker, and wiped her face with the back of her hand. "You lose her," she said, "and I'll come back for you." "Fair." We ran. Rain hit like thrown gravel. Emergency lights turned the churchyard into a fever dream of blue trunks, red grass, and white faces behind windshields. Hale fired one shot into the air, not to scare anyone but to make the living duck. We crossed between 2 cruisers. Someone shouted his name. Someone else shouted mine, though I did not know him. A rifle cracked from the road. The bullet hit the stone angel above the gate and sheared off half its face. Mara shoved Tessa ahead. Nico stayed close enough to catch her if her legs quit. I followed, palm burning, dead pressing at the edges of my sight. They rose from graves, from drainage ditches, from the churchyard wall, all turning south. The red notebook thumped under Tessa's coat. Behind us, St. Oran's bell rang from underground. It did not stop until we reached Hale's cruiser. The vehicle had 2 bullet holes through the rear window and a dead radio on the dash. Hale threw Calder into the back seat hard enough to make the man grunt. Calder's cuffs were looped through the cage. His face was gray. Whatever the court had done to him had drained something more useful than blood. "You're bringing him?" Mara demanded. "He knows roads we don't," Hale said. "He'll lie. Then Connor will ask the dead standing behind him." Calder's smile died. That was the first useful thing he had done all day. We packed into the cruiser. I took the front passenger seat. Mara slid in behind Hale. Tessa and Nico crammed beside Calder, which made Nico bare his teeth like a cornered dog. "Touch her," Nico said, "and I'll use the pan on your teeth." Calder looked at the skillet on Nico's lap and believed him. Hale jammed the cruiser into gear and drove through the cemetery gate because the road was blocked. Iron bars folded over the hood. The car dropped into a ditch, climbed out, and fishtailed onto the service lane beyond the graves. St. Arans vanished behind sheets of rain. My mother appeared in the side mirror. For 3 seconds she ran behind us, not touching the ground, hair streaming in a wind that did not move the trees. Then the mirror went black. Mara leaned forward. "How long until sunset down there?" "Not enough," I said. "That isn't a time. It's the only honest one I have." Tessa opened the notebook in the back seat. The red line pulsed toward the 3 dots. "The field is moving," she said. Hale glanced at the mirror. "Fields don't move. This one does. Or the map does. Or the thing underneath us doesn't care about land." Calder whispered, "That is geography." Mara struck the cage with the poker. The sound cracked through the cruiser. Calder flinched. "Speak plain," she said. He swallowed. The court had annexes. Places where the old door was copied wrong. Finch House. St. Arans. Mercy Orchard. They were northern echoes. The south is the source. You cross toward it. The echoes wake up. Roads that should be safe won't stay safe. People with old debts might hear bells. "People like Rennick," Hale said. "People like half this county." "People like you," Tessa said. Calder looked at her burns and did not answer. The cruiser hit a flooded rut. Water slammed under the floorboards. Hale kept the wheels steady. The wipers dragged mud across the glass. Ahead, the service lane split between dark fields, and the red notebook bled through Tessa's fingers, not enough to drip, enough to shine. "Left," she said. Hale turned left. The road south opened in front of us, narrow, slick, and empty, except for the dead standing shoulder to shoulder along both ditches. They watched us pass. Some raised their hands. Some pointed. All of them faced the same direction. The Juan Cyril's airstrip sat beyond Bellwether, where the farms thinned into scrubland and bad fences. A strip of cracked asphalt cut through wet grass like a scar nobody had cared enough to mend. The rain eased as we reached it, but the sky kept its bruised color. Low clouds dragged over the fields. A windsock hung limp from a rusted pole. The red hangar stood near the far end, its paint peeled down to metal in long curls. One rolling door was open just enough to show the nose of a small twin-engine plane inside. Its propellers were tied with faded straps. Its windshield was patched with tape along one corner. "That thing flies?" Nico asked. Hale parked behind a stack of empty chemical barrels. "Depends who you ask." "I'm asking the ground." "Ground says it hasn't been hit lately." "That's not the same thing." Mara opened her door before the cruiser stopped rocking. She took 2 steps into the mud and bent over with her hands on her knees. For a moment I thought she was sick. Then I saw she was breathing around whatever she had left beside Brina in that church. I got out slowly. My palm had become a small furnace. The red pinpoint under the scar glowed bright enough to paint the inside of my fingers when I curled them. The dead stood near the tree line, crowded beneath dripping branches. Not the county dead this time. There were travelers and farmhands, a woman in a torn wedding dress with gravel embedded in her cheek, a man whose neck sat at the wrong angle, and 2 children holding hands with river mud on their gray faces. They did not beg. Begging would have been easier. They watched the hangar. Tessa climbed out with the notebook tucked under one arm. Her knees nearly buckled. Nico caught her by the sleeve. "I've got it," she muttered. "You've got about half of it," he said. "I'm taking the other half." "That's not math." Neither is ghost ink. Calder remained in the back seat, cuffed to the cage. Hale opened the door and looked in at him. "You're staying locked until I need you," Hale said. "The strip has a ledger," Calder whispered. "Of course it does. Not court." It was cargo, smuggling, medicine, and people. Luann wasn't always careful about which was which. Hale shut the door in his face. The hangar smelled of oil, nouse droppings, old coffee, and rain hitting warm metal. A workbench ran along one wall beneath pegboards that held tools in clean outlines. The floor had been swept recently, but stains remained in the concrete, dark half-circles near a floor drain. A string of shop lights hummed overhead. The small plane crouched in the center like a tired animal. A man stepped from behind the left wing holding a shotgun low, not pointed at us yet, but close enough to become a problem. He was in his 60s, thin as a fence rail with silver hair tied at the back of his neck, and hands stained brown from tobacco or machine grease. A faded flight jacket hung open over a thermal shirt. His eyes took in Hale first, then the blood on us, then Tessa, then the dead beyond the hangar door. His mouth twitched like he saw them too and had spent years pretending he did not. "Osric Hale," he said, "you only visit when God has misplaced a shovel." Hale lowered his pistol but did not holster it. "Luann, we need a flight. So does everybody with bad credit and worse timing. South. As far as you can take us. Today." Luann looked past him at the sky. "Weather's ugly." "It's uglier behind us?" Luann's eyes moved to me. "You're the one with the dead crowd." The hair rose along my arms. "You see them?" "I see enough to keep the runway lights on at night." He spat into an empty coffee can. "You're bleeding light through your hand." Mara stepped beside me. "Can you fly or not?" Luann gave her a careful look. Maybe it was the blood on her sleeves. Maybe it was the poker in her fist. "I can get you to Santa Leticia if the right engine behaves and nobody shoots at us before the border. From there, you drive." "How far from the mountains?" Hale asked. "Depends which mountains and what you did to upset them." Tessa opened the notebook on a stack of crates. The red line crawled from the airstrip toward a new mark, Santa Leticia, written in the same ink. Then farther south to the bird skull circle. Luann leaned away from it. "I don't want that on my crates." "None of us want it anywhere," Tessa said. He studied her bandaged wrists. "You should be in a hospital. Hospitals don't have what we need." "What do you need?" Her eyes went to me. "A woman named Mireya," I said. "She's old. A market vendor. Knives, relics, local charms. A town with red dirt and a cracked bell. Cave under a forgotten temple." Luann stopped pretending this was an inconvenience. The shop lights buzzed louder in the silence. "San Vispera," he said. The name struck the scar in my palm. Heat flared up my arm. Outside, the dead under the trees all turned their faces toward us. "You know it," Mara said. "I know pilots who won't say it over a radio." "Why?" Luann set the shotgun on the workbench, slowly, as if the answer needed both hands free. "Because people go there for things they shouldn't own. Some come back rich. Some come back quiet. Some don't come back with their own shadows." Hale looked at me. "That's your market." My stomach tightened. I saw red dirt, fruit flies over cut mango, my mother's hand on my shoulder, my father's camera strap, and the old woman saying danger with all the weight the word could carry. "Yeah," I said. "That's it." Luann walked to the hangar door and pulled it wider. The runway glistened under thinning rain. "I need 20 minutes to fuel. If the tanks have water in them, none of us leave. If the tires split, none of us leave. If whatever's behind you gets here first, none of us leave unless you people can fly without wings." A knock came from inside the plane. Everyone froze. Luann turned his head slowly. "Tell me one of you put a kid in there." "No," Hale said. The knock came again from the rear cargo compartment, 3 slow taps. Tessa shut the notebook. "I hate that number." Mara lifted the poker. Hale moved left with his pistol ready. I stepped toward the plane because the dead outside had begun backing away from the hangar, and I had learned to respect any direction the dead refused to face. Luann climbed onto the wing and opened the cabin door. Stale air breathed out. It smelled of vinyl, oil, and something sweet that had gone bad. Hale covered the aisle as Luann reached in and unlatched the rear compartment. A body fell out onto the concrete and hit shoulder first. A young man, maybe 20, dressed in cargo pants and a red delivery jacket. His throat had been opened from ear to ear. Blood had soaked the front of his shirt and dried in hard black fans. His eyes were missing. In their place, red thread had been coiled deep into the sockets like nests. Nico made a choking sound and turned Tess away, though she had already seen it. Luan climbed down from the wing, face drained. That wasn't there this morning. The dead man sat up. It was not his body. His ghost rose from it, still clutching at his ruined throat. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He pointed toward the plane, then at Luan, then at me. His name? Mara asked. Luan swallowed. Jory Valls. He runs packages sometimes. Ran packages. Jory's ghost shook his head hard. He pointed at the plane again, then drew a square in the air with trembling fingers. It was cargo, I said. He nodded. He pointed to the rear compartment. Hale checked the body for a pulse out of habit. His jaw hardened. Cold. Luan whispered, I flew medicine to St. Oran's 2 nights ago. Antibiotics for Iona. Blood bags and gauze. Jury loaded the crates. What else did he load? Mara asked. Luan looked insulted for half a second, then gilded the work of gravity on his face. A sealed case for Calder. He paid cash through Rennick. I didn't ask. The red pinpoint under my skin flashed. The body on the floor jerked. Red thread slid from the empty eye sockets and hit the concrete in wet strands. It moved toward the workbench, toward the coffee can, toward Luan's boots. Hale fired into the skull. The body dropped flat. The ghost of Jory flinched as if the sound had punched through him, but the thread kept moving. Iron, I said. Mara was already there. She slammed the poker down. The first strand snapped. Nico darted forward and brought the skittle down on another, hard enough to dent the pan. Tessa grabbed a wrench from the bench and pinned a third strand to the concrete while Luan scrambled backward. The plane rocked. Something inside it knocked from beneath the seats. Out, Hale barked. We dragged the body clear. Luan grabbed a red fire axe from the wall and swung it into the rear compartment. Metal screamed. Wood splintered. A hidden panel broke loose beneath the cargo floor. Inside lay a black leather case no longer than my forearm. It had been wrapped in red thread and sealed with wax stamped by the same bird skull symbol. Don't touch it, Tessa said. Nobody argued. The case opened by itself. A piece of white bone rested inside, carved with tiny screaming faces. Not a handle. A shard of one, broken long ago. It looked like it belonged to the knife from the market, but older, worn smooth where many hands had held it. The moment I saw it, the scar in my palm split open across the old line. Blood welled. Mara grabbed my wrist. Connor, stay with me. The hangar vanished. I stood in a cave lit by fat candles and burning resin. Stone steps climbed to an altar. Men in jaguar skins stood along the walls, but they were not priests. Their hands were too eager. Their eyes kept sliding to the blade on the altar. A woman with white hair held that blade wrapped in cloth. Her lips moved over words older than the country above us. The young man stepped from behind her. He had my father's eyes. No, not my father's. They were mine, a shape carried through blood and sharpened by greed. He struck the woman from behind with a stone mallet. She fell without a cry. He took the blade, cut his palm on purpose, and laughed when the bird's skull eyes burned red. Then the cave filled with the dead. I came back on the hangar floor with Mara's hands on my face and Hale shouting my name. My mouth tasted like copper. Blood had dripped from my palm onto the concrete, and every drop had crawled toward the bone shard. What did you see? Tessa asked. I pushed myself up. The dead crowded the hangar door now, pressing close without entering. The first thief, I said. He wasn't from the market. He killed someone in the cave and took the blade before it ever reached Mireya's people. Calder's voice came from the cruiser outside, faint through broken glass. Nanes carry knives better than hands. Hale went to the hangar door. I'm getting tired of hearing him breathe. Wait, I said. The bone shard pulsed in the open case. A line of red light ran from it to my palm, thin as a fishing line. Tessa looked at it and went pale. It's calling you, she said. It's recognizing me. That's worse. Luan grabbed a fuel hose from the wall with hands that did not want to be hands anymore. We need to burn the case. Jory's ghost shook his head so hard his ruined throat opened wider. Not burn, I said. Carry. Mara stared at me. You just said it recognized you. If we leave it, it keeps using the plane. If we take it, at least we know where the curse is pointing. That's the kind of sentence people say right before a house eats them. We already did that part. Her eyes sharpened, then softened just enough to hurt. She tore a strip from a clean shop rag, wrapped my palm hard, and tied it with a knot that made me bite down on air. You don't get to bleed out because a dead map gives you instructions, she said. I'm trying not to. Try harder. Her thumb stayed against my wrist for one extra beat. In the hangar's oil stink and rain gloom, with a dead courier on the floor and a cursed bone in a case, the touch felt indecently alive. Tessa watched us, exhausted and too young for the amount of old pain in her eyes. She looked away first. Luan found a steel toolbox, dumped sockets onto the bench, and lined the inside with strips of iron chain. We placed a leather case inside without touching it directly, using pliers and the fire axe like surgeons who hated the patient. When the lid closed, the humming in my palm dropped to a dull ache. Hale brought Calder into the hangar at gunpoint. Rain had slicked Calder's hair to his skull. His eyes found the toolbox and stayed there. You moved it, he said. Jory moved it first, Hale said. Then someone cut his throat and stuffed him in the plane. Calder's lips parted. That reaction was new. It was not performance and it was not courtly poison. It was fear. Who? I asked. He looked toward the runway. The collectors. Luan cursed under his breath and went to the hangar door. At the far end of the runway, 3 figures stood in the rain. They were not ghosts. The dead recoiled from them. The living shape of them was wrong in a subtler way. Long coats, white hats dark with water, faces hidden behind red cloth masks stitched with black thread. Each held an iron hook on a chain. The middle one raised a gloved hand. The hangar lights exploded. Darkness slammed down. Glass rained over the workbench. Luan shouted. Tessa dropped behind the crates. Nico pulled her down and covered her with his body. Hale fired toward the runway, muzzle flashes burning holes in the dim. The collectors moved through the shots like men walking through heavy weather. One hook flew into the hangar and caught Luan in the shoulder. It punched through leather and meat. Blood sprayed across the red plain nose. Luan's scream tore raw as the chain snapped tight. His boots skidded on concrete. Mar ran at him. I grabbed the chain with both hands before thinking. Cold bit through my skin. Not metal cold. Grave cold. The hook dragged Luan another foot. Hale fired again. One collector staggered, then straightened. Nico came up from behind the crates and threw the skillet. It struck the chain with a ringing crack. Sparks burst red. The chain slackened. Mara swung the fire axe down. The chain split. Luan fell backward, clutching the hook still buried in his shoulder. The broken chain end writhed on the floor like a cut snake. Plane, Hale shouted. Now. I can't fly with this in me, Luan gasped. Mar grabbed the hook. Bite something. Don't you dare make a joke. Wasn't planning to. She pulled. The hook came free with a wet sound and a rush of blood. Luan folded against the plane, eyes rolling. Tessa scrambled over with gauze from Iona's pack. Her burned finger shook, but she pressed hard below the tear. Pressure, she said. Keep pressure on it. I know, Luan groaned. Then do it like you know. The collectors reached the hangar. The dead outside scattered. Jory's ghost stood between us and the masked figures for half a second. The middle collector swung his hook through Jory's chest. The ghost tore apart into strips of pale light and reformed near the rafters, shaking and silent. Something inside me snapped hot. I lifted my bleeding hand. The red pinpoint under the bandage burned through cloth. All the dead at the tree line turned at once. Tell me how you died, I said. The words left my mouth with more force than I owned. The hangar filled with voices, not whispers. It was testimony. Runway crash. Smothered in cargo. Sold to men with badges. Left in a ditch. Cut for a case. Burned in a field. Thrown from a car. Taken south. The collectors stopped. Every ghost around the field surged forward, not attacking, just speaking. Their deaths hit the air like hail on tin. The masked men bent under it. One dropped his hook and clawed his ears through the red cloth. Hale did not waste the gift. He put 2 rounds into the nearest collector's knee. The man dropped. Mara drove the poker across his masked face. He went flat and stayed there. "Everybody in," Luann choked. "You can fly?" Hale asked. "I can bleed and fly. Pick a miracle." We loaded fast. Tessa and Nico in the rear seats. Mara beside them with the toolbox chained to the floor between her boots. Calder cuffed to a cargo ring because Hale did not trust him near any door. Hale took the co-pilot seat, though he admitted he had never flown anything more complex than a desk fan. I squeezed behind Luann long enough to wrap a belt over the shoulder dressing and pull it tight until he cursed me with surprising creativity. The engine coughed once, then twice. The propellers blurred. A hook struck the side window and cracked it into a white spider web. The middle collector stood 10 feet away, mask torn, mouth visible beneath it. His lips had been sewn together with red thread. He raised both hands, and the runway ahead began to bleed. Not water. Blood welled up through cracks in the asphalt, spreading in slick red sheets. Luann shoved the throttle forward. The plane lurched. "That runway's too short," Nico said from the back. "It was too short when I was sober," Luann said. The wheels hit the blood-slick asphalt and skated. The plane fishtailed. Hale braced both boots against the floor and grabbed the dash as if physical strength could help aerodynamics. Mara held the toolbox with one hand and Tessa with the other. Calder began praying in a language I did not know. The collector walked after us, slow and certain. The dead filled the runway behind him. Jory stood at their front, one hand clamped to his throat. He pointed upward. "Lift," I whispered. Luann hauled back. The plane bounced once, smashed down, bounced again, and dragged itself into the air with a sound like every bolt arguing at once. The left wheel clipped atop of the fence. Barbed wire snapped and whipped away beneath us. The red hanger dropped back. The middle collector stood on the runway in a widening pool of blood, head tilted up, sewn mouth moving around words he could not speak. The toolbox under Mara's hand knocked 3 times. From inside the chained metal, the bone shard answered. The plane climbed through low cloud with the grace of a thrown brick and the noise of a machine being punished for sins committed by other machines. Rain hammered the fuselage. The cracked side window whistled. The one flew with his left hand and pressed his right shoulder against the seat to keep blood inside him. Hale watched the instruments with the grim suspicion of a man reading a ransom note. Behind me, Tessa kept one hand on the notebook and one hand on the toolbox, though Mara told her twice not to touch it. Nico sat beside her, white-knuckled and quiet, skillet wedged between his knees. Calder had gone the color of old paper. "I thought men like you enjoyed private flights," Mara said. He stared at the floor. "Not with collectors behind us." "Who are they?" He wet his lips. "The court's oldest servants. Not judges. Not priests. Recovery men. When an artifact is stolen, when a sentence fails, when a vessel refuses, collectors retrieve what debt has marked. They killed Jory," Tessa said. "They kill anything that keeps possession from returning." "Then why didn't they kill Connor at the hangar?" Nico asked. Calder looked at my bandaged hand. "Maybe they haven't decided if he is thief, witness, or property." "Comforting," I said. "Truth rarely is." Mora leaned across the aisle and struck Calder across the mouth with the back of her hand. Hale did not turn around. "I was about to tell you not to do that. I was about to ignore you." Calder spat blood onto his shirt and laughed softly. "Grief makes everyone honest for a little while." Mara's hand tightened around the poker. I caught her eyes and shook my head. Not because Calder deserved restraint, because the plane was too small for the kind of justice she wanted. She looked away first. Cloud closed around us until the windows showed only gray movement. The engine vibration crawled through my teeth. I pressed my bleeding palm against my thigh and tried to breathe through the heat. The shard in the toolbox knocked again. Tessa jerked her hand away. "It's tapping along with your pulse," she said. "Don't listen to it." "I can't stop hearing it." "Neither can I." Her face was drawn tight, skin pale under dried soot. She should have been sleeping under a hospital blanket with fluids in her arm and police outside the door. Instead, she was in a dying plane with a cursed notebook going toward the source of the thing that had almost turned her into a legal sacrifice. Tessa, I said, when we land, you and Nico can stay with Luann. We can find someone safe. Nico gave a humorless laugh. Safe like Finch House? Safe like the clinic? Safe like the church? Tessa looked at me over the notebook. It writes for me now, not just you. If I stay behind, it still knows where I am. That doesn't mean you should run toward it. You did. I was 12 and stupid. Then I was grown and still stupid. That's not a tradition. She almost smiled. It did not last. When Brina pulled Orla down, she looked at me like she wanted me to understand something, Tessa said. She wasn't forgiven. She wasn't saved. But she did one thing that wasn't fear. I don't know what that buys. I just know I don't want the court deciding the last line in my story. Mara's face shifted at Brina's name. She reached across and squeezed Tessa's knee. Then we write ugly, Mara said. But we write it ourselves. The toolbox stopped knocking. For one breath, the only sound was the engine. Then voices rose from beneath the plane. At first, I thought the radio had come alive. Static clicked in the headset hanging near Hale's knee. Luann swore and smacked the panel. But the voices were not coming from the radio. They seeped up through the floor, through the rivets and seams, men speaking over one another in Spanish and English, young and old, clear and broken. The border is below. Do not look down. He looked down. They all looked down. I looked out the window before I could stop myself. Cloud tore open. Far below us lay desert split by a long fence line, roads, dry washes, and gullies shining with floodwater. Along the fence stood the dead. Hundreds, maybe thousands, stood in torn clothes, uniforms, work boots, dresses, shirts bleached by sun. They lined both sides of the border in rows that stretched beyond the cloud break. Some held water jugs. Some held photographs. Some held nothing because death had taken even that. They all looked up at the plane. The red mark in my palm burned white hot. Every death tried to enter at once. Heat, thirst, metal under the ribs, tires over bone, river mud in lungs, a flashlight that never turned back, a name misheard, a road promised, and a road lost all pressed through me at once. I came out of the seatbelt and hit the aisle on my knees. Mara grabbed my jacket. Tessa screamed my name. The plane dipped hard left. "Get him off the floor," Luann shouted. "He's pulling us." I could not move. The dead below had found the hole. The knife tore in me and pressed their stories into it. They were not begging. They were reporting, filing deaths with the one living clerk they could reach. Mara slapped me. Pain snapped across my cheek. "Stay with us," she said. "Connor, stay with us." I saw her face through heat shimmer. Her eyes were wide, jaw set, hair stuck to her skin. Alive, breathing, furious, she held me there. I clung to that. "Too many," I managed. She pressed her forehead to mine, not gentle, not romantic in any clean way, more like bracing a door against a storm. "Then don't hold all of them. Hold mine. You're not dead." "Damn right. Focus on that." The plane leveled by inches. The voices dropped to a murmur. Still there, always there, now, added to the room inside my skull where the dead never stopped gathering. Hale looked back once. "We good?" "Define good," Mara said. "Nobody fell out." "Then sure." Luann's shoulder had soaked through the belt. His face shone with sweat. "Santa Leticia Strip is ahead. Maybe 15 minutes if the wind doesn't shove us into a hill." "You need a doctor," Tessa said. "I've needed better habits since 1987. I mean now." "So do I." Calder had been silent too long. I looked toward him and found him staring at the cloud break below, tears leaking down both cheeks. "What did you see?" I asked. He shook his head. The dead around him answered instead. A boy in a Sunday shirt stood behind Calder's seat. He could not have been more than 9. His chest was caved in. His eyes were not angry. That was worse. Uncle said the court needed a small debt. Calder closed his eyes. Mara saw my face. "Who is it?" "A boy," I said. "Related to him." "My brother's son," Calder whispered. "Jonas." The boy touched Calder's shoulder. Calder convulsed against the cuff. Uncle said it wouldn't hurt if I kept still. Tessa covered her mouth. Hale's hands whitened on the dash. How old? 8, Calder said. Say the rest, I told him. He shook his head harder. The ghost of Jonas leaned close until his broken chest passed through Calder's spine. He traded me for a ledger key. The cabin went very still. Mara's voice came low. You gave them a child from your own family. Calder began to sob without sound, the toolbox under Mara's boots not once almost pleased. Hale turned in the co-pilot seat just enough for Calder to see him. If this plane lands, you keep breathing because we still need your mouth. After that, I can't promise the world is big enough to hide you from me. Calder nodded like a man accepting weather. Jonas's ghost looked at me. He has a name under his tongue. Whose name? I asked. The boy pointed toward the toolbox. The first thief. Calder pressed his lips together until they went white. Mara leaned close. Open your mouth. He shook his head. She grabbed his jaw. He tried to turn away, but Hale reached back and held his forehead against the seat. Mara pried his mouth open with 2 fingers. Beneath his tongue, black ink curled in thin marks that should not have been visible on living flesh. Tessa leaned forward, notebook ready. I can see letters. Calder gagged. Red, Mara said. Tessa squinted. It starts like an echo. No Enoch. Enoch, Cariel. The plane dropped. Luan fought the yoke. Alarms chirped. The cloud broke apart and the ground rose too fast. A strip of dirt between mesquite trees, a rusted fuel tank, a shack with a tin roof. 2 trucks parked nose out. We're early, Luan said through clenched teeth. That's bad, Nico asked. It's aviation. Early and late both kill people. We hit the dirt strip hard. The landing gear slammed, bounced, slammed again. Something snapped under us. Tessa cried out. The toolbox tore loose from one chain and slid down the aisle. I caught it with my boot, and pain shot up my leg. Hale braced Luan as the plane skidded sideways. Dirt sprayed over the windows. A wing clipped a scrub tree and spun us half around. The plane stopped with the right engine smoking and the cabin tilted enough to make every loose object roll. Nobody moved for 2 breaths. Then Nico said, I hate flying. It was almost a joke, almost. Luan slumped over the controls. Tessa unbuckled and shoved forward. He's losing too much blood. We got the door open and spilled into heat. Santa Leticia smelled of wet dust, diesel, and distant cooking fires. The rain had not followed us this far. The sky was high and pale, the sun sliding westward with cruel speed. Beyond the strip, low hills rolled toward darker mountains. The air felt different here. It felt thinner and sharper. Each breath tasted faintly of smoke and lime. A woman came out of the tin roof shack with a rifle in her hands and a white scarf over her hair. She moved like a person who had spent her whole life deciding who deserved water. Luan, she called in accented English. You crash at my home again, I charge double. Luan lifted one bloody hand from the doorway. Good to see you too, Marisol. Her rifle shifted toward the rest of us. Who are they? Bad luck with luggage. The toolbox knocked from inside the plane. Marisol's face changed. She made a sign across her chest, then pointed the rifle at me. Take that thing away from my strip. We need a truck, Hale said. You need a priest. We tried a church, Mara said. It went badly. Marisol stared at her for half a second, then gave one sharp laugh that had no amusement in it. Everyone who comes from the north thinks jokes make curses smaller. They don't. I stepped away from the plane, hands visible. The bandage around my palm had turned red. We're looking for San Vespera, I said. The rifle did not lower. Then you are looking for death with a local name. Mireya is there. Marisol's eyes flicked to the sun. Mireya was there, she said. This morning, men in red masks came through Santa Leticia asking about an old vendor woman and a thief marked in the hand. They left 3 dead in the road and took the mountain pass. My mouth went dry. How long to San Vespera? By good road, 4 hours. By the pass, 2.5 if the road hasn't fallen into the canyon. By sunset, impossible. The notebook opened in Tessa's hands without her touching it. Redding wrote across the bottom of the map. The impossible road is the only one left. From the west, far beyond the hills, a bell rang once. Maria's time was running out. Marisol had 2 trucks, 1 doctor, 1 box of ammunition, and no interest in becoming a saint. She said that while stitching Luann's shoulder at a kitchen table behind the shack, her rifle leaning within reach and the sun burning down toward the hills. The doctor was not a doctor in the official sense. He was her brother, Thomas, a quiet man with scarred hands and a medic bag from an aid group that no longer worked the area. He cleaned the hooked hair, packed it, and told Luann in Spanish that flying with a hole that deep was idiocy even by pilot standards. Luann answered in the same language with a weak grin. Tomas did not grin back. I stood outside because the dead had followed us from the strip and crowded the shack until the air inside turned cold enough to fog glass. They were not all border dead. Some were from the pass, some from San Vespera. They had dust in their hair, candle wax on their clothes, and red thread sewn into their lips. They pointed west whenever I looked at them. Mara came out carrying 2 canteens and a bundle of cloth. Thomas says Luann can't travel, she said. Marisol says Calder can't stay. She looked at him once and said her goats have better morals. Smart goats. Mara handed me a canteen. Our fingers brushed. The touch drew heat from the scar and sent it up my arm. She noticed. She always noticed too much. Still burning? Always. That's not an answer. It's the only one that doesn't keep changing. She leaned against the shack beside me. For a moment, we watched dust move over the landing strip. Hale stood near the trucks, arguing with Marisol about routes. Tessa sat on an overturned crate while Thomas rewrapped her wrists. Nico hovered behind her, trying not to hover and failing. Calder knelt in the shade with his hands cuffed in front of him and Hale's spare chain around one ankle. A flock of black birds circled over the western hills. Mara followed my gaze. Those birds real? I don't know anymore. Pick a better answer. They cast shadows. Good enough. The silence between us changed shape. In Finch House, the closeness had been emergency. In the church, grief. In the plane, survival. Here, under hard sunlight with diesel in the air, there was room for something else to stand up and be seen. Mara looked at my bandaged hand. When you saw the first thief, you said he had your eyes. I said that? You were half on the floor, but yeah. I took a drink from the canteen. The water was warm and tasted of plastic. They looked like family. Old family. Maybe that's why the blade caught me so hard when I was a kid. A bloodline curse. Maybe. That would be a cheap explanation. I looked at her. She shrugged. I've had a bad day. I'm allowed to critique ancient evil. Despite everything, a laugh slipped out of me. It did not last, but it was real while it lived. Mara's expression softened. There you are. Where? Under all the haunted damage. The words hit harder than they should have. I looked away toward the hills. My mother is tied to this, I said. Maybe my father, too. Maybe both of them knew more than I thought. They dragged me into those back roads year after year. I used to think they were chasing stories. Now I keep wondering if they were running from one. Mara was quiet for a moment. My family ran from things by pretending they were traditions. Brina did it. My mother did it. I probably did it too. Doesn't make what they did your fault. I stole the knife. And if you hadn't... I looked at her. If that first thief set this moving generations ago, maybe some other kid bleeds on it. Maybe Calder buys it. Maybe Orla gets her hands on it. Maybe Tessa ends up on the table sooner. You made a mistake. The curse made a system. Those aren't the same thing. The dead around the strip listened. I hated that. There was no private mercy in my life. You trying to forgive me? I asked. I'm trying to keep you useful. Forgiveness is expensive, and I'm low on funds. This time my laugh hurt. She stepped closer and tightened the knot on my bandage with unnecessary care. When we get there, you don't run into a cave alone because guilt starts giving orders. I don't take orders from guilt. Connor, don't sell me that. I met her eyes. I take suggestions, I said. She shook her head, but the corner of her mouth moved. Then the toolbox knocked inside the shack, and whatever had been between us folded itself away for later, assuming later still existed. Hale came over with Marisol at his side. Marisol had traded the rifle for a pump shotgun and a canvas bag of shells. She pointed toward the hills. The pass is called La Garganta, she said. The throat. One road in, one road out if the old bridge still holds. Villages used it before the new highway. Smugglers use it now. Collectors use it when they don't want witnesses. Why are you helping us? Hale asked. I am not helping you. I am helping Maria. She hid my sister when men came to take her for a debt blessing. She cut red thread from my nephew's mouth when he was born silent. She has paid enough. Tessa stood, pale but steadier. You know what she is? A guardian, Marisol said. A vendor. A liar when kindness requires it. A woman who should have left San Bispera before her bones got stubborn. Can the collectors kill her? I asked. Marisol's face tightened. At sunset, the old protections sleep for one breath. That is when they will try. What happens if they succeed? Marisol looked toward the toolbox. The market door opens. Every ghost tied to the blade becomes currency. Every living person marked by it becomes passage. The scar on my palm pulsed. Tessa looked down at her wrists. Marked by it, she said. You survived its circle, Marisol said. That leaves a taste. Nico stepped closer to her. Can we remove it? Maybe after the source is sealed. Maybe never. He swallowed. That's great. I love maybe. Calder laughed from the shade. Hale turned toward him. Something funny? Calder lifted his cuffed hands. You still think sealing is a matter of arrival. Maria guarded the blade because her people understood what northerners forget. Doors don't close because you push. Doors close because someone stands on the other side and holds them shut. Marisol's shotgun rose a few inches. He speaks like a man who sent children through first. I speak like a man who read the ledger. Same smell. Tessa opened the notebook. Enoch Cariel. That's the first thief's name, right? Calder closed his eyes. Marisol stared at him. Where did you hear that name? It was under his tongue, Tessa said. The shotgun was suddenly pointed at Calder's chest. Enoch Cariel is not a name for air, Marisol said. You don't say it near roads. Why? I asked. The dead at the edge of the strip leaned closer. Marisol spat into the dust. Because he learned how to wear descendants. Blood gives him handles. He was killed in the cave, but the blade kept the shape of him. When people from his line touch the relics, he can look through, sometimes more. The sunlight seemed to thin around me. Mara's hand found my arm. "You can't possess Connor?" she asked. "Possess is too simple. He can borrow weakness. He can speak in sleep. He can make guilt sound like duty. Has he done this?" I thought of nights with the radio low, dead pressed against the windows. My own hand reaching for salt, while a voice under my thoughts whispered that I deserved less rest than the murdered. "Maybe," I said. Marisol nodded once, grim. "Then we cover mirrors. We do not let him sleep near the toolbox. We do not let him bleed on stone. We do not let him into the cave first." "You keep saying we," Hale said. Marisol looked at the westering sun. "Someone has to make sure you don't mistake courage for competence." Tomas refused to let Luann travel, so Luann gave us the plane's emergency transponder, a roll of cash that smelled like fuel, and a pistol he claimed had only jammed once in a gunfight. "That's not a selling point," Nico said. "It's free," Luann said. Still, we left Calder in the second truck bed with his wrists cuffed to a cargo loop and his ankle chained through a spare tire. Hale drove that truck with Marisol riding shotgun. Mar drove the first, a dented gray pickup with a cracked windshield and an engine that coughed when she touched the gas. I sat beside her. Tessa and Nico rode in the back seat with the notebook and the changed toolbox between them. The road to La Garganta began as packed dirt and became worse out of spite. It climbed through thorn scrub and stone gullies, twisting away from Santa Leticia until the air cooled and the sun slid lower behind the ridges. Dust rose behind us in long banners. The trucks rattled so hard my teeth ached. Every mile, the dead grew thicker. I stood beneath mesquite trees. They sat on boulders. They walked in the road until the bumper passed through them and frost crawled over the glass. Tessa read the notebook by fading light. "It's adding names," she said. "Local?" I asked. "I think so. Valeria Moya, Andres Pino, Lucero Sada. They all have little marks beside them. Birds, candles, knives, bells. Mara kept both hands on the wheel. Victims? Witnesses, Tessa said after a moment. No, wait, bailed witnesses. The toolbox knocked. Nico kicked it. Stop that. It knocked again. I said stop. The third knock came from under the road. Mara hit the brakes. The truck skidded sideways and stopped 2 feet from a crack that split the road from cliff wall to drop off. Dust poured into it like water down a drain. Hale's truck stopped behind us, horn blaring once. We got out into sudden silence. The crack widened by inches. The road beyond it sagged. Far below, a dry riverbed twisted to the canyon, full of pale stones and shadows. Marisol walked to the edge, shotgun ready. This wasn't here yesterday. The impossible road, Tessa said. Looks very possible to fall off, Nico said. Hale studied the crack, then the ridge. We can bridge it with boards? With what boards? Mara asked. I was being optimistic. I hated it too. Calder laughed from the truck bed. The pass asks for a toll. Marisol turned. Do not. I'm chained to a tire. Let me have conversation. I'll let you have silence. The dead gathered on the far side of the crack. Their sewn mouths moved without sound. One of them, a woman with candle wax hardened down her face, pointed at me, then at the drop. They want me to cross, I said. Mara stepped in front of me. They can want something else. The crack opened wider. A sound rose from it. Not a bell. It was breathing. Warm, damp air carrying the smell of copper, whetstone, and old incense. The scar in my palm pulled toward it. Marisol backed away. Bloodline door. Meaning? Hale asked. Meaning the road recognizes him. A stone on the far side shifted. Then another. A narrow strip of earth pushed up from the crack, no wider than a foot, forming a bridge across the gap. It looked solid enough to stand on and thin enough to punish faith. Mara stared at it. Absolutely not. Tessa's notebook snapped open. Red ink wrote one line. The thief crosses alone. Absolutely still not, Mara said. The sun touched the ridge. From somewhere ahead, a cracked bell began to ring. San Vespera was calling. The bridge of raised earth waited over the canyon crack like a dare from something that had never cared if people survived its games. Dust slid off its sides. Pebbles dropped into the dark below and took too long to hit bottom. The canyon breathed warm air up at us, and every breath carried incense, blood, and damp stone from a cave I had not seen since childhood except in nightmares. Mara stood between me and the bridge with the iron poker in one hand and a look that would have stopped a sane man. We're not doing this, she said. The sun is almost down. Then we hurry another way. There isn't one. There is always another way. It just usually costs more. Calder called from the second truck. Sometimes the cost is the point. Hale turned and pointed his pistol at him. You keep volunteering for costs. You make other people pay. That's a poor habit. Marisol moved along the crack, searching for a wider place. The canyon gave her nothing. Tomas had stayed behind with the land, so there was no steady medic voice here. No one to wrap the world in gauze and practical instructions. Just us, the trucks, the dead, and a road that wanted me by name. Tessa limped to the edge, with a notebook clutched in both hands. Nico hovered close, skillet ready for whatever a skillet could do against geography. The line changed, Tessa said. The page showed the bridge drawn in red. On one side stood 5 small marks for us. On the other, a bird skull, a bell, and a black square. What's the square? Hale asked. I don't know. The notebook answered by bleeding a warning under it. Cage below the road. Mara looked at me. That settles it. I hate this road. My mother appeared on the far side of the crack. She stood between 2 dead villagers, flickering in the slant light. The black mark in her chest had spread across one shoulder. She lifted her hand and placed it over her heart. Then she pointed to me, then to the bridge, then to her own mouth. She wants to speak, I said. She can speak from this side, Mara said. She can't. How convenient for the curse. I know. That softened her anger for half a second. Not enough to stop her. She stepped close, voice low. Listen to me. I know what guilt sounds like when it puts on someone else's coat. I watched Brina live in it. If this thing tells you the only way is to go alone, it is probably lying. The bridge trembled. Behind us, the sun slid another finger's width. Maybe, I said. But if I don't cross, Maria dies. If she dies, the market door opens. If that happens, Tessa and every dead soul tied to the blade become currency. You don't know that. Marisol does. Calder does. The notebook does. The dead do. At some point, doubt becomes another way to stand still. Mara's eyes glistened, but she did not let anything fall. You come back. That's the plan. Plans are cheap. Say it like you're not negotiating with your own funeral. I looked at the bridge, then at my mother on the far side, then back at Mara. I'll come back, I said. She grabbed the front of my jacket and kissed me. It was not soft. There was too much dust, too much blood, too much hurry. Her mouth tasted like canteen water and smoke. Her fingers dug into my coat as if holding me there could teach the road manners. For a few seconds the dead went quiet. Even the scar in my palm seemed to lose its rhythm. Then she let go. Now you have something better than guilt to follow back, she said. My throat worked around words that would have sounded too small, so I nodded instead and stepped past her. Connor, Tessa said. I turned. She tore a page from the back of the notebook. It should not have torn. The red cover flexed like skin, but the page came free in her hand. She folded it once and pressed it into my uninjured palm. If it tries to write on you, write back, she said. With what? She held out a carpenter pencil from Milan's toolkit. Stubbornness. Nico lifted the skillet. And if you see a small pan in your mind, that's me helping. I'll treasure the image. Hale came over last. He handed me a small revolver from his ankle holster. 5 shots. Old ammo. Close range only. Don't test it for poetry. Thanks. I mean it. If you see something that looks like a metaphor, shoot lower. Weissal took a red cord from around her neck. A tiny iron nail hung from it, black with age. She tied it around my wrist above the bandage. Maria gave me this when I was 11, she said. It hates liars. That includes the dead. Will it hurt me? Probably. Helpful. You asked. I faced the bridge. The first step held. The second shifted under my boot, shedding dirt into the canyon. I kept my arms slightly out, not for balance alone, but because every instinct wanted to reach back. The raised strip was colder than the road behind me. Halfway across, voices rose from below. They said my name. Not the border dead. Not St. Oran's. These voices knew the shape of my name from inside my blood. Connor Cale. I stopped. The name did not belong to me. My surname was Rusk. My father had said it came from his grandfather, a mill worker with a bad temper and a worse liver. Family stories. Convenient as painted doors. The bridge narrowed. My mother shook her head from the far side, lips moving. Not yours. The voices below laughed. All names are borrowed. I took another step. The iron nail at my wrist burned cold. The voices recoiled. On the far side, my boot hit solid road. The bridge collapsed behind me. Mara shouted my name. Her voice reached me as if through water. The crack widened until the trucks, Hale, Marisol, Tessa, Nico, and Calder stood on a separate piece of world. Mara called my name, then shouted, "Talk to me." "I'm here," I shouted. The words came back wrong from the canyon. "I am here." My mother's ghost reached for me. Her fingers passed through my sleeve, but this time I heard her, faint as breath through cloth. "He used us," she said. The sound nearly knocked me down. "Mom?" Her face tightened at the word. The black mark in her chest pulsed. "Your father found the Cale papers when you were 4. He thought it was family history, land grants, travel journals, old nonsense. Then he found the sketch of the knife. After that, every summer trip had a second purpose. He wanted to find it before the wrong people did. Behind me, the others yelled, but the canyon swallowed their words. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. Her image flickered. "We thought we were protecting you from a story." A bitter laugh scraped out of me. That worked great. Pain crossed her face. It was more human than any ghost had the right to be. "Your father reached Mireia first," she said. "He begged her to hide the blade. She tried. We should have left that town before morning. But you saw it. You bled. The door noticed the bloodline. Cale blood." She nodded. "Am I his descendant?" Anox. Through me? She said. The canyon wind turned cold. All my life, my father's restlessness had been the frame of the story. His maps, his camera, his need to chase roads until pavement ended. My mother had been the steady one, folding clothes, buying water, smoothing the edges of his obsessions. Now she stood in front of me, marked by the blade, and told me the old thief had come through her. You knew. Not until after Mexico. Not fully. Mireya told me when you were sleeping. She said the blade had tasted the line and would keep tasting until the debt was answered. Your father wanted to take you home and pretend distance could starve it. I wanted to stay and help Mireya seal it. We fought. I remembered my parents whispering in a motel bathroom, water running to cover their voices, my father slamming a suitcase shut, my mother sitting beside my bed with red eyes and a hand on my bandaged palm. The car crash, I said. Her image flickered harder. Collectors, she said. Years later, your father found a buyer for one of the copied relics. He thought if he could draw them away from you, the curse might loosen. He was wrong. I was wrong. Everyone was wrong in different directions. The iron nail burned colder. From the road ahead came the sound of chains dragging. My mother turned. 3 collectors stood where the pass curved between cliff walls. Red masks, long coats, hooks hanging from chains. The middle one's sewn mouth twitched around silent orders. Behind them stood a black iron cage on wooden wheels. Inside the cage sat Mireya. She looked smaller than Memory, wrapped in a shawl, white hair braided over one shoulder. Blood marked one side of her face. Her hands were tied with red thread to the bars. Even from a distance, I saw her eyes were open and furious. The first collector raised a hook. My mother's ghost shoved both hands into my chest. Cold exploded through me. I fell backward as the hook slashed through the space where my face had been. The chain struck rock and sent sparks into the dusk. I fired Hale's revolver from the ground. The first shot went wide. The second hit the collector in the shoulder and spun him half around. He did not fall. The road behind me erupted in shouts. Hale fired across the canyon crack, too far for accuracy, close enough to make the collectors look toward him. Mara screamed something I could not make out and slammed the poker into the road on her side, as if she could beat it into building another bridge. Tessa opened the notebook. Red light flared from the page. A thin line shot across the crack and wrapped around my wrist. Not thread this time, but ink, cool and dry. Tessa had written something on her side. I could feel the words before I saw them. Not alone. The ink line tightened. The crack did not close, but the raised earth bridge reformed in broken chunks, stepping stones instead of a path. Marta did not wait for permission. She ran across first, boots hitting each patch as it rose. Hale shouted after her. Marisol cursed and followed. Nico shoved the skillet into his belt and helped Tessa across step by step, the notebook blazing in her hands. Calder remained chained to the truck. For once, nobody cared. The collectors advanced. My mother moved between me and the nearest hook. The chain passed through her, but it slowed, frost forming on every link. I rolled aside and fired again. This shot struck the collector's knee. He dropped to one leg. Mara reached our side of the road and drove the iron poker through the red cloth over his mouth. The sound he made was not human. It was paper tearing under wet hands. Marisol fired the shotgun at the second collector. The blast took him in the chest and knocked him into the cliff wall. Hale crossed last, landed hard, and put 2 more rounds into him before he could rise. The middle collector backed toward the cage. Mireya leaned forward against her bindings. Her eyes found mine. "Thief's child," she called. Her voice was cracked but strong. The pass itself seemed to listen. "I was 12, I shouted back. "Then be older now." The line should have stung. It steadied me instead. Tessa stumbled beside me, nose bleeding from whatever the notebook had taken to rebuild the crossing. Nico caught her. Mara stood over the first collector, breathing hard, poker dripping red and black. The middle collector placed one gloved hand on Mireya's cage. The wheels began rolling backward without a horse, without an engine pulled by red threads that vanished around the curve. "They're taking her to the market," Marisol said. "How far?" Hale asked. "Less than a mile. Too far if the sun touches the notch before we reach it." We ran. The pass narrowed into La Garganta's throat, cliffs rising close enough to turn each footstep into an echo. The road was old stone now, not dirt, fitted by hands that had been dust for centuries. Candles burned in cracks along both walls. Nobody had lit them. Wax ran black down the rock. The dead walked with us, villagers with sewn mouths, travelers with cut throats, children carrying little clay birds. At the curve, the road opened. San Vespera lay below us in a basin of red dirt and smoke. The market square looked smaller than memory and worse than any nightmare had managed. Stalls stood in crooked rows beneath patched tarps. Fruit rotted in baskets. Strings of paper birds snapped in the wind. The church at the far end had a cracked bell hanging in its tower, and that bell was ringing by itself, slow and hungry. At the center of the square, beneath a dead ceiba tree, the collectors had built a black cage around an old stone well. Mayarea's cage rolled toward it. People watched from doorways. Living people. Faces drawn tight, hands over children's mouths, eyes lowered whenever a collector turned. Red thread crossed several thresholds. Protection or threat? Maybe both. The sun balanced on a notch between two western peaks. Maria had minutes. My palm tore open under the bandage. Blood hit the stones. Every candle in the pass blew out. From the well in the market square, a voice rose in a language I should not have understood. Enoch Cariel is coming home. The red thread around my wrist snapped. My body took one step forward without my permission. Mara saw it. She grabbed my hand, blood and all, and held on as the old thief inside the curse pulled hard enough to drag us both toward San Vespera. The pull nearly took her off her feet. She hooked her other arm around my waist and drove her shoulder into my ribs, not gentle, not careful. Just enough living weight to remind my body that it belonged to gravity and not to a dead man wearing an ancestor's name. Talk, she snapped. Tell me something true. My boots scraped over stone. The market square widened below. The cage rolled toward the black well, wheels squealing. Villagers shrank back under awnings. The bell kept ringing. My mouth opened, but the first voice that tried to come out was not mine. Mara heard the change before I did. She slammed her forehead into my cheek. Pain flashed white. The old thief's grip loosened for half a breath. True, she said again. I hate olives, I forced out. That's better. Keep going. My first car smelled like wet carpet. I lied to my high school girlfriend about liking jazz. I sleep with the radio on because silence gives the dead too much room. I stole a knife because I wanted proof I'd seen something strange. The pull faded by inches. I kissed you back, I said, voice shaking. That was true too. Mara's grip tightened. Good enough. Stay there. Hale reached us and grabbed the back of my jacket. Marisol came in on the other side with the shotgun pressed across my chest like a bar. Tessa stood a few yards back, notebook open, blood dripping from her nose onto the red page. Nico had one arm around her and the skillet lifted in his free hand, though his eyes kept darting toward the villagers gathering at the mouths of alleys. The people of San Vespera did not rush to help. I could not blame them. Help had a price here. Every doorway had red thread tied across it. Every window held candles made from dark wax. Children watched from behind skirts and door frames, their faces powdered with dust, their mouths shut tight by adult hands. One woman stepped into the road. She was young, maybe 25, with black hair cut at her chin and a white shirt stained with soot. A machete hung at her side. A clay bird charm rested against her throat. She looked at Marisol first, then at me, and last at the cage rolling toward the well. You brought the marked one, she said. Marisol did not lower the shotgun. Pilar Sosa. Your grandmother is in that cage. Are you going to stare or move? The woman's face hardened. Every road into the square is threaded. They came before noon. Anyone who crossed after that lost a tooth, then a finger, then a name. Names grow back? Nico asked. Pilar looked at him like he had brought a toy to an execution. Not here. A scream rose from the far side of the market. A man in a flour-dusted apron stumbled from behind a stall, clutching his mouth. Red thread ran from his lips to a collector standing near the well. The collector tugged once. The man dropped to his knees. Something pale and wet slid from his mouth onto the dirt. Not a tooth. A a strip of paper with writing on it. The collector coiled it around one gloved finger, and the man's face went slack, emptied of recognition. Pilar's machete came out. That was Don Isidro. He had 4 daughters. Now he won't know their faces. Tessa swayed. They're taking names as fuel. Calder's voice drifted from somewhere behind us. Hale had dragged him across after all, chain clinking at his ankle. Names are the cleanest blood. Less mess. More permanence. Pilar moved so fast Hale barely had time to turn. She struck Calder in the stomach with a machete handle, then put the blade under his chin. "You smell like the men who bought my cousins," she said. Calder coughed, bent double as far as the chain allowed. Probably a regional issue. Pilar pressed harder until a red line appeared under his jaw. Jokes don't keep skin attached. "Re-knead him," Hale said. "Then knead him quieter." The bell rang again. The sun slid lower. A black wedge of shadow reached from the church tower across the square, creeping toward the well. Every villager watched that shadow. Every collector worked faster. Mireya's cage reached the ring of dark stones around the well and stopped. The middle collector opened the cage door. Red thread pulled Mireya out by the wrists. She staggered, but she did not fall. She lifted her chin and spat blood into the dust at his feet. The villagers made a low sound. Not cheering, not mourning. Recognition, maybe. The sound people make when someone does what they all wish they still had the nerve to do. The middle collector raised one hand, and the thread around Mireya's wrists tightened until blood ran down her fingers. My body lunged forward again. Mara and Hale held me. The old thief inside the curse had changed tactics. He no longer dragged like a chain. He whispered like memory. He showed me the cave, the blade, the woman with white hair falling under the stone mallet. He showed me hands that looked like mine taking power and calling it rescue. The iron nail on my wrist burned. Liar, it seemed to say, though whether it meant him or me I could not tell. Pilar pointed to an alley behind a row of fruit stalls. There is a drainage run under the square. It comes out behind the well. Children use it to steal mangoes during festival week. Can adults fit? Mara asked. Adults who hate comfort. That's our specialty. Marisol nodded toward the villagers. We make noise in front. You take the marked one through the drain. The marked one has a name, Mara said. Pilar looked at me. Does he? I had no clean answer. Not with kale rising under my skin and rusk cracking behind it. I pulled Tessa's folded page from my pocket. The paper had stayed dry, though sweat soaked my shirt. I flattened it against my thigh and wrote with a carpenter pencil. Connor Rusk is not Enoch Carriel. The letter sank into the paper. For a second nothing happened. Then red ink surfaced under my words. Prove it. Mara read it and showed her teeth. Gladly. The plan lasted 18 seconds, which was longer than most plans the curse allowed. Marisol fired first, blasting the lantern above the nearest collector. Oil fire splashed across the dirt. Villagers who had been frozen in doorways suddenly moved. Pots flew. Stones cracked off masks. Someone cut the red thread across a doorway with a sickle and dragged 2 children into the street. Pilar sprinted toward the fruit stalls, machete low. Hale shoved Calder after her. Tessa and Nico followed. Mar kept hold of my jacket and pulled me into the alley. The drainage run was a rectangular hole behind a stack of rotting crates. It smelled of mold, spoiled fruit, and stagnant water. Pilar dropped to her knees and crawled in without hesitation. Hale pushed Calder after her, chain scraping stone. Calder complained until Mara kicked the sole of his shoe. Move or lose toes, she said. He moved. I went next. The tunnel forced me down onto forearms and knees. Stone scraped my forearms. Water soaked through my jeans. The ceiling pressed so close above my back that each breath had to negotiate for space. Behind me, Mara crawled with the poker turned sideways. Tessa followed, breath ragged. Nico came last, muttering to the skillet as if giving it a mission briefing. Halfway through, the tunnel filled with whispers. Not the villagers dead. Older voices. Cave voices. They slid along the wet stone and curled around my ears. Enoch carried the blade through darkness. Enoch fed the hungry door. Enoch promised the dead a witness. Enoch promised the living power of her grief. My hand slipped into muck. My bandage tore open. blood mixed with drain water. The tunnel stopped being a tunnel. For one breath, I crawled across a cave floor made slick by centuries of offerings. Candles smoked on both sides. The white-haired guardian lay ahead of me, skull broken, fingers reaching for the stolen blade. Enoch knelt over her, young and beautiful in the way knives are beautiful before they cut. He looked at me through my own eyes. "You are tired," he said without moving his mouth. "Let me carry the debt." I almost believed him. That was the worst part. Not because he sounded evil, because he sounded relieved on my behalf. He promised quiet. He promised no more ghosts at the windows, no more mothers speaking through scars, no more children describing how men like Calder made them kneel. He promised to turn the curse outward, away from me, away from the people I had started to love. Mara's hand closed around my ankle and yanked hard. My chin hit stone. Pain shattered the vision. "Crawl," she said from behind me. "Don't you dare nap in corpse water." I laughed once, a broken sound, and crawled. The tunnel ended behind the well under a slab of cracked stone. Pilar pushed it up an inch and peered through. Firelight flashed across her face. Screams crossed the square. The bell had quickened. 3 collectors at the well, she whispered. Mireia on the east side. 2 villagers down. Marisol still standing. Your sheriff is bleeding from the head but alive. Hale, directly behind Calder, said, "I'm the sheriff." Pilar looked back. "Then someone who looks like you is bleeding from the head." Hale went very still. A voice outside shouted his name in Hale's exact tone. "Mara, get clear." Mara froze behind me. That's not him. The collector had stolen enough of Hale's name from the air to wear his voice. The old rules here were getting thinner as sunset approached. Tessa pushed the notebook forward. On the page, red ink sketched the square above us. A black thread ran from the false Hale to Mara's mark. "It wants her to answer," Tessa whispered. Mara's jaw flexed. I wasn't planning to be polite. Pilar lifted the slab higher. "When we move hard. The well is the door. Mireia is the lock. Connor is the stolen key. Calder is whatever rotten thing he is." "Useful summary," Nico said. The sun touched the mountain notch. All the red thread in the square snapped tight. Mireia screamed for the first time. It cut through the stone, the tunnel, the dead, and the old thief whispering under my blood. It was not a plea. It was a warning. Pilar threw the slab aside. We came out behind the well into smoke and red light. The middle collector turned. His sewn mouth split open, tearing thread through flesh, and the voice that came out was my voice speaking an old name. "Enoch Cariel, witness returns." My knees nearly folded. Mara stepped beside me and raised the poker. Tessa opened the notebook with both hands. Nico lifted the skillet. Hale dragged Calder into the firelight by his chain. Pilar put her machete between Mireia and the well. Mireia looked at me, eyes bright and a face streaked with blood. "Little thief," she said. "You came back with witnesses." The well behind her breathed, open. Down in the black, thousands of red eyes opened and looked up. The square buckled without moving. That was the only way I could understand it. Stalls stayed where they were. The church tower did not fall. The villagers did not slide into the well. Yet every line in the world bent toward that black mouth. Candle flames leaned sideways. Smoke poured down instead of up. Blood on the dirt ran in thin streams against the slope, all of it feeding the ring of stones. The collector wearing my voice lifted both arms. The torn red thread around his mouth fluttered like little tongues. "Debt recognizes debt," he said with my throat. "Blood recognizes blood. The thief returns what the thief opened." "He returns nothing to you," Mara said. Her voice shook. She hated that it shook. I felt her grip tighten around the poker until her knuckles went pale under blood and soot. Mireia turned her head toward me as much as the red bindings allowed. "Do not answer him with denial. Denial feeds him. A thief who says he stole nothing still speaks as a thief." "Then what do I say?" The well exhaled. The breath carried 1,000 last moments. A stone table under moonlight. A child crying behind a mask. A soldier choking on incense smoke. Brina on the church floor. Jonas under his uncle's hand. Jory in the plain, fighting for a breath that would not come. My knees shook with the weight of them. Maria's eyes did not leave mine. "Say what you carry." Not what he carried. The collector stepped closer. The old thief inside my blood stepped with him. My right hand rose halfway before I forced it down. The revolver felt useless at my side. A bullet could hit a body. It could not shoot a name out of history. Tessa moved beside me, small and pale and shaking. She held a notebook open to the torn page where my pencil line had challenged the curse. Red ink crawled into the graphite, trying to change Connor Rusk into Enoch Carriel, letter by letter. Nico saw it happening. He pressed the edge of the skillet down on the page like a paperweight from the world's ugliest office. The red ink smoked where it touched the iron. "Write faster," he said. "I'm open to suggestions," Tessa snapped. Hale dragged Calder forward by the chain and shoved him to his knees beside the well. "He has the name under his tongue. Use him." Calder looked at the eyes below and began to shake so hard the chain rattled against stone. "I gave them what they asked for. I paid more than any of you know." Jonas's ghost appeared behind him. Small hands curled at his sides. "You paid with me." The words did not come through sound. They came through every adult in the square who looked at Calder and understood exactly what kind of man knelt there. Pilar lifted her machete. Old debts can speak too. The collector turned toward her. A hook flashed from his sleeve. Pilar moved, but not fast enough. The hook caught her side and tore through cloth and skin. She dropped with a hard gasp, machete clattering from her hand. Marisol screamed from the far edge of the square and fired. The blast punched the collector backward, but the chain stayed attached to Pilar and began dragging her toward the well. Mara let go of me and lunged. For one terrible second, the old thief had what he wanted. No hand on me. No living weight. No voice in my ear telling me something true. The well opened wider, and the red eyes below rose like sparks in a chimney. My mother's ghost appeared at the ring of stones. She looked almost gone now, face thin with light, black marks spread across her throat. She did not reach for me this time. She reached for Mara. Mara caught Pilar's chain with the poker and twisted it around the iron shaft. The hook tore deeper. Pilar bit down on a scream until blood ran from her lip. Hail fired into the collector's chest. Nico slammed the skillet down on the chain where it crossed the stone ring. Tessa wrote so hard the pencil snapped. I looked at the well, at Maria, at the collector wearing my voice, at Enoch Carriel waiting inside my blood with patient hands. Then I stepped to the ring of stones and pressed my torn palm flat against the old rock before anyone could stop me. The square vanished. The cave rose around me. Enoch Carriel stood on the other side of the altar, smiling with my face. The last sacrifice. Expanded draft. The cave did not arrive like a dream. Dreams softened their edges. Dreams let the mind lie to itself about doorways, distances, and air. This place had weight. It had stink. It had grit under my palm and old blood in the cracks between stones. The square behind the well fell away, and the cave locked around me with a sound like teeth meeting. Enoch Carriel stood on the other side of the altar, wearing my face the way a thief wears another man's coat. It was almost right. Same jaw, same eyes, same scar across the palm. The difference set behind his smile. My mouth had never learned to hold that much hunger. The altar between us was waist-high black from smoke and hand oil. Channels cut into the stone ran toward a basin shaped like a bird skull. The basin had red gems for eyes. They glimmered with the same sick light I had seen when I was a kid in the market. The same light that turned my life into a hallway full of the dead. Enoch placed both hands on the altar. His fingers looked clean. Mine were mud, blood, and drain water. "You came back," he said. His voice was mine, but steadier. It had slept. It had eaten. It had not spent 20 years waking to dead children at the foot of a bed. "I was dragged back," I said. "People tell themselves that when the road is ugly, a man still chooses where he puts his feet. You put yours here. That matters. The door cares about steps more than intentions. So do the dead. So do gods when they pretend not to be hungry." Beyond him, the cave opened into a darkness too wide to measure. Stone columns rose like tree trunks. Smoke hubbed the ceiling. Hundreds of shallow niches cut into the walls held little offerings, cracked teeth, Wedding rings, bone beads, toys, military buttons, locks of hair tied with thread, so old it had faded to the color of dry leaves. The dead filled the spaces between them. They were not like the restless spirits who crowded my rooms and leaned over police reports. These dead had been pressed thin by years without names. Some had faces. Some were only shapes around the memory of pain. They watched me with empty sockets, split lips, burned hands, and throats cut so clean the cave air whistled through them when they tried to speak. Enoch followed my gaze and smiled wider. "Witnesses," he said. "That is what she told you, isn't it? Poor Mireya. Always careful with words. Always thinking a careful word can stand between hunger and meat." Mireya's scream still rang somewhere above me. I could hear it through the cave roof, thin and stretched, as if the stone carried sound the way bone carried fever. Mara's voice came after it, angry and hoarse. A gunshot cracked. Iron clanged against stone. The square had not stopped because I had fallen through it. I tried to pull my hand from the altar. It would not move. My torn palm had sealed itself to the black rock. Skin pressed into old grooves. Blood slid out of me in slow lines and ran toward the bird skull basin. Each drop struck stone and opened another picture in my head. A woman with paint across her mouth being dragged through torch smoke. A man in a soldier's coat trying to bite through leather. A little boy with a carved wooden horse clutched to his chest. A grandmother with silver hair pressed flat over the altar as her family sang because the collectors had told them song would make the passage gentle. There was no gentle passage. There was only the cut, the door, and the lie sold to the living so they would bring more bodies when grief emptied their houses. "Stop showing me," I said. "I am not showing you anything," Enoch said. "The cave is. It likes fresh eyes. Yours were open with theft, which makes them useful. You stole the blade first." For the first time his smile twitched. The dead around the niches rustled. No wind moved through the chamber, but hair shifted, rags stirred, and dry tongues clicked against missing teeth. They had been waiting for that sentence. "Careful," Enoch said. The altar pulsed under my hand. I saw him then, not wearing my face, but his own. He was younger than I expected. Not ancient. Not a priest with gray skin and hollow eyes. He had been a living man with dark hair tied away from his cheeks, clean hands, and a scholar's impatience. He wore travel-stained linen and a knife under his vest. He stood beside a woman I knew before the vision named her, Mireya's grandmother. Her name came through the stone as Itza. She was small, old, and stronger than every armed man around her. She held the obsidian knife in a cloth and refused to give it to Enoch. "It doesn't grant power," she told him in a language I understood because the cave wanted me to understand. "It holds debt. That is all. That is enough to poison any hand." Enoch smiled at her with his own mouth. "Debt is power when you can make another man carry it." Then he used the little knife at his belt, not the cursed blade, and opened her throat in the cave where no crowd could see. He took the obsidian knife from her dying hand. Her blood ran over the white handle. The bird skull's red eyes lit. The first theft had not been mine. The cave snapped back. Enoch leaned closer, and now his face was mine again. "You understand history," he said. "That is good. It will make the transfer clean." "I don't understand anything about clean." "That is because you keep standing in the mess instead of stepping above it." "I can end your noise, Connor. I can close the hole inside you. I can give you a morning without faces at the glass and nights without strangers standing beside your bed. You can wake beside Mara and hear only rain, breath, traffic, the old ordinary machine of life. I can return you to the living world." Mara's name in his mouth made my trapped hand clench against stone. "Don't use her." "I don't need to use her. You do that well enough. She follows you because she thinks pain makes a man honest. She thinks your curse is a kind of proof. She is wrong. Pain makes men hungry. You know that. You have wanted quiet more than you have wanted justice. You wanted the dead to stop speaking. You wanted Calder to bleed. You wanted the knife to take another hand as long as it was not yours. The worst lies wore pieces of truth for armor. I had wanted all of that. Not forever, not even for long. But wanting does not need a long life to leave a mark. Enoch pressed his scarred palm over mine on the altar. His skin felt warm. Too warm. Fever warm. "Say my name is yours," he whispered. "That is all. Enoch Cariel. Witness returns. Debt restored. Door satisfied. Then I carry the dead, and you walk out lighter." The dead around us leaned closer. Some wanted it. I felt that too. They did not care who carried them as long as the cave moved, as long as the door opened, as long as their pain meant something after all these years. Others shook their heads with split necks and broken jaws. They had seen what Enoch did when he carried names. Above, the real world slammed back into me. Mara shouted my name. The cave ceiling became the square for one flickering second. I saw her at the well, one hand around the iron poker, the other hooked under Pilar's arm. Pilar was bleeding hard from her side, teeth bared, boots skidding over red dirt. The collector with my voice had a chain wrapped around Mara's wrist. Hale fired again, but his gun clicked empty. Nico swung the skillet into another collector's knee with a crunch that made the man fold sideways. Tessa crouched beside the notebook, writing with a broken pencil while blood dripped from her nose onto the page. Maria hung in the red threads. Her eyes found mine through the stone. "Say what you carry." The cave sealed again. Enoch's fingers dug into my hand. "She is dying because you stole a child's curiosity and called it fate. You can be noble now, but nobility is late payment with pretty paper." "I stole the knife," I said. The words struck the cave. The channels in the altar flared. Enoch smiled. "That is good." I ran. His smile widened. "I spent years letting the dead use me because I didn't know how to say no. I got proud of it some days. I called it help when it was easier than living with people who could leave. I put Mara in front of things that wanted me. I let Tessa read from a book that bites. I dragged Nico into a road that chews kids up. I wanted Calder dead before I wanted truth." Enoch's smile began to fade. I raised my free hand and pressed it over his. "That is what I carry," I said. "Not your name. Not your first theft. Not your door. Mine." The dead made a sound that was almost breath. Enoch jerked back, but my grip held him. The altar had trapped my skin. Now it trapped his. Blood rose through the cracks from both sides, mine and his, fresh red and old black, meeting in the bird skull basin. "You don't know what you're doing," he said. "That makes two of us." The cave shook. Not like rock breaking. Like memory being pulled from a deep socket. The victims in the niches began to speak at once. Their voices did not form a chorus. It was uglier than that. Names collided with last prayers, last meals, last lies. Mothers calling children. Children calling dogs. Men cursing gods they had once fed with candle wax. Women spitting blood into Enoch's face 100 years after he had ordered them opened. Enoch tried to smile again and could not get his mouth to obey. "They will eat you. They've been chewing for 20 years. The altar split between us. A seam opened in the stone, narrow as a vein at first, then wider. Under it waited the well's black mouth, thousands of red eyes packed together like coals. Hands reached up from that dark. Not human hands, not animal hands. Fingers too long. Nails black and hooked. They reached for my wrist. They reached for Enoch's throat. For one heartbeat, he looked less like a monster and more like the man he had been in the first second after murder, surprised that blood had consequences. Then something slammed into me from behind. It was Mara, not her body. Her living weight could not exist in the cave. This was the shape of her voice, the bruise of her grip, the stubborn heat of her still above me in the square. She yanked my shoulder hard enough to tear skin from the altar. Pain snapped me clean. I fell backward through darkness. Enoch lunged after me, hands still sealed to mine by blood and old debt. The cave fell with us. I hit red dirt on my back beside the well, choking on smoke, with Enoch's hand fused to my scar like a second shadow under the skin. The collector wearing my voice screamed. It was the first honest sound I had heard from him. The square came back in pieces. Fire at the fruit stalls. Red thread across the church door. Villagers pressed against walls, holding knives, farm tools, stones, and fear. The well opened behind my head with its black breath pouring over my face. Mara on her knees beside me, one wrist wrapped in red chain, blood running down her fingers where the lynx had bitten deep. "Connor," she said. I tried to answer. My throat gave her a rasp and nothing useful. The collector, wearing my voice, stood 10 feet away, folded in half as if someone had kicked a hole through his spine. Red thread hung from his torn mouth. Under the thread, my own voice came out backwards, syllables scraping against each other until the sound became a wet hiss. Enoch had not returned alone. Something of him had come back through my hand. The scar in my palm had changed. The old pale line still ran across the skin, but under it moved a dark shape, a finger-sized stain that shifted when the collector moved. It turned toward him the way a compass turns toward north. Myrea saw it. Her face tightened. "He touched you." I touched back. I said. Mara looked at my palm, then at my face. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" It wasn't really a plan. That part came through. The chain around her wrist jerked. She hissed and drove the poker down through the links, pinning them to the dirt. Pilar, flat on her side near the well, shoved both hands against the hook buried under her ribs. Her shirt was soaked black. Marisol crawled toward her with one hand over split brow, leaving a smear behind her in the dust. Hale dropped beside me, revolver open in one hand, loose rounds in the other. His fingers moved fast, despite blood running from a cut in his scalp. "Can you stand?" "I can be dragged." That wasn't the question. It was the best offer. He snapped 2 rounds into the cylinder. I hate working with civilians. Nico staggered past us and slammed a skillet into the red chain around Mara's wrist. Iron met thread. The chain bucked like a live snake. Mara twisted free, leaving skin behind. Tessa screamed from the east side of the well. I rolled over and saw why. Calder had the notebook. He must have gone for it when the cave took me under. His cuffs were still on, but the chain between his wrists had been broken with a stone. He held the notebook in both hands, pages flapping in the hot wind. Red ink poured across the paper in lines that ran toward his thumbs. Jonas's ghost stood behind him, small and shaking with rage. "Give it back," Tessa said. Her nose and upper lip were slick with blood. She held the broken pencil like a blade. Calder laughed at her, but his eyes kept dipping to the well. "This book kept my family alive," he said. "You think I'm handing it to a child with a hero problem?" "Your family fit kids to a door," Tessa said. "My family understood purchase. Every town has a cost. Every harvest. Every safe winter. You think your food comes clean because you didn't see the knife?" Nico moved toward him. The collector with my voice straightened. All talk vanished. He opened his mouth. The red thread tore wider. Something black and wet pushed between his teeth, not a tongue, but a strip of shadow shaped like one. My palm burned. The dark stain under my scar turned toward him and pulled. Enoch spoke through him, through me, through the well. "Bring the witness below." Every red thread in the square snapped toward me. Mara threw herself across my chest as the first strand hit. It struck her shoulder instead, burrowed under cloth, and came out slick with blood near her collar. "Get off me," I barked. "Make me later," she said through clenched teeth. Hale fired. The shot took the collector below the throat. It should have dropped him. Instead, his body rocked once and kept coming. Marisol fired from the ground, one-handed, hitting his knee. Bone cracked. He dragged the leg behind him and kept coming. Pilar made a sound, low in her throat. She grabbed the hook in her side and pulled. Myrea shouted, "No, leave it." Pilar did not listen. She tore the hook free with both hands. Blood spilled across her hip and into the dust. Her face went gray. She still wrapped the hooked chain around her forearm, planted one boot against the wellstone, and pulled backward with everything she had left. The collector lurched. Mara shoved off me. "Hale, cover Tessa." "Nico, the book." "Connor, don't bleed on anything ancient for 5 minutes. That sounds personal." "Everything is personal here." She charged Calder. Calder had never looked like a fighter. He looked like a man who let papers, judges, and locked rooms fight for him. Fear taught him fast. He kicked dirt into Mara's face, turned, and ran for the church with the notebook clutched to his chest. Tessa went after him first. She was smaller, hurt, and half blind from blood, but rage gave her speed. She cut across the square and slammed into his back. Calder stumbled. The notebook flew from his hands and landed open in the dirt. Red ink splashed from the pages like fresh blood. Nico reached it. So did one of the remaining collectors. The collector had no mask now. Someone had knocked it away, and the face beneath looked shaved smooth of everything human. No lashes, no brows, mouth stitched with black thread instead of red, as if he served a different office in the same awful court. He swung his short blade at Nico's neck. Nico ducked. The blade skimmed through his hair and bit into the skillet he raised with both hands. Sparks jumped. He rammed the pan forward into the collector's mouth. Thread snapped. Teeth broke. The man fell backward, choking on iron and his own blood. Tessa snatched the notebook. Calder grabbed her ankle. She went down hard. Her chin struck dirt. The notebook slid away again. Jonas's ghost moved then. He did not touch Calder. The dead rarely touched the living unless the curse gave them a door. He knelt in front of Calder and put his small face inches from his uncle's. Calder froze. I could not hear what Jonas said. I did not need to. Calder's grip opened. Tessa kicked free and crawled toward the notebook. The will behind me exhaled again. Mireya's red bindings tightened. The threads had lifted her off the ground until only her toes brushed dirt. Her blood ran down the threads toward the well, and the red eyes below brightened as if fed by every drop. "The handle," she rasped. I pushed myself onto one knee. "What handle?" "The knife you touched as a boy was incomplete. Enoch broke it before he fled. Blade to market. Handle to altar. Pommel to the door. 3 pieces keep the debt moving. 1 piece can curse. All 3 can command. Where is the handle?" Her gaze cut toward the well. Of course, nothing in the story had the courtesy to be on a shelf. Mara reached me, wiping dirt from one eye with her uncut hand. "Tell me you didn't just hear a reason to climb down there." "I heard several bad reasons. Pick a different hobby." The collector with my voice lunged. Pilar's chain snapped tight across his chest, holding him for half a breath. Hale fired again. Marisol dragged Pilar away from the well stone by the back of her belt. Nico got the notebook to Tessa, then took a punch from Calder that staggered him more from surprise than force. Tessa opened the notebook and read the page. Her lips moved fast. "It says the handle is in the throat of the first debt. Does that mean the well?" Mireya coughed blood. "Below the well is the first chamber. Below that is the altar. Below the altar is the throat." "Great," Mara said. "Architecture by lunatics." The red thread around Mireya's chest tightened again. Her ribs shifted under skin. She did not scream this time. She spent that pain on words. "If Enoch joins the pieces, he will not need bodies one at a time. He can open the south door wide. All restless dead within reach will pour through. Living grief will feed it. Murder will become prayer." "How do we stop that?" Hale asked. Mireya looked at me. I hated that look. I had been seeing versions of it since childhood. Adults looking at a kid who had already ruined something, trying to decide how much more truth his shoulders could carry. "The witness goes below," she said. "Not alone. Never alone. Enoch wins when the living leave one person to carry what all of them made." Mara laughed without humor. "Finally, a curse that hates group projects less than I do." The collector tore free of Pilar's chain and came at me. Hale stepped into his path with an empty gun in one hand and a pocket knife in the other. That was the whole man in one ugly picture. Outmatched, bleeding and still filing himself between danger and everybody else. The collector backhanded him so hard Hale hit the well stones and slid down. Mara screamed his name. The collector reached for me with both hands. I did not have time to stand. I drove my scarred palm into his chest. The dark stain under my skin leapt. Enoch's voice tore through my teeth and the collector's mouth at the same time. For 1 second I saw the thread map inside him. Red lines through organs. Black knots at joints. A name nailed under his sternum. Not Enoch. Not Connor. A living man named Salvo Neri, taken from a border bus station with a promise of paid work and fed to the collectors until his body became their rented suit. Salvo's ghost was still inside, folded small behind the name. I grabbed that name with whatever the curse had made of me and pulled. The collector burst open from the mouth outward. Blood hit my face, hot and thick. Fred whipped across my cheek. Salvo's body collapsed in a heap that kept twitching as red cords crawled out of him and burned in the dirt. The square went silent except for the fire. Mara stared at me. I wiped blood from my eyes with my sleeve. I didn't know that would happen. You need a shorter list of things you don't know, she said, but her voice shook against the words. Hale groaned beside the well. He was alive. Pilar was alive. Maria was dying by inches. Calder was crawling away. Jonas drifted after him, patient as winter. Tessa looked down at the notebook. The map changed, she said. Red ink drew the well as a black circle. From it, a stair spiraled into a shape that looked like an open throat. Beside the throat, small marks appeared one by one. 7 living witnesses. I counted us without wanting to. Mara, Tessa, Nico, Hale, Pilar, Marisol, and me. The notebook added an 8 mark in black. One debtor. Calder saw the mark appear. His face lost its last scrap of color. Mara followed my gaze and picked up the poker. I'll get him, she said. Alive, Mireya said. Mara's mouth tightened. That keeps being the worst part of every plan. The well breathed open wider. Stone stairs appeared inside the wall where no stairs had been a moment before, slick with old damp and fresh red light. The dark stain in my palm turned toward them. Enoch waited below with the rest of the knife. Nobody said we should hurry. Nobody needed to waste breath on something that obvious. We gathered the living, dragged the debtor to his feet, and started down. The stairs inside the well were not built for feet. They were built for obedience. Each step was too narrow near the center and too slick near the wall. The stones sweated under our hands. Red light came from seams in the rock, pulsing slow, like something sleeping with one eye open. The air smelled of rot, incense, and wet copper. Above us, the square shrank to a smoking coin. Below us, the throat waited. Mara went first with the poker. I tried to argue. She turned one dirt-streaked look on me, and the argument died before it had lungs. You're the compass, she said. Compasses don't lead with their teeth. I don't think that's how compasses work. Neither does the cave. We're all guessing. Hale came behind me, one hand on the wall, one hand gripping Calder's collar. He had reloaded from Morisol's pocket, but he kept the gun low. Bullets in that shaft would bounce until everyone got a turn. Nico stayed close to Tessa. She kept the notebook open despite the damp. Pilar moved slowly, jaw clenched, Marisol supporting her under one arm. Every few steps, Pilar left a dark handprint on stone. The dead descended with us. They did not walk on the stairs. They lined the shaft, faces half formed in the walls, mouths opening as we passed. A man with river mud packed in his ears. A girl with a red ribbon fused into her hair. 3 miners with crushed chests, all pointing downward. A mother carrying a baby who had never learned to cry. They whispered names. They whispered debts. They whispered for me to hurry, to stop, to turn around, to give them Calder, to give them me. Sleep had been hard for 20 years. This was worse than sleep. This was every bad night given architecture. Tessa's pencil scratched. Don't write everything they say, I told her. I'm not. The book is. The page under her hand filled with names in tight red columns. Some were fresh. Some were old. Some had been scraped away by time and were coming back letter by letter. Nico looked over her shoulder and swallowed. That many? This is only the stair, she said. Calder made a dry sound that wanted to be a laugh. You wanted truth. Try not to choke on it. Hale slammed him into the wall. The motion was quick and quiet. Calder's head cracked against stone and dust fell from the ceiling. Talk less, Hale said. You need me. I need you breathing. Those are different jobs. The stairs curved. The red light dimmed. A thin passage opened from the shaft into a tunnel so low we had to duck. Roots hung from the ceiling, pale and blind. They did not belong under a dry mountain. They dangled in ropes and knots, tapping our hair and shoulders as if feeling for skin. Maria's voice came from above, though her body remained bound in the square. Do not let the roots drink. I stopped. Nobody touched the roots. Mara looked at the ceiling. That was already my preference. A drop fell from one root and hit Calder's cheek. He screamed, not because it burned, because something under his skin moved toward the drop. A red line raced from his jaw to his temple. Jonas's ghost appeared between him and the wall. Small hands lifted, but the line passed through him and vanished under Calder's hair. The tunnel answered with a sound like distant rain. The roots began to lower. Move, Mara said. We moved. The passage narrowed until Marisol had to turn sideways to help Pilar through. Hale shoved Calder ahead of him. Tessa tucked the notebook under her shirt to keep it from brushing the roots. Nico held the skillet above her head like the ugliest umbrella ever dragged into a holy place. A root touched my shoulder. The world flashed white. I saw my father in a hotel bathroom years after Mexico, shaving with the door half open while I sat on the bed pretending to watch television. His hand paused under his jaw. His eyes in the mirror found mine, and for 1 second I thought he was about to ask about the dead woman standing beside the curtains. Instead, he rinsed the razor and said, "We all had bad dreams sometimes." The root drank that memory and pulled. I ripped away with a gasp. Skin tore under my shirt. Mara grabbed my belt and hauled me forward. "Don't slow down," she said. "It took a memory. Did you need it right now?" "That's not comforting." "Bad is good. Comfort makes people sloppy." The tunnel opened into a chamber full of hanging roots and old road signs. They were bolted to the walls at odd angles. Some were in Spanish. Some were English. Some had no language, I knew. Arrows pointed in circles. Distances had been scratched out and replaced with names of the dead. A rusted sign shaped like a highway shield hung above a crack in the floor. Its numbers filed away. Nico stared. "How does any of this get down here?" "People bring their roads with them," Tessa said softly. Mara glanced at her. "Did you read that or feel it?" "Both, I think." The chamber floor was packed with footprints hardened in mud. Bare feet, boots, sandals, child-sized prints, and drag marks crossed each other in hardened mud. At the far side, a passage descended through split in the stone. Between us and that passage stood a line of figures wearing masks made from road signs, license plates, and pieces of old mirrors. Collectors waited there. They were not the ones from the square. These were older. Their clothes had rotted into strips. Red thread wrapped their hands from wrist to fingertip. Each held a tool made for ordinary work and ruined for killing: a pruning saw, a hammer, a hook, a tile knife, a length of chain with bolts tied at the end. Their leader wore a mirror over his face. In the mirror I saw myself at 13 holding the knife by the blade in Maria's market stall. Blood opened across my palm. The boy's mouth hung loose in wonder before the pain came. The leader spoke in a voice scraped from many throats. "Road tax." Mara raised the poker. "We paid at the well." "Road tax," the mirror face repeated. Calder straightened a little. Fear made him useful in short bursts. "They want a memory. Give them something small. A birthday. A song. Something you can live without." Pilar's eyes cut toward him. "How many did you give?" Calder looked away. Jonas stood behind him again. "No," I said. The collectors turned toward me. The dark stain in my palm pulled toward the mirror face. Enoch was down there, but traces of him lived in every collector like grease in old machinery. "No road tax," I said. "No memory. No blood. We walk." The mirror face tilted. My 13-year-old reflection smiled. Thief refuses toll. Witness refuses fraud. The words came out before I knew I had them. The cave heard them. The roots recoiled a few inches. Tessa sucked in a breath and wrote them down. The collectors attacked. The chamber became a crush of metal, roots, and bad footing. Mara met the first with the poker across both hands, catching the pruning saw before it took her face. Sparks snapped. She drove her boot into the collector's knee and used his fall to rip the saw from his grip. Hale fired low 1 shot, then grabbed Calder by the back of the neck and shoved him under a swinging chain. The chain smashed the wall and sent chips into Calder's hair. Nico pushed Tessa behind a signpost and caught the hammer blow on the skillet. The pan rang so loud every ghost in the chamber flinched. Tessa jammed the broken pencil into the collector's wrapped hand. It should not have mattered. The pencil had been writing red ink for 3 days. It mattered. The collector's hand smoked. Marisol lowered Pilar against the wall and took her machete. Borrowing this, Pilar gave her a blood-slick smile. "Don't make it look easy." Marisol did not. She made it look mean. She caught the hookman's wrist, stepped inside his swing, and drove the machete under his ribs. Black blood spilled down the blade. The hookman snapped his head forward and bit into her shoulder. Marisol screamed and shoved harder until the machete came out through his back. The dead around the walls hissed approval. The mirror face came for me. He did not rush. He walked through the fight as if violence was weather and he had brought a coat. In his mirror, my reflection changed. 13 became 22, then 35, then something older with gray in its beard and dead eyes under motel lights. Each version held the knife. Each version looked relieved to use it. "You are not prophecy," I said. The mirror face lifted the tile knife. A root dropped between us and wrapped around my wrist. Memory tore loose. My mother at the airport after Mexico, kneeling in front of me, trying to make me tell her why I would not stop washing my hands. Her thumbs smelled like hand lotion and airline soap. She had said, "Whatever scared you, it stayed there." She had meant Mexico. She had been wrong. The root pulled the memory up toward the ceiling. I grabbed it with my other hand. Not the root, the memory. I do not have better words for it. The curse had made parts of me into tools I hated using. I seized the image of my mother's hands and held on. The mirror face struck. Mara hit him from the side before the blade reached me. She drove the poker into the mirror with both hands. Glass exploded inward. The face behind it was not a face at all. Only red thread stretched across a hole. The collector shrieked. The root shrieked with him. Every stolen memory in the ceiling fell. They came down as rain that did not wet skin. 1,000 private moments burst through the chamber. First kisses. Last dinners. Babies named after dead brothers. Men burying cash under floorboards. Women hiding letters under mattresses. Soldiers folding flags with hands that would shake later when nobody watched. Children laughing before the world taught them lower volume. The collectors staggered under the weight of what they had stolen. Hale saw the opening. "Go." "You're bleeding," Tessa said. "Most people are." "Go." We ran for the descending passage. Nico grabbed Tessa. "Maisel, halt, Pilar." Mara grabbed my sleeve. Hale dragged Calder so hard the man's shoes scraped sparks from stone. Behind us, the mirror face clawed at the hole where his reflection had been. The roots whipped through the chamber, searching for anything warm. As we plunged into the passage, Calder twisted and tried to break free. Hale slammed him against the wall again. "I'm one bad stare from letting you roll." Calder's lips peeled back. "You think bringing me below is justice. You're delivering me to him. Enoch doesn't need my loyalty. He needs my bloodline. My family kept the account open. I am the receipt." Tessa looked up from the notebook, breathing hard. "He's telling the truth," she said. The passage dropped into darkness. The passage did not drop in a straight line. It folded. The floor tilted under us until up and down became matters of faith instead of fact. Stone that should have been beneath my boots appeared beside my shoulder. The wall sweated against my cheek. Once, I put my hand out to steady myself and felt not rock, but damp cloth stretched over something that beat once under my fingers. I pulled back fast. Mara saw it. "Don't ask." I wasn't going to. Your face was forming a question. My face has had a long day. She almost smiled. Almost counted. The corner of her mouth moved and then pain took the space back. She kept walking anyway, one hand braced against the wall, the other ready to catch Tessa if the girl stumbled. The tunnel widened enough for 2 people to pass. That little mercy felt suspicious. The dead had changed again. They no longer lined the walls as beggars. They walked with us, each one keeping pace beside the living person most likely to hear them. A miner shuffled beside Hale, his crushed chest rising and falling without air. A young woman with river mud in her hair walked beside Marisol and kept touching the space where a necklace should have rested. 3 old men trailed Calder, each with ledger ink on his fingers. Beside Tessa walked Bryna. Mara saw her cousin only as cold movement in the corner of her eye. I saw Bryna clearly. She had one hand near Tessa's shoulder but did not touch. Her face carried the stiff care of someone guiding a child across a street full of trucks. Tessa noticed my stare. "Is she here?" Mara's step hitched. I should have lied. I had lied before. Soft lies meant to keep people walking. Down there, lies had teeth. "Yes," I said. Tessa looked at the space beside her. "Is she mad?" Bryna shook her head. She tried to speak, and a seam of red light opened at her throat where death had marked her. The cave pulled at her voice, greedy as ever. "She isn't mad," I said. She's keeping close. Mara kept her eyes forward. Tell her I know. Brina looked at Mara then, and the dead around us made room for the grief that moved between them. It had no sound. It did not need one. Calder stumbled over a raised stone and nearly fell. Hale caught him by the collar before he hit the wall. Careful, Hale said. Calder gave him a sideways look. That sounded almost human. I don't want to carry you. That's practical. You will carry worse before this ends. Hale tightened his grip. Keep predicting things. Makes me nostalgic for your silence. The tunnel answered Calder anyway. A row of niches opened along the right wall as we passed one after another. Inside each sat a clay vessel filled with ash, except the vessels were not shaped like vessels. They were cupped hands, fired hard, palms up, fingers curled. Red letters had been scratched into the wrists. Tessa slowed despite herself. Don't read them, I said. I'm not trying to. The cave doesn't wait for trying. She pressed the notebook against her chest and kept moving. The first set of clay hands cracked as Calder passed. Ash spilled out and blew across his shoes. He looked down. A face rose in the ash, thin and furious, with his family's eyes and Jonas's mouth. Calder made a sound that scraped raw against the tunnel. That isn't him, Calder said. You keep saying things like that, Nico said. It keeps not helping. The ash face broke apart and swirled up the wall. More clay hands cracked. More ash spilled. The air filled with gray shapes, each trying to become a person and failing because someone had spent generations taking names from them. They turned toward me as if I might hand their faces back. I lifted my bleeding palm, not in surrender and not in command. I don't have them yet, I said. But I'm listening. That was all. It should not have been enough. The ash shapes thinned, then settled along the floor in a pale path leading down. Mara looked at me. You just negotiated with dust. I have had stranger meetings. Don't put that on a business card. The pale path took us to a narrow bridge over a black cut in the earth. No rail, no rope, no polite warning, just a strip of stone barely wider than 2 boots, slick with mineral damp, with darkness moving far below. From the gap came the sound of running water and teeth clicking together. The light from Tessa's notebook did not reach the bottom. Marisol looked at Pilar. I can get you across. Pilar gave her a look. You can help me across. There is a difference. Not enough of one to fight about. There is always enough to fight about. Pilar stepped onto the bridge first with Marisol tight against her side. Her knees shook by the 3rd step. By the 5th, blood dripped from the cloth at her ribs and fell into the black. Something below clicked faster. The bridge moved. It was slight, but every living body felt it. Stone sagged downward, then settled. I froze and hated the word before it finished in my head. The bridge sagged under us. That was all. No one spoke. Hale pushed Calder ahead. You next. Calder looked at the dark below. If I fall, your map dies with me. Then walk like the valuable piece of garbage you are. Calder walked. He made it halfway before the voices below began using Jonas's voice. Uncle Wren. Help me. Uncle Wren. It hurts. Uncle Wren. Don't leave me under the house. Calder stopped. Hale cursed under his breath. Keep moving, Hale said. Calder shook his head. His hands lifted toward his ears, but the cuffs stopped him short. He was already sick. My father said he was already marked. Move. He said the boy would die anyway. Jonas appeared on the far side of the bridge. He looked at Calder, not accusing now. Jonas waited. Calder took one step, then another. When he reached the far ledge, he folded against the wall and vomited until nothing came out. Tessa went next, Nico behind her. Halfway across, the darkness below whispered with her mother's voice. Not words I could hear. The tone alone changed her posture. She swayed. Nico caught the back of her jacket. I've got you. It sounds like her. Then don't reward it. That's easy to say. It's not easy at all. I'm saying it anyway. She gripped his wrist and crossed. Mara and I were last. The bridge waited until we reached the center before it spoke with my mother's voice. Connor, give me the knife and come home. My foot slipped. Mara's hand caught my shirt at the shoulder. The fabric tore, but she held. My right boot skidded over the edge. Cold air licked up from below, carrying the smell of old river stones and fresh graves. That's not her, Mara said. I know. The voice came again, softer. I can be done hurting if you come home. The bridge seemed to tilt toward the words. Mara moved closer, her chest against my back, both arms around me now because pride was less useful than leverage. Your mother is the one who keeps telling you to move. The thing below wants you still. Pick which voice earned you. My hands shook. My throat closed. I made my boot move. We crossed. At the far ledge, Mara let go and pretended she had not just kept me from falling into a hole full of stolen voices. I pretended I did not need to sit down. Both lies were small and temporary. The cave let them pass. The notebook page showed our little marks moving downward. The 8th mark, Calder's black mark, began to bleed across the page toward mine. From below, Enoch spoke with my voice and Calder's at once. Receipt accepted. Witnesses received. Bring them to the throat. Mara's hand found mine in the dark. Her fingers were slick and shaking. She did not let go. Before the chapel fully claimed us, a thin veil of heat hung across the entrance. It looked like air over summer pavement, but the stone around it sweated red. Tessa reached toward it with a pencil, and wood charred without touching. She pulled back, eyes wide. That's not a door, she said. Pilar leaned against Marisol and stared through the shimmer. It is a question. Mara sighed. I miss normal doors. Hinges, locks, rude signs, all of that. The notebook opened to a fresh page. The paper stayed white for a moment, then 3 lines appeared in red ink. Who paid? Who profited? Who was forgotten? Hale read over Tessa's shoulder. That sounds like a courtroom having a breakdown. It wants answers before we cross, I said. Calder's laugh came out weak. Then answer. You love confession so much. I looked at him. The cave had stripped him down. Without the county's files, family money, armed men, and polite rooms around him, he was a sweating man in torn clothes with a child's ghost at his back. That made him smaller but not harmless. Small men had fed this place for generations. Who paid? I asked. The dead pressed close. Names rose not through sound but pressure. Jonas, Brina, Itza, Salvo, the miners, the girl with the red ribbon, and the mother with the baby all pressed close. There were too many names for one mouth. Tessa set the notebook against the wall and began writing as fast as she could. Nico held her arm steady. The red ink did not fight her this time. It followed the graphite and became black where she wrote living letters over cursed ones. All of them, she said. Everyone taken. Everyone traded. Everyone uses payment without consent. The first line burned away. Who profited? Hale looked at Calder. Calder shook his head. Don't you put all of that on me. My father had records going back farther than statehood. Judges used it. Sheriffs used it. Families in town used it when crops failed, or sons came home dead, or daughters vanished, and they wanted somebody else to answer. Mara stepped close to him. That sounded like a list of people who profited. I was born into it. So was Jonas. He still paid. The second line flared, waiting. I said the words because nobody else wanted the taste of them. The living profited when they let other people pay. Calder's family profited. The collectors profited. Enoch profited first. Grief profited every time it pretended hunger was love. The second line burned away. Who was forgotten? The chapel beyond the veil went silent. Even Enoch stopped whispering from below. That made the question heavier. Pilar lifted her head. The ones with no names. Marisol's grip tightened around her waist. Pilar kept going. The ones whose families were told they ran away. The ones buried under work camps, under roads, under churches, under fields. The ones who fed legends and were denied even a stone. I thought of every ghost who had stood at the edge of my bed trying to make me understand that a death without a witness was a second death. I thought of case files with blank spaces where names should have been. I thought of my own life, built around hearing the forgotten only after forgetting had already done its damage. The forgotten are present, I said. Tessa wrote it. The third line burned black, not red. The heat veil split down the middle. For a moment, we could see our reflections in it. Not as we were, but as the cave thought we might become. Hale behind a desk with dead eyes, signing papers he hated. Nico older, silent, carrying a skillet-shaped absence like a joke he could not tell. Tessa surrounded by books that whispered until she forgot her own birthday. Mara alone in a clean kitchen, washing blood from under nails that were already clean. Pilar standing beside Itza in a doorway of light. Marisol walking through a town that would not say Pilar's name. Calder sitting in the room under Finch House with Jonas's voice coming from every wall. I saw myself at the market stall again, hand reaching for the knife. Then Mara stepped through her reflection and broke it. "We answered," she said. "Move." The veil let us pass. The passage ended in a chapel that had never belonged to any god worth trusting. It was carved out of black stone and shaped like a rib cage. Pillars curved inward from the floor and met high above us. Each one carved with faces stacked nose to chin, the dead holding up the weight of the living. Candles burned in shallow holes along the walls, though no one had lit them. Their flames were red at the base and black at the tips. At the center stood a stone cradle. Half of the knife lay inside it, not the blade. I knew that absence before I could see what remained. The black obsidian blade had vanished years ago, tucked back into Maria's stall after my blood woke it. What lay in the cradle was the white handle, polished by hands and stained along every carved groove. Demons and skulls spiraled down it. At the end sat an empty socket where the little bird's skull pommel had once fit. The handle looked like bone. The cave whispered what kind. Mara heard enough to understand from my face. "Don't say it." "I wasn't planning to." "Your face says things." "It's annoying." Pilar sagged against Marisol, breathing through clenched teeth. Blood had soaked through the cloth pressed to her side. Her eyes stayed on the handle. "My grandmother said it was carved from the first liar," she said. Mara glanced over. "Every family here has terrible bedtime stories. This one stayed true." Hale forced Calder to his knees near the entrance and kept one hand on his shoulder. The sheriff's other hand shook around the revolver. He noticed me noticing and tightened his grip. "Don't stare," he said. "I'm not. You're investigating with your face. Stop it." Nico helped Tessa sit on a low stone bench. She was pale under the grime. The notebook rested on her lap, pages damp and swollen. Red ink crawled in weak pulses now, as if the book had its own bad heartbeat. "The map ends here," she said. "Maps do that," Mara said. "That's how endings work." "No. I mean, it stops. The page after this is blank, and every time I look at it, I forget what I was looking for. That pulled my attention away from the handle. A blank page that made people forget was not blank. It was waiting. The chapel doors closed behind us. They were not doors until they moved. 2 slabs slid from the wall and met with a soft scrape. No handle. No seam. The passage to the stairs vanished. Calder started laughing. He kept it quiet at first, then lost control. The sound filled the chapel and came back changed, louder, older. Hale dug his fingers into Calder's shoulder. "Shut your mouth." Calder looked up at him with wet eyes. "You don't understand. Nobody comes here and leaves with the same number of names. My family kept this town safe because we understood that. You think I wanted Jonas under that house? You think I wanted my brother to look at me like I had invented hunger? The court asked for what was nearest. It always asks for what is nearest." Jonas appeared beside the stone cradle. He did not look angry now. That made Calder flinch harder than rage. Tessa's pencil moved. "Jonas says the court didn't ask," she whispered. "You offered." Calder's laugh broke. The candles leaned toward him. Hale's face went flat. "Say that again." Tessa swallowed. "He offered." Calder tried to stand. Hale drove him down again. The chapel floor pulsed. Enoch stepped out from behind the stone cradle wearing my face, Calder's smile, and no shadow. The dead recoiled. Even Jonas pulled back. Enoch picked up the white handle with a tenderness that made my stomach turn. He held it like a relic, like a baby, like an answer. The dark stain in my palm twisted hard enough to make my fingers curl. "You brought all the pieces I could not gather alone," he said. "Witnesses, debtor, guardian blood, the broken book, a living hand opened by the blade. You have been generous beyond your intentions." Mara stepped forward. "I can still be generous with this poker." Enoch smiled at her. "Mara Sutter, daughter of a house that learned silence as survival. You carry grief like a blade tucked under the tongue. One day you will cut someone who reaches to help." She did not blink. "You sound like every man who thinks guessing pain makes him smart." His smile thinned. Tessa stood, notebook clutched in both hands. "You killed Itza." The chapel went colder. Enoch looked at her, then really looked. "Little scribe, be careful. Books eat hands first. You killed her because she wouldn't let you use the knife. You made the first theft. Connor made the second. Calder's family made more. That means the debt isn't one line. It's a chain." Nico rose beside her with the skillet. His arms shook, but he held it high. "And chains break," he said. Enoch laughed softly. "Children with kitchen iron and borrowed courage. The world keeps producing poetry by accident." He turned the handle in his palm. The carvings along it filled with red light. The chapel floor opened around the cradle. Not all at once. Thin cracks spread in a circle. Dust lifted. Stone pieces sank into darkness without falling noise. Something below breezed up through the gaps, hotter than the well, fouler than the stair. The throat. Calder tried to crawl toward Enoch. "I brought them," he said. "I kept the account. I did what my father taught." Enoch looked down at him with mild interest. "You kept crumbs. I require a table." Calder stopped crawling. "No," he said. "We had terms. My line served. My line was spared. Spared is not the same as valued." The red thread under Calder's skin lit from jaw to wrist. He arched backward, mouth open, no sound getting out. Hale grabbed him, more by reflex than mercy, and was thrown across the chapel. He hit a pillar and dropped to one knee. Jonas moved toward his uncle. Enoch lifted one finger. Jonas froze. "Small debts should not interrupt large ones," Enoch said. I took one step toward him. The stain in my palm pulled so hard my arm rose. Mara caught my wrist. "Stay with me." "I'm trying." "Try harder." Her grip dug into the place where the red chain had cut her. Blood made our hands slip. She tightened anyway. Enoch lifted the handle toward me. "The blade remembers you. The handle remembers me. The pommel remembers the door. Put them together and the cave will choose the cleanest hand." "There are no clean hands here," I said. "Then it will choose the most useful." Pilar pushed away from Marisol. "Itza's blood still guards this room," she said. Enoch turned, amused. "Itza's blood is weak in you. You were raised on warnings and still walk down the stair." Pilar pulled a small packet from inside her shirt. It was wrapped in oilcloth, tied with green thread and soaked with her blood where it had rested against her side. She opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a tooth. It was old, brown at the root, and split down the middle. Enoch's amusement vanished. Pilar smiled through gray lips. "My grandmother kept what you left of her mother." She threw the tooth into the circle of cracks. The chapel screamed. The sound came from the stone, the roots above, the red threads, the handle in Enoch's hand. Itza appeared behind him, not as the small murdered woman from the vision, but as something the cave had failed to digest. She was smoke, bone, rage, and memory shaped into a human outline. Her throat stood open, but her voice filled the chapel. The thief stood named. Enoch staggered. The handle fell from his hand and struck the cradle. Mara moved first. She dove for the handle. So did Calder, freed from whatever held his muscles. So did I, dragged by the stain under my skin. 3 bodies hit the stone cradle from 3 directions. The handle spun slick and bright across the floor toward the opening cracks. Nico threw the skillet. It landed over the handle with a metallic clang, trapping it beneath iron. For half a breath, everyone stared. Nico looked surprised at himself. "I keep telling you this pan matters." A collector crawled out of the floor. Not from a doorway, from between the cracks. First came fingers wrapped in red thread, then a head with no eyes, then shoulders, ribs, and a torso that had been opened and stitched shut too many times. More followed behind it. The chapel floor became a birth canal for things that had forgotten how to die properly. Hale fired from one knee. The first collector's head snapped back. Mara grabbed the poker and smashed the second across the jaw. Marisol hauled Pilar away from the cracks as a red-threaded hand grabbed for her ankle. Tessa opened the notebook to the blank page. The blank page was no longer blank. It showed a sentence written in black ink. "Name the first liar." Tessa looked at me. "Connor." "Enoch," I said. The page did not change. Enoch laughed through Eats's pressure, blood leaking from his borrowed mouth. "Names are not sounds. Names are accounts. Name the first liar." I looked at the handle under the skillet. I looked at Calder, crawling for it again with tears and spit on his face. I looked at Jonas, frozen between love and punishment. I looked at Dietz's ghost holding Enoch in place, with both smoke hands around his throat. The first liar had not lied to strangers. He had lied to the dead. I stepped to the cradle and pressed my scarred palm against the stone. "Witness speaks," I said. The chapel went still. The words were not mine. They were old court words, but this time they came from my mouth on my terms. Cariel promised the dead a witness and gave them a market. He promised the living mercy and sold them hunger. He promised debt could be carried by someone else. That was the first lie. The black ink on the page thickened. Name accepted. Enoch roared. The collectors tore themselves fully from the floor. The fight became close, filthy and fast. Hale's revolver clicked empty again. He used it as a club and broke a collector's nose flat across his face. Mara took a slice across the ribs and answered by driving the poker through the attacker's foot, pinning him to the floor long enough for Marisol to cut him down. Nico shielded Tessa with his body as a hook raked his back. He made a sound through his teeth but did not fall. Calder reached the skillet. Jonas reached him. This time the ghost touched. Not with hands. With memory. Calder stopped with his fingers inches from the iron pan, and his eyes filled with the room under Finch House. The candle. The chalk circle. The boy he had held told down because family men had told him the county needed it. His mouth opened around a denial that never formed. "I was scared," Calder whispered. Jonas's ghost looked at him. "I was scared too," Tessa said, reading the words in the air. Calder folded over the skillet and sobbed. Enoch seized the moment. Eats's grip flickered as the throat below widened. He ripped free, crossed the chapel with impossible speed, and drove his hand into Calder's back. Calder jerked upright. Enoch's arm vanished to the wrist inside him without tearing cloth. "Receipt accepted," Enoch whispered. Calder's eyes turned red. The black debtor mark in the notebook burst open, spilling ink over the page. Hale shouted and lunged, but a collector caught him around the waist and drove him into a pillar. Mara ran for Calder. I ran for Enoch. Tessa screamed my name. Nico crawled across the floor, leading blood in a line behind him. Enoch pulled his hand out of Calder's back. In his fist was a small white skull with red stone eyes. The pommel. Calder dropped face first and did not move. Jonas stared at him for one long second. Then the boy vanished, pulled downward by something nobody living could grab. Enoch lifted the skull toward the handle under the skillet. The blade was still missing. Then my palm split open along the old scar. Black glass pushed through the skin from inside my hand, inch by slow inch, as if the blade had been waiting in my blood since I was 13. Mara saw it and went pale. "Connor," she said. The obsidian blade slid free and fell into my hand, slick with my blood and shining like a piece of night. Enoch smiled. "There it is," he said. Nobody moved for one breath. That was how close the cave came to winning. Not through force. Not through clever words. Through the stunned pause after the impossible becomes visible. Everyone looked at the black blade in my hand. Everyone heard the throat below the chapel open wider, pleased by recognition. The blade weighed almost nothing. That made it worse. A heavy weapon told the hand it was carrying harm. This one felt like absence, like cold air shaped into an edge. Blood ran from my palm along the obsidian and disappeared into it. The blade drank without shine, without drip, without hurry. Enoch held the bird skull pommel. The red stones in its tiny eye sockets burned bright enough to stain his fingers. Under Nico's skillet, the white handle pulsed. 3 pieces. 1 room. 7 living witnesses, 1 debtor dying on the floor, and a dead thief with my face waiting for me to make the oldest mistake in the cave. Mara lifted the poker. "Drop it," she said to me. I tried. My fingers did not open. The blade had grown from my blood. It did not care what my hand wanted after that. "I can't," I said. Mara stepped closer, eyes fixed on mine instead of the knife. Then look at me. That's not going to help. It usually doesn't. Do it anyway. I looked. Her face was dirt, blood, burns from flying ash, and a cut near one eye that would leave a thin mark if any of us reached a future with mirrors. Red chain marks circled her wrist. Her shoulders trembled from exhaustion, but she held herself between me and Enoch as if fear had never learned her address. Enoch's voice softened. She will die if you hesitate. They all will. You know how this room works now. It eats what is nearest. Give me the blade, and I give you time to carry her out. Mara did not look away from me. He's lying. Probably, I said. No, probably. He's lying. The black blade twitched toward the handle. Tessa crouched over the notebook, one hand pressed to her bleeding nose, the other dragging the pencil across the page. The page says, "Don't assemble it." Then it says, "Assemble it." Then it says, "Don't" again. The book is fighting itself. That makes it fit in, Nico said through clenched teeth. He was on one knee now, trying to keep pressure on the gash across his back with one hand while the other rested on the skillet. His fingers were white over the iron handle. Hale crawled toward Calder and checked the man's throat with 2 fingers. His face went hard. "Calder's alive," he said. "Shame," Marisol muttered. Pilar was losing color. She lay with her back against a pillar while Marisol pressed cloth hard to her side. Pilar's eyes had gone glassy, but they still tracked the bird skull in Enoch's hand. "Pommel binds the door," she said. "Handle binds debt. Blade binds witness. Keep them apart." "Forever?" Mara asked. Pilar gave her a thin smile. "I was hoping for this afternoon first." The throat below us roared. Collectors kept crawling from the cracks. Fewer now, but worse. These were not bodies wearing thread. These were remains holding shape through spite. A ribcage dragged itself by finger bones. A head with red cord laced through its jaw rolled against the cradle and laughed in 3 voices. A tall thing made from 2 bodies stitched back to back rose near Hale, turning one face toward him and one toward the whale shaft far above. Hale shot it twice. The bullets tore through meat. It kept turning. Marisol left Pilar long enough to cut its ankle tendons. It dropped. Hale smashed the butt of his gun into one face until the laughter became wet breathing. Enoch crossed the circle of cracked stone toward me. Eitz's ghost tried to stop him. He lifted the bird skull. Red light struck her like flame through paper. Her shape tore apart and slammed back together near the wall. Pilar cried out, not in pain this time, but in grief, too old for one body. "Last guardian fades," Enoch said. "Last debtor pays. Last witness cuts. That is how stories finish." "You keep saying last," I said. "You sound afraid of anything after you." His borrowed face tightened. That was good. A small thing, but good. Monsters hated when language bit back. Mara used the moment. She swung the poker at his wrist. He moved faster than any living man and caught it one-handed. The iron smoked under his palm. Mara tried to pull free. He twisted. The poker flew from her grip and clattered into the cracks. Enoch seized her by the throat. The blade in my hand leapt toward him. I locked my arm against my ribs, but the pull dragged me a step. Mara clawed at Enoch's wrist. Her boots scraped stone. Her face darkened as he lifted her off the floor. "Give me the blade," he said. Watch her become a door with a heartbeat. The chapel waited for my answer. The dead waited harder. For 20 years, the dead had begged at my windows, my motel doors, my office floor. "Help me. Find me. Tell my sister. Tell my mother. Say my name." The begging had worn grooves through me. It had made mercy feel like another leash. Now, the living person in front of me could not breathe, and every dead voice in the chapel pressed close, eager to see what I would trade. Mara's eyes found mine. She did not mouth a heroic instruction. She did not tell me to save everyone else or let her go. She just looked furious that Enoch had made this choice so ugly. That saved me. A person who wanted to live was harder to turn into a symbol. I lifted the blade. Enoch smiled. Then I drove the point into my own scarred palm. Pain tore the room in half. The blade did not cut down. It cut inward, through skin, through memory, through the black stain Enoch had left under my scar. I felt it strike the piece of him inside me. It squealed. Not a human sound. Not even an animal's sound. It sounded like a locked drawer being ripped open after years in damp storage. Enoch dropped Mara. She hit the floor hard and dragged air into her throat with a sound that made my knees want to fold. The dark stain under my skin crawled up around the blade, trying to flee. I clamped my other hand over the hilt and pushed deeper. "Connor!" Tessa shouted. "Don't pull it out," I said. My voice did not sound like mine. It sounded crowded. The chapel vanished and returned. I saw the market. I saw Itza dying. I saw 13-year-old me stealing a closer look. I saw Calder signing a ledger with hands that shook before Jonas ever entered the room. I saw Myria as a young woman, standing at the well with a shotgun and tears on her face, refusing to feed the door even after it took her husband from fever. I saw Pilar as a child listening through floorboards, while elders argued about whether the old knife had truly vanished. Then I saw Enoch's first lie again. Not the murder, the moment before it. He had knelt before Itza and wept. Real tears. He had told her his brother was dead. He had told her his mother would not eat. He had told her grief had made a hole in him, and he could not bear a world where the dead stayed gone. That part had been true. The lie came after. "If I can open the door once," he had said, "I can close it after. I only need one passage." Every monster in this cave had started with the word "only." I came back to the chapel gasping. Enoch had one hand pressed to his own palm. A black line split his skin, matching mine. "What did you do?" he said. "I named the peace you left in me." "You don't have the authority." "Witness speaks," Tessa said. Her voice shook, but it filled the chapel. Nico joined her. "Witness speaks." Mara, on hands and knees, coughing blood onto the stone, lifted her head. "Witness speaks." Hale said it next, low and rough. Marisol said it with Pilar's hand clutched in hers. Pilar whispered it in a voice barely strong enough to move air. The dead in the walls took it up. "Witness speaks." The words did not become a chant. They became a verdict. Enoch stumbled back. The handle under the skillet cracked. Nico looked down. "That seems either good or extremely bad." "Both," Tessa said. The white handle split along one carved line. Red light poured out. Under the bone's surface was not emptiness, but thread, thousands of strands wrapped around names. The names began slipping free, whispering as they rose. Salvo Neri. Itza, Jonas Calder, Brina Sutter, and dozens more rose first. There were hundreds after them, too many for the room. But the room made space by becoming larger than it had any right to be. The bird skull in Enoch's hand shrieked. He clamped his fingers over it. No. The little red eyes burst. Stone chips and red glass cut across his cheek. The pommel cracked open, and from inside it fell a small bead of dried blood, black as pepper. It struck the floor and became a doorway no wider than a coin. Every dead face turned toward it. Tessa read the notebook. The first blood. Itza's blood. He trapped it in the pommel. That's why she couldn't finish crossing. Pilar sobbed once. Itza's ghost formed again near the coin-sized door, thinner now, but whole enough to reach down. Enoch lunged for the bead. Hale shot him. The bullet entered Enoch's shoulder and came out through the shadow behind him. It slowed him, nothing more. Mara tackled his knees. He kicked her away. Marisol threw the machete. It struck his forearm and stuck there. He barely looked at it. I pulled the blade from my palm. The black stain came with it, wrapped around the obsidian like tar on glass. I threw the blade away from the handle. It should have landed near the wall. It turned in the air and flew toward Enoch. He caught it by instinct. That was his mistake. The piece of him stuck to the blade recognized the larger hunger in his hand. It surged up his wrist. Enoch screamed as black veins raced under his borrowed skin. The dead pressed forward from the walls, no longer begging me, no longer waiting for permission. They had a name now. They had a first liar. Itza touched the bead of her own blood. The coin-sized door opened. Light did not come through it. Neither did darkness. It was something clean enough to hurt. The oldest dead in the chapel moved toward it, not rushing, not forgiven by magic, not made whole in a pretty way. They carried their damage with them, but they were moving by choice. One by one, they passed through. The throat below us hated that. The chapel floor bucked. Cracks widened. The stone cradle tilted and slid toward the opening. Nico grabbed a skillet, leaving the split handle exposed. Tessa snatched the notebook before a crack swallowed the bench. Hale dragged Calder by the back of his jacket. Marisol tried to lift Pilar. Pilar pushed her away. "No," Marisol said. "Don't start that." "I'm not starting anything," Pilar said. "I'm finishing family business." Mara crawled toward them. "Nobody gets poetic right now. Move." Pilar pressed the split-tooth packet into Marisol's hand. "Take it to Maria. Tell her eats a crust. Tell her we saw it. Tell her yourself." Pilar's eyes shifted to the cracks spreading under the handle. I understood too late. The handle was still binding names. If it fell whole into the throat, Enoch could use what remained. If somebody broke it at the right moment, the debt chain might release. But the handle burned anyone who touched it. Even under iron, it had cracked stone. "Pilar," I said. She looked at me. "Witness, right? Watch." She shoved Marisol backward with the last of her strength, rolled across the floor, and grabbed the handle with both hands. Her skin smoked. The smell hit the chapel. Burned flesh. Bone dust. Blood boiling out through her fingers. Pilar did not let go. She pulled the handle against her chest and used her whole body to twist it across the cracked edge of the stone cradle. Enoch screamed louder than she did. The handle snapped. Every red thread in the chapel went slack. The release hit like a storm in a sealed room. Names burst free. Candles went out. Collectors collapsed into meat, dust, and old clothes. The throat below convulsed. Enoch fell to one knee with the blade still in his hand, black veins climbing his neck. Pilar lay beside the broken handle, hands ruined, breath fluttering. Marisol reached her and pulled her head into her lap. "Stay with me." Pilar tried to answer. Blood came instead. Tessa's notebook slammed shut by itself. The chapel doors opened. Beyond them, the stair rose toward the well. Mara grabbed my arm. "We go." I looked at Enoch. He lifted his head. The face he wore was no longer mine. It shifted through every person he had used, every debtor, every collector, every thief who thought only one more body would be enough. Last came his own face, young and wet-eyed and furious at a universe that would not make grief obedient. "This isn't finished," he said. "Nothing down here ever is," I said. The blade in his hand cracked. A hairline split ran from base to point. Red light glowed under it. Mara pulled harder. "Connor, now." We ran. Hale hauled Calder. Nico carried the skillet and half-dragged Tessa. Marisol carried the broken tooth and left bloody handprints on the wall as she pulled Pilar with help from Mara. I took Pilar's other side, though every step made my cut palm flare white. Behind us, Enoch laughed once, and the sound turned into a cough as the dead closed around him. The stairs had changed. They were steeper now. The stairs were wet and moving underfoot in slow pulses. The roots in the upper tunnel withdrew from us, heavy with stolen memories they could no longer swallow. In the road sign chamber, the mirror shard showed people leaving instead of arriving. Some were dead. Some were living. Some were both, depending on which side of grief held them. Halfway up, the notebook opened in Tessa's hands. She tried to close it. It would not close. A new page had written itself in black. 7 witnesses entered. Tessa read it aloud, voice breaking. 6 witnesses return. Nobody spoke. Pilar laughed softly against Marisol's shoulder. "Rude Buck." "Shut up," Marisol said, crying now. "Save air." "Can't save what is already spent." The stair gave way beneath Hale. He shoved Calder upward as the stone under his own boot collapsed. I grabbed Hale's coat. Mara grabbed mine. Nico dropped the skillet and caught Hale's belt with both hands. For one choking second, Hale hung over the shaft, legs kicking, loose stones clattering into darkness without a bottom sound. Calder looked down at him. His face was empty from shock, grief, or whatever Enoch had torn loose. Then he grabbed Hale's wrist. Hale stared up at him. "You better not make this sentimental." Calder sobbed once and pulled. Together we dragged Hale back onto the stair. The skillet slid past us, ringing down into the dark. Nico watched it go with a look of honest mourning. "That pen earned a funeral," he said. "Later," Tessa said, and kissed his cheek without seeming to know she had done it. He blinked like the cave had thrown a new kind of weapon. We climbed. The red light thinned. Smoke replaced damp. The well mouth appeared above, a round patch of burning evening. Voices drifted down from the square, Maria, villagers, and more strangers. The bell was ringing again, but slower now. It was not hunger this time. It was warning. A hand reached down from above. Maria's hand. Somebody had cut her free. She should not have been standing. Her face was nearly colorless, her clothes dark with blood, but she leaned over the well with one hand braced on the stones and the other reaching for us. "Give me Pilar," she said. Marisol made a broken sound. We lifted Pilar first. Maria took her with help from villagers I did not know. Pilar's hand, ruined and trembling, found Maria's wrist. For a second, the old woman and the younger one looked at each other in the red smoke, and an entire family history passed without enough words to insult it. "It's star-crossed," Pilar whispered. Maria closed her eyes. Pilar smiled once. It was small, tired, and complete. Then her hand slipped away. No one moved for a heartbeat. The well below us roared. Mara shoved me upward. "Grieve on the surface. Move." I climbed out into the square. Sunset had nearly finished. The mountain notch held one last blade of red light. The market was wrecked. Stalls burned. Bodies lay under blankets, under coats, under nothing at all. Villagers stood in clusters with weapons still raised because nobody trusted quiet anymore. Maria knelt beside Pilar. Marisol bent over both of them, shaking. Hale came up next, dragging Calder by one sleeve. Tessa and Nico followed. Mara climbed out last and nearly fell into my arms. I caught her. For once, she let me. The well stones cracked from top to bottom. Enoch's voice rose from below, no longer wearing mine, no longer charming. "Witness." The black blade flew out of the well. It struck the dirt between us and stood upright, cracked, smoking, and still sharp enough to make every living person step back. The square did not cheer. People do that in stories when danger appears to pass, because stories like clean signals. Real people stared at us with weapons still lifted and eyes too wide. Some had lost family in the market fire. Some had helped cut Maria down. Some had watched neighbors they had known for decades tear red thread from their own mouths and fall dead in the dirt. Nobody trusted survival while the air still smelled like open stone. A man with flour on his apron pointed a shotgun at Calder. His hand shook so badly the barrel made little circles. "He brought them," the man said. Hale stepped between the gun and Calder. It cost him. I saw pain pass over his face and settle behind his eyes. He answered later, "My wife is under that blanket." Hale did not look at the blanket. He looked at the man. "Then don't let him steal the law from her, too." The shotgun lowered a fraction. Mara whispered near my ear. That sounded almost wise. "Don't tell him." "I won't." He'd become unbearable. Maria touched the dirt beside Pilar's still hand. Her lips moved through words I did not understand, but the dead understood. The old market ghosts gathered around them, not crowding, not pleading. The word witnesses had weight now. It did not mean one cursed man dragged through every locked room. It meant people standing where it hurt and refusing to look away. Marisol pressed Itza's split tooth into Maria's palm. "She crossed," she said. "Pilar said to tell you." Mireya closed her fingers around the tooth and bent over it until her forehead touched the dirt. For one awful moment, I thought the curse had taken the last strength out of her. Then she lifted her head. Something in her face had changed. Not healed. Not eased. But aligned the way a broken door can still hang straight if the last hinge holds. "Then this town owes witness to Pilar," Maria said. The villagers nearest her repeated Pilar's name, quiet at first, then a little louder. The name moved through the square, from the burned stalls to the church wall, from old mouths to young ones. Pilar Sota. Pilar Sota. Pilar Sota. Each time they said it, the smoke above the well thinned. Tessa heard it and opened the notebook. The page that had announced 6 witnesses returning changed in slow black strokes. 6 witnesses return. 1 witness remains by choice. Her eyes filled, but she did not cry. She was too tired for it. She touched the sentence with 2 fingers, then wrote Pilar's name under it. The page accepted the name without bleeding. Nico looked at the black blade standing in the dirt. "Can we bury it under something heavy?" Like a mountain. Maybe several mountains. It came out of my hand, I said. I don't think dirt is going to shame it into manners. I was building toward optimism. It was a good effort. Mara crouched and studied the cracked obsidian from a careful distance. It's weaker. Maria stood with help from 2 villagers. Broken is not weak enough. The blade smoked in the last light. The crack down its center widened, then tightened again like it was breathing. Behind the crack, I could still see that road under the blood-red moon. The dead on it had stopped walking for the moment, but they had not turned back. Enoch stood behind them, smaller now, burned and splitting at the edges, yet still upright. Calder saw the road too. He made a small sound and turned away. Jonas appeared beside him. No one else saw the boy clearly, but the villagers felt the temperature change. Calder slid down to sit in the dirt. He looked older than he had a minute before, as if Enoch had pulled years out of him and forgotten to put them back. He isn't gone, Calder said. Neither are you, Hale said. Try not to waste the difference. Calder looked up at him. You should kill me. Hale's mouth twisted. I've been thinking generous thoughts along those lines. If I live, the line lives. The court can use me. The deader mark is still under my skin. Maria stepped closer and looked at Calder with the kind of disgust that did not need volume. Bloodline is not destiny. That was another lie your family liked because it made surrender sound inherited. Then what am I? Jonas stood in front of him, small and pale. I answered for the ghost because the ghost's words came through my teeth. You are the man who still has time to tell the truth. Calder covered his face with both cuffed hands. Mara watched him for a second, then looked away. Mercy did not come naturally to her in that moment. That made me trust it more when she chose not to strike him. The villagers formed a wider circle around the blade. Nobody wanted to stand near it, but nobody wanted to leave either. The old woman who had sold fruit when I was a kid, now bent and nearly blind, came forward with a basket of salt. A boy carried a coil of green thread. A priest with soot across his cheek brought a cracked clay jar full of water. No one gave orders. They moved from memory, from old customs half-kept for days nobody believed would come. Maria took the salt, thread, and water. This will hold the blade until moonrise, she said. What happens at moonrise? Nico asked. The old woman looked at him as if he had asked whether knives were sharp. It remembers its shape, she said. Tessa shut the notebook carefully. How long until moonrise? The villagers looked west, then east, measuring sky with eyes trained by mountains and danger. Less than an hour, Marisol said. Mara rubbed both hands over her face, then winced when she hit the chain marks. Of course. I was worried we had too much time. I stared at the blade. The dark inside my palm had changed after I cut Enoch's stain loose. It no longer pulled toward the knife. It pulsed with the ghosts around me, every beat tied to a name. Not freedom. Not yet. Something stranger. Shared weight. My mother's ghost watched from the far side of the circle. She looked less like a memory and more like smoke losing a shape. I took one step toward her. The blade answered with a low hum, and every villager flinched. Maria caught my sleeve. Not yet. She's fading. Many are. The broken handle released names, but the blade still holds the cut. If you touch her now, Enoch may use the road between you. That's my mother. Miria's grip tightened. For all her age and blood loss, it still hurt. That is exactly why he will use her. Mara moved beside me. She did not touch my arm this time. She just stood close enough that I could feel heat from her shoulder. We get the next step, she said. Then you decide how stupid to be about it. That is your comfort speech. I customized it. My mother lifted her hand across the circle. Her fingers trembled at the edges. She pointed to the blade. Then to me. Then to the well. Last sacrifice. The words had no sound, but they landed in every face watching me. Maria heard them through the old guardian blood. Tessa saw them write themselves on the notebook cover. Mara read them off my expression and went very still. No, Mara said. No one asked what she meant. The blade split wider, and the road inside it brightened under a moon that had not yet risen in our world. Enoch looked up from the far side of that road. He smiled through a cracked and bleeding mouth. Then he reached into the crowd of dead behind him and took my mother's hand. Maria lifted her head. Do not touch it, she said. The blade split wider. Inside the crack, I saw a road under a blood-red moon. Not the cave, not the square. A road full of the dead, walking toward the living world with Enoch behind them, broken but not gone. The last light slipped off the mountain. The market bell stopped. Every ghost in the square turned toward me at once. My mother's ghost stood among them, thin as breath. Black marks spread across her face. She pointed at the blade. Then she mouthed 2 words. I wished I could pretend not to read. Last Sacrifice. The Last Sacrifice, Part 5, The Moon Road Expanded Draft. The blade kept breathing in the dirt. That was the only way my eyes could understand what it did. The crack in the obsidian opened and tightened, drawing smoke in and pushing darker smoke out. Each pulse made the salt in Maria's basket hiss. Each pulse made the red thread in the boy's hands twitch like a vein under skin. No one in the square spoke for a few seconds after my mother's ghost mouthed those words, Last Sacrifice. The silence was not empty. It was crowded with ash, labored breath, cooling blood, and the soft drag of villagers moving their feet away from the blade without admitting they were doing it. Mara stood close enough for her sleeve to brush mine. The chain marks on her wrist had turned purple under the dirt. One side of her face was smeared with soot from the chapel wall. Her eyes did not leave the crack. I'm going to say this one time, she said. You don't get to decide that dying is the clean answer. Not tonight. Not while I'm still standing here. I didn't say it was. Your face said enough. My face has had a hard day. Your face is a bad liar. Nico made a thin sound that tried to be a laugh and failed at the edge. He sat on the overturned fruit crate with both hands wrapped around his middle. Someone had tied a strip of cloth around the cut above his hip. The cloth had already gone dark. He was trying not to look at it. Kids do that when they know the adults are measuring how much blood has left them. They stare at anything else and pretend their skin is not cold. Tessa knelt beside him with a red notebook open across her thighs. Her nose had stopped bleeding, but the dried line down her upper lip made her look younger and older at the same time. The page did not flutter in the breeze. There was no breeze left. The paper moved anyway, lifting at the corners as if something under it wanted out. Hale stood over Calder with the empty shotgun in one hand and Pilar's pistol in the other. He had reloaded the pistol from a little cloth pouch given to him by a woman with silver rings on every finger. His jaw had swollen where a collector struck him. Blood ran from his hairline into his ear. He kept wiping it away with the back of his wrist and missing most of it. Calder sat in the dirt with his cuffed hands resting on his knees. The black mark under his skin had spread since sunset. It crawled from his left wrist toward his shoulder in a chain of thin branches, as if ink had roots. He watched it move with a stillness I did not trust. Mireia poured salt around the blade. She did not make a perfect circle. The ground would not let her. Broken pottery, spent shells, drops of blood, and the splintered pole from a market awning cut the line again and again. Each time the salt struck an obstacle, she adjusted. She made the circle ugly and complete. That was the first real lesson the town gave me. Protection did not need to be pretty. It needed to hold. The old fruit seller whispered instructions in a voice thinner than paper. Marisol translated when Mireia's shaking hands missed a step. Salt for the mouth, Marisol said. Water for the path. Thread for the name. Nobody crosses a line. Nobody speaks to the thing inside the blade unless Mireia tells you. If it uses the voice of someone you love, that is still the blade. If it begs, that is still the blade. If it promises, that is still the blade. What if it tells the truth? Tessa asked. Marisol looked at her. That is when you step farther away. The crack widened. In the blade's black glass, the road under the blood-red moon brightened. Enoch stood there with my mother's hand in his. He was smaller than he had been in the cave, but not weak enough. His edges had burned away. Places where his face should have been smooth were split with thin red seams. He wore my features like damaged paper, and when he smiled, the smile tore him at the corners. My mother stood beside him. Her dark hair drifted around her face, though no wind touched the road. The black mark had spread from her cheek across her mouth, down her throat, and into the collar of the dress I remembered from the last photograph my father kept in his wallet. She looked at me with eyes that were not pleading. That almost broke something behind my ribs. Pleading, I could resist. Orders, I could fight. Trust was worse. Enoch lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. Mara made a sound low in her throat. "He wants that reaction," Maria said. "He can have it," Mara said. "It's free." "Your anger is not free here." "Nothing is." Mara's hand closed over the handle of the short knife at her belt. She had taken it from a dead collector. The blade was plain steel, nicked and sticky near the guard. It had no curse, no gems, no history anyone had bothered to remember. At that moment it looked more useful than all the sacred things in the square. Maria finished the salt line and took the green thread. She wrapped it around 3 fingers, then around the cracked clay jar, then around the handleless obsidian blade without touching the stone. Every loop made her lips tighten. Smoke crawled toward her hands. The thread blackened where it passed over the crack, but it did not burn through. "Names," she said. The villagers began to speak them. Pilar Soda, Itzakama, Ario, Benet, Leora Tev, Thomas Rel. Names I did not know and names that struck the ghosts like knocks on a door. The dead around the square straightened. Some pressed both hands to their mouths. Some looked around as if hearing their own names from the living had given them back the shape of the market, the smell of fruit, the weight of coins in a pocket. The blade hated it. It hummed louder. The road inside the crack trembled. Enoch's smile thinned. "Good," Maria said. Again. The villagers said the names again. This time, the dead said them too. Their voices scraped over the square in layers. Some voices had no lungs left behind them. Some had no tongues. The sound still came. It moved through my teeth, through the soles of my shoes, through the black mark in my palm until my hand pulsed with each syllable. My mother lifted her free hand. The voices faltered. Enoch leaned close to her ear, and I saw what he wanted before he did it. He opened his mouth and let her speak through him. "Connor," she said, using the name only she had used when I was small. The softer version my father never said. "Come here." My knees tried to answer. They dipped before I could stop them. Mara grabbed the back of my coat and hauled me upright. "That wasn't her," she said. It sounded like her. "Yeah, that's how bait works." My throat had gone dry enough to hurt. "He has her. He has her hand. That isn't the same thing." Maria's eyes snapped toward Mara. For the first time since I met her, approval cut through the exhaustion on her face. "Yes," Maria said. "Say it again." Mara did not blink. "He has her hand. He doesn't have her." The salt flared white. Enoch's head turned slowly. He looked at Mara with my eyes, and something old moved behind them. Not desire. Not exactly hate. Appraisal came next, the way a butcher looks at a locked case and thinks about tools. "Mara Sutter," he said, through the crack. "You were always going to be the second door." Every ghost in the square looked at her. Mara's grip stayed on my coat. Her knuckles whitened under the dirt. "I've had worse introductions," she said. The blade pulsed. Maria threw water from the clay jar across the salt line. It struck the dirt and turned black. Steam rose, bringing with it a smell of wet stone, copper, and open graves. The red road inside the blade dimmed for half a breath. "We move it now," Maria said. Nico stared at her. "Move it where?" "Back under the temple. The well can hold the crack only if the last hinge is sealed." The handle was one hinge. The blade is another. The road under it is the third. That sounded like 3 bad things, Nico said. "It is 3 bad things," Tessa said without looking up. The pencil in her hand moved by itself. "The page says the hinge under the church is false. The real one is under water." Maria's face changed. "Read it," I said. Tessa swallowed. "Under the cistern. Beneath the old wash house. The first door was dug before the church. It says the temple grew around the throat, not the other way around." The old fruit seller crossed herself with shaking fingers. Marisol muttered a word that sounded like a curse and a prayer sharing the same skin. "What wash house?" Hale asked. The villagers looked away from him. Calder spoke from the dirt. "My family owns it." Hale tilted the pistol toward him. "Of course they do. Not in papers anyone can find." The title was hidden through 3 shell companies and a dead priest's nephew. There is a service road behind the old soapworks. A door in the floor. Iron ladder. Cistern below. My father said it was used for drainage, He lied about most things that mattered. "Can you get us in?" I asked. Calder looked at the blade, then at the mark creeping along his arm. "Yes." "Why should we believe you?" Mara asked. "You shouldn't. You should make me walk first." Hale's mouth twitched. "That is the first practical thing you said." The blade's crack snapped wider. The road inside it surged toward the square. Dead hands pressed against the glass from the other side, not the thin spirits of witnesses, but packed bodies, thousands of them all shoved forward by the pressure behind them. Enoch raised my mother's hand above his head like a key. The salt circle broke at the north edge. A boy screamed. Black smoke shot through the gap and struck the nearest villager in the chest. He flew backward into a stall frame, hit hard, and slid down with his mouth open. No sound came from him. The smoke sank into his skin in thin lines. His eyes turned red for 1 second. Then he stood. Marisol shouted his name. "Breno, get down." Breno turned toward her. His face still belonged to a frightened man in his 20s, but the thing behind it had old patience. He picked up a broken length of awning pole and drove it through the belly of the man beside him. The sound was wet and blunt. The stabbed man folded around the wood, choking on air that would not go in right. The square came apart. Hale fired twice. The first shot tore through Breno's shoulder. The second hit his thigh and dropped him to one knee. He did not cry out. He tried to rise again, dragging the pole with him, the other man's blood steaming on the dirt. Mara moved before I did. She crossed to the salt line, seized the clay jar, and smashed it across the broken gap. Black water sprayed over her boots. The smoke recoiled as if burned. "Thread," Myrea snapped. Nico stumbled off the crate with the green thread coil in both hands. His face had gone the color of old paper. He moved anyway. Tessa grabbed his belt and kept him from falling when his knees buckled. "I got him," she said. "Just tell us where." Myrea pointed. "There, twice around the salt. Do not let it touch the blade." They crawled along the edge of the circle, Tessa holding Nico upright, Nico feeding thread with bloody fingers. The thread sparked as it crossed the broken line. Enoch watched from inside the blade, smiling again. Breno lunged toward Myrea. I stepped into him because there was no time to think of anything better. We hit chest to chest. He was stronger than a man with 2 bullet holes had any right to be. His head snapped forward and caught me across the cheek. White light burst behind my eyes. His teeth clicked near my face. His breath smelled like cave smoke and spoiled meat. "Connor," my mother's voice called from the blade. Breno's hands closed around my throat. I drove my thumb into the bullet hole in his shoulder. His body reacted even if the thing inside him did not want it to. The grip loosened. I hooked my foot behind his ankle and slammed my weight sideways. We went down hard. Dirt filled my mouth. His forehead cracked against a stone. The body jerked once, twice, then went limp as Marisol drove a kitchen knife through the black mark pulsing under his collarbone. The smoke tore out of him with a shriek that made every tooth in my head ache. It snapped back toward the blade, but the green thread caught it. For 1 second the smoke had a face. Not Breno's, not Enoch's. Something with too many mouths and no eyes. Then it burned away. Marisol stayed on her knees beside Breno's body. Her hand shook around the knife. "He had a little girl," she said. Nobody had an answer worth saying. Myrea finished the last knot with fingers slick from her own blood. "We have less time now." "How much less?" Hale asked. The mountain ridge behind the church had gone black. A pale rim of moonlight touched the sky. The blade answered before Myrea could. It split from tip to base with a sound like ice breaking under a truck. Inside the crack, the red road moved closer. Enoch stepped toward us, still holding my mother's hand. "Bring it to the first water," he said. "Bring it, witness. Bring your lover. Bring the boy. Bring the book. Bring the last blood of my line. I will take what each of you owes." Mara wiped black water from her cheek. "He talks too much for a dead man." "He is not dead enough," Myrea said. Hale hauled Calder to his feet by the collar. "Then let's improve him." The villagers brought a wooden carrying frame used for hauling crates of melons. They wrapped the blade in salt-soaked cloth and green thread until it looked like a shrouded animal. Even hidden, it hummed. Even hidden, it knew exactly where I stood. When 4 men lifted the frame, 2 collapsed at once, blood running from their noses. The blade hit the dirt and cracked a stone beneath it. "It wants a witness near it," Maria said. Mara looked at me. "No. I can carry one side," I said. That wasn't an offer I was waiting on. "It won't move without me." Then we drag it and let it complain. Nico tried to straighten. "I'll do it." Tessa slapped his arm, not hard, but enough to stop him. "You can barely stand." "I'm excellent at barely standing." "You're leaking on your shoes." "That's part of the charm." Mireia looked at Murray. "He carries one side. You walk beside him. If his eyes change, break his fingers." Mara nodded too fast. "That I can do." I took the front left corner of the frame. The wrapped blade's weight slammed through the wood and into my bones. It felt heavier than the truck we had abandoned by the border. The black mark in my palm heated, then cooled, then heated again, keeping time with the dead gathered around us. Mara moved beside me with the steel knife ready. "If this thing makes me say anything noble," I told her, "ignore me." "I usually do." "That's not true. It is when you get poetic." "I don't get poetic." "You stared at a cursed blade breathing in the dirt and looked like you were about to marry the end of the world." That was concern. That was drama-wearing concern's coat. The words should not have helped. They did. They put a narrow strip of living ground under my feet. We carried the blade out of the square while the villagers spoke names behind us. My mother's ghost walked beside the wrapped frame, but her hand remained stretched into the crack with Enoch. Every step pulled her thinner. Every step pulled me toward the red road. At the far end of the market, past the burned stall where I had stolen my first look at the knife as a child, Calder stopped so suddenly. Hale shoved the pistol into his back. "Move." Calder stared into the alley between a shuttered bakery and a wall covered with old election paint. "Collectors." I heard them then. Boots on dirt. Metal links. The click of rifle safeties in hands that wanted us to hear. Mara leaned close to my ear. "How many ghosts are in that alley?" I looked. The alley was packed with the dead. Not witnesses. Not victims waiting for names. These spirits wore the black cord of Enoch's court around their throats. They had human shapes, but their faces were pressed smooth, as if someone had wiped away identity with a hot cloth. Behind them, living collectors moved in silence. "Too many," I said. Hale, check the pistol. "Living or dead?" "Yes." I hate that answer. A woman stepped from the alley with a rifle in both hands. She had cropped gray hair, a white scar from one temple to her chin, and a collector's black cord wrapped twice around her wrist. She looked at Calder first. Her mouth tightened with disappointment so cold it'd wait. "Malrek's son," she said. Calder flinched at the name. The woman shifted her gaze to me. "Witness thief. Put the blade down." Mara smiled without warmth. "You first." The woman raised the rifle. The moon cleared the ridge. Every dead face in the alley opened its mouth at once. The dead screamed without sound, and the living collectors fired into the noise. The first bullets chewed through the stall beside us, sending splinters and old fruit scales into the air. One struck the carrying frame and snapped the rear handle. The wrapped blade dropped 6 inches. Its weight yanked my shoulder so hard my teeth clicked together. Mara shoved me behind a stone water trough. The frame slammed against the trough's edge, and the salt-soaked cloth hissed like meat on a hot pan. "Down," she said. I was already down. Dirt scraped my chin. A bullet struck the trough and kicked stone dust into my eyes. The wrapped blade pulsed against my ribs, and for 1 second I saw the red road overlaid on the alley. Enoch walking between muzzle flashes with my mother at his side. Hale fired from behind a cart, slow and careful. He had 5 rounds and made each one mean something. The woman with the gray hair ducked behind the bakery wall as plaster jumped from the corner beside her face. One collector spun backward with a hole under his collarbone. Another went down grabbing at his knee. The smooth-faced spirits poured through the bullets. They moved without legs, gliding over the dirt, black cords trailing from their throats into the alley's darkness. The villagers behind us scattered. A teenage boy swung a shovel through one spirit and hit only cold air. The spirit passed through him. He dropped the shovel, staggered, and began to claw at his own neck as if a cord had tightened there. Tessa saw it too. "They're choking them," she shouted. The red notebook snapped open in her hands. Pages whipped back and forth until one stopped under her palm. Black letters crawled across it faster than her eyes could follow. "Cut the cords," she said. "Not the ghosts. The cords." "With what?" Nico asked. His voice shook, but he was already crawling toward the shovel. Blood spotted the dirt behind him. Myrea reached into the pouch at her waist and threw a handful of salt into the air. Living iron. Used iron. Anything that has fed a house. Marisol understood first. She seized a butcher hook from a fallen stall and swung it through the black cord trailing from the nearest spirit. The hook caught. The cord snapped with a sound like a rotten string breaking. The spirit's blank face cracked open into a man's features. He looked at his hands, looked at the cord on the ground, and burst apart into gray ash that smelled faintly of candle wax. "Hooks," Mara said. "Knives, nails, anything handled by people." The square had been a market for generations. It was full of such things. Villagers grabbed what they could. Bread knives, sewing shears, rusted nails pulled from awnings, a long iron spoon from a soup pot. The collectors advanced behind their enslaved dead, firing in bursts whenever a living face appeared. Mara stayed low, then rose at the exact wrong angle for a collector who thought the trough had pinned us. She threw her steel knife. It turned once in the moonlight and buried itself in his throat. He fell against the wall, both hands at his neck, rifle clattering. "I like that knife," she muttered. "You can get it back." "I don't like it that much." A smooth-faced spirit swept toward us. Its cord trailed past my hand. I grabbed a loose horseshoe from the dirt. It was old, iron, and gritty with manure dust. When I swung it, the spirit turned its blank face toward me. Something behind the smoothness recognized me. Maybe the curse. Maybe the door. Maybe the fact that I was tired of being useful to monsters. The horseshoe caught the cord. For one heartbeat, I felt the man tied to it. He had been named Branton Valles. He had died 42 years ago in a room with blue tiles, sold by a cousin who wanted his land. Enoch's court had shaved his name from him and put him to work guarding roads no one living should use. The cord snapped. Bren's face came back. He looked at me in his malformed thanks before Ash took him. The curse opened wider inside my skull. Dozens of stolen names rushed in. Rena, Ovid, Mallet, Suri, and Cabin came as a flood, not a list. Each name struck with a flash of last breath, last pain, last betrayal. My vision grayed at the edges. Mara slapped the side of my face. "Stay with me." I blinked hard. That was rude. It worked. Still rude. She grabbed a broken frame handle. "Can we move?" Behind us, Myrea and Marisol had knotted a fresh line of thread around the blade's wrapping. Hale dragged Calder between two stalls, using him as a shield only when the collectors aimed low. Calder did not complain. That bothered me more than if he had. The gray-haired woman reappeared at the bakery corner. "Calder," she called. "Your father ordered you home." Calder's face went slack. For half a second he looked 16. Then the mark on his arm pulsed black. Hale jammed the pistol under his jaw. "Do not answer her." The woman smiled. "Your hand shakes, detective." "It does that when I'm irritated." "You cannot shoot him. His blood is a hinge." Hale's eyes narrowed. "Thank you for confirming that." He shot the wall above her head. Chips of plaster cut her cheek. She vanished behind the corner again. Mara and I lifted the frame. Nico wedged the broken rear handle under his shoulder before anyone could stop him. Tessa grabbed the other side, teeth clenched. The four of us staggered into the alley while villagers fought cords around us. The wrapped blade seemed to laugh without sound. The alley narrowed after 20 yards. Walls leaned inward, close enough that the frames scraped both sides. The air smelled of old flour, cat piss, and smoke drifting from the square. Above us, laundry lines hung dead between rooftops. Ghosts clung to them like pale birds watching the fight below. "Left," Calder said. "That way goes uphill," Hale said. "The service road starts behind the hill. The soapworks was built where the springs bled out." "You have an unpleasant family vocabulary." "I learned from unpleasant people." We turned left. The gray-haired woman and 3 collectors appeared at the alley mouth behind us. She fired. The bullet passed through the space where my head had been before Mara jerked me forward by the collar. It hit the wrapped blade instead. The cloth split. A black splinter of obsidian punched through the wrapping and sliced across Tessa's forearm. She gasped. Blood ran over the page she still held pressed against the frame. The notebook drank it. Letters spread across the exposed page in a rush. Tessa's eyes rolled white. Nico shouted her name and tried to catch her without dropping the frame. The blade's weight shifted. My knees buckled. Mara cursed and drove her shoulder under the front bar. "Tessa," I said. Her mouth moved. Another voice came out, older and male, dry as dust. "The witness road opens underwater because water remembers the first face it carried. Break the red stones. Break the bird. Do not break the witness before the witness speaks." Then she sagged. Nico caught her by the waist. The cloth around his side darkened fast. "She's breathing," he said. "She's breathing, right?" I could barely see her chest move. "Yes. Don't lie badly. She's breathing." That was still bad. "Move," Mara said. The alley ended at a sloped road paved with flat stones. We came out behind the church, where the town thinned into workyards and old sheds. The soapwork sat beyond a stand of dead banana trees, a long, low building with a collapsed roof and a chimney cracked from top to base. Moonlight silvered the broken tiles. The sign above the main doors had once been painted blue, but the letters had peeled until only a few curves remained. A smell came from it that did not belong to soap. Sour water, lime, and dead rats. Something mineral and old beneath all of that, like coins held too long in a sweating fist. Calder stopped at a rusted gate. There was a lock. Mara looked at him. "Open it." "I don't have the key." Hale struck him in the back of the head with the pistol grip. Not hard enough to drop him, hard enough to make a point. Then provide a second option. Calder spat blood into the weeds. "Drain culvert on the east side. It will be tight." Nico looked at the wrapped blade, then at the culvert, then at the building. "I miss normal doors." "Normal doors miss you too," Tessa whispered. Nico's face cracked with relief. "You're awake." "Unfortunately." "Don't do that again." "I'll add it to the list." The collectors hit the road behind us. No time for locks. We dragged the frame along the fence to the east side. The culvert waited under a mat of weeds and broken brick. A round concrete mouth half filled with black water. Mosquitoes hung over it in a trembling cloud. The stink rolled out thick enough to taste. Mara stared at the opening. "That won't take the frame." "Then unwrap it," Calder said. No one moved. The wrapped blade pulsed. Mireille's voice arrived behind us, thin but sharp. "Do not expose it under moonlight." She and Marisol came staggering around the corner with two villagers helping them. Mireille had one hand pressed to her ribs. Blood showed between her fingers. Marisol carried the butcher hook in one hand and Pilar's little basket in the other. "Then how do we get it inside?" Hale asked. Mireille looked at the culvert, the fence, the soapworks wall, the collectors coming down the road. "We break the wall," she said. Hale laughed once. "With what?" "Our winning personalities." Marisol pointed at the chimney. "Old kiln room. The bricks are soft." The gray-haired woman shouted from the road. "You are out of ground." Mara picked up a loose brick and weighed it in her hand. "I disagree." The next minute became labor and gunfire. Villagers formed a ragged line with cartboards and stall shutters while Hale fired through gaps. Mara, Marisol, and I tore at the kiln wall with bricks, hooks, and a rusted pry bar. Calder stood in the open because Hale put him there, and the collectors did not fire at him. That bought us seconds. Ugly seconds. Useful seconds. The wall gave with a damp crunch. A hole opened into darkness. Cold air breathed out, carrying the smell of old ashes and something sweet gone rotten. Mara looked at me. "Romantic getaway. You always pick the best places." "I thought this was your trip." "My travel planning has been criticized before." She almost smiled. Almost was enough. We shoved the wrapped blade through the hole first. The soapworks took it with a groan from the old floorboards. Then we climbed after it, one by one, sliding into black dust and broken tile, while bullets cracked against the outer wall. Inside, the building did not feel abandoned. It felt patient. Rows of iron vats stood under the ruined roof. Moonlight fell through gaps and lay across them in pale bars. Old soap molds lined the walls like shallow coffins. Ropes hung from beams. Rusted hooks dangled at face height. Water dripped somewhere below the floor, steady as a clock. The wrapped blade stopped humming. That was worse. Tessa opened the notebook, and the page stayed blank. "I don't like that," Nico said. "Neither does the book," Tessa whispered. Hale pulled Calder close. "Where is the floor door?" Calder looked across the vats. "Office, back corner. Under a desk bolted to the boards." Mara took the lead. She moved through the vat room with her stolen rifle up in her feet, silent despite the broken glass. I carried the front of the frame with Marisol now. Nico had one arm around Tessa. Maria leaned on the old fruit seller's grandson, whose name I finally learned was Dario. He could not have been older than 19. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere else and had decided shame was more frightening than death. We reached the office. The desk sat where Calder said it would, swollen from years of damp, bolted to the floor with 4 iron plates. Papers had fused into a gray mass on top of it. A dead lizard lay belly up beside a cracked ink bottle. "Move it," Hale said. We pulled. The desk did not shift. Mara drove the pry bar under one plate and leaned her whole weight onto it. The wood screamed. The bolt lifted half an inch. I joined her. So did Dario. The plate tore free. Then the second. Then the third. At the 4th bolt, the building answered. A knock came from under the floor. Everyone froze. 3 more knocks followed, slow, measured, and polite. Tessa whispered, "That's how Finch House started." "Finch House was a warning," Maria said. "This is an invitation." The knock came again. The wrapped blade split its cloth without moving. Mara looked at me. "We are not accepting." The boards under the desk bulged upward. Hale aimed at the floor. "That invitation is about to accept itself." I put my marked palm on the desk. Every ghost in the soapworks turned toward me. I had not seen them until that moment. They stood between vats, inside vats, behind hanging ropes. Workers with burned hands. Women with soap-scarred arms. Men who had died carrying secrets down ladders and came back without names. They were quiet because something below had trained them to be quiet. "Tell me," I said. Mara's eyes cut toward me. "Connor." "Fast," I added. "Please make it fast." The nearest ghost had half his face eaten by lie. When he spoke, his words bubbled through a mouth that did not close right. "Desk feeds the floor," he said. "Blood opens. Weight opens. Kale blood opens clean. Other blood opens hungry." Calder closed his eyes. Hale smiled without humor. "Your turn." "How much?" Calder asked. Maria took his marked wrist and turned it over. "Enough to be honest. Not enough to die. Death would please your father. We avoid gifts to bad men." Hale uncuffed one hand. Calder did not run. He placed his palm over the last iron plate. Mara gave him a short blade with no ceremony. Calder cut across his own palm. The floor drank before the first drop spread. Bolts snapped under the desk. The boards sank. The whole office shuddered, and a square seam opened around us. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying water smell, old incense, and a whisper in my mother's voice. "Come here, Connor." Mara's hand found mine in the dark. "He has her hand," she said. I held on to that sentence as the floor opened under our feet. The ladder descended into a throat of stone. That was not a figure of speech. The shaft under the office had been lined with carved blocks shaped to look like the inside of an enormous mouth. Teeth jutted from the walls in uneven rows, some broken, some sharp enough to split skin if a shoulder brushed too close. The steps were iron rods set into the stone, slick with mineral sweat. Water breathed below us. It did not rush or flow. It breathed. Calder went first because Hale had a pistol and a clear sense of fairness. The mark on Calder's arm glowed faintly in the dark, lighting each rung before his hand touched it. He looked down once, then stopped looking down. "Keep moving," Hale said above him. "I am moving. Move with confidence. I'm saving confidence for people who deserve it." Mara went next with a lantern clipped to her belt. Then the wrapped blade, lowered by ropes through the shaft. Every time it bumped the carved teeth, the whole structure gave a soft moan. Marisol and Dario controlled one rope. Hale controlled the other. I climbed beside it as far as the shaft allowed, one hand on a rung, one hand on the frame. The mark in my palm burned cold. That was the part no one tells right in stories. Pain does not always come as fire. Sometimes it comes as winter pushed under the skin, so sudden and deep, the body forgets how to shake. Tessa and Nico came after me. Mireia followed last, which angered everyone and surprised no one. She moved slowly. Each rung cost her. Blood had dried stiff down one side of her dress. Her face had the gray cast of a candle after too many hours of smoke. "You should have stayed above," I said. She looked down at me. "And miss your final mistakes." "No, thank you. I'm trying to reduce those." Trying is a polite sound people make before doing the same thing again. Mara looked up from below. "I like her. She has a gift for morale," I said. The ladder ended on a narrow stone ledge beside the cistern. The chamber was larger than the soapworks above it and much older. Its ceiling arched out of sight. Roots hung through cracks in long black ropes. Water filled the center, smooth as glass, reflecting the lanterns with too much precision. Around the cistern ran a walkway built from black stone blocks. Carvings covered every surface. Birds with skull heads, hands holding eyes, open mouths pouring rivers, people walking into water and coming out as smoke. At the far side stood a second altar. It was not like the one in the cave. That altar had been made for display, for crowds, for bodies carried to torchlight. This one was private, low and plain, a block of pale stone set knee-high beside the water. The only decoration was a shallow groove across the top and 3 holes drilled through the front edge. Red stones filled the holes. They were dull now, but they watched the room. The first water. The words came from every ghost on the ledge at once. They stood shoulder to shoulder around the cistern. Workers from the soapworks, sacrifices from the old temple, collectors who had learned too late that serving the court did not spare them, children with bare feet and old people with ropes around their wrists. The crowd went back into the dark beyond the lantern light, and behind them were more, and behind them more still. My mother's ghost stood near the altar with Enoch's hand locked around hers. He had come ahead of us. He was not fully in the chamber. His body existed like a reflection of black water, thin and trembling. Places where the reflection broke showed the red road behind him. Still, his fingers dug into my mother's wrist, and the black mark across her face spread another inch as we watched. "You took your time," he said. His voice came from the cistern, the walls, and the wrapped blade all at once. Mara raised the rifle. "Bullets won't help," Mireia said. Mara did not lower it. "They'll help me." Enoch's gaze moved to her. Still a door. Still proud of the hinges. Still talking. The red stones in the altar brightened. Calder made a choking sound. The mark on his arm pulled him one step toward the water. Hale caught him by the back of his shirt and slammed him against the wall. "Stay rude," Hale said. "Rude people survive longer." Calder's teeth chattered. "He's in my blood." "Then be an unwelcoming host." Mireia stepped toward the altar. "Do not speak to him unless I tell you." "You always say that after someone speaks to him," Nico muttered. Tessa opened the notebook. The page stayed blank for a second, then one sentence appeared in red-brown letters. "The last sacrifice is not death." I breathed once. Mara saw the page and breathed too. Then a second sentence formed. "It is what death was promised." "That's less comforting," Nico said. "Read the rest," I said. Tessa shook her head. "There isn't rest yet. The page is waiting." "For what?" The wrapped blade answered. It tore through the last layer of salt cloth. The obsidian burst bare in the lantern light, cracked from tip to base, red fire crawling in the seam. The green thread snapped in 4 places. The frame lurched toward the altar. Marisol screamed and let go before it dragged her into the water. I held on too long. The blade pulled me across the ledge. My boots scraped stone. Mara lunged, caught my belt, and went down with me. Hale grabbed Mara's ankle. Nico dropped against Hale's legs. For one ridiculous second we were a chain of stubborn bodies being dragged by a broken knife. The blade struck the pale altar. The 3 red stones opened like eyes. Water rose in the cistern without a ripple. It climbed in a smooth column, black and shining, until it took the shape of a doorway. Through it I saw the red road, not in a crack now. Full width, wide enough for the dead to march through 2 by 2. Enoch smiled. Witness returns, he said. Door remembers. Water carries. Blood confirms. Myrea shouted a word in the old language. The water doorway shuddered but did not fall. My mother looked at me. Her lips moved. Not last sacrifice this time. Name him. Name who? I asked. Enoch's smile flickered. The dead around the cistern leaned forward. Tessa's notebook filled 3 lines so fast her hand could not move away in time. The letters burned the skin across her fingers. Nico grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She read through clenched teeth. The thief with no grave. The priest with no prayer. The son who cut his mother from the record. Name him before first water, and the court loses its oldest mask. Enoch turned toward the notebook. For the first time since I had seen him, the hunger left his face and something sharper came in, and fear showed through. That page lies, he said. People who love truth don't usually say it like that, Hale said. Myrea looked at me. Itza was my grandmother. He killed her, then erased himself from her death. He built his power on an unnamed crime, a nameless first cut. The water can carry what has a name. What was his full name, I asked. Calder laughed once. It sounded like a cough scraped raw. Enoch was the court name, not the birth name. My father knew it. He used it in a toast once, drunk enough to enjoy blasphemy. Every eye turned to him. The mark on his arm tightened. Veins rose black under his skin. Enoch's voice dropped into Calder's throat. Do not. Calder bent forward, gagging. Hale shoved him to his knees and held his head up. Say it, Hale said. If I say it, he takes my tongue. Then talk fast. Merrick crouched in front of Calder. Look at me, not him. Calder tried. His eyes rolled toward the water. Mara slapped him hard across the face. Look at me, she said. He focused on her. You wanted to know what you are, she said. This is it. Not bloodline. Not debt. This choice is the next thing you choose. Calder's cuffed hand found the edge of the stone floor. His nails scraped there. Blood from his cut palm smeared the carving of a skullbird. Enoch Kyriel, he said. The cistern went still. Even the dripping roots stopped. Myrea spoke the name louder. Enoch Kyriel. The old ghosts took it up. Enoch Kyriel. The workers said it. The sacrifice said it. The nameless collectors said it after their faces cracked open and came back. It rolled around the chamber, not loud but heavy. A stone lowered onto a grave. Enoch, Enoch, the thing that had worn too many names, staggered on the red road. His grip loosened around my mother's hand. I moved. Mara grabbed my sleeve, but this time she came with me. We reached the altar together. The water doorway pulled cold from my lungs. My mother stood just beyond it, her free hand lifted. Don't touch the water, Myrea shouted. I wasn't planning to. I lied. The black mark in my palm opened. Not skin. Not really. It opened like an eye that had been painted on my hand years ago, and had only now decided to see. Through it I felt every ghost in the chamber. Every name spoken. Every name still trapped. They did not push me toward death. They pushed me toward witness. I put my marked palm on the altar beside the blade, not on the blade itself. The stone was warm. The red stone stared up at me. Enoch Kyriel, I said. The water doorway convulsed. My mother ripped her hand free. For one instant, she stood alone on the road, black mark draining from her face like ink poured into sand. She looked younger. Not alive. Not fixed. But herself. Then Enoch seized her hair from behind and yanked her back. Mara fired the rifle into the water doorway. The shot cracked the chamber open with sound. The bullet passed through water, through the red road, through Enoch's shoulder. It should not have done anything. It did. A spray of black blood struck the road stones. Mara looked at the rifle, then at Myrea. Bullets helped. Once, Myrea said. Do not build a religion around it. The smooth-faced spirits hit the chamber from the ladder shaft. They poured down the walls, cords trailing, followed by living collectors sliding down ropes. The gray-haired woman landed first, boots hitting the ledge with a hard splash. She had blood on her cheek and a knife in her left hand. Do not speak that name again, she said. Hale stepped in front of Calder. We were just starting to enjoy it. The fight inside the cistern chamber had nowhere to spread. That made it ugly. Marisol used the butcher hook on the ghost cords, while Dario held the lantern high and tried not to shake so hard the flame died. Nico, pale and sweating, dragged Tessa behind a stone column and pressed his scarf over her burned fingers. Mireia stood at the altar chanting with one hand on the green thread and the other pressed to her bleeding side. Calder knelt, whispering Enoch's birth name again and again, each repetition tearing another black branch under his skin. Hale met the gray-haired woman near the ladder. She was fast. Too fast for someone her age. Her knife opened a red line across Hale's cheek before he got the pistol between them. He fired, missed, and she drove her shoulder into his chest. They hit the wall. One carved tooth broke behind Hale's head. He grunted, but held onto her wrist. Mara fired twice into collectors trying to flank Mireia. The chamber filled with powder smoke. The water reflected every muzzle flash twice, making it look as if lightning was trapped below the floor. A smooth-faced spirit reached for me. I had no hook, no horseshoe, no blade I trusted. I used my martand. The moment my palm touched its cord, the spirit screamed into me. Her name was Senra Vale. She'd been a washer at the soapworks. She died because she saw men carry a child down the ladder and asked the wrong question the next morning. Her name had been scrubbed from the parish book. Her sister had searched for her until fever took her. Enoch's court had used Senja for 70 years as a lock. I closed my fist on the cord. Senra Vale, I said. The cord snapped. She came back all at once, hair tied in a rag, hands cracked from lie, eyes wide with the shock of being remembered. She did not turn to ash. Instead, she turned toward the other spirits and grabbed the nearest black cord with both hands. One freed dead woman became 2, then 5. Then the chamber changed sides. The stolen dead fell on the court's dead with silent fury. Cords snapped everywhere. Faces were turned in flashes. Names struck the air like stones thrown at glass. Enoch roared from the water doorway. The road behind him shifted. The crowd of dead there surged forward, but now some were turning on him. He still held my mother. He used her like a shield, pulling her in front of his torn body as the road convulsed. I reached toward her again. The blade slid under my palm. I had not touched it. I knew I had not. It moved on its own, cracked obsidian turning like a living thing. Its tip pressed into the old scar across my hand. My blood welled. The chamber vanished. For half a second I was 12 again, standing in the market with stolen glass in my hand and a phone in the other. Sunlight vanished. Wind tore cloth from stalls. The old woman shouted. My palm opened. The bird skull eyes burned. Then I was back at the altar. Mara had my wrist in both hands. The blade had cut me anyway. The water doorway brightened. Tessa screamed, "Don't let it drink." Too late. My blood ran into the altar groove. It reached the 3 red stones and lit them from within. The last sentence appeared in the notebook, each letter black enough to eat the page around it. The witness must sacrifice the silence he was promised. I stared at it. I understood enough to hate it. Enoch had offered me quiet from the beginning. Sleep without ghosts. Mornings without the dead at the glass. A life with Mara where rain was only rain. That was the bride. That was the promise the blade had been made to sell. The last sacrifice was not my death. It was the death of that future. "Connor," Mara said, "tell me before you do this stupid thing." My mother looked at me from the road. The dead in the chamber waited. The dead beyond the doorway waited. The blade waited too. I pressed my bleeding palm flat against the altar. "I give up silence," I said. Mara's grip tightened hard enough to hurt. "Connor, I give up being free of them. I give up the bribe. I give up the morning where they don't speak. If the dead need witness, they get witness. Not his court, not his road. Me and us, the living who stand here by choice." The black mark in my palm split into a ring of light so dark it seemed to swallow the lantern glow. Every ghost in the cistern chamber spoke my name. Then every ghost beyond the water doorway spoke it. The sound drove me to my knees. It did not enter through my ears. It entered through every scar, every bruise, every place fear had once set a hook. Names followed, hundreds and thousands, too many. I heard them and did not break, but only because Mara held my wrist, because Tessa shouted my name from behind the column, because Nico swore at me with tears on his face. because Hale laughed like an angry man refusing to die, because Maria's chant became a wall. The water doorway cracked. Not the blade, not the altar. The doorway. A seam opened down its center. Red moonlight spilled out. Anak staggered backward, dragging my mother. The dead on the road turned toward him with their return names in their mouths. "No," he said. And for once the sentence belonged to him alone. The gray-haired woman screamed from the ladder. "Master." Mara shot her in the leg. "We're done with titles," Mara said. The woman fell. Hill caught her wrist before she could stab him and slammed her hand against the stone until the knife dropped. The doorway began to collapse. My mother pulled free again. She ran toward us across the red road. This time Enoch did not catch her hair. He caught her shadow. The black shape at her feet stretched under his hand. My mother's body jerked to a stop inches from the water. The mark returned across her throat. She looked at me and shook her head. Name him had not been enough. Silence had not been enough. The road had shifted, but the court still held one final claim. Myreia saw it. Her chant faltered. "The shadow debt," she whispered. He tied the first witness through grief. "How do I cut it?" I asked. She did not answer fast enough. The chamber shook. Stone teeth fell from the shaft and shattered on the ledge. Water surged over the walkway, black and cold. The blade lifted from the altar, hanging in the air above my hand, crack blazing red. Calder crawled toward it. Hale shouted after him, but Calder was already moving through ankle-deep water, face twisted, mark burning up his arm into his neck. "My blood is a hinge," he said. "Then let it close something." "Calder, don't," Mara snapped. He looked at her, and in that second he was not Malak's son or Enoch's line, or the man who had followed the court into town. He was just a frightened man with one choice left that belonged to him. "You told me to choose," he said. Then he grabbed the floating blade with both hands. The obsidian sank into his palms. He screamed, and the sound had all the names of his family in it. Calder did not die right away. That was the mercy and the cruelty of it. The blade drank from him, but his blood did not run red over the obsidian. It ran black, then silver, then black again, carrying years of hidden oaths out through his hands. The mark under his skin surged up his arms and across his chest. Lines of light opened under his shirt, tracing old agreements written before he was born. I saw signatures that were not ink, thumbprints made in blood, hair tied into ledgers, baby teeth sealed in wax, pieces of a family giving future children to a debt they had no breath to refuse. Calder held the blade and screamed until his voice tore down to a rasp. The water doorway shook around my mother's ghost. Enoch staggered on the road, one hand still knotted in her shadow, the other pressed to his own chest. The black debt leaving Calder struck him, too. He had built his court on descendants who thought inheritance was protection. Now inheritance was a rope pulling backward. Hale grabbed Calder under the arms and tried to drag him away from the blade. "Let go, you idiot!" Calder shook his head. Blood ran from his nose over his mouth. "Can't." That wasn't a suggestion. "I can't." The blade had fused to him from palm to bone. Myreia pushed through the water toward us. Every step almost took her down. Marisol tried to stop her and got shoved aside with surprising force. "Do not pull him," Myreia said. "If the line breaks wrong, it goes into the nearest open witness." Hale looked at me. "Of course it does," he said. Mara kept one hand around my wrist. Her eyes stayed on Calder. She was already reading the angles, looking for a way to save everyone, hating the room for not offering one. "There has to be a cut," she said. "There is," Myreia said. "Say it clearly." Myreia swallowed. "The family name must be severed from the court. Not Calder's life. His claim. His right to inherit. His right to pass debt forward. Every paper, every oath, every secret title. All of it must be spoken away by the last living heir." Calder laughed through blood. "That sounds easier than it feels." "Most honest things do," Hale said. Tessa stumbled from behind the column with the notebook hugged against her chest. Nico followed, one hand pressed over his side. His skin looked worse, waxy under the lantern light. Tessa was burned across 3 fingers, but she held the pencil. "I can write it," she said. "No," Nico said. "You've written enough. The page is asking for legal words." It doesn't want old language. It wants his family language. The kind they used to hide the land. Calder's eyes found hers. My father kept a phrase. He said it whenever a property moved without a deed. He thought it was funny because old crimes sound respectable in Latin. "Can you say it?" Tessa asked. "Maybe I can." "Then say it slowly." The gray-haired woman, bleeding on the ledge near the ladder, began to crawl toward Calder. Hale stepped on her wrist. "Stay," he said. She looked up at him with murder in both eyes. "You have no idea what you are ending." "Bad habit. I end things before reading the brochure." Tessa opened the notebook on a wet stone. The page should have soaked through. It stayed dry. Calder spoke in fragments. Names of companies. Names of priests. Names of dead cousins. A trust hidden inside a church fund. A fund hidden under a clinic. The soap works held through a widow who never existed. The wash house. The orchard. The hangar. Finch house, bought through grief, used as a listening post for the dead. Every place we had touched had been a finger of the same hand. The notebook wrote it all. With each line, the blade sank deeper into Calder's palms. Mara looked at me. "Help him." "How?" "You're the witness." Witness. That was the kind of thing she did. She took a word that had become sacred and heavy and shoved it back into work clothes. I put my marked hand over Calder's wrist, careful not to touch the blade. His memories hit me. A boy hiding under a dining table while his father and uncles drank over papers stamped by judges who never read them. A girl named Veda crying in a stable because Calder had told her the chapel was haunted and locked her in for a joke. A first trip to the soap works at 15, his father placing his hand on the office floor and saying some families carried greatness, some carried obedience, and theirs carried doors. Calder at 22 watching a man brought into a cellar and choosing not to ask why. Calder, last year, drunk in a hotel bathroom, staring at the black mark blooming under his skin and whispering that he did not want children because he did not know what his blood might sell while he slept. Not innocent, not only guilty either. A man could be both stained and salvageable. That was inconvenient. Truth usually was. "Say the girl in the stable," I told him. His eyes widened. "What?" "Veda. Say her name too. You don't just give up property. You give up the lie that your harm didn't count because it was smaller than your father's." Calder's face buckled. I was 13. She was 11. Mara's grip on my wrist tightened, but she did not stop me. Calder coughed blood. "Veda Mar. I locked her in a stable because I liked being feared. She moved away that winter. I never apologized. The notebook wrote it. The blade's crack dimmed by a thread. More, Mireya said. Calder shook his head. There is too much. Then start with what weighs most. He spoke until his throat failed, and when it failed, Tessa read the words back so the room could hold them. The property transfers. The names of collectors paid by his father. The families pushed out of houses near the orchard. The clinic records altered so missing bodies became fever deaths. The private security men buried under false names. The old woman bribed to sell the cursed knife in the market again, so a curious child might cut himself and reopen a road. That one stopped my breath. The room tilted. "What did you say?" I asked. Calder looked at me through a mask of sweat. "My father didn't know it would be you. He knew a foreign child would be easier to move through police and embassy confusion. He paid to put the knife back in the stall for one afternoon. The shaman story was a leash. The old woman thought she was guarding it. He made sure she would be distracted. For 20 years I had carried the shame of a theft that had still been mine. Now another truth slid under it, colder and harder. I had been chosen because I was small, curious, and far from home. Mara said my name once. The blade pulsed, eager for the crack that truth opened in me. I did not give it the satisfaction. "Write it," I told Tessa. She wrote it. The old ghosts around the cistern murmured. My mother's ghost closed her eyes on the road. Maybe she had known. Maybe mothers find patterns even after death. Maybe she'd been waiting for me to stop thinking my worst mistake had been born only in my own hand. Enoch screamed. The name and the confession struck the court together. The water doorway buckled inward. The shadow under my mother's feet thinned. The gray-haired woman lunged under Hale's boot with sudden strength. Her wrist broke with a dull pop, but she used the pain to twist free. She rolled, seized her dropped knife in her other hand, and hurled it at Tessa. Nico moved. He should not have been fast enough. He should not have moved at all. He stepped between the knife and Tessa with the kind of stupid, perfect speed love sometimes borrows from somewhere it can never repay. The knife struck him high in the chest. Tessa made a sound I never wanted to hear from anyone again. Nico looked down at the handle sticking from him with mild surprise, as if someone had handed him a bill he did not remember earning. "That's not ideal," he said. Then he fell. Mara shot the gray-haired woman twice. The shots drove the woman backward into the cistern. Black water closed over her head. For 1 second her pale hands slapped the surface. Then smooth-faced spirits rose under her and pulled her down. The water went still. Tessa dropped beside Nico. "No, you don't get to make jokes and leave. That's not how this works." Nico tried to breathe. The breath bubbled wrong. Hale slid to his knees on Nico's other side and pressed both hands around the knife without pulling it. "Do not remove it." "I wasn't going to," Tessa snapped. "I'm not stupid." "Good, stay not stupid." Nico's eyes found mine. "Did we win?" "Not yet," I said. "That's root of the universe. We've discussed its manners." His mouth twitched. Blood touched his teeth. The blade in Calder's hands flared. Enoch had seen the opening. Pain in the living, panic, and love gave him an opening. He reached through the water doorway, arms stretching too long, fingers black at the tips, and grabbed the shadow under Nico's body. Tessa saw it. She slammed the red notebook down on the shadow. The pages burst open. Wind tore through the chamber. Every loose name written in the book lifted from the paper as black letters and swarmed Enoch's arm. He howled and tried to pull back. The letters clung, biting deeper than teeth. Tessa pressed both burned hands onto the cover. "You don't get him," she said. "He's not a hinge. He's not a witness. He's just Nico, and he's mine to yell at." The notebook drank more of her blood. Nico grabbed her wrist weakly. "Romantic, bad timing, but romantic. Shut up and breathe." "I am trying to multitask." Hale looked at me. "We need out." Myrea shook her head. "Not with the blade open." "Then close it faster." Calder was laughing now, not because anything was funny, but because his body had no other way to release what the blade was taking. The black mark had reached his jaw. His eyes had gone clear, almost peaceful, which made my stomach knot. "I'm out of words," he said. "No one is ever out of words," Hale said. "They just get selective." Calder looked at the altar. "I, Calder Sutter, last living heir of Malrek, Kale, and all branch blood tied to Enoch Cariel, renounce claim to every house, acre, account, title, favor, oath, hidden room, buried door, and unpaid debt held by my family or in my family's name. I pass nothing forward. I call no child into this. I claim no protection from the court. I claim no privilege from blood. That every stolen thing return to the named dead or the living robbed of it. That my line end as a lock. Let it continue only as flesh." The notebook wrote every word. The blade shattered in his hands. Not all of it. Not enough. The crack burst open, and a long shard flew into the cistern, where it sank without a splash. The red stones in the altar went dark one by one. My mother's shadow tore free from Enoch's grip. She crossed the water doorway. For one breath, she stood on her side of it. Not alive, not solid, but near enough that the air smelled like the soap she used when I was a kid. Sheep lavender and clean cotton dried in sun. I reached for her. She touched my cheek with fingers made of cold light. The curse did not roar. The blade did not pull. The road did not swallow her back. "Mom," I said, and the word had more than one syllable inside me. Her mouth trembled. She looked at Mara, at Tessa bent over Nico, at Hale holding pressure on a dying kid's chest, at Myrea barely standing, at Calder with broken obsidian buried in both hands. Then she looked back at me. "Not last sacrifice. Not come here." This time I heard her. "Finish it," she whispered. The water doorway collapsed. Darkness slammed through the chamber. When the lantern steadied, my mother was gone. So was Enoch. For 3 seconds, hope tried to rise. Then the cistern began to drain. The water spun into a whirlpool at the center, revealing stone steps descending into a hole that should not have fit beneath the chamber. Red light glowed below. Not moonlight this time, but fire. Mireya's face folded in on itself. "He fell back to the court," she said. "Where is that?" Mara asked. Mireya looked at the steps as the last of the black water vanished. Under every place that ever fed him, Nico coughed blood. Tessa bent closer. "Stay with me." He tried to smile. "I'm not walking down those stairs. Nobody asked you to." "Good. That would have been awkward." Hale tore strips from his own shirt and packed them around the knife handle. "He needs a doctor." Marisol laughed once, sharp and broken. "In this town tonight. Then he meets the nearest person with hands and arrogance." "That might be me," Dario said from behind a column. Everyone looked at him. He swallowed. "My aunt was a nurse before the clinic closed. I helped her sometimes. I know how to carry him without making it worse, maybe." "Maybe is our current medical standard," Hale said. Mare turned to me. The red glow from the revealed stairs cut hollows under her eyes. "We get Nico out," she said. "Then re-deal with Hell's basement." The broken blade pieces on the altar twitched. A voice came from the stairs below. It was Enoch, but stripped now of my face, older, smaller, and angrier. "Bring the witness down," he said, "or I come up wearing everyone you saved." The dead around the cistern shifted. Not all of them were free. Not all of them were on our side. We did not go down right away. That decision felt like cowardice for almost 10 seconds, which was 9 seconds longer than it deserved. Nico was bleeding through Hale's hands. Tessa had burned fingers in a book that was trying to keep part of her skin. Mireya stood by force of spite and old training. Calder had shards of cursed obsidian sunk into both palms. Mara had 2 rounds left in the rifle and a face that promised violence to the next person who suggested courage was more important than triage. The stairs could wait long enough for the living to breathe. Dario and Marisol made a litter from the carrying frame. The blade no longer needed it. What remained of the obsidian lay on the pale altar in 3 large pieces and a scatter of black glass dust. The red stones had gone dark, but none of us trusted dark. Dark was often just hunger with its eyes closed. We moved Nico first. Dario kept the knife steady while Hale held pressure around it. Tessa walked beside the litter, one hand on Nico's shoulder, the other trapped under the notebook's cover. The book would not let her go until Mireya spat 3 words over it and smeared salt across the spine. The pages loosened with a sound like a tongue pulling away from ice. Tessa did not cry. She saved her breath for counting Nico's breaths. "Breathe in," she said. "Now out. Again in, again out. You hear me?" "You're bossy," he whispered. "That's not an answer." "I hear you." "Then keep hearing me." We carried him up the ladder because there was no other choice. Took too long. Every rung was a negotiation with pain. Twice he passed out. Twice Tessa slapped his cheek and ordered him back like the dead were a room he had entered without permission. Above, the soapworks had gone quiet. The collectors who had survived had fled or been dragged off by the dead they had enslaved. The kiln room smoked. Moonlight came through the broken roof. The office floor gaped open and cold air poured from the shaft behind us. Villagers waited outside with lanterns, carts, and fear hardened into usefulness. Dario's aunt arrived wrapped in a shawl, her gray hair tied tight, her hands clean. Her name was Nerea. She took one look at Nico and began giving orders in a voice that could have moved furniture. Table, light, boiled water, and clean cloth. "Not that cloth, idiot. That one has floor on it. You, tall, angry man, keep pressure there. Girl, talk to him. If he goes quiet, make him angry. Boys hate looking weak in front of pretty girls. Use that." Tessa blinked. "I'm not pretty right now." Nerea snorted. "Pretty enough for bleeding boys. Move." For 5 minutes, the world narrowed to getting Nico onto an old soap cutting table under lantern light. Nerea cut his shirt open, checked the knife angle, and said several things about collectors that would have made a priest leave the room. Hale assisted without argument. That might have been the clearest sign of danger yet. Mara pulled me toward the wall. She did not ask. Her fingers caught my coat and dragged me behind an iron vat where the lantern light barely reached. Then she shoved me against the cold metal and kissed me. It was not gentle. Nothing about the night had left room for gentle. Her mouth tasted like smoke, salt, and blood from a split lip. Her hands shook when they fisted in my coat. Mine shook when I touched her shoulders. For a few seconds the dead stepped back. Not gone. Never gone. But back far enough for the living to have a corner. When she pulled away, her forehead stayed against mine. "That was not goodbye," she said. "I didn't say it was. Your face keeps drafting speeches. Stop it. My face is becoming a problem. Your whole self is a problem. I am managing it." I almost laughed. It came out rougher than that. Her hand moved to my marked palm. The cut there had closed wrong again, black at the edges, a thin ring burned around the old scar. "You gave up silence," she said. "I did." "What does that mean?" Across the room, a dead soap worker watched Nerea prepare to pull the knife from Nico. Beyond him stood Senra Vale, freed and solid enough to cast a faint reflection in a puddle. Behind her stood dozens more, all looking at me with names in their mouths. "It means they won't leave," I said. Mara looked at the ghosts she could not see, then back at me. "They weren't exactly leaving before. This is different. Before they found me. Now I think I called myself theirs." "No," she said. "You called yourself witness, not property. Don't let the curse edit your sentence." That landed harder than comfort. I nodded once. Nico screamed. Mara and I moved at the same time, but Nerea shouted, "Stay back unless your panic is sterile." We stayed back. Nico thrashed once while Hale held his shoulders, and Tessa leaned close, talking into his ear with her burned hand pressed to his cheek. Nerea pulled the knife free in one clean motion and packed the hole before blood could surge too far. Nico's back arched. Then he sagged, breathing in short broken pulls. "He lives for now," Nerea said. "For now is not a promise. It is an opening." Tessa nodded as if that was the best blessing she had ever heard. Maria sat on an overturned bucket near the office door. Marisol had cleaned the blood from her side and tied a hard bandage under her ribs. Calder sat across from her with both hands wrapped in white cloth. Black stains were already soaking through. The mark on his arm had retreated to a dark loop around his wrist, like a bracelet burned under the skin. Hale came to us wiping blood from his hands with a rag. "The kid is not dead." That is the official medical phrasing. "Good," Mara said. "Good is generous. I'll take generous." He looked toward the open shaft. "The thing downstairs is getting louder." He was right. The voice from below had not stopped. It spoke in turns now, trying on the dead. Braino's voice, Pilar's voice, Jonas's small voice, my father's voice, which made my teeth lock together until Mara touched my arm. Then my mother's voice again, softer than the rest. "Come finish what you opened." Myrea called us over before I could answer the floor. "The court below is not a room," she said. "Do not trust walls. Do not trust distance. It is the place made by every bargain Enoch Cariel forced through grief. Under the cistern it has a mouth, but its body runs under the orchard, the clinic, the house, the hangar, and every road where a collector spilled blood for him." "How do we kill a place?" Hale asked. "We do not kill it. We starve it." I was hoping for explosives. Explosives make holes. This already has holes. Mara crouched beside Calder. "You close the family hinge. What else holds it?" Calder flexed his bandaged fingers and went pale. "Ledger stones. My father called them anchors. Red stones like the ones in the altar, but larger, one under each feeding place. They remember debt. As long as they exist, the court has somewhere to stand." "How many?" I asked. "5 that I know. Maybe 6. Finch House, Mercy Orchard, Mercer Clinic, the hangar, the wash house, the first temple below the market." Hale gave me a flat look. "So everywhere we've already nearly died. Efficient." Tessa walked over with the notebook clutched against her chest. Her face was drawn tight, but her voice held. "The page says 1 anchor is already cracked. Finch House. The names under the floor weakened it when Connor returned them. The orchard anchor is unstable because of Pilar. The wash house anchor broke when Calder renounced the line. That leaves the clinic, hangar, and temple," Mara said. "And the court below holding them together," Tessa said. "If we break one more anchor, Enoch can't come up wearing the freed dead. If we break all of them, the road closes." "Can we break them from here?" I asked. Tessa looked at the open shaft. "The court below connects them, maybe. The book says the witness can walk the underside of the debt. That sounds painful, Nico whispered from the table. Everyone turned. He had one eye half open. Tessa rushed back to him and put a hand on his forehead. You're supposed to be unconscious. I'm not good at assignments. You got stabbed. Try harder. His gaze found me. Don't let the creepy basement wear me. I have standards. I'll put that on the mission list, I said. Good. Not a long list. I hate those. Tessa made a strangled laugh that almost turned into a sob. Nico squeezed her wrist with 2 fingers. Mara stood. Who goes down? Mireia looked at me first. Everyone did. That was becoming a habit I liked less each time. The witness, Mireia said. The living door. Her gaze moved to Mara. The second door, if she chooses. Stop calling me that, Mara said. Stop being it. Mara's mouth shut. Mireia looked at Tessa. The book must stay above. If it enters the court, Enoch may write through it. Tessa did not argue, which told me how badly her fingers hurt. Hale stays with Nico and the prisoners, Mara said. Hale lifted an eyebrow. Do I now? You have bullets, suspicion, and basic medical obedience. That's useful here. I am flattered by the precision. Calder struggled to stand. I go. You sit, Hale said. My blood opened it. I know some of the signs. Your hands look like chewed rope. Then I won't touch anything. Mara stared at him. Why? Calder looked toward Nico, then at the office floor. Because if I stay alive after tonight, I don't want every breath after this to be theft. That was not noble. It was too tired for noble. It sounded almost useful. Mireia pushed herself upright with Marisol's help. I go to the shaft. Not below. I can hold the mouth for a little while. Not long. How long? I asked. Long enough if you are not fools. That is an impossible measurement for this group, Hale said. Mireia ignored him. We prepared badly because there was no way to prepare well. Mara took the rifle with 2 rounds and reclaimed her steel knife from the dead collector by the alley once Dario brought it in with a grimace. Hale gave me the pistol with 3 rounds left. I took a coil of green thread, a pouch of salt, and a rusted butcher hook from Marisol. Calder took nothing because his hands could barely close. Mara gave him a length of cloth to bite if he had to keep quiet. Tessa tore a page from the back of the notebook. The book bled where the page came loose. I hate that, Nico murmured. Me too, she said. She folded the page and pressed it into my coat pocket. It might not work. It says it remembers the last true sentence written near it. What sentence? Her eyes flicked to Mara, then back to me. You are witness, not property. Mara's face changed, softer for a second. I put the page in my pocket carefully. Then we went back down. The cistern chamber had changed while we were above. The water was gone, leaving a circular pit in the center and steps spiraling down along the inside wall. Red light pulsed from below. The freed dead lined the ledge. Senator Vale stood at the first step with her lie-cracked hands folded in front of her. We can hold the mouth, she said. We cannot go where he keeps the death stones. That place was made from living bargains. Living must break them. Do you know where my mother went? I asked. Senator's face softened. She is beyond his hand for now, not beyond his reach. That is not the same thing. Few true things are. Mara moves beside me. We bring her back or send her on clean. No middle. Sinra looked at Mara as if she saw more than a living woman with dirt on her face. Second door. Mara pointed the rifle at the floor near Senra's feet. Everyone needs a new nickname for me. A faint smile touched Sinra's ruined mouth. She who refuses hinges. Better. Still weird. We descended. The steps under the cistern did not lead to a basement. They led to a street. One moment we were inside stone, feet scraping damp steps. The next, the wall opened and we stood beneath a red sky on a road made from broken altar slabs. Above us, nothing supported the earth. There was only dark, streaked with roots, pipes, beams, and pale bones tangled together like the underside of a city that had died badly. Doors lined the road on both sides. Some were church doors. Some were hospital room doors. Some were the dented metal door from the hangar. One was the closet door from my childhood bedroom. I stopped walking. Mara saw it. No. You don't know which one I'm looking at. I know your face. Keep moving. Behind the childhood door, my father's voice said, Connor, help your mother. The page in my pocket heated. You are witness, not property. I kept moving. Calder walked behind us, breathing through his teeth. His bandages dripped black and red. Every door we passed clicked when he came near, recognizing the last blood of the family that had paid to build them. Which anchor is closest? Mara asked. Calder nodded toward a door with frosted glass and a painted green cross. Mercer Clinic. The glass was cracked. Behind it came the sound of rolling gurney wheels, wet coughing, and a baby crying with an adult voice. Clinic, he said. The road behind us shifted. The sister mouth was already farther away than it should have been. Senra and the other freed dead stood at the top of the steps, small and dim. Maria's chant drifted down like a thread stretched too tight. From farther along the red road came Enoch's voice. Break what you like, he called. Every broken stone has teeth. Mara, check the rifle. He still talks too much. You keep saying that like it isn't true, I said. She shoved the clinic door open. Cold, fluorescent light flooded over us, though no bulb in the ceiling was intact. The clinic inside was bigger than the real building had been. Hallways crossed at wrong angles. Exam rooms repeated on both sides, each holding a different version of mercy turned rotten. A woman strapped to a bed while collectors counted her teeth. A boy in fever while a doctor signed a death form without checking his pulse. A man in a white coat burning records in a sink. Ghosts watched us from corners. Some patients, some staff, some guards. At the center of the lobby sat the anchor stone. It was the size of a human heart and the color of dried blood. Set inside the old reception desk under a glass cover. Red veins pulsed through it. Every pulse made the clinic ghosts wince. A doctor stood behind the desk. He was dead, but not free. His white coat had fused to his skin. A black cord ran from his throat into the anchor stone. His name tag read Orlin Say. His eyes were yellow with old cowardice. You cannot remove protected property, he said. Mara raised the rifle. I can remove a lot of things. This clinic served the public. The ghosts in the waiting room hissed. I stepped closer. This clinic fed the court. Treatment requires sacrifice. Records require discretion. Families require closure. You sold bodies. His mouth twitched. Waste is immoral. Mara hit the glass cover with the rifle stock. It cracked, but did not break. The whole lobby screamed. Not the people, the walls. Orlin reached under the desk and pressed a button. Every exam room door opened. The things that came out were patient gowns and toe tags. They were not ghosts, not alive, not cleanly dead. Bodies animated by debt. Gray-skinned eyes filmed the white, mouths sewn shut with black thread. Some had been cut open and closed badly. Some dragged limbs that should not have held weight. The clinic had kept more than records. I hate doctors, Calder whispered. Specific doctors, Mara said, firing her first round. The bullet tipped the nearest body through the forehead. It dropped, twitched, and began crawling. Correction, she said. I hate this clinic. The bodies rushed us. There was no room for distance. Mara used the rifle like a club after the second shot tore through a body's knee and failed to stop it. I fired the pistol into a stitched mouth, then drove the butcher hook into the black thread and ripped sideways. The body collapsed when the thread snapped. Calder kicked a rolling stool under another corpse's feet and went down with it when his own balance failed. A dead woman with surgical staples across her belly grabbed my coat and slammed me into the reception desk. The glass cover cracked wider. The anchor stone pulsed inches from my face. Inside it, I saw names trapped like insects in amber. Orlin Sai leaned close. You are not a physician, he said. You aren't either. I pressed the hook into the cord at his throat. His yellow eyes widened. No witness can cut a licensed debt. Good thing I'm not licensed. I yanked. The cord snapped halfway. Orlin screamed, and every body in the lobby screamed through its sewn mouth. Mara drove her knife through the black thread of the one pinning Calder. Calder rolled free, coughing. He saw the anchor stone and crawled toward the desk. Glass, he said. Break the glass with family blood. Your hands are busy being ruined, Mara said. Use my bandage. I grabbed Calder's wrist before Mara could object and pressed his blood-soaked bandage against the cracked cover. The glass softened like sugar in rain. Mara smashed it with the rifle stock. The anchor stone lay exposed. Every clinic ghost surged forward. I expected them to beg. They did not. They began saying their names, patients, nurses, orderlies, and people whose deaths had been filed under fever, accident, departure, unknown. The sound struck the stone and made it pulse faster. Salt, Mara said. I threw the pouch across the desk. Salt hit the anchor stone and turned red. The stone split with a small, disappointing click. For a second, nothing happened. Then the clinic folded. Walls peeled away. Exam tables crashed through the floor. The bodies with sewn mouths dropped where they stood, empty at last. Erlan Sai clutched his throat as his name tag burned through his coat and into his chest. I only followed the contract, he said. A nurse ghost stepped through the desk and took his face in both hands. Then follow it down, she said. The floor opened under him. Red light swallowed him whole. Mara grabbed my coat and pulled me through the collapsing lobby. Calder stumbled after us. Doors slammed on both sides. Behind one, my mother's voice called my name again. I did not stop. We burst back onto the red road. The Mercer Clinic door behind us cracked from top to bottom and turned to ash. On the road ahead, Enoch screamed. The sky above the court flickered. One of the red stars went out. One anchor broken, Mara said. To left, Calder said. The hangar door down the road began to open on its own. From inside came the smell of aviation fuel, hot metal, and the red dust of the border. Then came my mother's voice. Not from behind a door this time, but from the road ahead. Connor, she called. He found another hand. A figure stepped from the hangar doorway. For 1 second I thought it was her. Then the red light shifted. It was my father. He stood barefoot on the altar road, dead eyes full of Enoch's fire, black cord tight around his throat. Mara whispered something I could not hear. Calder backed into the clinic ash. My father smiled with a mouth that had never smiled like that in life. Son, he said, let's finish your mother's sacrifice. The Last Sacrifice, Part 6, Father's Fire-Expanded Draft. My father stood in the hangar doorway with dead eyes and my mother's name waiting behind his teeth. For 12 years I had kept him in pieces because whole memories cut too deep. His hands on a steering wheel while he drove across desert highways without trusting maps. His laugh when my mother called a roadside taco stand better than any guidebook restaurant. His sleeping face in a cheap motel room while rain struck an air conditioner, and I lay awake, still seeing the old market woman's warning in my head. The man in front of me wore those pieces like stolen clothing, bare feet pressed into red dust that had no reason to be there inside the altar road. His shirt was the same blue one he had worn in the last photograph on my desk. The collar hung open. A black cord looped around his throat, tight enough to cut red lines into skin that no longer needed air. The cord vanished behind him into the hangar, pulled taut by something hidden in the dark. Mara shifted beside me. The rifle had 1 round left. She did not lift it yet. She watched his feet, his hands, his throat, the cord. Mara never looked where a trick wanted her to look first. Calder sat in the clinic ash behind us, one hand gripping the ruined edge of the lobby desk that had followed us out onto the road. His cuffed wrists were slick with his own blood. The black mark under his skin had reached his collar. Each pulse made his jaw lock. Connor, my father said. His voice was almost right. Almost was worse than wrong. I tasted dust and old smoke. You don't get to use him. The thing wearing him smiled wider. The smile split the dry skin at the corner of his mouth. No fresh blood came. Only black dust. He came willingly, it said. All fathers do when a son is on the table. The hangar behind him exhaled heat. Aviation fuel. Hot metal. Desert air trapped in a building for years. Under all of it came the wet copper smell of the red road and the old temple cave. Mara put her left hand against my chest, not tenderly. She kept me from stepping forward. Tell me what you see, she said. My father. No. Tell me what else. The question helped because it made me look past the face, past the blue shirt, past the dead eyes carrying borrowed fire. The cord around his throat ran into the hangar and rose toward the rafters. More cords hung from the steel beams like black vines. Some were tied to hanging bodies. Some were tied to old engines on chain hoists. Some vanished into the floor. The anchor was not a stone this time. It was a plane. A small propeller aircraft sat in the middle of the hangar, nose pointed toward the open door. Its white paint had blistered and peeled until it looked diseased. Red symbols covered the fuselage in handprints and dragged lines. The propeller had been wrapped with black thread. The windshield was opaque with ash from the inside. Something moved behind it. "The plane," I said. "That's the anchor." Calder made a rough sound. "Family aircraft. My grandfather used it to move people out and bring money back in. Bodies too, when local roads got watched." Mara's eyes hardened. "You knew that and didn't mention it." "I didn't know it was here." Calder swallowed against pain. "I never saw the inside of the hangar. My father kept the key on his body. He said the dead rattled the metal at night. I thought he was drunk." "He could have been both," Mara said. My father's borrowed face twitched at her voice. The thing inside him had begun to notice her too much. It had said she was the second door. It had not sounded like a threat when it said it. It had sounded like an inventory note. "Myra Sutter," my father said. "Your grandmother scrubbed altar stains from her hands until the skin split. Your mother carried silence like bread. You carry a knife and call it freedom." Mara lifted the rifle now. "I call this one round," she said. "The glass will not break from bullets." I wasn't aiming at glass. She fired. The shot struck the cord at his throat. For half a second the whole road stopped moving. The cord snapped. My father's body staggered forward, hands lifting to his neck. Fire vanished from his eyes. They turned dull and gray. His mouth opened, and the sound that came out was small, human, and confused. "Ro, is that you?" My legs nearly failed. Mara grabbed my coat. "Do not go soft." That was him. "I know. That makes it worse." The hangar cords convulsed. Every hanging body jerked at once. My father's body pitched backward as a new cord shot from the doorway like a striking snake. It wrapped his chest and yanked him off his feet. I moved then. No thought and no plan, just my body crossing dust while Mara cursed behind me. The cord dragged him toward the aircraft propeller. I caught one of his wrists with both hands. His skin was cold. The fingers closed around mine with a grip I remembered from crossing busy streets as a boy. "Connor," he rasped. "Don't let it take me back." The hanger pulled. My boots skidded through ash. Mara hit the cord with her stolen knife. The blade sparked and bounced off, leaving a shallow cut in the black fiber. "Not steel," Calder shouted. "Use salt or blood." "Everyone keeps saying that like we're walking around with spare blood," Mara said. I dug my cut palm against the cord. The mark in my hand opened with heat. The cord smote where my blood touched it. My father screamed, and the hanger screamed with him. I pulled. Mara pulled my belt. Calder crawled forward and hooked both cuffed hands around my ankle because he had nothing else to offer. The cord stretched, thinning like burned plastic. Then it snapped. We all went down in the dust. My father landed half across me, light as dry sticks. His face pressed against my shoulder. He shook without breath. I could feel every tremor. For one stupid second I held him. The road punished me for it. The aircraft engine coughed once inside the hangar. Its propeller twitched. The red symbols along its fuselage brightened. Behind a cloudy windshield, a child pressed both hands against the glass. Then more children pressed beside him. Not living children and not whole ghosts either. They had been packed into the plane until their faces overlapped, mouths open and closed against the inside of the windshield. None of them made a sound. Their eyes fixed on me as if I had finally arrived late to a promise. My father turned his face toward the hangar. "He used them as weight," he whispered. "On the flights, in the crates, under blankets. He told people they were cargo." Calder went still. I looked at him. "Your grandfather." Calder's eyes did not leave the plane. "Yes." "How many?" "I don't know." "Take a guess." "Too many for guessing to be decent." Mara wiped dust from her mouth. "Then we stop guessing and open it." The propeller jumped again. This time it turned a quarter rotation, cutting the air with a deep metallic groan. The hanging cords tightened. Bodies lifted from the rafters, feet dangling, heads tilted down. Some wore old pilot jackets. Some wore clinic gowns. Some wore torn travel clothes, market clothes, school clothes. Each had a black cord running from throat to plane. My father grabbed my sleeve. "Listen to me," he said. His voice was fading, not like a man losing strength, like a radio sliding between stations. "I'm listening. Your mother isn't inside the blade the way he shows you. He has parts, a hand, a voice, a memory from me. He stitches them in debate. She kept the rest away. She made a door inside herself and locked it." My throat tightened until breathing took work. "Where is she?" "Between the last anchor and the place under the knife. She won't call because calling feeds him." Mara crouched next to us. "Can she be reached?" My father looked at her, and for a moment his face softened with a grief that did not belong to a stranger, only by what he cannot understand. "That's poetic and not useful," Mara said. "Choice," he said. "Not debt, not bloodline. A clear choice. He doesn't understand anyone walking toward pain without chains on them." The plane engine coughed again. A wheel under the aircraft rolled an inch forward. Mara stood. "Plane is moving. We need the anchor points." Calder forced himself to his feet, using the dead clinic desk as a brace. His face had gone ashy. "Cockpit ledger. My grandfather kept names in the metal case under the pilot seat. If names held the clinic stone, names may break this." "You think, or you know?" Mara asked. "I think because my family was evil with paperwork." "That's the first honest family trait you've admitted." My father tightened his grip. "Do not let me slow you." I looked down at him and saw the motel lights from my childhood, the way he had stood in the market shouting my name after I ran from the old woman, the years after my parents died when every photo became a trial. I'd imagined 1,000 less conversations with him. None included a cursed road, a dead aircraft, and a rifle empty beside us. "I'm not leaving you in the dust," I said. "You already left me once." The words punched the air out of me. His eyes widened as if he had heard them too late. "That wasn't me." "I know." "Do you?" A cord shot from the hangar floor and wrapped his ankle. Mara cut at it. The knife sparked again, useless. My father shoved something into my palm. A small brass key, warm from a dead hand. "Pilot seat," he said. "Metal case." The cord yanked him backward. I caught his shirt, but the fabric tore. He slid across the road toward the hangar, toward the propeller that had begun to turn in slow, hungry jerks. I lunged after him. Mara tackled me from the side. We hit the dirt as the propeller spun once, fully, with a sound like a giant cleaver cutting air. My father's body passed under it and vanished into the hangar shadow. I came up fighting Mara. She took it. She let my forearm shove into her shoulder, let my fingers catch her coat, then drove her knee into the ground between us and held my face with both hands. "Connor, look at me." "Move back." "No way." "Look at me." He took him. "He took a body with your father's voice in it. Your father gave you the key. You use it, or that body bought nothing." The plane rolled another foot. Inside the windshield, the children beat silent hands against the ash-coated glass. The hangar lights came on one by one, though no power should have fed them. Yellow bulbs buzzed overhead. The cords swayed. The door widened behind the plane, revealing a strip of desert runway under a red moon. Enoch wanted the plane on the road. He wanted movement, cargo, and crossing. The anchor was not just the aircraft. It was the act it had served, carrying the stolen dead from one place to another until distance became another kind of grave. I closed my hand around the key until the teeth cut my skin. "Fine," I said. "We open it." Mara released me slowly. "Good enough." Calder limped beside us. "If the engine catches, don't stand in front of it." Mara looked at him. "I truly hate that you thought we needed that advice. People panic near machines. People panic near cursed family planes too." We crossed the threshold. The hangar swallowed sound. Outside, the red road groaned and shifted. Inside, every breath came back flattened from sheet metal walls. My boots crunched over old glass and dried insects. The air vibrated with engine heat, though the plane had not truly started. My father hung above the aircraft now, corded to the rafters among the others. His body jerked in rhythm with a propeller. His eyes found mine once. There was no fire in them, only a dim warning. Don't waste it. The plane lurched forward. Mara ran left. Calder went right. I went straight for the wing. A hanging body dropped from the Raptors and hit the floor in front of me. Its skull cracked on concrete. It rose anyway, jaw hanging wrong, pilot jacket black with old oil. A cord ran from the back of its neck to the plane's tail. It came at me with both hands out. I ducked under the first grab and drove my shoulder into its middle. It folded around me and slammed my back into the wing strut. Pain flashed through my ribs. Its fingers dug for my eyes. I jammed the brass key into the dead pilot's cheek because it was the only sharp thing in my hand. The pilot snapped its head sideways and bit the key. Metal crunched between its teeth. Mara's knife came across its throat from behind. It did not cut the cord, but it opened dry skin. Black dust poured out. I shoved the body into the propeller arc. Mara caught my jacket and hauled me back before the blade could take my arm. The propeller chopped the pilot body apart. Pieces struck the concrete and kept trying to move. Hands crawled. A shoulder rolled. The cord whipped as if angry, then snapped back into the plane with a wet crack. "The key!" Calder shouted. I looked down. Half the brass key remained in my palm. The teeth were gone. "That is wonderful," Mara said. Calder reached the passenger door and pulled. The door was locked. He slammed his shoulder into it, regretted that instantly, and leaned against the fuselage with his eyes squeezed shut. Under the pilot's seat, he gasped. "Canopy latch from outside, maybe. Emergency release. Left side near the hinge." "Maybe," Mara said. "That word keeps trying to kill us." The aircraft rolled again. Its nose crossed the painted line on the hangar floor. If it reached the runway, I knew without being told that the road would widen. Enoch would have a way to move the bound dead across whatever remained between worlds. Children's hands struck the windshield faster. I climbed onto the wing. The metal was slick with ash. The whole plane shook under me. Mara grabbed my belt from below, anchoring me as I crawled toward the cockpit. The propeller blurred in front of my face in slow, uneven swings. Each pass shoved hot air over my skin. "Left hinge," Calder called. "Small lever. Flush with frame." I found 3 things that looked like levers and 1 thing that looked like a trap. A cord wrapped my wrist. It came from the cockpit seam, thin as wire and strong as gilt. It tightened and pulled my hand toward the windshield. Behind the glass, the child nearest me opened his mouth. His jaw stretched too wide. Enoch's voice came through him. "He blamed you," the child said. "Your father blamed you every night." My grip slipped. Mara yanked my belt hard enough to bruise. "He lies with true pieces," she shouted. "That's all he has. Pieces." The child pressed his forehead to the glass. His skin flattened. "You ran from the stall," he said. "You cut your hand. You brought the blade home in your blood. They died because they loved you enough to follow." I heard my father saying I had already left him once. I heard my mother calling from the blade. I heard every ghost who had ever tugged at my sleeve while I tried to sleep. The cord pulled harder. My fingers hit the correct latch by accident. The canopy popped open with a hiss of hot air and great breath. Hands poured out. Small hands, adult hands, broken hands, hands with rings still on them. They grabbed my sleeves, my shirt, my face. Not to hurt me, to get out. That made it harder to fight them. "Give me names," I said through clenched teeth. "I need names." The ghosts inside the cockpit spoke at once. Sound crashed over me. Too many voices. Too many languages. Too much time pressed into too little space. My vision went white at the edges. I saw a little girl shoved under a blanket while the engine roared. A mechanic taking a bribe to ignore the smell. A pilot drinking in the dark after landing. A mother running after a truck until her sandals broke. A priest signing papers with a calm hand. Mara climbed onto the wing behind me and wrapped one arm around my chest. "Stay here. Stay with me." "The case," I said. "Then get the case." I shoved my free hand under the pilot's seat. My fingers found torn leather, cold metal springs, old paper, bone, and finally a metal handle. The case was wedged tight. The cord around my wrist bit deeper. I pulled. The aircraft rolled again, and the sudden movement nearly threw both of us under the propeller. Calder screamed from below. A dead-ground crewman had him pinned against the fuselage, fingers deep in his throat. Calder's cuffed hands could not get leverage. His face darkened. Mara looked down, then at me. "Go," I said. "Don't fall." "That's your whole plan?" "It's worked badly so far." She dropped off the wing onto the ground crewman's back. I pulled the case with everything left in my shoulders. It came free. The cockpit emptied its voices into my skull. The plane stopped rolling. Every cord went slack for half a breath. Then Enoch stepped out of the cockpit, wearing my father's face again, but taller now, stretched, with the black cord woven through his ribs like rigging. "You keep opening doors," he said. I held the metal case against my chest. "You keep hiding behind dead people. Dead people are honest. They want what they want. The living pretend choice makes hunger noble. You wouldn't understand choice if it cut your hand?" His smile tightened. "I understood yours when you took the knife." The propeller screamed to full speed. The suction ripped me from the wing. For one breath I was airborne, case clutched to my chest, hangar lights spinning above me. Mara's hand caught my boot. Her grip slid. Calder caught her coat with both cuffed hands. The three of us formed a stupid human chain against a dead machine and an old god's appetite. Mara's teeth bared. "Drop the case, and I drop you after it." "That doesn't help." "It helps me focus." I swung the case down with one hand and smashed it against the wing edge. The latch held. I hit it again. The case opened. Papers burst into the propeller wind and filled the hangar like frightened birds. Names covered every page. Not numbers, not codes. Names, ages, towns, payments, destinations, notes in the neat old hand. Some names had crosses beside them. Some had circles. Some had the word delivered written in Spanish in a delicate script that looked almost kind. The ghosts in the plane screamed without sound. The papers spun around the propeller and did not shred. They arranged themselves in a ring of white around the aircraft. Each page glowed as a name on it was spoken by someone who had died unheard. I did not know the languages, but my mouth did. The curse used me as a throat. I spoke until my tongue went numb. I spoke names that tasted of dust and sea salt and hospital soap and gasoline. Mara and Calder dragged me across the wing and down to the floor while the papers circled faster. The plane began to come apart. Bolts shot from the engine cowling. The windshield cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The propeller slowed, each rotation harder than the last. The cords connected to the rafters smoked and snapped. Bodies fell around us in dull, awful impacts. My father's body dropped last. I crawled to him as the plane tore itself open. Children climbed from the cockpit in bright, thin shapes. They did not run. They walked past us with solemn faces, each holding a scrap of paper with a name on it. One little boy stopped beside Calder. Calder could not meet his eyes. The boy touched Calder's cuffed hands and vanished. The black mark on Calder's throat burned white for 1 second. He screamed and fell sideways. Mara dragged him away from the wing as the fuel tank split. "Move," she said. "Fuel is spilling now." My father caught my wrist again. This time his grip had almost no strength. "Take the last piece," he said. "What piece?" His fingers opened. In his palm lay a strip of black cord, cut clean at both ends, still smoking. "Your mother tied it herself," he whispered, "to keep him from following all the way. Use it at the last door." The fuel reached the glowing papers. Mara hooked one arm around my chest and pulled. I clutched the cord and stumbled after her. Calder staggered between us, coughing blood onto his shirt. We reached the hangar door as the aircraft exploded. Fire filled the building with orange light. The blast threw us onto the road. Heat rolled over my back. Metal screamed. The hangar roof lifted, cracked, and folded inward. The red star above it flickered once and went dark. 2 anchors broken. The road shook hard enough to throw all of us flat. Somewhere under the court, Enoch roared. The sound tore through every door on the Alta Road. Clinic rooms burst open. Church doors slammed. The childhood closet door split down the middle. My father's ash drifted past my face like black snow. I reached for him and caught nothing. Then a hand, warm and living, covered mine. Mara lay beside me in the dust. Hair stuck to her cheek, blood at her lip, eyes still sharp. "We keep moving," she said. I looked at the ruined hangar, the falling bodies, the burning plane, and the empty space where my father's face had been. "I know." "No, you don't." "Not yet, but you'll do it anyway." Calder rolled onto his back. The mark on his neck had stopped spreading, but it had not faded. His eyes were fixed on the sky. "The last anchor," he said. The road ahead trembled. At the far end, where darkness had been, a new door rose from the dust. Not stone, not metal. Wood painted yellow with a cheap motel number nailed crooked near the top. Room 12. The children from the plane did not vanish at once. They gathered along the road in a loose line, each one carrying a page, each page curling at the edges from the hangar fire. Their faces were too still for children. The court had taught them stillness, packed it into them with darkness and fear and the slow terror of being treated as cargo. Yet when the red star above the hangar went out, the smallest girl looked up and smiled with only half her mouth, like she had forgotten how wide joy could be. Calder saw her smile in broken away bullets had not managed. He sat hard in the road ash and pressed his free hand over his eyes. His shoulders moved once, then again. No sound came from him, which made it worse. He had confessed plenty. He had calculated, bargained, and bled. This was the first time I saw a cost reach him without giving him a way to measure it. Mara did not comfort him. She stood near enough that he would not be alone, and far enough that he could keep whatever dignity a ruined man had left. After a moment, she picked up one of the scorched leisure pages from the dirt and handed it to him. "Read that one," she said. Calder lowered his hand. "I don't know if I can." "That's not what I asked." He took the page. The paper shook between his fingers. A name was written there in ink that had survived fire and time. "Vera Sol," he said, voice breaking over the last word. "Age 8. Taken from the Eastern Road. Paid to Orensay by a man named Bisorovec. Destination listed as clinic transfer." The girl with the half-smile turned toward him. Calder swallowed hard. "Vera Sol." The girl lifted her hand. The page in Calder's grip burned white, then folded into ash without heat. She stepped backward into a seam of pale light that opened between two slabs of road. Before she passed through, she looked at me. She did not accuse and did not thank. She only made sure someone living had seen her leave under her own name. More pages rustled. Hale came to Calder's other side and picked up a second sheet. Nico took a third with fingers that would not stop shaking. Tessa read 2 names from the notebook because the papers near her had burned too dark for human eyes. Marisol spoke names in Spanish, then repeated them slower when the dead wanted the sound to last. Even Maria, sagging in her blanket, read one name through teeth clenched against pain. For several minutes, the altar road became less road than departure platform. Names opened thin doors. Children and adults crossed. Some hesitated. Some ran when they saw light, and some turned to stare at the burning hangar, as if unable to believe the machine that had carried them into silence was finally nothing but fire and scrap. My father's shape did not appear among them. I searched until Mara caught me doing it. "He gave you the cord," she said. "That doesn't mean he's gone." "No. It means he spent what he had on you. That's different. You keep saying things that hurt and help at the same time. That's most true things." When the last page burned away, the road changed under our feet. The ash from the hangar slid toward the broken clinic and vanished into the cracks. The air cooled. The red dust settled. For one breath, we could hear water far below us, moving under stone, as if the cistern remembered it had once belonged to the earth and not to Enoch. Then the motel door rose. The door from the night my parents died. I had not seen that motel door in 12 years, but my body knew it before my mind caught up. The yellow paint had been sun-faded even then. The number 12 had hung crooked because one screw had rusted loose. A soda machine buzzed on the walkway outside, filling the night with a cheap electric hum. My mother had complained that the room smelled like bleach poured over cigarette smoke. My father had said we would leave at dawn and find a better place after we crossed the mountains. He had not known dawn was a promise none of us would keep. The door stood at the far end of the red road now, planted in altar dust with no wall around it. The frame had motel carpet clinging to the threshold. Light seeped from the crack underneath, yellow and soft and raw. Beyond it, someone moved across a room that could not exist anymore. Mara pushed herself to her knees. "That's yours." "Yes, that is right. Anchor or trap. Both of them." Calder coughed hard enough to fold over his own ribs. Mara caught him by the shoulder before he hit the ground. "How much road between here and there?" she asked. The distance kept changing. Sometimes the door looked 50 yards away. Sometimes it looked at the end of a mile-long hallway made of broken slabs and dead roots. The red sky sagged lower after the hangar burned. The 2 dead stars left in it had become one, and the last one pulsed like an eye trying not to close. "Too much," I said. From the clinic ash behind us came footsteps. Hale emerged first, one arm around Tessa, the other holding a length of iron pipe. Nico limped beside them, pale and furious, with Marisol supporting his good side. Mireia followed slower, wrapped in a blanket dark with old water stains. The living should not have been able to reach us this far down the road. Their faces said they knew that too. "How did you get here?" Mara asked. Tessa lifted the red notebook. The cistern steps moved. The page opened to a map, and then the floor was not where it used to be. Hale looked at the burning hangar. "We heard the blast. Figured Subtle had failed." "Subtle never arrived," Mara said. Mireia's eyes moved to the motel door. Her face tightened in a way I had learned to fear. "The last anchor is not the door," she said. "Then what is it?" I asked. "The memory inside it. The moment he first learned how to reach you without the knife in your hand." I looked at the yellow light under the door. "The night my parents died." "Yes, that is right." Hale lowered Tessa carefully onto a slab. "You mean he was there then?" Mireia nodded. "The cut in your palm opened you. Your parents took you far from the town, but distance does not close a tear. Enoch sent whispers first, dreams and shapes in glass. Your parents heard enough to search for answers. That search led them to the wrong people." "Wrong people," Calder said, voice dry. "My family, likely." Mireia did not spare him. "Yes, I've remembered the days before the motel. My mother speaking softly on payphones. My father hiding papers under the spare tire. The way they stopped taking photos. The way my mother grabbed my wrist too hard in a crowded bus station and then apologized with her mouth against my hair." "They weren't just running," I said. "No," Mireia said. "They were trying to trade their own names to close the tear around yours." The yellow light under the motel door brightened. Inside, my mother laughed. It was not the pleading voice from the blade, not the force sound from the clinic. This laugh was tired, real, and close. A woman at the end of a brutal day trying to make a boy smile over vending machine crackers and warm soda. My feet moved without permission. Mara stepped in front of me. "Tell me something about the room," she said. "What now?" "Something small. Something the curse wouldn't pick because it doesn't know why people keep things." I stared past her shoulder at the door. There was a burn mark on the nightstand, round from a cheap candle or a hot cup. My mom put her necklace over it because she said ugly things shouldn't get to be the center of a room. Mara nodded. "Good enough. When we go in, you look for that. If it's wrong, the room is lying. Everything here is lying. Some lies are better furniture." Nico tried to laugh and hissed through his teeth. Mireia touched the salt pouch at her belt. "No one enters unless Connor opens the door. No one speaks first inside. The dead in that room are not only dead. They are the shape of a decision." "That clears up nothing," Hale said. "It means if you answer the room like it is memory, you may get trapped in grief. If you answer it like it is a trap, you may miss the truth. Still clears up nothing." Mara looked at me. "We treat it like both." Calder pushed himself upright. "I should go in." Every head turned toward him. He lifted his cuffed hands. The chain between them rattled. "My family did this. The last anchor may need Sai blood." "It has enough of your blood," Mara said. "That may be why I can see the seam." He pointed at the door. At first I saw only yellow paint and motel light. Then the mark in my palm pulsed and the air around the frame shimmered. Thin black cords ran from the hinges into the road, but one cord was different. It did not run to Enoch. It ran backward beneath us toward Calder's chest. "He tied you to it," I said. Calder nodded. "My father used my name in the contract when I was too young to read. He made me an heir to the debt. If you break that door wrong, I may become the handle." "That is the worst inheritance I've heard of," Nico said. "My family was creative." Mara turned to Hale. "Can you keep him on his feet?" Hale looked Calder over. "Maybe for 30 seconds. After that, he becomes luggage. I can walk, Calder said. You can lean dramatically and bleed on things, Hale said. Those are not the same. The motel door creaked open an inch. A sliver of room showed inside. Orange lamp, brown carpet, a bedspread with green flowers, my childhood backpack on a chair, my sneakers placed neatly near the wall, my mother's necklace on the nightstand, laid over a round burn mark. The detail hit so hard I forgot to breathe. Mara saw it. Is it right? Yes, that is right. That doesn't make it safe. No way. The door opened wider. My father stood inside, alive and younger, with his back to us. He spoke into the motel phone with the cord stretched tight across the nightstand. We don't have time, he said. He cut his hand in the town. You said you knew what that meant. Tell me how to stop it. My mother stood by the sink, packing clothes into a canvas bag. Her hair was tied back. Her hands shook. She kept looking at the bathroom door. Behind that door, 12-year-old me sat on the floor with my bleeding palm wrapped in a towel, listening to my parents lie about how fine everything was. I never remembered that part clearly. Now I did. My mother looked toward the open motel door as if she could see us. Her eyes found mine across 12 years and one dead road. She put one finger to her lips. Do not speak. Mireya grabbed my sleeve before I crossed the threshold. Once inside, the room will want you to correct it. It will show you what you could have done. Don't argue with a memory. It eats arguments. What do I do? Find the contract. Find the third anchor. Take back what your parents hid. Where exactly? Mireya's voice dropped. Inside the version of you who survived. The room light flickered. The younger me behind the bathroom door began to cry silently. Mara slid her hand into mine. No romance fit the place we stood in. No soft words could stand up in that air, but her fingers locked around mine like a decision made with full knowledge of the cost. We go in together, she said. I looked at the door, at the old burn mark, at my mother's warning finger, at Calder tied to the hinge by blood and contract. Together, I said. We stepped through. The motel room closed around us with a click that sounded exactly like a lock. The room also gave me sounds I had forgotten because remembering them served no purpose. A child could survive. Ice dropping in the hallway machine. My mother rinsing a motel cup 3 times before she let me use it. My father tearing the foil from a packet of cheap aspirin with his teeth because his hands were busy searching maps. The television playing weather with the volume so low the voices sounded like insects inside the wall. I had filed that night under violence because violence was easy to remember. Violence had edges. It gave the mind a hook. Ordinary care was harder. The way my mother folded my dirty shirt instead of throwing it into the bag. The way my father slid the security chain into place and checked it twice. The way they kept moving around each other without speaking, a married language made of glances, nods, and shoulders turning to leave room. Mara saw me staring at them. Stay on your feet, she whispered. I am. Your eyes aren't. She was right. Part of me had crossed the room already. Part of me stood near my mother at the sink, wanting to tell her the necklace looked beautiful over the burn mark. Part of me stood by my father and wanted to take the phone from his hand before the voice on the other end could crawl into our lives. Part of me wanted to shut the bathroom door and sit beside the boy I had been until dawn came clean. The cursed tug did all those parts. It loved vision. It loved any place where a person could be split into child, witness, suspect, survivor, and liar, then made to fight himself forever. Mara's thumb pressed hard against the back of my hand. Stay here, she said. I anchored on those 2 words because they did not come from the dead. A living person was telling me where my body stood. Heat hit first. Not desert heat. Small room heat. Bad air from an old wall unit. Bleach over cigarettes. Damp towels. Plastic curtains. The buzzing soda machine outside. A truck passing on a road beyond the parking lot. All of it perfect enough to be cruel. Mara's hand stayed in mine. Hale and Calder came in behind us. Tessa and Nico followed with Marisol between them. Mireya came last, crossing the threshold with her jaw clenched. The door shut by itself. The room did not stretch to hold us. We stood pressed between bed, chair, wall, and memory. My younger self sobbed behind the bathroom door. My living father on the phone did not see us. My living mother did. Or something wearing the truth of her did. She kept one finger to her lips and reached into the canvas bag. Slowly, she removed a folded sheet of motel stationery. She slipped it under the pillow on the bed closest to the door. My heart hammered hard enough to hurt. "Contract," Mara whispered, barely breath. Calder stared at the phone. "I know that voice." "On the other end?" Hale asked. Calder nodded. "My father." The phone receiver crackled. A man's voice leaked through, smug and far away. "Bring the boy to the old airstrip," the voice said. "There are ways to close a door. Painful ways, but that is what fathers are for." My father gripped the phone so hard his knuckles whitened. "You said no harm to him." "I said no permanent harm if you follow instructions. Listen carefully, Arden. The boy has already paid the first price. If you do nothing, things will notice him. They will gather at his bed. They will speak until he grows old or mad. You want mercy, don't you?" My father looked toward the bathroom. I remembered hearing him say my name through that door. I remembered refusing to answer because I thought trouble could not enter if I stayed quiet. "Where is the paper?" Mara breathed. I nodded toward the pillow. She moved carefully, passing between my memory parents as if the air around them could bruise. She slid 2 fingers beneath the pillow. The room noticed. The younger me stopped crying. The bathroom door opened. He stood there in a white t-shirt and shorts, hair damp with sweat, palm wrapped in a towel that had gone red at the center. His face was my face before the years hollowed it. His eyes were huge. He looked straight at me. "You left them," he said. The words came from a child, but Enoch's hunger rode under them. Mara froze with the paper half out from beneath the pillow. Maria whispered behind us, "Do not answer the accusation. You do not understand how hard that is until a child wearing your face says the sentence you buried your life under." My younger self stepped farther into the room. My living mother turned away from the sink. My living father lowered the phone. The memory had changed. Now all 3 looked at me. "You ran," the boy said. I tasted blood where I had bitten my cheek. Mara's eyes cut toward me. She was still holding the paper. If I answered wrong, I felt the whole room waiting to fold around us. "I was 12, I said. The walls shook. "Do not argue," Maria hissed. The boy tilted his head. "Then why are they dead?" My mother flinched as if struck. My father took 1 step toward the boy and then stopped, trapped by the phone cord now wrapped around his wrist. I swallowed. My hand shook in Mara's grip. "Because Enoch needed them," I said. "Because the Says sold doors. Because grown people made choices around a child and called it fate." The room held. Not acceptance, not forgiveness, just a pause. Mara pulled the paper free. The lamp exploded. Darkness slammed down. Hands grabbed us from every side. Motel curtains whipped inward though the window was closed. The bedspread rose like a net. Hale shouted. Tessa cried out. Calder hit the wall and went down. Something small and fast crawled across the ceiling. Mara shoved the paper into my coat. "Read it later," she said. "Later may not exist." Then read fast. The bathroom mirror lit from inside. In it stood Enoch, not wearing my face now, not wearing my father, but something older. A narrow man made of dark red smoke and polished bone, with black hair hanging straight to his shoulders and eyes like stones heated in a forge. The shape was almost human. The almost made him worse. "This is where I learned you," he said from the mirror. The younger me stood beneath him in the reflection, towel dripping blood onto tile. Enoch rested both hands on the child's shoulders. "A boy will blame himself longer than any priest can chant," he said. That was the true handle. Mara threw her knife at the mirror. The glass swallowed it. The reflection smiled. "Second door," Enoch said. Still sharp. Still certain. Let us see what certainty costs. The bed closest to the door flipped, pinning Hale against the wall. Marisol grabbed Tessa and shoved her under the small table. Nico swung the iron pipe at the crawling thing on the ceiling. It dropped onto his back, all limbs and teeth, a dead child twisted by contract ink. He screamed and spun. I reached for him. My younger self caught my wrist. His small fingers were hot. The towel around his palm bled onto my skin. His eyes were mine and not mine. "If you stay," he said, "they die again. They already died." "Then save them this time." The bathroom door behind him opened wider. Beyond it was not tile. It was the parking lot from that night, rain falling through yellow light, my parents running, a black car idling at the curb. The path I'd never seen, because I had hidden in the room until police lights arrived. The room offered me the one thing every haunting used eventually, a second chance with teeth. Mar reached Nico before I could tear free from the child. She did not try to pry the dead thing from his back. She slammed him sideways into the wall hard enough to knock Motel Art crooked. The creature hissed and loosened its teeth from his shoulder. Mar caught the back of its head with both hands and drove it into the edge of the nightstand once, twice, and the third impact cracked the skull. Black smoke poured out, carrying the smell of ink and spoiled milk. Nico fell to his knees, gagging. "Stay down," Mara said. He spat blood onto the carpet. "I hate rooms. Hate later. Breathe now." The younger version of me pulled harder. His grip burned. Beyond the bathroom door, rain slapped the parking lot. My mother was out there now, alive inside the memory, sprinting toward the black car with a kitchen knife in one hand. My father followed with the motel phone torn free from the wall, cord dragging behind him like a tail. I knew what the room wanted. It wanted me to run after them. It wanted me to change the chase, warn them, stop the black car, kill the men before they killed my parents. It wanted my yes. Not because it could deliver that future, but because any part of me that chose the memory over the people beside me would become a hinge. The child looked at me with wet eyes. "Please, listen," he said. That one word almost counted as a blade. I crouched so I could meet his face without looking down at him. "I can't save him by leaving you behind." His mouth trembled. "You always leave me." "No. I carry you badly." "That's different." The room shook again, but less violently. Myria was on her knees by the threshold, pouring salt in a broken line across the carpet. Every grain sizzled. Her lips moved, but the chant came weak and ragged. She was running out of body. Her spirit might have been made of iron, but iron still bends when heated enough. Calder sat against the wall near the sink, staring at the mirror. Blood ran from one ear. The black cord tied to his chest pulsed through his shirt. "The paper," he said. I pulled the folded stationery from my coat. The motel logo at the top had a smiling sun and palm trees. It looked obscene in that room. My mother's handwriting covered the page in tight lines. "Connor, if you are reading this, then we failed to keep the door away from you." My eyes blurred. I forced them clear. "We were told the cut made you a witness." That was a lie used to soften the next lie. "You are not only a witness, you are a passage. The dead see you because something in you was opened under the old knife. Do not let anyone tell you that being opened means you belong to them." Mara moved beside me, one hand pressed to her ribs. "Keep going." I read silently now because my voice would not hold. "A man named Say contacted us after your first night of seeing them. He knew details no outsider should know. He promised a cure. He wanted us to bring you to an airstrip and sign over our names for yours. Your father wanted to go. I nearly did too. Then your father found the second page hidden in the papers and we understood the trade. It would not close you. It would feed the thing through us. Through you. Through every ghost it could hook to your guilt." The paper trembled in my hands. "If we disappear, it is not because you ran. It is because we chose not to hand you to people who call love a contract." The letter did not feel like paper after the first few lines. It felt like a hand laid between my shoulder blades, pushing me forward because stopping would be easier, and easier is not always mercy. My mother's handwriting leaned hard to the right when she wrote quickly. I remembered making fun of it once at a diner, telling her all her words looked like they were running late. She had laughed and said every good sentence should know where it was going. Now her sentences were trying to cross death. There was another paragraph, cramped near the lower edge where she had run out of space and refused to stop. "If you see us after this, test us with what cannot be useful to the thing. Ask about the motel burn mark. Ask about the blue thread on your father's left cuff. Ask about the silly song I sang when the rental car overheated. Evil can wear a face and repeat a name. It has trouble carrying useless love because useless love does not feed it." I looked at my living father in the memory. His left cuff had come loose and a blue thread hung from the seam. I had never noticed it before. My mother had. Of course she had. Mara leaned close enough to read the line. "Useless love," she whispered. That's a weapon I don't know how to sharpen. Maybe that's why he can't hold it. Maybe so. The younger me listened to us with his mouth slightly open. Children know when adults are talking about rescue and danger in the same breath. They may not understand the words, but they hear the shape of the room. The room went quiet enough for the soda machine outside to become the loudest thing in the world. The child holding my wrist looked down. "That's not what happened," he whispered. "It's what she wrote. She wrote it before she died." She could have been wrong. Mara crouched beside him. Her face softened. Not the way adults soften to lie to children, but the way someone lowers a weapon only because she has picked a better target. "She could have been scared," Mara said. "She could have been out of time. She could have been missing pieces. That doesn't make the part about loving you false." The child stared at her. "Who are you?" Mara glanced at me. "Someone who came through a bad door and kept walking." The child considered that. "Did it stop hurting?" "Not really. It learned manners sometimes." The mirror cracked. Enoch's reflection leaned closer. "That is touching. Useless, but touching." The bed-pinning Hale lifted another inch, then slammed him harder into the wall. He grunted but kept one hand braced under the frame. "Any time," he forced out. Tessa crawled from under the table with the red notebook open. Pages flipped by themselves. "The letter has another fold. Connor, there's another fold." My hands moved fast. The stationery had been folded into quarters, then sealed along one edge with clear tape that had yellowed. I tore it open. A second page fell out. Not a letter. A sketch. My mother had drawn the knife, the handle, the bird's skull, the blade, and beneath it a circle split into 3 marks. One mark looked like a clinic cross. One looked like wings. The last looked like a motel key. Under the third symbol she had written, not the room, not the death, the boy's first lie. I stared at the words. "What was your first lie?" Mara asked. I already knew. I had told the police I did not touch the knife. Not because they knew about the knife. They did not. They asked why my hand was cut. I told them I fell on glass behind the motel. My father was dead by then. My mother was gone. The room smelled like rain and iron and burnt plastic from the torn phone. A young officer crouched in front of me and asked simple questions. I lied because if I said knife, I would have to say market, old woman, red eyes, darkness, and the way the dead had begun to gather outside the bathroom mirror. The lie saved me from being dismissed as mad. The lie also sealed my mouth over the truth for 12 years. I said I fell on glass, I said. The younger me flinched. The mirror brightened. Enoch smiled. "There," he said. A hinge, small and polished by shame. The bathroom door yawned open. The parking lot beyond it shifted. The rain froze in the air. My parents stood near the black car. The men inside had no faces, only smooth red skin and hands full of cord. My mother turned, and this time she did not put a finger to her lips. "Tell it," she said. The child squeezed my wrist. "If you tell it, they put us away." "Maybe so," I said. "They laugh." "Maybe not. They don't believe us. Most won't." His eyes filled. "Then why?" I looked at the letter in my hand, then at the people trapped with me in that room because my cut had become a doorway, and other people had built business around it. Hale's face had gone red under the bed frame. Marisol held Tessa's hand so tightly both their knuckles had blanched. Nico bled through his shirt and still kept one hand wrapped around the iron pipe. Calder looked at the psi cord in his own chest and did not blink. Mara watched me with faith. She would deny if I named it. "Because silence didn't protect anybody," I said. The child shook his head. "Don't say it." I took his bandaged hand and pressed it against my scarred palm. "I stole the knife," I said. The room bent inward. I cut my hand on the obsidian blade. I lied about it because I was scared. My parents died trying to keep me from being used. I didn't kill them. I didn't save them either. I survived. The motel carpet split down the middle. Under it, the red road showed through. The child stared at our joined hands. Blood from his towel seeped into my scar. The scar opened again, but not like before. Heat spread from it in a slow, clean line. The black mark that had lived there since Mexico began to lift, not leaving me, not freeing me, but changing shape. The edges turned from ragged to clear. A door could be a tear. A door could also be chosen. The child stepped closer. "Are you still scared?" he asked. "Every day." "Do we still see them?" "Yes, that is right." "Do they stop asking?" "No. But some of them get to leave." He looked toward the bathroom, where my parents stood frozen in rain. "Do they?" I could not lie to him. "Not yet." The mirror exploded outward. Glass flew through the room. One shard cut across my cheek. Another struck Mara's shoulder. Enoch stepped through the broken frame. Smoke and bone folded into a human outline. He was smaller in the cramped room, but the air around him bent away. He seized Calder by the throat and lifted him off the floor. The bed dropped away from Hale. He collapsed, gasping. "Enough confession," Enoch said. "The last anchor will serve. If the boy won't stay a hinge, the air will." The cord in Calder's chest went black. Calder's body arched. His eyes rolled back. Every contract mark on him lit under his skin. Mara lunged with her knife. Enoch caught her wrist without looking. The blade stopped an inch from his side. "Second door," he said softly. "Open." Mara's face drained of color. Something behind her eyes moved. I saw it through the curse. Not a vision she offered. Not a secret that had any right to see. A house at night. A locked cellar. A woman with Senra Vale's eyes, washing blood from a girl's hands. A younger Mara making a choice no child should make, then burying the memory so deep it grew teeth. Mara's knees buckled. I grabbed her before she hit the carpet. Enoch smiled at Calder. "Say, blood, will do. Saya guilt is aged well." The room began to fold around Calder. Motel walls became ledger pages. The bedspread became stitched skin. The phone cord became blackrup. Calder's mouth opened in a sound that tore itself raw. Myrea threw the last of her salt at Enoch's feet. It hit carpet and flared blue. "Names," she gasped. "Psi names. Living and dead. Break the chain backward." Calder choked out a laugh that sounded like blood. "There are so many." "Then start with the worst," Mara said from my arms, voice shaking but hers again. Calder forced his eyes open. "Oren say, Riago say, Lysa Morn say, Kessian say, Dan'l say." With each name, the cord in his chest jerked. Hale dragged himself upright and joined in, reading from memory of whatever files we had burned into our lives. Orland Sai. Mercer Say by marriage. Sai Foundation. Sai Export Trust. Sai Relief House. "Those aren't people," Nico said. "In that family, companies had more soul than people," Hale said. Tessa opened the red notebook. Ink bled across the page, forming columns. She read names I had never heard, and the room answered with cracking wood. Enoch's grip tightened on Calder. "Contracts remain," he said. Calder's lips pulled back from his teeth. "Then cancel mine." He slammed his cuffed hands against the broken mirror frame. Glass cut deep. Blood ran over the cuffs, over the Sai mark, over the cord in his chest. For the first time since I met him, Calder did not look like a man calculating damage. He looked like a man choosing a single honest loss. "I renounce inheritance," he said. "I renounce title. I renounce debt assigned before I could speak. I renounce every name my family used to make murder legal." The cord in his chest snapped halfway. Enoch screamed. The motel door blew open. Beyond it, the red road waited. The last star above the court split down the center. My younger self looked at me one last time. "Do we go now?" he asked. I looked at the bathroom, where my parents stood in frozen rain, then at Mara sagging against me, at Calder hanging in Enoch's grip. At the open door. "We go forward," I said. The child nodded, then stepped into me. The scar in my palm burned white. The motel room vanished. We hit the red road in a tangle of bodies and broken motel pieces. A nightstand crashed beside my head. The phone landed next to it, receiver swinging, dead cord spilling black smoke. Hale rolled through shattered glass and came up on one knee with the iron pipe. Nico and Tessa landed near the road edge. Marisol dragged them back before the black drop beyond the slabs could take them. Nerea did not land well. She struck the road hard and did not move. Mara pulled free from my arms and crawled to her. I followed, but Calder's screams stopped me. Enoch still held him. The mirror frame had come through with us, floating in the air like a window with no wall. Enoch stood half inside it, one bone-pale hand clamped around Calder's throat, the other buried wrist-deep in the black cord that ran from Calder's chest to the motel door. The cord had split into hundreds of strands now. Each strand led to a different shape rising from the road. They were people. Saye dead. They pulled themselves out of the dust wearing dinner jackets, military coats, priest collars, surgeon aprons, silk dresses, and work shirts that had never done honest work. Some were burned. Some were strangled by their own contracts. Some had gold coins pressed into their eyes. They turned toward Calder with the calm hunger of relatives expecting payment. "Family reunion," Mara said, voice hoarse. "I wasn't invited," Calder rasped. "That was your first lucky break." The dead sighs moved as one. Hale met the first with the iron pipe. The blow crushed its cheek. It kept walking. Marisol drove her knife into the back of its knee and dropped it long enough for Nico to smash its hands with the pipe Hale tossed him. Tessa knelt over the red notebook, reading names as fast as they appeared, each name weakening one body, but never enough. The road itself had begun to tilt toward the court below. We were sliding, not fast. Worse than fast. Slow enough to fight, too steady to ignore. The last star cracked wider overhead. If it went out, I knew the altar road would not just close. It would drop. Mara touched Mireya's throat. "She's breathing. Barely." Mireya's eyes fluttered open. "Last anchor broken?" "Almost," Mara said. "Almost feeds him." "Finish." "How exactly?" Mireya tried to lift her hand and failed. I took it. Her fingers were cold. "The boy accepted truth," she said. "The heir renounced debt. One piece remains." "What piece?" Her eyes shifted to Mara. Mara went still. "No way," I said, before I knew what I was refusing. Mireya's mouth tightened. "Second door. He marked her because her family kept the first washing place. Her bloodline did not make her guilty. Her secret made a handle. Mara stood too fast. We're not doing that here. He will open it whether you choose or not. Better to open with your own hand." Enoch laughed from the mirror frame. The sound rolled across the road and made the Sayyid straighten. "Wise old woman," he said. "Late, but wise." Mara's face closed. I knew that look. I had seen it when she was about to walk into a room before anyone else could be hurt. It was not bravery. It was math she kept doing with herself on the losing side. I caught her sleeve. "Mara, wait." "No time." "Then use the time badly and talk to me." Her eyes flashed. "You want my secret while your old god over there is using Calder as a lantern? I want you alive after this." "Those aren't opposites." "They can be." A Say corpse lunged at us. Mara cut its wrist, pivoted, and kicked its knee sideways. The move was sharp and efficient, but her face twitched with pain. The mirror had left something in her. Enoch's fingers had found an old lock. Calder choked. His body lifted higher. The cord in his chest was rebuilding itself from the Say dead, strand by strand. Tessa shouted, "Connor, the notebook says the second door chooses its own witness. What does that mean?" "I don't know," but the page drew Mara's knife. Mara laughed once, without humor. "Rude book." The road tilted more. The clinic ash slid past us like gray sand. The burned hangar collapsed behind us, falling upward into the red sky. The motel door bounced along the slabs, still open, still showing rain. Enoch began pulling Calder toward the mirror frame. "Heir to debt," Enoch said. "Here to road. Here to every quiet signature." Calder's eyes found mine. "Don't let him use me as the last anchor." "We're working on it." "Work faster." Mara stepped away from me. "Senraveli was my grandmother," she said. The road shuddered. The Say dead stopped walking. Enoch's smile widened. Mara kept her eyes on him. She worked the washhouse under the town. Not the one people used for clothes. The lower room. She cleaned what came off the altar stone. Blood, fat, ash, hair, little pieces people didn't want named. She told herself she was just washing floors because someone else held the blade. Her voice stayed flat, but her hands curled. My mother knew. She left the town before I was born, but the town followed in stories she wouldn't finish. When I was 9, Senra came to live with us. She was old, sick, and mean enough to keep death waiting outside the screen door. She saw the mark in me before I knew there was one. Not a curse mark, a shape. She said veiled women knew how to clean a threshold. She said one day a door would come for me. Maria whispered, "Keep speaking." Mara looked at me once. Just once. When I was 13, a man came to our house asking about the old wash house. Siam man. Paid well. Smiled too much. My mother told him to leave. That night he came back with 2 others. They beat my mother in the kitchen. Senora put a knife in my hand and said, "Clean the threshold." The words landed between us like a blade set gently on a table. Mara swallowed. I stabbed one man in the side. He lived long enough to crawl. Senra finished him. My mother made me burn my clothes. We bury him in the orchard. The next day the other 2 were found in a ditch. Senra said the house was clean. She said I did good. I believed her because I needed to believe something. Enoch inhaled as if scenting meat. "And there," he said, "is my door." The red road split beneath Mara's boots. Hands reached up. Not ghost hands. Memory hands. A kitchen floor. A screen door. Blood under a table. A younger Mara, holding a knife too big for her. Her grandmother behind her, guiding her wrist. Mara did not move. I stepped toward her, but she held up one hand. "I used that night as proof that being hard kept people alive," she said. "I made it a rule. I made it a wall. I thought if I could cut clean enough, move first enough, leave fast enough, nothing would get through." The crack widened under her. But that wasn't strength. It was a room I never left. Senra Vale appeared on the road behind her. Not the kinder spirit who had stood by the cistern steps. This was Senra as she had been, small and bent, apron-stained, eyes bright with terrible certainty. "Girl," Senra said, "do not shame what saved your mother." Mara turned. The old woman lifted one hand. "You did good." Mara's face changed. The child inside her heard it. The adult hated that she needed to. "Maybe I did," Mara said. "Maybe I survived that night because I used the knife. Maybe my mother lived because I moved. But you made me think killing was the only clean thing I had ever done." Senra's mouth tightened. "The world is filthy," the old ghost said. "Yes," Mara said. "And you don't clean it by making a child carry the mop forever." The crack under her flashed white. Enoch snarled. I understood then. He did not feed only on guilt. Guilt was common. He fed on stories that trapped people in one version of themselves. My first lie. Calder's inheritance. Mara's knife. Each became a handle because we kept gripping it. The confession did not make Mara smaller. I had seen confessions do that to people. They shrank around the old act until the whole world became witness stand and sentence. Mara did the opposite. Every sentence stripped something false off her shoulders. The hardness stayed, but it stopped looking like armor welded shut. It looked like a tool she could set down if the room was finally safe enough. A dozen ghosts around the road leaned toward her, not hungry, but listening. Women from the wash house. Men who had carried buckets and pretended not to see what colored the water. Children who had hidden under tables while adults called survival obedience. They had all been trapped under someone else's version of clean. Senra Vale looked at them and then back at Mara. "You think you are kinder than me," the old ghost said. "No," Mara said. "I think I am later than you. That gives me different choices." Senra's eyes flicked to the crack under Mara's boots. "Different choices still stain. Then I will wash my own hands and stop handing the basin to children." The wash house dead murmured. It was not applause. It was recognition passing through a room that had waited generations to hear one of its daughters refuse the family core. Mara drew the stolen knife from her belt and looked at it. Then she threw it into the crack at her feet. "I'm not your second door," she said. "I'm the person who walked out." The crack slammed shut. Senra Vale's hard face broke. For a second she looked tired enough to be human. "Good," she whispered. Then she stepped between Mara and Enoch. The old wash house ghosts rose behind her, women and men with cracked hands, bent backs, and salt scars along their wrists. They did not attack the Sae dead. They turned toward the cords running from those dead into Calder, and they began to wash, not with water, with names, with spoken truth, with salt from Maria's pouch and blood from their own remembered hands. Every cord they touched paled. Every pale cord snapped. Calder fell from Enoch's grip. I ran and caught him badly. We crashed together onto the road. His weight drove the air from my lungs. "You are terrible at catching people," he said into my shoulder. "You are terrible at not being dropped." Mara reached us and hauled him the rest of the way clear. Enoch stepped fully out of the mirror frame. The last star went out. Darkness slammed over the court. For one breath there was no road, no sky, no sound. Then the place under everything opened. A vast throat of stone and red light yawned beneath us. The altar court below was not a room. It was a pit ringed by doors, each door made from a death, each death tied to a name. Each name tied to someone who had been told they owed pain to someone stronger. At the center of the pit stood the original altar. The obsidian blade waited on it, whole again. My mother's hand lay beside it. Enoch spread his arms. "3 anchors broken," he said. "Now the road falls home." The slabs under our feet gave way. We dropped. Falling through the road should have ended us. It did not. The dead caught some of us. The living caught each other. The curse caught me in the cruelest way, holding the awake through every impact. I hit a slope of broken altar stone and slid. My shoulder smashed one slab, my hip struck another, and sparks burst behind my eyes. Mara landed above me, rolled, and caught the edge of a carved channel with both hands. Calder slammed into her legs. She cursed through clenched teeth and held him by pure refusal. Hale dropped into a tangle of roots and tore free with his shirt ripped open. Nico and Tessa landed on a ledge of old bones, which shifted under them with a dry rattle. Marisol fell into a crowd of ghosts who lifted her as gently as mourners carrying a coffin. Maria came down last, borne by the washhouse dead, and set near the base of the pit. The court below breathed. That was the only word that fit. The walls moved in slow pulses. Red veins threaded the stone. Doors lined every level of the pit, stacked and crooked, some small as cabinet doors, some tall as church entrances. Behind each came voices, pleading, cursing, praying, bargaining. The air was thick with incense, old blood, bat dirt, burned hair, wet limestone, and the electrical tang of a storm trapped underground. We had entered many haunted places by then, but the court below was different, because it did not pretend to be a place. Houses pretend, clinics pretend, and hangars pretend. They wear purpose like clothing. People sleep there, people heal there, and people travel there. Even when the purpose rots, the shape remains familiar enough to lure you close. The court had no innocent shape. It was function without disguise. Every stair led to the altar. Every channel led to the basin. Every door had been placed where a witness could be made to watch another witness break. The architecture understood ceremony, not shelter. It did not need walls to keep weather out because weather was not invited. Only fear, blood, names, and permission were welcome. That clarity almost helped. I could hate it without complication. Nothing in that pit had ever tucked a child into bed or held a cup of water to cracked lips. Nothing had ever tried to be good and failed. The court was a mouth, and even mouths could be denied. Maris saw me looking around and understood enough. "Ugly things love being central," she said. The line hit me so hard I nearly laughed. My mother's necklace over the motel burn mark, a small act against a room's worst feature. Mara had not read that memory, but she had landed on the same truth from another road. "Then we move the center," I said. That sounded almost like a plan. Don't ruin it by asking details. I would never. I enjoy surprises while bleeding underground. At the center stood the altar. It was lower than I expected. A black stone table, cracked down the middle with channels carved to carry blood into a basin shaped like an open mouth. The obsidian blade lay across the crack. The white handle had grown back around it, bone pale and carved with screaming faces. The tiny bird skull at the end watched us with red stone eyes. Beside it lay my mother's severed hand, gray and delicate, fingers curled around nothing. I could not look away. Mara crawled beside me. "Connor, I see it. I know you see it. I need you to hear me." I dragged my eyes to hers. Blood ran from her temple. Dust streaked her face. She looked exhausted past anything decent. She also looked present and whole, not because the past had stopped hurting, but because she had named it and kept her hand on the wheel. "He wants you to go straight for her," she said. That's because I am going straight for her. Then don't go straight. Mara, wait. Not forever. 5 seconds smarter. A laugh came from the altar. Enoch stood behind it now, more solid than before. The broken anchors had not weakened him the way I hoped. They had stripped away tricks and left the thing itself. He was lean, dark red, and almost beautiful in the way a blade can be beautiful before it opens skin. Black cords trailed from his spine into the doors around the court. Every door gave him a little light. She speaks well, he said. You should listen. Then fail. Mara spat blood onto the stone. We've been failing forward all night. It's got charm. Calder groaned and rolled onto his side. The mark in his chest had become a pale scar beneath torn cloth. His cuffs had broken in the fall. He stared at his free hands like he did not trust them. My debt, he said. Debt gone, Mireia called from below. Her voice was thin but sharp. Do not waste freedom by admiring it. Hale limped to us, carrying Tessa under one arm until she shoved him away. I can stand, she said. You can wobble, he said. Standing is a future goal. Nico slid down beside them, holding his side. Is that the main thing? He pointed at Enoch. Yes, I said. Looks smaller than I hoped. Enoch's eyes moved to him. Nico swallowed. I didn't say harmless. The doors around the pit began opening one by one. Ghosts poured out. Not the freed dead from the clinic or the plane. These were the bound dead who had not heard their names. So many that counting would have been an insult. They filled ledges, stairs, cracks, and air. Some clutched their throats. Some held missing children. Some crawled because death had broken their legs and memory had never corrected it. Their eyes fixed on me. The curse opened wide. Every death pressed at once. I dropped to my knees. Copper flooded my mouth, though I had not bitten anything. My skin prickled with 1,000 cold fingers. Voices slammed through my head so hard I thought my skull would split. The dead begged the way, drowning people grab anything floating, not because they mean harm, but because sinking teaches no manners. Mara held my face between her hands. Connor, stay with my voice. Too many. Then choose one. I can't. You can. You did in the room. Pick one true thing. My mother's hand lay on the altar. That was not the true thing. It was bait with skin. My father had given me the black cord. My mother had written that being opened did not mean belonging. Younger me had stepped into me, not to be erased, but to stop being left in the bathroom alone. I chose that. I don't belong to him, I said. The voices did not quiet. They shifted. Instead of pushing through me, they circled. Mireia smiled from the base of the pit. Now you can work. Work how? Tessa opened the notebook. The pages were blank. That's bad, Nico said. Ink appeared slowly, one line at a time. Tessa read it with shaking lips. The last sacrifice is not a death. It is the thing the god cannot make for himself. Choice, Mara said. Mireia nodded. Yes. Enoch rested one hand on the obsidian blade. Choice is a story the living tell when hunger is polite. Every altar ever built knows better. Then why do you need ours? Calder asked. Enoch's head turned. Calder stood unsteady but upright. If hunger is enough, take what you want. If blood is enough, the floor is soaked. If fear is enough, pick a face. But you keep asking for agreements, contracts, debt, and permission hidden under pain. You need a yes. The court hissed. For the first time, Enoch did not answer quickly. Mara gave Calder a sideways look. Freedom made you mouthy. I may be overcorrecting. Enoch went to the blade. The red eyes in the bird skull flared. Every ghost in the court bent toward it. Not at the waist. The very outlines of them pulled. Spirits stretched thin, mouths open, names peeling from them in pale smoke. The blade drank. Mireia screamed and threw both hands against the stone. The washhouse ghosts braced around her. Hale tried to climb down toward the altar and was thrown back by a wall of heat. Enoch pointed the blade at me. Come willingly, he said. Place your hand on the stone. Give me the passage and I will release the pieces of your parents I carry. Refuse and I feed on every door until the dead you pity become my army. The old offer. Love turned into a hook. My mother's hand twitched on the altar. A voice came from it, quiet and strained. Connor, listen. Not a command and not bait, maybe, unless it was bait made from truth. I stepped forward. Mara caught my wrist. 5 seconds smarter, she said. I stopped. I took the strip of black cord from my pocket. It smoked faintly in my palm. My father had said my mother tied it herself to keep Enoch from following all the way. Use it at the last door. The last door was not one of the doors in the wall. It was me. I wrapped the cord around my scarred palm. Pain flashed white. The mark under my skin surged against it. The court roared. Enoch's expression changed from confidence to fury so fast that I almost smiled. She kept you from me, he said. Looks that way. She cannot keep you forever. No, but she kept me long enough to choose. The cord tightened around my hand. It did not cut. It sealed. Every ghost in the court turned toward me, waiting. Myrea's voice rose. Do not offer blood. Offer passage with a limit. What limit? Names only. Truth only. No chains. Enoch laughed. You think you can write rules in my court? No, I said. I think the dead can. I lifted my hand. The ghosts moved. Not all at once. First one, a woman from the clinic with a name I had spoken earlier. Then a child from the plane. Then a man from the wash house. Then the old market woman I had stolen from as a boy, standing near the lowest stair with eyes like wet stones. She looked at me not with forgiveness but with recognition. She spoke first. No chains. The words struck the court wall and became a mark. The child from the plane spoke next. Names only. Another mark burned into stone. The clinic nurse lifted her chin. Truth only. More voices joined. They were not begging now and not pleading. They were writing. The dead wrote law with sound because Enoch's court had been built from the stolen shape of agreement. An agreement could be taken back. Enoch crossed the altar in a blur. Mara met him halfway. She had no knife. She had taken the broken mirror frame from the road and now swung a shard of it like jagged steel. It sliced through Enoch's forearm. Red smoke poured out. He backhanded her across the pit. She hit a stair and rolled, stunned but moving. Hale charged next with the iron pipe. Enoch drove the blade through the pipe as if through cloth. Metal split. Hale threw the halves into his face anyway. It bought 2 seconds. Calder used them. He ran to the altar and grabbed his mother's old company seal from the scattered contract debris near the base. I had not seen it until he did. A brass stamp, heavy and dark with use. He slammed it onto the black stone with his freed hand. Void, he shouted. The say dead shrieked from the doors. The seal cracked, and so did a dozen cords behind Ina. Nico and Tessa dragged Myrea closer. Marisol cut her own palm and pressed blood into the salt line Myrea had started. The washhouse ghosts expanded around them, forming a pale barrier. Ina came for me. The blade in his hand left a red line to the air. I did not have time to dodge fully. It cut across my coat and scored the skin beneath my ribs. Cold went through me, followed by heat so bright my knees buckled. Mara shouted my name. I stayed upright, because the dead around me held my shoulders. Enoch leaned close. His breath smelled like incense and rot. You are tired, he said. You are open. You were made for this. No, I said, and this time the word was not alone. I'm still here. I pressed my cord-wrapped palm against his chest. The cord rang like struck metal. Every name I had ever carried tried to pass through me at once, but the black cord burned a circle and narrowed the flood. Names only. Truth only. No chains. The dead moved through the limit, not into Enoch's mouth, but into the marks they had made on the walls. Enoch staggered back. The blade slipped in his grip. My mother's hand on the altar opened. From inside its palm, light spilled out. Not soft and not pretty, but white and hard as noon on bone. In that light I saw my mother whole for the first time since childhood. Not trapped. Not free. Standing behind the altar with one hand missing and the rest of her burning with refusal. Now, she said. Mara tackled Enoch from behind. Calder seized the blade arm. Hale and Marisol drove the broken pipe pieces through the cords at Enoch's back. Tessa read the 3 laws again until her voice cracked. Nico held Myrea upright while she poured the last salt onto the altar. I grabbed the obsidian blade. The handle screamed in my hand. The bird skull's red eyes flared inches from my face. It showed me every sacrifice it had ever taken. It showed me the market, the cave, the hotel room, the clinic, the plane, the orchard, the cistern, the court. It offered the simple end my exhaustion craved. One cut, one death, one final payment. It lied beautifully. I turned the blade, not into myself, into the altar. The obsidian point struck the crack in the black stone. Nothing happened. Then my mother placed her remaining hand over mine, and every named dead person in the court spoke together. The altar split. Red light burst upward. Enoch screamed as the cords from his spine ignited. Doors slammed open. Spirits poured through the marks on the walls and out of the court, not upward, not downward, but away from ownership. The blade cracked from tip to handle. The bird's skull shattered. A shard flew into my cheek. Another buried itself in Enoch's throat. He clawed at it, suddenly less God than starving thing. I was worshipped, he said. You were fed, my mother said. The distinction broke him. The court began to collapse. Stone doors fell inward. The altar split into 3 pieces. A river of red dust surged through the basin and swallowed Enoch to the knees. He reached for me, fingers hooked. Mara dragged me back. My mother's light flickered. Go, she said. Not without you. Her face changed, and for one heartbeat I saw her in the motel again, tired and amused and scared, trying to make ugly things less central. You never were without me, she said. The court floor cracked between us. I lunged anyway. The last thing I felt before the pit gave way was Mara's arms around my chest, pulling with everything she had, and my mother's fingers brushing my scarred palm. Then the court below fell into darkness, and we fell with it. The last sacrifice. Expanded draft. Falling with the court was not like falling through empty air. It was like being swallowed by a building that hated us. Stone, dust, and old screams dropped with us. The altar broke somewhere above, and the sound chased us down the shaft in a grinding roar that filled my teeth. Mara's arms were locked around my chest. My right hand had closed over her wrist hard enough to hurt us both, but neither of us loosened. There was no sky, no floor, no distance to measure. Only black air, red grit, and the sudden cold flash of my mother's fingers leaving mine. Then the water hit. It punched the breath out of me and took the world with it. The fall drove me deep, cold locked around my skull. Silt filled my nose. Mara tore away from me, or I tore away from her, or the river decided we did not get to keep anything. I kicked and struck stone with my knee. The impact sent sparks behind my eyes. Something heavy swept past my shoulder. A broken block. A body. A piece of the altar. I could not tell. The black cord around my wrist burned beneath the water. That pain gave me a direction. I kicked toward it because pain meant my body still had a border. My palm scraped rock. The old cut across it opened again, not from the blade this time, but from stone teeth under the current. Blood streamed out and vanished into the dark, and the water around me filled with faces. Not memories, not visions. The dead had fallen with us. They drifted under the water without bubbles, hair floating, mouths open. Men from the court. Children from the hangar. Women who had been carried through doors with their names cut out of the ledgers. Some moved past me toward cracks in the rock where pale light waited. Others stayed near, reaching with hands that did not touch. I heard them through bone rather than ears. Upward, Connor Vale. I did not know which ghost said my name. Maybe all of them did. A pale hand caught my jacket and pulled. For one awful second I thought Enoch had found me in the dark. I twisted, clawing for the broken pipe tucked at my belt, but the face beside mine was not his. It was a boy with river weeds tangled in his hair and a missing front tooth. He pointed with 2 fingers toward a narrow green glow above us. Then he shoved me hard. My head broke the surface inside a tunnel that smelled of limestone, old ash, and blood. I dragged air into my chest and gagged on it. The current carried me sideways. I slammed against a ledge, caught it with both hands, and almost lost my grip when a slab of quartz stone crashed into the water behind me. The splash hammered the tunnel roof. Pebbles rained down. I hauled myself onto the ledge on my belly and lay there coughing until my throat felt scraped raw. Mara, I called. The tunnel answered with water. Mara, answer me. A shape rolled through the current, vanished, then surfaced near a bend. I saw a sleeve, dark hair, a hand striking at water without rhythm. I pushed up too fast and nearly blacked out. The shard in my cheek burned like hot metal. I dropped back to one knee, reached for the current, and missed her by inches. "Grab stone," I shouted. "Mara, grab stone now." Her hand slapped the wall. Fingers slid across wet limestone. She went under again. I jumped back in. The cold stole everything clean. I reached where she had vanished and caught cloth. The current yanked us both downstream. My shoulder hit a rock shelf. The pain lit my side white. Mara's body slammed against me, limp for one breath, then thrashing. I wrapped my arm under hers and kicked for the ledge, but the river wanted the drop beyond the bend. Its pull got stronger with every foot. A rope slapped the water beside my face. "Take it," Hale roared from above. "Take the rope." His voice was cracked and furious, which made it the most beautiful sound in the world. I caught the rope with my free hand. It burned across my palm. Hale pulled. Someone pulled with him. Nico was shouting. Calder was cursing in a voice that broke on each word. Mara came up choking. I shoved her toward the ledge first, because she was alive, and because I could not survive losing anyone else in that darkness. Hand seized her jacket and dragged her out. The rope tightened around my wrist. Hale hauled me in with a grunt that sounded torn from his ribs. I landed on stone beside Mara and rolled onto my back. For a while, nobody spoke in full sentences. Water thundered through the tunnel. Dust fell from cracks overhead. The faint green glow came from mineral veins in the walls, thin lines of light like sickness under skin. Tessa sat against a boulder with a red notebook clutched flat to her chest. One lens of her glasses was gone. Blood had dried under her nose in 2 black trails. Nico knelt beside Maria, pressing both hands to a cloth tied around her side. Massol stood over them with a broken length of altar stone in her fist, as if she could beat back the cave if it came for the old woman. Hale had the rope wrapped around his forearm. His left hand shook so badly he could not untie the knot he had made. Calder was on his knees beside him, breathing through clenched teeth. The black branches under Calder's skin had not vanished. They had changed. The mark no longer crawled upward. It pulled inward toward a single dark point near his elbow, and every few seconds the flesh around it twitched. "Everyone here," Mara said. Her voice scraped out thin. "Tell me everyone is here." I counted faces because trusting hope seemed dangerous. Mara was breathing. Hale was upright. Tessa had the notebook. Nico held Maria. Marisol guarded the old woman. Calder was still with us. I was still counting myself among the living. My mother was not there. My father was not there. Enoch was not there either, and that absence had teeth. "We're here," I said. Mara rolled toward me. Water ran from her hair across the bridge of her nose. Her lips had gone pale. She looked at my cheek and her eyes changed. "Don't touch your face," she said. That was how I learned something was still in me. I lifted my hand anyway. Mara caught my wrist before my fingers reached the burning place under my cheekbone. She shook her head once. "It's glass," she said. "Black glass. Small piece." It went in deep. The blade cracked. I also saw that piece glow when you came out of the water. The ghosts heard that. I felt the shift before I saw it. The tunnel's dead drew closer, not begging this time, but curious in a way that made my skin tighten. A shard of the old blade was inside my face. The curse loved entrances. It loved flesh most of all. Maria coughed. Nico leaned closer, and she pushed weakly at his hands. "Let me breathe, little storm," she rasped. "You're bleeding through the cloth," he said. "Then use a thicker cloth. Do not argue with old women underground. It never ends well." His mouth folded in a shape that wanted to smile and could not manage it. I crawled to her. Each movement sent a hot line from my cheek to the back of my skull. Maria's eyes had sunk deeper since the court. The gray in her skin had a waxen cast. The mark from the blade no longer circled her wrist. It had faded to a pale stain which should have been good news. It did not look like good news. "Did we break it?" I asked. She looked past me toward the river. "You broke the altar. That is not the same thing. Enoch went down with it. So did we. Calder said. Nobody liked that answer because it was true. Tessa opened the red notebook with wet fingers. The pages should have been pulp. They were not. The paper had dried itself around old ink. New writing crawled along the margins in thin brown lines. She flinched, but did not drop it. The court wasn't the first sight, she said. It was a mouth. A central mouth. But the debt had roots before it had a temple. If the altar broke, the roots might still move. Speak plainly, Hale said. The dead are loose, Tessa said. Not all free. They are loose now. There is a difference. A hollow knock traveled through the tunnel. Once, then twice, then a third time from far downstream. Every ghost in the tunnel turned its head toward the sound. Mara pushed herself upright. Please tell me that was rock. The knock came again, slow and measured. Mireia closed her eyes. That is a door answering another door. Doors don't knock, Hale said. These do. The water below us began to glow red at the edges. At first, I thought it was blood from the court, diluted and carried in a thin stream under the green stone light. Then the red gathered itself into lines. They moved against the current, threading upstream in shapes too deliberate for water. They were names. I knew their form even before my eyes could separate the letters. Names written in the current by something that had learned to use every liquid as ink. The shard in my cheek pulsed. My mother's voice whispered through it. Run while the river still remembers mercy. I turned so fast my vision tilted. Leona, I said. Mara stiffened beside me. You heard her. In the shard. Maria's eyes opened. For the first time since the fall, fear made her look fully awake. Then the blade still has a tongue, she said, and it is using what you love first. The red writing in the water bent around a stone and formed a sentence I wished I could unsee. One altar broken, one witness marked, one debt unpaid. From the bend downstream came a wet, dragging sound. Hale pulled a pistol from his belt, checked the magazine, and swore. 4 rounds. I've got 2, Mara said, patting her jacket until she found the small revolver Pilar had given her in the square. Calder lifted the broken pipe from beside his knee. I have terrible regret, and a metal stick. That makes 3 of us, Hale said. The first dead thing came around the bend on its hands. It had one spin, one of Enoch's collectors. I recognized the copper rivets on the coat, the split leather mask hanging from one ear, the tattooed tally marks along the neck. The fall had broken too much of him for living movement. His head dragged at an angle that should have ended all commands. Yet his fingers dug into stone and pulled him forward. Something black shone inside his open mouth. It was not blood. It was glass. A shard sat on his tongue like a second tooth. Behind him, more shapes crawled through the red-lit water. Mireia grabbed my sleeve. Do not let them bite you. Do not let them spit blood on the shard in your face. Do not answer if they speak with you, Mother. Anything else? I asked. Yes, she said. Do not die before I explain the hard part. Mara shoved the rope into my hands and stood. The collector opened his mouth. My mother's voice came out of him, broken and sweet. Connor, sweetheart, help me. I raised the broken pipe and stepped between him and the others. That's not my mother, I said. The collector smiled around the glass. Good, Mara said, coming up beside me with the revolver aimed at his face. Then I don't have to feel bad about this. She fired. The shot filled the tunnel. The collector's head snapped back. The black shard flew from his mouth and struck the wall with a ringing click. The body collapsed, but the click woke every name in the water. Red letters surged around the ledge. Hand slapped stone. The dead collectors began to climb. We ran because there are times when courage is only another word for choosing the direction that gives your lungs a chance. The ledge narrowed beyond the bend. Hale took front with the pistol. Marisol and Calder carried Mireia between them. Tessa held the notebook above the water as if it were an infant. Nico stayed close to her, one hand on the back of her jacket, the other clutching a stone knife he had taken from the court. Mara and I brought up the rear. The collectors came fast once they found the ledge. They crawled on broken limbs, dragged by shards in their mouths, eyes filmed white and red. The ghosts that had not yet crossed scattered before them. Some vanished into cracks. Others turned feral with old panic and slammed against the living, not trying to hurt us, only trying to get away. One passed through my chest and for 3 steps I could not breathe around the memory of a stone room and a man's hand pressing my face to the floor. Mara caught me under the arm. "Stay in your feet." "I'm trying." "Try harder later. Move now." We moved. The tunnel opened into a low chamber where tree roots hung through cracks in the ceiling. Water poured through 3 channels and disappeared through iron grates older than the town above. The grates had been built to keep things underground. One had rusted loose at the bottom, leaving a black crescent barely wide enough for a starving dog. "There," Tessa said. "We can fit if we go sideways." "Maria can't," Nico said. "Then we make it wider," Hale said. The collectors hit the chamber behind us. Hale fired twice. One dropped. Another lost half its face and kept coming. Calder lowered Maria against the wall and charged with the pipe. He swung like a man trying to smash every version of himself that had ever stood on the wrong side of a locked door. The pipe broke a jaw. Marisol brought the altar stone down on the black shard inside that mouth. Glass cracked. The body went slack at once. "Mouths," I shouted. "Break the shards in their mouths." "That sounds easy," Calder snapped, driving his shoulder into another collector. "Why don't they hold still and present them politely?" Mara fired her second round into a shard at close range. Black splinters sprayed across the wet stone. A piece cut her neck, leaving a red line that made my stomach drop. "I'm fine," she said before I could speak. "You don't know what I was going to say." Your face was loud. Hale and Marisol hammered the rusted grate with stones. Nico joined them. Then Tessa. Then even Maria from where she sat, using the heel of her hand to push at the weakened bottom. The metal groaned, but did not give. Behind us, the last 2 collectors came on together. One had been a woman with a shaved head and silver hooks in her coat. The other still wore the soot-stained shirt from the hanger. Their mouths were open. Black glass shone inside both. The woman spoke in my father's voice. "Son, listen to me." The other spoke in my mother's. "I am still in pain." My grip tightened on the pipe. Mara stepped closer, shoulder touching mine. "Useless love," she whispered. The phrase steadied me because it did not ask me to stop loving my parents. It asked me to stop letting that love be turned into a leash. I charged before the voices could say more. The woman's hands caught my jacket. Her strength was wrong, too much for a body with broken ribs and a split scalp. She drove me back against the wall. The shard in my cheek burned toward the shard in her mouth. For 1 second, the space between us filled with red light, and I saw Enoch under the collapsed court, buried to the throat in dust, smiling through another body. He was not gone. He was learning smaller doors. Mara slammed the butt of the revolver into the woman's mouth. Teeth broke. I shoved the pipe between the jaws and twisted until glass scraped metal. The shard cracked with a sound like ice under weight. The body collapsed against me, and I pushed it away. The last collector lunged for Mara. Calder got there first. He did not swing. He put his marked arm into the collector's mouth. "Calder!" Hale shouted. The collector bit down. Calder screamed through clenched teeth, not from fear, but from the kind of pain that makes the world go narrow. Black light raced from the shard into the mark beneath his skin. He pulled the collector closer, wrapping his other arm around its neck. "Break it," Calder said. Mara hesitated for half a heartbeat because Calder's forearm was between the teeth. "Break it," he said again. "I owe enough. Let me spend this." I drove the pipe into the collector's mouth from the side. Mara hit the glass with a revolver. Hale fired his last round. The shard shattered. Calder and the body hit the floor together. The grate behind us gave way. Cold air spilled through the crescent, carrying the smell of rain, wet dirt, and smoke from cooking fires above. Nico went first because he was smallest, crawling through with Tessa shoving his boots. Then Tessa. Then Mara. Then Hale and Marisol pulled Maria through with a care that still made her hiss curses at them. Calder came after, his bitten arm wrapped in the cleanest cloth we had left. I held the rear until the chamber behind us was empty except for broken bodies and red water losing its letters. The passage beyond the grate was not built for people. We moved on hands and knees at first, shoulders scraping both walls, boots dragging through a ribbon of black water that smelled of roots and old coins. The ceiling pressed low enough that Hale had to turn his head sideways. Behind us, The chamber clicked and splashed as the broken collectors settled into the current. No one said what we were all thinking. If the shattered pieces of glass could wake dead meat once, they might learn to do it again. Nico crawled ahead with Tessa because a smaller body fit the twists better. Every few yards he called back the shape of the tunnel, not in panic, but with the forced calm of a child trying to sound older for adults who needed him steady. Left bend. Drop ahead. Sharp rock on the right. Don't put weight on the loose slab. His voice kept coming, and I followed it the way I had followed the burn of the black cord in the water. Mara crawled behind me. I could hear her breath hitch when her ribs met stone. I could hear the small, wet sound of blood under the cloth at her neck. Every instinct wanted me to turn around, but the tunnel allowed no turning. That was the cruelty of narrow places. They forced trust by taking away options. "Still with me?" I asked. "Unfortunately," she said. "Your boots are in my face." That's romance. That's a future argument. A ghost crawled along the ceiling above us, moving belly up like a pale lizard. I saw only pieces at first, fingers, hair, and a face with no anger left in it. She passed over Hale and reached toward Calder's marked arm. He flinched hard enough to hit his head. "Don't touch me," he said. The ghost stopped. Her mouth opened. No sound came from it, but the black knot under Calder's bandage pulsed as if it had heard her anyway. Myria, being dragged behind Marisol on the blanket, opened one eye. "She is not reaching for you. She is reaching for what owns the shape of your debt. That makes it worse. Most useful truths do." The ghost pointed forward, then folded to the stone and vanished. A moment later, the tunnel floor gave way where Nico had almost placed his hand. He jerked back with a choked shout. The hole below was not deep, but it was lined with broken pottery and rusted blades left by people who believed pits were prayers. Had he fallen, the tunnel would have taken him apart by inches. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then Nico whispered, "Thank you," to a stone wall. Somewhere ahead, the same ghost tapped twice. That was how we found our way. Not through maps or courage, but through the small mercy of the dead who had not mistaken us for owners. They tapped on safe stones. They whispered through water. They pressed cold hands against our shoulders when the ceiling dipped too low. Every touch cost them something. I could feel it. The curse had taught me the texture of spent spirits, the way they thinned after choosing the living over their own release. By the time the crawl space widened, my knees were raw, my palms shook, and the shard in my cheek had grown quiet in a way that worried me more than heat. Quiet things underground are often waiting. Before I crawled through, I looked back. My mother's light stood at the far end of the chamber. Not whole this time. She looked thin and shaking, barely held together by light. Her missing hand glowed brighter than the rest of her, as if whatever had touched the altar had remained behind and was now stretched across too many places. "Mom," I said. She lifted her remaining hand to her mouth. "Be careful," she mouthed. Then the water rose between us, and the tunnel went dark. We came out beneath a chicken coop, behind a house painted the color of old peaches. That was not the kind of detail a man expects to remember after crawling out of an underworld, but survival records strange things. The co-op wire cut my shoulder as I squeezed through. A rooster screamed at us like we were thieves, which was fair. Nico rolled into the mud and laughed once, not because anything was funny, but because the sky existed. Tessa followed and lay beside him with the red notebook held over her face. Ale came out cursing at the coop, the town, the gods of architecture, and every person who had ever thought a drainage grate should lead under poultry. Mara crawled out last among the first group and turned back for me before I had both knees clear. Her hands found my jacket. She hauled until I came free and fell against her in the wet dirt. The world above was gray with dawn. No sun yet, only a pale line behind rooftops and smoke. The town of San Vespera should have been waking. It was not. It stood in a listening silence broken only by the rooster, distant dogs, and a bell ringing from somewhere no church had been built. The bell rang once every few seconds. Not warning. Not celebration. It sounded like counting. Maria came out on a blanket dragged by Hale and Marisol. She looked at the sky and muttered something in Spanish too fast for me to catch. Marisol answered her with the tone people use when telling someone they are not allowed to die out of stubbornness. Calder was the last through the hole before me. His right sleeve had been torn away. The bite marks on his forearm were deep and dark, but the black branches under his skin had pulled tight into a knot beneath the torn flesh. That knot pulsed toward my cheek, toward the shard inside me. He saw me notice. "Tell me it looks better," he said. "It looks focused." "That is not better." I didn't want to lie this early. Mara cut the co-op wire with a broken hinge she found in the mud, and we slipped into a yard where laundry hung stiff and wet from a line. A woman stood on the back steps holding a pan in both hands. She had gray braids, bare feet, and a face that had seen enough trouble to recognize a new category at once. She looked at our blood, mud, weapons, and the old woman on the blanket. "Maria," she said. Maria raised 2 fingers. "Ovidia, listen." The woman did not ask why we had come out of the ground under her chickens. She set the pan down, crossed the yard, and slapped Hale across the face hard enough to turn his head. Hale blinked. "I'm sorry." "Was that for the chickens?" "That was for bringing a gun into my yard," Ovidia said in English that was smoother than mine. "This is for bleeding on my laundry." She slapped him again, lighter this time, then pointed at the house. "Get inside before the bell finishes counting." "What happens when it finishes?" Tessa asked. Ovidia looked toward the rooftops. "People who were hidden become visible. People who were buried become restless. People who are guilty hear their names." "That's happening everywhere," I said. Her eyes moved to my cheek. She crossed herself, but not quickly. Her fingers paused at each point, as if testing whether the old motion still had value. "Not everywhere like here," she said. Inside, her house smelled of coffee, lye soap, and old wood. The kitchen table had knife cuts in it deep enough to hold shadows. Sinks crowded one wall, but half their faces had been turned toward the plaster. On another wall hung copper pots polished so brightly I could see broken versions of us in them. Ovidia put Maria on a cot in the back room, then ordered the rest of us to wash in a basin near the door before sitting. Nobody argued except Maria, and Ovidia ignored her with professional skill. "I was a nurse before the highway died," Ovidia told me while she threaded a needle over a candle flame. "I am still a nurse when fools crawl from drainage holes." "Sit down." "My cheek first." "Your cheek last." "Why last?" "Because if I pull out cursed glass and it screams, I prefer everyone else not to be bleeding on my floor at the same time." That felt reasonable. Ovidia's house did not stay a refuge for long. People began coming to the back door before she finished with Calder's arm. They did not knock. They scratched. They whispered. They pressed fingers through the crack under the door and begged for Maria, for salt, for somebody who could tell them whether the person at their window was a grandfather or a thing wearing him badly. Ovidia ignored them for as long as she could. That lasted 3 minutes. Then a woman outside began singing a lullaby with no child in her arms, and the copper pots on the wall turned dark from bottom to top. Ovidia shoved the needle into Hale's hand. "Hold this and do not bleed on it." "I have been promoted," he said. "You have been tolerated." She crossed to the door and opened it only as wide as her foot allowed. A crowd waited in the narrow lane. Not a mob. Mobs have direction. This was worse. A collection of neighbors who had each seen something different and found the same fear at the center. A baker with flour in his hair kept saying his dead brother was sitting in the oven. A young mother held a baby who slept too heavily while a gray handprint marked the blanket. An old man asked if bells could lie. He asked it over and over, and each time he asked, the unseen bell above town answered from a different direction. Maria heard them from the cot and tried again to sit. "If you get up," Ovidia called without turning, "I will tie you to that bed with my good sheets." "Your sheets are not good," Maria said. "Then I will use the ugly ones and save myself grief." Despite the sharp words, Ovidia let 3 people inside. She made the others wait in the yard, each holding a line of salt across both palms. Tessa wrote names as fast as they could give them. Nico handed out cups of gray water with the solemn dread of a boy serving medicine he did not trust. Mara stood near the window with the empty revolver visible because fear sometimes listens better when it sees metal. I sat at the kitchen table and watched San Vespera arrive one broken story at a time. A man named Remo Fain confessed that his father had sold 3 strangers to collectors 20 years earlier, and that all 3 now stood in his bedroom, dripping river water on the floor. A girl named Sira Valet said a woman without eyes kept asking for the baby Sira had lost before birth. An old widow named Balin Mar told us her husband's ghost had returned to cook breakfast and then screamed when she thanked him. No case file had ever prepared me for scale. Back home, the dead came one at a time if I was lucky, 2 or 3 if a place had been especially cruel. I could make rules then, with appointments, boundaries, and salt lines by the bed. A notebook beside the sink. Here the world had torn its lining. Grief walked in barefoot and left mud on Ovidia's floor. Mara saw my face across the room. "Don't try to carry all of it," she said. "I don't know how to set it down." "Then hand me some." It was not a grand declaration. She did not soften her voice. She was watching the alley while she said it, ready to hit anything that came through the window. That made it better. She was not asking to be saved or promising to save me. She was asking for weight. Ordinary, impossible weight. I told her the names I had heard under the mud. She repeated them once, quietly, so they belonged to more than my mouth. The pots brightened again. She cleaned Mara's neck. The glass had only sliced the skin, but the cut bled stubbornly. Mara sat still while Ovidia worked, her jaw tight, her eyes on me across the kitchen. Neither of us spoke. There were too many people between us, too many dead against the windows, and too much waiting for one soft moment to survive. Yet when Ovidia tied the cloth at Mara's throat, Mara reached under the table and found my fingers. Her hand was cold. I held it like a rope in black water. Hale let Ovidia stitch a gash across his scalp with less complaint than he had offered the chicken coop. Miko had bruises, cracked nails, and a cut along his ribs that looked worse than it was. Tessa's shoulder had been pulled halfway out of place in the fall, and Hale had to help set it while she bit a folded towel and kicked a chair leg until it cracked. Calder refused treatment until Mireia opened one eye and told him that martyrdom was boring when done badly. He sat. Ovidia unwrapped his arm. The kitchen changed. The smell came first, not rot, but hot metal and rain on ash. The bite marks were no longer ordinary torn skin. Thin black glass had formed along the edges, not sitting on top, but growing from inside the flesh. Each piece trembled toward the knot under his skin. "That shouldn't be possible," Tessa said. "I have missed that sentence," Hale said. We went nearly 10 minutes without it. Calder looked at the glass in his arm with an expression too tired for surprise. "It's turning me into a handle." Mireia spoke from the cot. "Not a handle. It is a hook, and it wants to keep one living debt it can pull." "Then remove the hook," Calder said. Ovidia looked at Mireia. Mireia looked at me. I hated the order of those looks. "The shard in Connor and the hook in Calder are speaking," she said. "If we cut one, without quieting the other, the blade may choose which body keeps the door." "Choose me," Calder said at once. Mar's hand tightened under the table. "Do not volunteer before knowing the sentence," Mireia said. "I've served worse masters for less honest reasons." That is guilt talking with its chest puffed out. "Sit still." The bell outside rang again. This time every copper pot on the wall answered with a faint hum. Ovidia blew out the candle flame. "It is not the church bell." "Then whose bell is it?" Miko asked. "The bell house," she said. "Old place. Nobody rings it now because nobody can open the door." Tessa stood too quickly and gripped the table when her shoulder protested. "Bell house as in a foundry?" Before the foundry, before the church, and before this town pretended it was only a town. Mireia tried to sit. Mersel pushed her down with 2 fingers. "The first keeper," Mireia said. "He hid names in bells." "What first keeper?" I asked. Her breath rattled. "The one who failed before you." The kitchen went quiet, except the bell. Ovidia crossed to a cabinet and took down a clay jar sealed with wax. She broke the seal with a knife and poured gray powder into a cup of water. The powder smoked when it touched liquid. "Drink," she told Mireia. "That tastes like graves. Then it will suit you." Mireia drank and grimaced hard enough to make Nico wince in sympathy. "The first keeper was not a priest," she said after a moment. "He was a bell maker named Sandro Rel. He learned that a bell could carry a name without feeding on it. Sound passes through air and leaves no body cut open. That angered the altar. So the priest buried his bells and took the knife back. But one bell remained above. Only one remained. It rings only when the altar breaks or the last witness is marked." My cheek pulsed on the word marked. That bell is ringing now, Tessa said. Yes, it is ringing. And it has names we need. Not names, Mireya said. It holds instructions. Maybe the only instructions that were not written by the people who love the blade. Hale leaned against the sink. So we go to a locked bell house while undead collectors crawl under town and ancient glass grows inside 2 of our people. 3, Ovidia said. Every head turned. She pointed toward the window. Outside in the gray yard, a boy stood beside the chicken coop. He was no older than 12. His hair was plastered to his forehead. Mud covered his knees. He might have been alive except for the black shard visible behind his teeth and the way the rooster stood calmly beside him, asleep on its feet. The boy smiled. My father's voice came from his mouth, faint through the glass. Connor, you left the door open. Mara pulled the revolver, empty though it was. Hale reached for a gun he no longer had bullets for. Ovidia picked up the pan again. I stood slowly, because running at the boy would only give Enoch a drama he wanted. The shard in my cheek burned toward him. The black knot in Calder's arm did the same. The bell rang above town, and the pots hummed louder. Tell Enoch something for me, I said. The boy's smile widened. Tell him I don't answer through stolen mouths anymore. The boy's face twitched. For half a second, the child behind the shard looked out. His eyes moved toward the side gate. Help me, he mouthed. Not Enoch. The boy inside. I moved before fear could make me clever. Mara cursed and came with me. We crossed Ovidia's yard while Hale shouted our names and Ovidia shouted something worse. The boy backed toward the alley, not fleeing, not staying. Enoch pulled at him through the shard. The child fought to point with one shaking hand toward the hill above town. The bell house stood there, black against the paling sky. Then the boy's jaw cracked open wider than bone should allow, and Enoch's voice poured out, low and amused. The first keeper rang for mercy. I taught the town to hear hunger instead. Mara swung the empty revolver into the boy's mouth. Glass cracked but did not break. The boy screamed with his own voice. I caught him as he fell. The shard in his mouth sliced his tongue. Blood ran over my fingers. Behind me, Ovidia pushed past with the clay jar in one hand and salt in the other. Hold him, she snapped. He's a kid. Then hold him like one. I did. I wrapped my arms around his shaking body while he bit down on the cloth. Ovidia shoved between his teeth. Mara gripped the back of his head. Ovidia poured gray water over the shard, then pecked salt along his gums with brutal precision. The shard hissed. The boy arched against me. Name, Ovidia said. Boy, give me your name. His eyes rolled. Name, I said, leaning close. Not his name. Give me yours. His voice came in a wet whisper. Basilio Ivan. Say it again, all of it. Basilio Ivan. The shard cracked. Mara reached into his mouth with 2 fingers and pulled out a splinter of black glass slick with blood and salt. She dropped it into the clay jar. Ovidia slammed the lid on and wrapped it in a towel. The rooster woke and screamed again as if offended by the timing. Basilio sobbed into my jacket. All the dead in the alley turned toward the hill. The bell stopped ringing. The silence that followed felt much worse. The bell house stood above San Vespera on a shelf of black rock where nothing grew except thorn grass and a single fig tree bent away from the town. Ovidia led us through lanes that should have been crowded with morning life. Doors were open. Meals had been abandoned on tables. A pot of beans had burned to tar in one kitchen, filling the street with a bitter stink. A bicycle lay on its side under a wall painted with a faded blue bird. The front wheel still turned, clicking every few seconds as if someone invisible kept touching it. People watched from behind curtains and cracked doors. Not many. The ones who stayed visible carried knives, pipes, garden tools, and the blank look of neighbors who had run out of ways to explain the night. A man with flour on his shirt crossed himself when he saw Mireya on the blanket. A girl with a bandage around one eye whispered my name, though I had never met her. That was new. Why did she know me? I asked. Mireya answered without opening her eyes. The marked witness has no private face after an altar breaks. I like my private face. You should have protected it better. Mara snorted softly despite herself. We carried the boy Basilia with us because he would not let go of my sleeve, and because leaving him in Ovidia's house felt like handing Enoch a smaller door. He walked between Nico and Tessa, one hand on each of them, a strip of clean cloth tied under his jaw. His mouth bled every time he swallowed. He did not complain. That made me want to break something. The shard from his mouth sat inside Ovidia's clay jar, wrapped in a towel and tied to Hale's belt. Hale kept touching it with the back of his hand, as if checking whether it had learned to breathe. Calder walked beside me. His marked arm hung stiff, wrapped from wrist to elbow. Black glass had stopped growing along the bite marks, but the knot under the flesh remained. Every step toward the hill made it pulse faster. "You should stay behind," I said. That was touching. Poor strategy, though. You put your arm in a dead man's mouth. You jumped into a cursed river after your girlfriend. We are all making choices of uneven quality. Mara glanced back. That word better survive until later. Calder did not look sorry. I assumed the word was shorter than woman who keeps saving his life while pretending not to love him because the dead have terrible timing. Nico made a strangled sound. Tessa stared hard at the road, but her ears turned red. Mara looked at me. It was a stupid place for tenderness. We were climbing toward a cursed bell house with a dying elder, a bleeding child, a disgraced collector turning into a hook, and a shard in my face that whispered every few minutes with my mother's breath. Yet Mara's eyes found mine, and for one step the hill, the dead, and the waiting door all moved to the edge of the world. "Terrible timing," she said. "Terrible everything," I said. She reached back without slowing. I took her hand for 3 steps before the path narrowed and forced us apart. 3 steps should not have mattered. They did. The bell house door was made of dark wood banded with green-black iron. No handle showed. No keyhole. The frame had been carved with faces whose mouths were open in song or warning. Above the door hung a bell half the size of a man, blackened by age, its lid cracked along one side. No rope hung from it. No clapper showed inside. Yet the air around it vibrated faintly against my teeth. Ovidia stopped 10 feet from the threshold. "I have never gone closer," she said. "Because you were warned," Hale asked. "Because my husband did." Nobody asked the next question. We had all learned to recognize graves without markers. Tessa approached the door with a notebook open. The pages lifted in the still air. Ink crawled from the margins, not forming new words this time, but uncovering old ones hidden under stains. "There are 3 laws on the door," she said. "Not the altar laws, but older ones. First law, no name may be taken without breath. Second law, no bell may hold a lie once rung. Third law, no keeper may ask of the dead what the living refuse to carry." "That last one sounds aimed at me," I said. Maria gave a dry laugh. "All true warnings are aimed at whoever hears them." Marisol looked at the carvings. "How do we open it?" The shard in my cheek answered before anyone else. "With a name you never stole." My mother's voice again, or the blade wearing her, or some cruel mixture. I pressed 2 fingers below the shard and felt heat. "It says a name opens it," I told them. "Whose name?" Nico asked. The bell above us hummed. Basilio lifted his face. Mine opened my mouth. Maybe his opens that. He pointed at Calder. Calder went still. "That's ridiculous," he said. The bell hummed again. Tessa watched the notebook. Not his public name. Not Calder Sutter. The door wants the name he never stole. Hale frowned. "What does that mean?" Calder looked at the carvings for a long time. His usual sharpness drained away. Under it was an exhausted man with blood soaking through his bandage and a truth he had carried so long it had shaped his shoulders. "My mother's name was Leora Sai," he said. "I was born with Sai blood and given to a collector house after she died. They renamed me Calder Sutter because Sai was useful and dangerous, depending on who was listening. I used the safer name because I like being alive." "Calder," Hale said, quieter than I had ever heard him. "No sympathy," Calder said. "I spent the name badly once I had it." "That is not what he offered," Mara said. Calder touched the door with his uninjured hand. "Calder Sutter," he said. The carved mouths opened. Not with hinges. The wood itself parted around them, each face taking a breath it had waited centuries to draw. The door split down the center, and cold air flowed out smelling of dust, bronze and old rain trapped in metal. Inside, the bell house was larger than the hill should have allowed. Rows of bells hung from beams that vanished into darkness. Small handbells, broad church bells, thin bronze bells shaped like inverted flowers, bells made of clay, silver, iron, bone-white ceramic, and one that looked like black glass but did not reflect the shard in my face. None moved. All of them listened. The floor was covered in names, not written in ink, pressed into tiles. Each tile held one name, worn by feet and years. Some names had been cracked through. Some had been filled with red wax. Others glowed faintly when we stepped near. The dead gathered at the walls, hundreds of them, maybe more, but they were quiet. For once, they did not press against me. They stood as if entering a courtroom where the judge had not yet arrived. "This place feels different," Nico whispered. "Because it wasn't made to feed," Tessa said. "It was made to carry sound." Isandro did not give us the bells at once. He made us walk the floor of names first. Each of us had to choose a path across the tiles without stepping on a name we could read. It sounded simple until we tried. The names were everywhere, pressed close as scales. Some belonged to the dead from the court. Some belonged to people still living in town. Some looked older than any language Tessa knew. When my boot hovered over one tile, the letters warmed under the sole before I touched it, and the ghost of a woman by the wall shook her head with slow warning. "This is ridiculous," Hale said, balancing with both arms out. "There's no clean path." "Exactly," Isandro said. "You enter any old system and someone is already beneath your feet. The question is whether you notice." Hale muttered something about dead teachers and their fondness for metaphor, but he stepped back and found another stone. Nico did best. Children often do when adults stop telling them where to step. He moved slowly, reading what he could, asking Tessa about letters he could not sound out, and apologizing when the path forced him near a cracked tile. Basilio followed him with his bandaged jaw set tight. The two boys looked small under the hanging bells, but not weak. There is a kind of courage that comes from having been used as a symbol and deciding to become inconveniently human again. Calder stood at the first row for a long time. "I can't," he said finally. Mara looked back from 3 rows ahead. "Can't walk? Can't pretend I know which names I stepped on already." The bells made a faint tone, almost approval. Sandra's burned face turned toward him. "Then say that before each step." So Calder did. He crossed the floor saying, "I don't know," before every movement. Not loudly. Not for show. The words wore him down more than the climb had. By the time he reached us, sweat stood on his upper lip, and the black knot in his arm had stopped pulsing for the first time since the tunnel. Maria watched him with a look that was almost kind. "Truth has uses, guilt does not," she said. "I preferred guilt," Calder said. "It asks less imagination." When we finally reached the inner circle, Isandro placed 7 bells on a work table made from dark wood and stone. Each had a different shape. He did not assign them by rank or affection. He listened to each of us breathe, then chose. Hale received iron. Tessa received silver so thin it looked breakable. Nico received clay painted with little black birds. Basilio received copper patched with red thread. Mara received a bell with no shine at all, dull gray and heavy, built for hands that did not care about ornament. Calder received a cracked bronze bell whose handle had been repaired many times. Mine he kept covered with a cloth until last. When he lifted the cloth, I knew the bell had been waiting for me. It was small and black, not glass, not stone, but metal, so dark it drank the light and gave back a faint blue edge. Inside it hung no clapper. "Where is the sound?" I asked. "Inside the person holding it," Isandro said. "That is why it is dangerous." Mara looked at him. "Maybe give him a less dangerous one. There is no less dangerous truth for him." I wrapped my fingers around the handle. The shard in my cheek went cold enough to numb my jaw. From somewhere far below the hill, Enoch laughed once, not amused, but alerted. "He heard that," Tessa said. "Good," Isandro said. "Let him learn dread from the other side of the door." Maria touched one of the tiles with 2 fingers. Isandro Rell did well before they killed him. A bell near the back rang once. The note passed through my ribs without pain. The shard in my cheek went cold. Calder gasped as the black knot in his arm tightened. Basilio covered his ears. but his face loosened, as if the sound had washed something dirty out of his skull. From the shadows beneath the ringing bell, a man stepped forward. He was dead. That was clear from the way the dust did not move under his feet, and the way his chest remained still. He had broad hands, a narrow beard, and a burn scar across one side of his face. A leather apron hung from his shoulders, stiff with age. His eyes were not kind, but they were human, which felt like kindness after Enoch. "Isandro Rel," Mireia said. The ghost looked at her. "Keeper's daughter. You took long enough. I was busy not dying. You are failing that task. We all need hobbies." His gaze moved to me. The bells gave a faint tremble. "Marked witness," he said. "Connor Vale. I know your stolen name and your given name. I asked for neither. That landed too close. I had spent years making my profession from the dead, using my name as a sign on a door, pretending I was helping because it was better than admitting I had built a life around a curse I did not understand. Then what do you want?" I asked. "The name you gave yourself when no one living saw you." No one spoke. The bells waited. I thought of motel bathrooms, cheap apartments, files spread across the floor, victims standing at the foot of my bed with their mouths open. I thought of telling myself I was an investigator, a witness, a man who solved what police ignored. I thought of the nights when all those labels fell away and the only truth left was smaller and uglier. "Coward," I said. Mar's face changed, but she did not interrupt. The bells rang softly, not in agreement, but recognition. Isandro nodded. "Honest names cut shallow and clean. False ones rot deep." "We broke the altar," I said. "Enoch survived. He is using shards and mouths. He is a way into Calder through the mark and into me through this." I touched my cheek, but not the glass. "Mireia said you left instructions." "I left bells," Isandro said. "Instructions are for those who think obedience is wisdom. Bells are for those willing to hear and decide." Hale looked around. "This dead man is going to be difficult." "Most craftsmen are," Tessa murmured. Isandro smiled without warmth. "The altar broke. That means the debt seeks a new shape. Enoch will not rebuild stone if flesh is easier. He needs 3 anchors by sunset, a living shard, a guilty hook, a child door." Mara's eyes flicked from me to Calder to Basilio. "No," she said. "He doesn't get the kid. He does not need to keep the child you saved," Isandro said. "He needs one." Fear makes many doors. Outside the bell house, a scream rose from the town. Then another. The bells above us trembled, but did not ring. Isandro turned his burned face toward the door. "He has begun asking." Tessa gripped the notebook. "Asking who?" "Everyone who thinks sacrifice means choosing someone else." We ran to the doorway. San Vespera lay below in dawn light. People had come into the streets. Not willingly. They moved as if pulled by cords, carrying children, old people, sacks of belongings, chickens in cages, whatever they could hold. At the center square, red smoke rose from the cracked place where the knife had first been exposed. The smoke bent into the shape of a man without a full body. Enoch, built from dust, ghosts, and every shard left unfound. His voice reached the hill without needing air. "Bring me one loved thing, and I will let the rest of your house live." A woman in the street dropped to her knees with her son clutched against her chest. A man lifted his elderly father in both arms and sobbed while carrying him toward the square. Hale's face hardened into something almost calm. "He's turning the whole town into the altar." Isandro stood behind us among his bells. "That was always the altar's dream," he said. "Stone was only practice." The first fight for San Vespera did not begin with bullets. It began with bells. Isandro raised one burned hand, and every small bell in the house rang at once. The sound poured down the hill like rain made of metal. It struck the streets, the roofs, the open doors, the people carrying their loved ones toward the square. Some fell. Some woke standing, blinking at the child in their arms, or the old parent over their shoulder. A young man dropped a kitchen knife and vomited in the gutter. A woman turned from the square and ran with her daughter wrapped so tightly against her chest the girl's feet kicked air. Enoch's smoke shape twisted. The bell sound did not hurt him. It interrupted him. There is a difference. Pain makes monsters louder. Interruption makes them show their mechanisms. For one breath, I saw the cords. They ran from the square into houses, wrists, throats, door frames, wedding rings, cradles, sickbeds, photographs, and old arguments. Enoch did not create love. He wrapped debt around it and pulled until people mistook the pull for duty. The bells loosened those cords. Not enough to end him. Enough to give people one free breath. Morea gripped my arm. Use that breath. How do we do that? With names. The bells carry them, but you can aim the sound. I don't know how to aim a bell. Isandra handed me a handbell no longer than my palm. It was dull bronze, cracked at the lip, and heavy as a weapon. You don't aim the bell, he said. You aim yourself. That did not help nearly as much as dead craftsmen seemed to believe. Tessa moved beside me, notebook open. New lines appeared across a blank page. The first law. No name may be taken without breath. We need people to speak their own names, out loud. The bell holds the sound, then pushes Enoch out of it. He's compelling them, Mara said. They're not going to line up politely. Then we get close, Hale said. There are hundreds. Then we start with whoever is in front of us. That was how the plan formed, not elegant and not complete. Hale, Marisol, Ovidia, and every villager with a spine still connected to choice would break people from the procession. Tessa and Nika would take names and ring small bells. Myrea would hold the threshold of the bell house as long as her body allowed. Calder would stay with Basilia because the child door and the guilty hook together might bait Enoch away from weaker children. Mara and I would go into the square because my shard was the living anchor Enoch wanted, and sometimes bait walks itself to the trap. Mara hated that last part. You are not bait, she said as we loaded ourselves with bells from Isandra's wall. I said sometimes bait walks. I heard you. I also heard the part where I might throw you down this hill to keep you from saying it again. That would hurt. That's the point. I tied 3 bells to my belt with red thread and gave her a 4th. Our hands brushed. She stopped pretending to check the knot and looked at me. I meant what Calder said badly, she said. The hill fell quiet around us despite the distant screams. Which part? Don't be stupid. I don't have time to be brave twice. I wanted to say something clean, something worthy. The dead crowded behind me. The town cried below, and my cheek burned with a shard that carried my mother's voice and Enoch's patience. Clean words seemed impossible. I know, I said. I do too. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. When she opened them, they were wet and furious. Then live like it. She kissed me hard, not soft, not lingering, not safe. Her mouth tasted of river water, blood, and the bitter gray medicine Ovidia had spilled on her fingers. It was over in a breath, and it left my chest aching worse than the fall. That was for later, she said. Later sounds good. Later requires you not doing something noble and idiotic. I can promise to try for only one of those. Choose idiotic. Noble gets people killed. We went down the hill. The streets of San Vespera had become a river flowing the wrong way. People staggered toward the square carrying offerings Enoch had whispered into their hands. A woman carried a wedding dress yellowed by age. A boy carried a cage with 2 doves inside, both dead. A man dragged a trunk that bumped over stones and leaked old photographs. The worst carried living people. They carried children, sick spouses, and an old mother tied to a chair because her legs no longer worked. The bell in my hand shook. I reached the woman with the chair first. She was maybe 40, with cracked lips and a rosary twisted around one wrist. Her eyes were open but empty. What's your name? I asked. She kept pulling. Look at me. Tell me your name. Her mouth moved. Enoch's voice came to her teeth. A mother pays with what she was given. I rang the bell beside her ear. The note struck her like cold water. She gasped. Her hands loosened on the chair handles. The old woman in the chair blinked and spat at me. Her name is Yara Sotel, the old woman snapped. Mine is Odelia Sotel, and no smoke bastard gets either of us. Tessa, halfway down the hill with Nico beside her, heard and repeated the names into a small silver bell. The bell caught them. The red cord wrapped around Yara's wrist burned away in a curl of smoke. One name freed. It should have felt like victory. It felt like bailing water from a sinking boat with a cup. Hail hit the street below us like an old war dog given permission. He did not waste bullets because he had none. He used his shoulders, hands, and voice. He knocked a man away from the daughter he was carrying, then dragged both of them behind a cart while Marisol rang a bell and shouted for names. Ovidia moved with a nurse's merciless efficiency, slapping people awake, cutting cords with kitchen shears, and ordering them to speak. Mireia stood at the top of the hill, both hands lifted, lips moving through words that kept the bell house open. Enoch noticed. The red smoke in the square narrowed. A face formed at its center. Not fully human. Never fully human. He had learned a man's eyes and a man's mouth, but he still used them like tools he did not respect. "Connor Vale," he said. "You keep saving handfuls while the house burns. Handfuls count," Mara said beside me. She rang her bell near a young father's face. The man dropped the infant he carried. I caught the baby against my chest and nearly fell. The father came awake with a sob so raw it scraped the air. "Name," Mara demanded. "Eloy Marin," he gasped. "The baby is Sana Marin. Please, I didn't mean to lift her." "I didn't know." "You know now," Mara said, and shoved him toward a doorway. "Move away from the square." We fought like that for an hour that could not have been an hour. My body lost the ability to measure it. At the edge of the square, the free villagers began to help, without waiting to be told. That saved us more than any plan. A man with both hands shaking carried salt from the market stalls in his shirt front and threw it across the stones where red cords gathered. Two sisters overturned a fruit cart and dragged children behind it, then used the broken boards to wedge a door shut when shard-touched neighbors tried to force their way through. Ovidia stood in the middle of the lane like an angry saint with a frying pan in one hand and a spool of red thread in the other, shouting names she had known since birth and daring anyone to forget them in her hearing. The dead helped too, though help from the dead never fell clean. A young soldier with half his face missing stepped into the path of a possessed man long enough for Hale to tackle him. 3 women in old market dresses formed a line before a nursery door, their transparent backs pressed to wood while a mother inside repeated her twins' names again and again. The ghosts were no longer begging me for release. They were spending what little shape they had to protect the living from becoming more of them. Enoch hated that. His smoke poured low across the square and found every crack in faith, every hidden resentment, every private shame. I heard him offer a butcher the return of a dead son if he carried his living niece to the fountain. I heard him promise a young wife that her fevered husband would breathe another year if she placed her wedding ring in the red crack. I heard him tell an old man that nobody would remember the daughter he had struck in anger if he surrendered the grandson who looked like her. The offers were tailored. That made them crueler. Enoch did not shout temptation into the air. He placed it exactly where each person had already broken. Mara and I reached the fountain together. Its basin was dry except for a skin of red dust moving in slow circles. Names appeared in it and vanished before I could read them. The stone cherubs carved along the rim had been smashed long ago, leaving only wings and hands. Someone had tied ribbons to those broken hands. Blue, green, red, white. Please disguised as decoration. A shard-touched woman crawled out from behind the fountain and seized Mara's ankle. Mara fell hard. The woman climbed over her with teeth-bared black glass shining under her tongue. I swung the black bell without thinking. It struck the woman's cheek and rang without a clapper. The sound came from my chest. It tore out through my ribs and into her mouth. The shards split. The woman collapsed over Mara, alive but unconscious. The bell nearly took me with it. For 2 heartbeats, I could not see the square. I saw a kitchen. Instead, the woman's kitchen, where she had once hidden coins under a cracked tile because her husband drank anything not nailed down. I saw her feeding a stray dog scraps after swearing she hated dogs. I saw her daughter born too early and her mother singing through the wall. Ordinary life, crowded and bright, slammed through me so hard I staggered. Mara shoved the woman off and caught my belt before I fell into the fountain. "That bill costs you," she said. "Everything here costs. Then spend slower." I wanted to promise. The square gave me no room. A boy no older than Nico ran past with a baby in his arms. His eyes were red-filmed. Basilio stepped into his path. Small bell raised, and the older boy swung at him with the baby still clutched to his chest. Nico hit the boy from the side, wrapping both arms around his waist. They rolled. The baby wailed. Basilio rang his bell into the older boy's hair and yelled for a name. Lazaro, the boy sobbed. Lazaro Quinn. That's my brother, Myro. I don't know why I had him. I don't know why. Because the smoke bastard cheats, Basilio said through his bandage. Hold your brother better. Even Hale paused long enough to stare at him. Smoke bastard, Hale said. That one stays. Then a possessed mason hit Hale in the back with a brick, and the world returned to violence. Ring the bell, demand the name, pull the person free, shove them toward safety, then repeat until the body forgot it was tired. Some people came back to themselves. Some did not. The ones who stayed under Enoch's command grew harder to stop. Their mouths bled black around teeth. Their eyes filmed red. If a shard had touched them, the bell hurt, but did not free them. Those we had to fight. A butcher with a shard under his tongue came at Hale with a cleaver. Hale caught the wrist, turned, and drove the man's arm into a stone post until the cleaver fell. The butcher tried to bite him. Marisol jammed a handful of salt into the man's mouth. He screamed. The shard cracked. Hale slammed him down and held him until his own voice came back. Near the fountain, Nico pulled Basilio behind a cart as 3 shard-touched villagers crawled over it, mouths open. Calder stepped in front of them with his marked arm bare. Here, he shouted at the smoke in the square. You wanted a hook. Pull this one. The 3 villagers turned from the boys at once. I hate his plans, Hale said from 20 feet away. He's learning from us, I said. Calder let the first villager bite his wrapped arm. The black knot flared. He grunted and drove a bell into the man's mouth, ringing it against teeth. The shard cracked. The man fell. The second clawed Calder's face. The third got past him and reached Basilio. Nico stabbed it in the leg with his stone knife. The villager screamed, not from the cut but from the bell Basilio shoved into his mouth with both hands. Basilio rang it while crying, eyes squeezed shut, until the glass inside the mouth burst into black dust. The boy collapsed against Nico. Enoch's smoke face turned toward them. There, he said, a child who knows how to offer another mouth. The square darkened. Every freed spirit in the town recoiled. They had been quiet witnesses at windows, doors, rooftops, and wells. Now Enoch's smoke spread into them like ink dropped in water. Some resisted. Some were too tired. Some had spent too long angry and found his command easier than choosing. Their faces twisted. The newly free dead became a storm of hands and open mouths. They swept down the street toward the children. I ran. Mara ran with me. We hit the first wave of ghosts like hitting winter. My skin went numb. My lungs forgot the shape of air. The dead passed through us and left behind their last seconds. A man's crushed chest under rubble. A woman's hands tied behind a cart. A child's view of a blade lifting. Too much? Too fast. My knees buckled. Mara fell beside me, fingers digging into the dirt between stones. The shard in my cheek opened. That was the only word. It opened like an eye under skin, and the dead storm saw it. They rushed toward me instead of the boys. Every ghost in the street poured through that point, dragging memory through flesh. I saw names, deaths, betrayals, kitchens, beds, fields, hands, ropes, candles, rain, teeth. I screamed until my throat burned, but my voice vanished under theirs. Then another sound rose. Not a bell. A voice. Tessa stood in the middle of the street, with the red notebook raised above her head, reading names faster than breath should allow. Nico stood beside her, ringing a cracked clay bell in both hands. Basilio stood on her other side, blood on his chin, whispering the names after her. The dead storm split. Names cut paths through it. Mara crawled to me. She grabbed my face between both hands, careful not to touch the shard. Her forehead pressed against mine. You are not a door, she said. The voices inside me surged. You hear me? You are not a door. I tried to answer and found only a broken sound. You are Connor Vale, she said. You are an idiot. You make terrible jokes when bleeding. You leave coffee cups on every flat surface. You pretend not to need sleep and then fall asleep sitting up. You hate being called brave because it sounds too much like doomed. You are not a door. The shard burned hotter. Say it, she demanded. My mouth moved. No sound came. She shook me once. Say it. I'm not a door. I got out. The shard cracked. Not out. Not fully. A thin fracture ran under my skin, and the flood of ghosts tore away from me as if a gate had slammed. I collapsed into Mara's arms, shaking so hard my teeth hurt. Above us, the bell house rang with one huge note. Every person in the town who still had breath shouted their own name. It was not organized. It was not pretty. It came as a ragged human roar from houses, alleys, rooftops, behind carts, under tables, from old throats, young throats, injured throats, faithless throats, furious throats. Names collided over San Vespera and rose into the bell house. The court and the street burned. Enoch's smoke body came apart. For 1 second, hope moved through the square. Then the ground under the fountain split, and red light shone from below. A hand rose from the crack. It was not smoke. It was flesh. Enoch pulled himself out of the earth wearing the body of the first collector we had not found. Tall, gray-skinned, throat-pierced by a black shard that glittered with each breath. His eyes were all red stone now. The bell note faltered. Enoch looked at me and smiled. "You taught them to keep their names," he said with a voice that was finally his own. "How generous. It will make taking yours feel earned." Enoch crossed the square, and nobody could move. That was not fear, though there was plenty of it. It was pressure. The air itself thickened around him. Each step made the red light under the fountain pulse. The bodies of shard-touched villagers lay around the square, groaning as their own minds returned. Freed spirits backed against walls and doorways, unable to cross the open space between us and him. The bells above town trembled without ringing, as if the sound had been caught in a fist. Mara tried to stand. Her muscles locked halfway. Hale had one hand around a cleaver taken from the butcher, but his arm would not rise. Calder knelt near Basilio, with his bitten arm pressed to his chest. The black knot under his skin burned bright enough to show through the bandage. Tessa had fallen against the cart, notebook open in her lap, lips moving without sound. Nico's bell sat in the dirt, still vibrating. I was on my knees with Mara's hands on my shoulders. The shard in my cheek pulled toward Enoch's throat. He stopped 10 feet away. Up close, the body he wore was barely holding him. Its skin had split along the collarbones. Red dust leaked from the cracks. The black shard in his throat had grown through flesh and sharp petals. Every time he breathed, they shifted. "I offered you release," Enoch said. "You offered a sales pitch." His smile thinned, still clinging to small jokes. "Your father did that when he was cornered. Your mother hated it." The words hit, but they did not enter as deeply as he wanted. Mara's names for me still echoed louder. Idiot with bad coffee habits. A man, not a door. "You don't get to use them," I said. "Use is what the dead are for." He named them witness, fuel, and warning. That is the mercy of order. You wouldn't know mercy if it broke your teeth. A flicker crossed his face. Irritation crossed his face, which was good, because monsters love ceremony because ceremony protects them from being insulted. Maria's voice came from the hill, thin and fierce. "Connor," she called. Enoch did not turn, but his eyes tightened. Maria stood in the doorway of the bell house with Ovidia and Marisol holding her upright. Issandra's ghost stood behind them, one hand resting against the great cracked bell. Maria's body looked nearly empty. Only her eyes remained sharp. 3 anchors, she said. Living shard. Guilty hook. Child door. He needed all. He failed the child. Break one more. Enoch moved then. He crossed the distance too fast for the ruined body he wore. His hand closed around my throat and lifted me from the ground. Pain exploded through my neck. Mara screamed my name and fought the pressure holding her down. The shard in my cheek stretched toward his throat, red light bridging the gap. "She explains too much," Enoch said. "Old keepers always do." I grabbed his wrist. His skin felt cold and gritty, like clay left under moonlight. The dead crowded behind his eyes. Not the free ones. The trapped. The ones he had chewed down until only hunger remained. They pushed toward me through his grip. My feet left the ground. "Take me," I rasped. "Leave them." Mara shouted something I could not hear through the pressure. Enoch's smile returned. At last. That was when Calder reached him. The pressure had locked everyone else, but Calder had never stopped moving. He came low, dragging his bad arm like dead weight. The guilty hook in his flesh pulled toward Enoch with such force that it tore the bandage loose. Black glass gleamed under the skin. Calder did not fight the pull. He followed it, and when he reached Enoch's side, he slammed his marked forearm against the shard in Enoch's throat. The two anchors connected. Enoch screamed. I dropped. Mara caught me before my head struck stone. Calder held onto Enoch's throat with his bad arm pressed against the shard. Glass grew from his flesh into Enoch's. The guilty hook had become a bridge, and Calder had chosen where it led. I know what I carried, Calder said through his teeth. You don't get to carry it for me. Enoch struck him in the ribs. Calder staggered but did not release. Hale broke free from the pressure first. He crossed the square with a cleaver and brought it down on the glass between Calder's arm and Enoch's throat. The cleaver rang, bounced, and flew from his hand. Harder, Calder shouted. That's what I did. Then used something better. Basilio crawled to Nico's bell and shoved it toward me. His mouth was bleeding again, but his eyes were clear. Ring it at them, he said. I took the bell. My hand closed around bronze. The shard in my cheek burned. Enoch saw what I meant to do and drove his fist into Calder's side. Calder dropped to one knee, still holding on. Mara helped me stand, one arm around my waist. Together, she said. I nodded because there was no breath for more. We stepped toward Enoch. The pressure fought us, but the town fought back. Names rose from behind us. Yara Sotel, Odelia Sotel, Eloy Marin, Sena Marin, Basilio Iban, Ovidia Marin, Marisol Quen, Ozra Kale, Tessa Sutter, Nico Sutter, Mara Sutter, Calder Sutter. The names were not a list. They were hands on our backs. I rang the bell against Enoch's throat. The sound went into the black shard. For one breath, I saw the original cave, not the temple court. It was older than stone courts, a pit under roots. A frightened man with the first version of the knife. Enoch was not a god there. He was a hungry, dead thing whispering from a crack. Men made him important because importance made their violence feel holy. The knife had not created sacrifice. People had. Enoch had only taught them to call it necessary. The truth hit harder than the vision. We had been fighting a monster but also an excuse. The shard in Enoch's throat cracked. Calder screamed as glass tore from his arm. Blood splashed over the stones. Hale grabbed him around the chest and pulled. Mara and I rang the bell again. This time, Tessa rang hers from the cart. Nico rang his. Basilio rang a cracked handbell at both hands. From the hill, Asandro struck the great bell. The guilty hook shattered. Enoch's body folded backward. Red light burst from his throat and shot into the fountain crack. Calder collapsed into Hale, shaking and half-conscious. The black knot under his skin was gone. In his place remained torn flesh, blood, and ordinary damage. Ordinary damage looked beautiful. Enoch did not die. The smoke shape ripped itself out of the ruined body and dove into the crack under the fountain. The body fell empty. The bells kept ringing, but now their sound chased him downward instead of holding him in the square. Maria shouted from the hill. Last door. Before sunset. I looked toward the fountain crack. The red light had narrowed into a sloping passage, stairs cut into earth where no stairs had been a moment before. At the bottom, something breathed with the slow patience of a sealed room opening after centuries. Tessa staggered to my side, notebook clutched under one arm. The last door isn't under the court, she said. It's under the first market road. The altar was a mouth, but the first bargain was made here. The town was built over it. How long until sunset? Hale asked. Ovidia looked at the sky. The morning had barely begun, but no one felt gifted with time. Maybe 10 hours, she said. Myrea laughed once, high and bitter, from the hill. That is generous if time remains honest. The square tilted. For a heartbeat, daylight dimmed and returned. People cried out. The sun had not moved, but shadows lengthened across the stones, as if evening had leaned over the town to peek at us. Enoch was pulling sunset closer. Mara wiped blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. What does he need now? Myrea looked at me. Asandra looked at me. Every free dead person in the square looked at me. I hated when a room answered before anyone spoke. He lost the child door and the guilty hook, Tessa said slowly. He still has the living shard. My cheek burned. Mara stepped in front of me. No deal. Nobody said anything yet, I said. The room did. I'm telling the room no. Isandro descended the hill with the first rays of true sun cutting through his ghostly shoulders. He carried the great bell's clapper in both hands. It was not bronze. It was white, polished, carved with tiny open mouths. It was bone. The last door opens with the thing that taught the knife to eat, he said. Not death, but permission. Someone has to carry the living shard to the first bargain and refuse every bargain offered. And then? Hale asked. Isandro looked at me. Then the witness remains alive while the dead leave through him. Nobody spoke. The dead leave through him. The words moved around the square, touching every person with a different kind of horror. Death can be imagined. Pain can be imagined. Being used as a passage for every trapped dead soul the curse had ever held was too large for the mind to hold cleanly. Mara's face went white beneath the dirt. How many? She asked. Isandra's expression did not soften. All of them. He'll die. Maybe, Maria said, coming down the path with Ovidia's help. Maybe not if we do it correctly. Maybe not if the bells hold his name harder than the blade holds his flesh. Maybe not if the living refuse to let him become a door and remind him he is a man. That's too many maybes, Hale said. Yes, Maria said. That is why the old world preferred sacrifices. Certainty is cheaper when someone else pays. The line struck the square harder than the bells. I thought of my mother's note. Evil can wear a face and repeat a name. It has trouble carrying useless love because useless love does not feed it. I thought of Mara naming my coffee cups and my bad jokes. I thought of Calder spending his guilt in a way that did not ask anyone else to call it redemption. I thought of Basilio shoving a bell into a possessed mouth because nobody had told him children were supposed to be symbols instead of people. The last sacrifice was not a throat opened on stone. It was the surrender of the idea that anyone should be offered to save everyone else. We need to go down, I said. Mara turned on me. We need to plan first. Yes, replan while moving. Sunset is cheating. That is not a plan. It's a direction. I hate your directions. I know. Her eyes shone. She grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me close enough that only I could hear. If you start thinking the clean answer is dying, I will drag you back by your stupid hair. My hair has been through enough. Promise me. I looked at the square, the dead, the stairs, the living covered in blood and bell dust. Then I looked at Mira. I promise I will not choose death because it is simpler. She held me there another second, searching my face with a lie. I did not give her one. Good, she said, because I am going with you. I expected that. You better have. Hale lifted Calder with Marisol's help. I am also going, before anyone assigns me to porch duty. Tessa tucked the notebook into her jacket. The laws are still changing. I need to see the first bargain. Nico stood beside Basilio. Both boys had bells tied to their belts now. Absolutely not, Hale said. Nico lifted his chin. You need people who can fit to small places. I need children who listen. You don't have those. You have us. Basilio nodded solemnly, then winced because nodding hurt his jaw. Ovidia rubbed both hands over her face and muttered a prayer that sounded more like an argument. Myrea leaned on her staff, staring down the new stairway. We all go as far as we can. We do not all go to the center. The center belongs to Connor, the bells, and whoever can keep him from becoming what Enoch names him. The shard in my cheek pulsed once. My mother's voice came again, not from the air, but from inside the glass. Connor, remember the blue thread. This time I answered without flinching. I remember. The voice did not change. It did not twist into Enoch's. It faded with something like relief. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was bait wearing her perfectly. Either way, the test mattered. The blade could repeat pain. It could repeat need. It could repeat a face. But the useless details held. Blue thread. Burn mark. A silly song in a dead rental car. Love with no market value. I took Isandro's bone clapper in my left hand and Basilio's cracked bell in my right. Mara stood beside me. Hale, Tessa, Nico, Calder, Marisol, Ovidia, and Myrea formed the ragged line behind us. The free dead gathered at the edge of the square, not pressing now, only waiting. Some were children. Some wore old sacrifice paint. Some carried the memory of knives. Some carried nothing but their names, which had become enough. The stairs under the fountain breathed red light. Far below, Enoch laughed. The sound was smaller than before. That helped. We started down into the first bargain, and above us the borrowed dawn began to dim toward an impossible sunset. The last sacrifice. Expanded draft. The stairs under the fountain were older than the town above them. They had not been carved so much as worried into the earth by hands that had expected darkness to answer. Each step slanted downward at a slightly different angle, worn slick in the center from centuries of feet, blood, river mud, and panic. Red light breathed from the cracks between stones. It did not glow like fire. It pulsed like flesh under thin skin. I went first because the bell in my right hand had begun to ring without moving. No one else could hear it. I knew that by the way Mara watched my face instead of the black metal in my fist. The sound lived behind my ribs. It struck there again and again, dull and deep, as if someone had closed me inside a church tower and started swinging the whole structure. Mara came one step behind me. Her shoulder brushed mine whenever the stairs narrowed. Hale followed with Calder leaned against him, both men breathing through clenched teeth. Tessa kept one hand on the red notebook and one hand on the wall, whispering descriptions to herself so fear did not get the only voice. Nico and Basilio were farther back with Marisol, Ovidia, and Maria. Alessandro came last. He dragged his injured leg down the stairs and struck each step with a small iron rod. The rod made no sound when it touched stone, but the dead ahead of us moved aside. That worried me. The dead did not move aside for much. The stairwell tightened until our shoulders had to turn. Water ran down the walls in thin black lines. It smelled of minerals, rot, and extinguished candles. The deeper we went, the less the town existed. No rooster. No bells from the hill. No shouted names from people trying to stay themselves. Only the breath of the passage and the soft scrape of shoes. Then the first voice spoke from below. "Bring one loved thing." Mara stopped breathing for half a second. Hale muttered something that did not quite become a prayer. Calder laughed once, a dry, ugly sound. "He still thinks that line works," Calder said. "It has worked for a long time," Maria said from the rear. "That's not comfort." It was not meant as comfort. The red light brightened. The stairs ended in a round chamber with the ceiling lost to dark. Roots hung down through cracks overhead. They were not tree roots. They moved too slowly, curling and relaxing with the rhythm of sleep. The floor was a mosaic of broken bone, black glass, and river stones. At the center stood an arch with no door, only a hanging skin of red dust. Beyond that dust, I heard children whispering numbers, not counting up, not counting down, counting the moments between one terrible choice and the next. Tessa lifted the notebook with shaking hands. "This is the first threshold. The laws changed here. I can feel the script moving." "Can you read it?" Hale asked. "Some of it. It says the bargain is offered before the altar, and the altar must accept a chosen beloved before the gate opens." Mara looked at me. "Chosen by who?" The black bell rang inside my chest. "By me," I said. Nobody answered right away. Their silence had weight. It pressed against my back harder than the stone. The dust in the arch thickened. A shape formed in it, not Enoch yet, not whole enough for that. It became a woman in a blue dress with my mother's face. She stood on the other side of the arch with one hand lifted, the missing fingers restored, the burn mark absent from her wrist. That was the first lie. The second lie was the softness in her eyes. "Connor," she said, "I have waited so long." Mara's fingers caught the back of my jacket. "Test it," she whispered. I swallowed against a throat gone raw. "What color thread did you use on the motel sleeve?" The woman smiled sadly. "It was blue. You remember everything that hurt you." That was close enough to cut. The blade had learned. The glass in my cheek warmed as if pleased with itself. "What did the motel room smell like after the car overheated?" I asked. Her smile held. "A beat too long." "Smoke," she said. I stepped closer to the arch. "It smelled like hot sugar because Dad spilled coal on the floor mat. And you laughed until you had to sit on the curb." The woman's face twitched. The burn mark crawled back onto her wrist, like a stain rising through cloth. Mara's grip tightened. "That's not her," Mara said. "It knows the useful parts," I said. "It misses the useless ones." The woman sagged and Enoch's voice came through her mouth. "Useless love does not open gates. Then you built a bad gate." The red dust snapped forward. It struck my face, entered my nose and mouth, and filled my lungs with the taste of old copper. The chamber vanished. I stood in a market under a white sun. I was 13 again. My hand was smaller. My parents were 3 stalls away laughing over a painted mask. The old woman watched me from behind the table of knives and artifacts. Her eyes were tired, wary, and far too late. The obsidian blade sat on velvet. I knew this memory. I had lived inside it every night for years. The difference was the space around it. This time I could see what I had not seen then. The dead pressed between the stalls, hundreds of them, thin as heat haze, their mouths open. They had been waiting before my child hand ever touched the knife. The curse had not begun with me. I had only unlocked a door that had already been crowded. Enoch stood behind the old woman, wearing the body he had stolen from the collector. His gray hands rested on her shoulders. She did not feel them. "Choose," he said. My father turned toward me in the memory. My mother lifted the beaded bracelet I had bought her. Mara stood beside a fruit cart that had not existed in the old market. Older than me, present and impossible, because the bargain was stealing from every time I had ever loved anyone. Hale appeared near the pottery stall, bleeding from the scalp and annoyed by the sun. Tessa held the red notebook in both arms. Nico and Basilio stood near a basket of limes. Mireia sat on an overturned crate with Ovidia behind her. Calder stood alone by the road, his marked arm bare. Every person I had carried this far was placed within reach. The knife lay waiting. "One loved thing," Enoch said. "Give me one and the rest pass. Refuse, and they all remain with me. This is not cruelty. This is structure." The 13-year-old version of me reached for the knife. I crossed the market and caught his wrist. The boy looked up at me with my old face, pale and stubborn, already trying to pretend fear was curiosity. "Don't," I said. "I just want to see it," he whispered. That is how most disasters introduce themselves. His fingers trembled under mine. Around us the market slowed until dust hung still in the air. Enoch watched with deep amusement. "You cannot change what happened," he said. "I don't need to change it." "Then choose." I looked at my parents. I looked at Mara. I looked at the others. The knife had built a simple world, which meant it had built a false one. Every sacrifice needs the victim to believe there are only 2 doors. Kill one to save many. Die to spare the guilty. Pay blood because the system has no imagination. Mireia's voice came from far away, thin through stone. Maybe she was still on the stairs. Maybe the memory had allowed her in because old women are harder to lock out than evil expects. Do not argue with the price. Refuse the shop. I let go of the boy's wrist and picked up the beaded bracelet from the table. The beads were cheap glass, blue and green. I had bought them with coins my mother had given me, which made the gift ridiculous. It was not sacrifice. It was a loop. Her money turned into my love and came back to her wrist. I held it out to Enoch. "This," I said. His smile faded. "That is nothing." "That's the point." The market shook. The dead between the stalls lifted their heads. "A beloved thing must cost," Enoch said. It did. It cost my mother $3 and me 10 minutes of pretending I knew how to bargain in a language I barely understood. She wore it for 2 summers anyway. She said it matched a shirt it absolutely did not match. "It has no value to you." It never did. The beads clicked against my palm. My 13-year-old self stared at them like they were a magic trick. "Love that cannot be converted is not valid payment," Enoch said. "Then your bargain fails." He moved fast. The market ripped sideways. His hand became glass, long and black and sharp at the fingers. It drove toward my throat. Mayra intercepted him because of course she did, even inside a stolen memory. She hit him with a dull gray bell Alessandro had given her. The bell rang once, flat and brutal. Enoch staggered. His glass fingers sliced across her forearm, opening red lines that filled the air with drops that did not fall. "Mara," I said. "Finish being clever," she snapped. Hale came from the pottery stall with a clay jug and broke it across Enoch's head. The jug shattered. Enoch barely noticed. Calder grabbed the old woman and dragged her away from the table, even though she was memory and maybe nothing at all. Tessa opened the notebook and began reading names. Nico and Basilio threw limes at Enoch's face with the desperate precision of boys who had no better weapon. The absurdity helped. Enoch hated absurdity almost as much as mercy. I took the bracelet and placed it around the wrist of my younger self. "Remember this," I told him. "Not the knife first. Remember her laugh first. Remember the bracelet. Remember that Dad sang badly in the rental car. Remember the useless things. They will be harder for him to steal." The boy nodded, tears standing in eyes he would later teach himself to keep dry. The arch reappeared around the market. The red dustskin tore down the center. The first bargain broke, not with a scream, but with the cheap click of glass beads. I fell forward onto stone. Mara hit beside me and cursed into the dust. Her arm bled. Real blood this time. Hale dragged himself through after us, then Tessa, Calder, Nico, Basilio, Ovidia, Marisol, Mireia, and Isandro. One by one, everyone crossed. Behind us, the arch collapsed into a pile of red sand. The black bell in my hand had cracked. The old woman from the stall appeared beside the arch as the dust kept falling. For a moment, I thought she was another trick. The curse had taught me to distrust mercy when it arrived wearing a face from the past. Then she lifted one hand and showed me a burn across the base of her thumb. The same burn I had seen in the market memory when she had reached too late for the knife. Enoch would have hidden it. Enoch polished every lie until the human roughness came off. "I knew," she said. Her voice had the dry scrape of leaves over stone. The others heard only the last edge of it, but I heard the whole weight. She had known the knife was wrong. She had known the transport to a shaman was not enough. She had known a boy with tourist sandals and too much curiosity should never have been within 10 feet of that shelf. She had known, and for years I had used her as one more figure in the nightmare instead of a person trapped inside it. "You tried to stop me," I said. Too softly. Too late. The answer settled between us without defense. My younger self had stolen the knife, but the world had placed it where a child could reach. That was how bad systems survive. They leave sharp things on low shelves and punish the first bleeding hand. The old woman looked toward Mara's bleeding arm, then toward Nico and Basilio. Children were always made to carry the proof. The old men wrote the rules. The children paid for the ink. Ovidia heard enough to stiffen. "What does she want?" "Witness," I said. The old woman nodded. "Not forgiveness. Witness." She pointed to a crack at the base of the collapsed arch. Something black gleamed inside it. Hale limped forward, wedged the barrel of his empty revolver into the gap, and pried loose a sliver of glass no longer than a toothpick. The sliver pulsed once. Mara lifted her bell, but the old woman shook her head. "Not ring. Name." I looked at the sliver, and the curse opened the last sealed corner of that day. The knife had not chosen me at random. It had been listening for any living hand with enough loneliness, pride, and hunger for proof. I had wanted a picture. I had wanted a story that made me interesting. The knife had answered the smallest vain part of a child and built a lifetime out of it. That truth tasted ugly. "Connervale," I said, not as a challenge this time, but as ownership. 13 years old. Stupid with wanting proof. Still a child. Not the first cause. Not the final payment. The sliver cracked. The old woman smiled with more sadness than relief. "Better now." Then she faded into the first wave of freed dead, carrying the piece of my childhood I had confused with guilt. Mireia leaned against the wall, lips gray. "Good work. The first lie is dead." "How many lies are there?" Hale asked. As Sandro looked down the passage ahead, a second arch waited at the far end, taller than the first, its opening filled with darkness that moved like water. "Enough," he said. The second passage did not go downward. It went inward. That was the only way I could understand it. We walked through a corridor of basalt and packed clay, yet every step made the world feel less like distance and more like memory folding into itself. The air grew warmer. Sweat slid down my back. My injured palm throbbed against the handle of the cracked black bell. When I touched the wall, The stone seemed to pulse with a heartbeat that was not mine and not alive. Tessa walked beside me, reading as the red notebook wrote over itself. "The first bargain is choice," she said. "The second is erasure. The altar does not only take lives. It takes names from the living so the dead cannot accuse the buyers." "The ledgers," Calder said. His voice had gone rough. The marked arm hung against his side like it belonged to someone else. The black knot under his skin had flattened, but a dark web of lines spread from it toward his wrist and shoulder. "My family did that," he said. "We file people as numbers. We made absence look tidy." Hale shifted Calder's weight. "This is a bad time to chase every family's sin. There may not be a better time." The corridor opened into a rectangular room so large our lights could not find the far wall. Shelves stood from floor to ceiling. Not wooden shelves. Bone shelves, ribbed and yellowed, packed with jars. Each jar held a slip of paper floating in cloudy fluid. Some papers had names written in dark ink. Some were blank. The blank ones made the ghosts at my back moan. There were thousands. No, more than that. The room went on past sight, shelf after shelf, aisle after aisle, a library built by people who wanted murder to become administration. Ovidia crossed herself, then seemed angry at the gesture and crossed herself again harder. "These are my neighbors," she said. "My mother's mother told stories about missing cousins, men who went to sell coffee and never came home, girls who worked at haciendas and became rumors. They are here. They have been here the whole time." Basilio reached for one jar. Alessandro caught his wrist. "Do not open anything until the room is challenged." "How do we challenge a room?" Basilio asked. "We tell it what it is." That sounded too simple until Calder stepped forward. The room noticed him. Every jar trembled. The cloudy fluid darkened. Slips of paper turned toward him like faces. Calder swallowed. "My name is Calder Sutter." He stopped, grimaced, then corrected himself. "No, that is not enough. My name is Calder Sutter, son of a house that bought silence and called it preservation. My great-grandfather paid collectors. My grandfather stored records. My father destroyed what shamed us and kept what profited us. I inherited locks, lies, and money I did not earn. I used some of it to hide from what I knew." The room's heartbeat quickened. Mara looked at me. Her cut arm dripped steadily onto the floor. "Is confession enough?" "Not usually," I said. Calder heard me. "I know." He took the bronze bell from his belt. The crack through its side had widened since the square. He held it in his marked hand, the worst possible choice, and probably the only honest one. "These are not numbers," he said to the shells. "These are people. I do not own their silence. My house never did." The bell rang. This sound was ugly, not clean metal. It was the noise of a safe door being torn loose, a filing cabinet collapsing, a pen scratching through a lie. The jars shook harder. One burst. Then another. Paper slips spun into the air, wet and bright, names written in ink that bled without vanishing. Ghosts poured from between the shelves. They came angry. They did not drift. They rushed. Men with rope marks dark around their necks. Women with hands cut from labor and eyes fixed on Calder. Children whose feet did not touch the floor. Old people wrapped in burial cloth. They surged toward him with mouths open wide enough to swallow every apology he had ever practiced. Hale stepped in front of him. Calder shoved him aside. "Do not protect me from this," Calder said. The dead struck him like cold rain. His head snapped back. His knees hit stone. The black web under his skin lit from within. He screamed, and the sound tore through the room with enough force to knock dust from the ceiling. Mara moved to help. I caught her uncut arm. "Wait here. He'll die." "Maybe so." "That is your worst answer." The ghosts pressed into Calder, not ripping, not feeding, but forcing memory through him. I saw flashes because the curse made me a witness even when I did not ask. A girl named Adela Carr carried bread home at dusk and never reached the Blue Gate. A farmer named Thomas Elin hid his son under floorboards before men took him instead. A seamstress named Bruna Soul stabbed a collector with her needle and laughed blood into his face before the second man hit her with a stone. A boy named Itzel had a bell, and no one believed him until the bell was buried with him. Names slammed into Calder. His fingers clawed the floor. "Say them," Tessa shouted. Calder could barely breathe. "Say them," she shouted again, voice cracking. "You don't get to just feel bad. Say them." So he did. Not all. No living throat could hold all of them. But he said the ones forcing themselves through his lungs: Adela Carr, Tomas Elin, Bruna Sol, Itzel Mar, Cepha Lorne, Nima Prado, there Roquel. Each name struck the room like thrown iron. Ovidia joined him. Then Tessa. Then Nico and Basilio, reading from slips that spun past their faces. Hale said names in a voice that sounded like gravel. Mara pressed her bleeding arm against her side and spoke every name she could catch. Marisol carried Mireia to the nearest shelf, so the old woman could lay a palm against the jars and whisper names older than the town. I rang the cracked black bell. The sound came from inside me, and this time I did not try to control it. It carried the names outward, down the aisles, over the bone shelves, into jars, still sealed. Glass burst. Fluid flooded the floor. Paper slips stuck to our boots and legs. The dead kept coming, but their faces changed as they heard themselves returned. Rage did not disappear. It focused. At the far end of the room, Enoch formed from darkness. He did not smile now. "You mistake inventory for memory," he said. Calder lifted his head. Blood ran from his nose and mouth. "You mistake memory for property." The room shuddered. The shelves nearest Enoch bent toward him, as if the bone wanted to crawl back into a body. He raised one glass hand, and blank slips flew from broken jars, covering the named papers, smothering ink. Tessa ran forward before anyone could stop her. She threw the red notebook into the air. Every page tore free at once. They became birds. Not real birds, not even ghosts of birds, but paper shapes with writing for feathers. They flew through the blank slips and pierced them. Each impact released a voice. The room filled with speech, sobs, curses, prayers, lullabies, last words, jokes told on work roads, recipes whispered from mother to daughter, the ordinary noise of lives that had been filed into silence. Enoch recoiled. "Words are tools," he hissed. "So are knives," Tessa said. "The user matters." A paper bird struck his chest. It sank into him and came out black on the other side. Hale fired his last round. The shot slammed to Enoch's shoulder and threw red glass into the shelves. The sound in the room doubled, then tripled. The dead roaring now, not as a mob, but as a record. Calder stood. I do not know how. His body shook so hard Hale had to brace him, but he stood. He held the bronze bell high. "I released the ledgers," he said. "Every hidden record, every paid name, every sealed grave, every dollar attached to this room. I release all of it to the living families and the dead witnesses. My house keeps nothing." The bell split in two. The mark in Calder's arm tore open from wrist to shoulder in a line of black light. No blade touched him. The old bargain leaving his blood did the cutting. He made no sound this time. Hale caught him as the black web burned away, leaving raw red skin and a man who looked suddenly less haunted and far more breakable. The bone shelves collapsed. We ran. Jars exploded behind us. Names flew like wet leaves. Ghosts surged past, not of us now, but toward Enoch. They struck his forming body and took pieces with them. His gray skin peeled away in strips of smoke. He screamed once, a sound too old to be human, and vanished into the next doorway. The flood did not sweep us away by accident. It chose what to spare. That became clear when jars burst against the stones near my boots, and the shards slid around my feet instead of through them. The named dead were not gentle, but they were precise. A shelf collapsed toward Nico, and three ghostly hands pushed it aside just enough that it shattered against the wall instead of across his back. A river of cloudy fluid curled around Mara's ankles, carrying paper slips up to her hands. She caught them without knowing why, then read the names aloud through clenched teeth while blood from her arms spotted the paper. Alien Sore, Maja Sore, Kanto Sore. The ghosts nearest her turned from rage to direction. They rushed the aisle where Enoch had vanished, and the black doorway at the far end buckled. Tessa saw it. "Keep naming them. The door is made from emissions." "That is the worst architecture I have ever heard of," Hale said. "I didn't design it. I am blaming you because you understand it." Tessa bent, scooped up both hands full of wet slips, and passed them to Basilio and Nico. The boys began reading together, stumbling over old spellings, correcting each other, swearing when ink smeared, then shouting louder to make up for uncertainty. Ovidia joined with names from families she recognized. Isandro spoke names from the Bell House record carved into his memory. Even Calder, half carried by Hale, kept dragging papers from the flood and forcing his mouth around every syllable. The floor tried to stop us. Bone shelves cracked into long white fingers and reached from the debris. One hooked my ankle. It was not a hand, not really, only a structure remembering the shape of ownership. I stamped until it broke. Marisol hacked through 3 more. Mara rang her dull bell into the floor itself. The note flattened the reaching bones into ash. For a few seconds the path cleared. The room that had eaten names began returning them faster than we could speak. The sound became unbearable and necessary. It drove needles behind my eyes. It filled my nose with the smell of ink, mildew, and old funeral flowers. It made my injured palm burn around the handle of the cracked bell. Yet under all that pain, something steadier grew. A case file is a small rebellion against erasure. A grave marker is another. So is a mother saying the name of a missing daughter at breakfast every day for 20 years. So is a town refusing to let a number replace a face. So was a guilty heir opening the safe instead of polishing the lock. The room had been built to make people disappear. We left it choking on memory. The second arch appeared where the far wall had been. Its darkness split apart, opening to a narrow bridge of black stone. Behind us, the room that ate names became a flood of voices. Calder sagged against Hale. Did it work? Tessa wiped blood from her lip. The notebook was gone. The pages were still flying. Some of it, she said. Enough to hurt him. Myrea looked at the bridge ahead. The third bargain will hurt us. Mara tied a strip of cloth around her arm with her teeth in one hand. Her eyes found mine. Then we hurt back, she said. The bridge crossed a pit so deep it made sight useless. We stepped onto it one at a time. Black stone, no rails, no mercy. Heat rose from below in slow breaths. Each gust carried voices, but not the dead we had freed. These voices were alive. That was worse. They begged in every language the altar had touched. A mother offering her own hand if her child could live. A brother promising service if soldiers passed over his sister. A mayor signing names to protect his district. A priest trading strangers for rainfall. A collector saying he had no choice because someone above him had asked. A boy stealing a cursed knife because curiosity wears innocence well until it has blood on it. My voice was in that pit too. That should not have surprised me. It did. I heard myself at 13. Older still. Every version of me bargaining with sleep, sanity, and the dead. Take one night from me. Take one memory. Take the noise away. Let me pass a graveyard without stopping. Let Mara walk through a room without every murdered woman turning toward her because she stands beside me. Let me be ordinary for 1 hour. The pit kept every bargain ever considered. Mara heard something as well. Her jaw tightened. She looked straight ahead with eyes bright and furious. Don't listen, I said. I'm trying. What does it sound like? My father telling me I could have saved my brother if I'd stayed home that day. There was no good answer to that. I touched her shoulder. That's not him. I know. That's why it uses his voice. Halfway across, Nico stopped. Azilio bumped into him. Move now. Nico did not move. His face had gone pale under dirt and old blood. His clay bell shook in his hand. My mother is down there, he said. Ovidia sucked in a breath. Nico, keep walking. She says she can come back if I jump. Hale swore. Marisol reached for the boy, but the bridge between them lengthened. It stretched like hot wax, adding 10 feet, then 20. Nico stood suddenly far ahead, alone in red haze. Basilio lunged and nearly fell from the edge. The pit had learned our shapes. Nico turned toward the drop. I rang the cracked black bell. Nothing happened. The third bargain ate sound before it could leave me. Asandro lifted his iron rod and struck the bridge. No sound. Myrea whispered a prayer. No sound. Tessa shouted Nico's name. Our mouth moved, but the air swallowed it. The altar had removed voices. Nico lifted one foot. Basilio did the only thing left. He threw his copper bell. It spun across the impossible distance, small and patched with red thread. It struck Nico in the back of the head with a hard little thunk. Sound returned all at once with Basilio yelling, "Your mother would smack you harder for listening to that." Nico stumbled forward instead of sideways. Marisol reached him as the bridge snapped back to its real length. She grabbed him around the chest and dropped to her knees, pulling him flat against the stone. Nico sobbed into his hands. "I heard her," he said. Ovidia crawled to him and pressed her forehead against his. "You heard a hook wearing her voice. Your mother loved you too much to buy herself with your body." The pit roared. That sentence hurt it. Basilio's thrown bell rolled toward the edge. Hale dropped to his stomach and caught it with 2 fingers before it fell. "Good throw," Hale said. Basilio wiped his nose with his sleeve. "I aimed for his shoulder." "Never admit that." "We moved faster after that, not because the way was safer, but because standing still allowed the pit too much conversation." At the far end, the bridge entered a chamber shaped like an open hand. 5 tunnels were the fingers. The palm held an altar. The altar was empty. No knife. No Enoch. That made the room more dangerous, not less. The walls were carved with scenes of sacrifice, but each carving had been altered. Old figures knelt with heads lowered, hands outstretched, victims offered to gods with mouths like caves. Over those ancient lines, newer carvings had been cut with brutal anger. Buyers in suits, collectors with ledgers, policemen accepting envelopes, priests turning away, families closing curtains. The altar had changed with every age. Stone had become paperwork. Chanting had become policy. A blade had become a signature. Tessa stood before the carvings. Without her notebook, she looked smaller, but her eyes moved faster. "The third bargain is delegation," she said. "Nobody holds the knife. Everyone benefits from the cut." Hale looked at the empty altar. "Then where's the knife?" The shard in my cheek answered by burning. It was not in the room. It was in us. Every shard, every mark, every bargain, every inherited silence had been a handle. Enoch did not need one knife if he could make hands out of fear. Calder understood before I said it. He looked at his raw arm, then at me. "He can use anyone who accepted a piece." My Rhea nodded. "He can use anyone who lets the bargain move through them." A wet scrape came from the nearest tunnel. Marisol raised her machete. Hale lifted the empty revolver, then looked annoyed at himself and flipped it in his hand like a club. Mara moved in front of Nico and Basilio. Ovidia pulled a kitchen knife from her skirt, which did not surprise me as much as it should have. The first body came from the left tunnel. It was a collector long dead but walking. Its throat hung open around a shard of black glass. Behind it came another, then another. Men and women in clothes from different years. Some wore burial cloth. Some wore uniforms. Some wore clean business suits gone gray, with grave dirt. Every generation that had carried the knife without calling it a knife stepped into the palm chamber. They moved badly at first. Then Enoch spoke from all of them. "Hands are plentiful." The collectors attacked. The fight broke into ugly pieces. There was no room for clean heroics. Hale met the first body with the butt of his revolver and drove it into a wall hard enough to crack bone. Marisol hacked through the wrist of another when it grabbed for my Rhea. The severed hand crawled until Ovidia pinned it with her kitchen knife and spat on it. Mara slammed her gray bell into a collector's jaw. The jaw tore loose and hung by strips, but the body kept coming until she rang the bell against the shard in its throat. The shard burst into black dust. That became the rule. Find the shard. Break the shard. Keep moving. Nico and Basilio stayed low, striking knees, dragging ankles, ringing bells when they could reach throats and wrists. Tessa shouted names from memory, and when she did not know a name, she shouted descriptions instead. The woman with the red scarf. The man with the cracked tooth. The boy with ink on his thumb. It was not as strong as a name, but it was better than a number. The collectors bled black until the shards broke. Then their bodies collapsed into ordinary dead weight and red human blood that had been trapped too long. The floor became slick. My boots slid. A collector in a priest's coat caught my shoulder and drove me against the altar. His mouth opened, and Enoch looked out through it. "You still think refusal is victory," he said. "Refusal is a pause. Hunger waits longer than mercy. I jammed the cracked black bell into his mouth, then choke on the pause. I rang it with my forehead. The sound tore through my skull white hot. The collector's head snapped back. The shard in his throat split, and for an instant I saw the man he had been before Enoch used him. Not kind, not innocent. A coward in a coat who had convinced himself obedience was holiness. He looked at me with sudden, useless clarity. I knew. He whispered. Then carry that with you, I said. He fell. Pain flashed in my face. The shard in my cheek shifted under the skin. Mara saw it and went still. Connor, she said. I touched my cheek. My fingers came away red and glittering. The piece in me was moving toward the surface. Enoch laughed from every tunnel. There's the hand I wanted. My right arm lifted. Not by my choice. The black bell fell from my fingers. My hand opened, palm up, and red light gathered over it in the shape of the obsidian knife. Not solid yet, not complete, but enough. Mara stepped toward me. Do not get close, I said. My hand turned toward her. Hale saw it and moved, but Calder caught his sleeve. He'll cut anyone who tries. Then what do we do? Mireia dragged herself upright with Marisol's help. We remind his hand who owns it. That's not a method, Hale snapped. It is the only method left. Mara walked straight to me. The red knife in my hand tilted toward her chest. I fought it with everything I had and gained an inch. Sweat ran into my eyes. My teeth locked hard enough that something in my jaw clicked. Mara, I said, stay back. I heard you. That was not agreement. I know. She reached me and placed her uncut hand over my wrist. The knife shook. Enoch pushed through my muscles. My arm trembled so hard, Mara's hand bounced with it, but she did not let go. You promised, she said. I am trying. Try louder. I laughed. It came out broken and wet, but it was mine. The knife flickered. Behind Mara, Hale began saying my name. Not just Connor. Connor Vale. Then Tessa joined him. Then Nico, Basilio, Ovidia, Marisol, Calder, Media, and Isandro joined in. The dead in the room took it up. Thousands of voices layered under the living. Connor Vale, investigator, thief of a cursed knife, bad sleeper, worse cook, son of Leona and Emmett, man who labels jars and loses keys, man who came back when the dead called, and man not handle. The knife in my hand shrank. Enoch screamed. I reached with my left hand, dug 2 fingers into my cheek, and pulled. The shard came free in a hot rush of blood. I did not stab anyone with it. I did not place it on the altar. I did not offer it to the pit. I dropped it on the floor and crushed it under my boot. The red knife vanished. Every collector body in the chamber fell at once. For 3 breaths, there was only us, slick stone, broken bells, and the sound of blood hitting the altar from my face. Then the empty altar split open. A stairway rose from inside it, leading down. Hale stared at it. Of course there is another stairway. Mara pressed cloth to my cheek. Her hands were not gentle, but they were shaking. You pulled glass out of your own face, she said. It seemed rude to leave it there. I am too angry to be relieved. You can be both. I am. I hate it. Mireia looked down the new stairs. The hand is broken. The knife has no holder now. Enoch will retreat to the mouth. The mouth of what? Basilio asked. Isandro answered, and his voice carried the dread of a man who had spent a lifetime hoping to die before seeing it. The mouth that taught the altar to hunger. The last stairs were not stone. They were names. Each step appeared only when someone spoke one. Not any name, a true one, held by memory, grief, anger, or love. Speak a false name, and the step ahead remained dark. Speak a name as property, and the pit below breathed closer. Speak a name with care, and the next step hardened underfoot. We learned that quickly because Hale tried to cheat with the first name that came to mind. Osric Hale, he said. Nothing happened. Mara looked at him. That is your own name. It matters to me. Apparently not enough for the stairs. Hale scowled into the dark. Then his face changed. June Mercer, he said. My sister. She stole my boots the week before I shipped out and filled them with newspapers so I would think my feet had swollen. A step appeared. Hale stared at it for a moment, then cleared his throat. Fine then. Personal details. The stairs are nosy. We descended by giving the dark what Enoch never understood. Not names as labels. Names as living rooms, bad jokes, broken promises, favorite spoons, lost teeth, burnt dinners, lullabies, debts, scars, and the 1,000 useless details that make a person impossible to replace. Tessa spoke the name of her first teacher, who smelled like chalk and orange peels. Ovidia spoke her husband's name and called him a stubborn old goat with beautiful hands. Marisol spoke the name of a friend who had taught her how to sharpen a blade and how to forgive herself when steel did not solve the right problem. Basilio spoke his grandmother's name and the way she hummed when sweeping. Nico spoke his mother's name and did not jump this time. Calder had the hardest time. He stood at the edge of a missing step with Hale holding his belt from behind. "I don't know them," Calder said. "The people my house took. I know records now, but I don't know details." The pit breathed up. The smell was old meat and wet stone. Tessa touched his raw arm. "Then start with one you do know." Calder closed his eyes. Adela Carr. She hid bread in her apron because her little brother ate too fast when food was scarce. She had a blue gate. She hated boiled carrots. She kicked the first collector in the shin. The next step appeared. Calder almost folded. Hale held him upright. "Keep insulting vegetables. It works." The descent took a long time. It also took no time at all. The underworld had stopped obeying clocks. Above us, San Bispera had either reached sunset or waited inside one stretched breath. Below us, Enoch retreated, injured in every way he knew how to hate, and the thing beneath him began to wake. I saved my mother's name for the final missing step. Leona Vale. She fixed every loose button with blue thread even when the cloth was green. She sang Rhodes songs in the wrong order. She burned her wrist on a motel coffee pot and told the clerk it was her fault because the pot looked tired. She wore a cheap bracelet because her son had chosen it. She laughed at hot sugar in a dead rental car. She was not payment. She was not bait. She was my mother. The last step appeared in pale blue light. Mara squeezed my hand once. We stepped down into the mouth. The chamber at the bottom was not large. That surprised me. After all the stairs, pits, archives, bridges, courts, and bone shelves, I expected a cathedral. What waited under the world was a low cave with a cracked ceiling, a floor of damp clay, and a hole in the center no wider than a well. The hole breathed. Every breath drew light inward. Around it knelt the oldest dead I had ever seen. Not bodies, not ghosts in any human shape. They were impressions, people reduced by time to posture in need. Hands pressed to earth, faces lowered. Some had been victims. Some had been the first ones to think a victim could be a solution. Time had worn away the difference until only the pattern remained. Enoch stood on the far side of the hole. He had almost no body left. Gray skin hung in torn strips. Red stones burned in his eyes. The human shape he had stolen kept trying to collapse, and only hatred held it upright. In his right hand, he held the obsidian knife, not the red copy from my palm, the real knife. The blade was blacker than the cave. The white handle gleamed like polished bone, carved with screaming faces and tiny skulls. At the pommel, the bird skull watched with red stone eyes. My first mistake. My longest shadow. Mara inhaled sharply beside me. "That's it," she said. "That's it." The dead behind us gathered at the chamber mouth. Thousands of them. Maybe more. The freed names had followed us as far as they could. They did not enter. This was not their choice anymore. Enoch lifted the knife. "You have broken doors. You have spoiled archives. You have taught property to speak back. Yet hunger remains. Hunger is older than your little refusals." The hole breathed. The cave walls shivered. "What is it?" Tessa asked. Maria's voice was faint. The first excuse. The kneeling impressions around the hole stirred. Sandro nodded once. Before gods. Before kings. Before ledgers. Someone feared loss and decided another body could stand between them and it. The idea found a mouth. The mouth learned to eat. Enoch smiled through cracked lips. "And it will continue. You cannot kill hunger. We don't have to, I said. We have to stop feeding it people. He turned the knife toward Mara. Beautiful sentence. Empty body. The mouth closes only on a final offering. You know this. Every law below has said it. One life seals the breach. One beloved life ends the debt. That is why you came. That is why every ghost followed. That is why your mother whispers. They all want the same thing from you. The chamber went cold. Because a piece of me believed him. That was the worst part. Not the lie. The part of the lie built from real exhaustion. I had seen the dead since childhood. I had spent adult years sleeping in fragments, eating cold food beside case files, letting ghosts into every room I rented. I had watched Mara bleed because she loved me. I had watched children walk into danger because my curse made them part of the map. The clean answer had a shape. It had always had a shape. Put myself on the altar. End it. Let everyone else walk out. Mara's hand found mine with hard pressure. Do not, she said. I had not spoken. I know your face, she said. Do not. Enoch tilted his head. She knows you. That makes her suitable. The knife licked. Mara gasped. A red line opened across her chest, shallow but bright. She dropped to one knee. I caught her before she hit the clay. The cave erupted. Hail charged. Marisol and Ovidia moved with him. Isandro rang his iron rod against the floor. Tessa shouted the first names from the archive. Nico and Basilio pulled Mara back. Calder stepped in front of the children with no weapon at all, which was either brave or proof that he had lost patience with living cautiously. Enoch cut the air. Every motion made harm appear somewhere else. Hale's thigh opened. Marisol's shoulder split. Ovidia's cheek bled. Isandro's iron rod snapped in half. Tessa's voice vanished mid-name. Calder staggered as a red line crossed his raw arm. The knife did not need to touch. It had become permission for injury, and the mouth below approved every motion. I moved through the chaos toward Enoch. The black bell was cracked beyond use. I carried it anyway. My cheek bled into my collar. Each step pulled at every ghost attached to me. They whispered, not begging, not commanding, saying names, holding the stairs behind us in place. Enoch saw me coming and laughed. Yes, he said, come prove me right. He opened his arms. The knife lay across both palms. Take it. Use it. Give the mouth what it requires. You may choose yourself if pride demands it. You may choose me if revenge needs costume. You may choose the woman if love wishes to be remembered. Any final blood will do if the beloved weight is true. I stopped at the edge of the hole. The breath from below pulled at my clothes, my hair, the blood on my face. I looked down and saw no bottom. I saw altars, kitchens, offices, courtrooms, border roads, hospital beds, bomb shelters, flooded fields, and every place where someone had said a life was acceptable cost if the math looked large enough. The mouth was not ancient because it was strong. It was ancient because people kept finding reasons to serve it. Mara pushed herself upright behind me. Connor, listen. I looked at the knife. Then I looked at Enoch. No one is beloved enough to be payment, I said. His face tightened. That is sentiment. It is policy now. I lifted the cracked black bell and held it over the mouth. This is not a sacrifice, I said. This is evidence. I dropped the bell. It fell into the hole without sound. For one breath, nothing happened. Then the bell rang from the bottom of the world. The sound did not rise. It expanded. It filled the cave, the stairs, the broken room of names, the bridge, the first arch, the square above, the bell house, the market, the river, every grave and hidden shelf and buried shard. It rang with no clapper because the sound came from everyone who had refused to be converted into price. The mouth did not accept evidence quietly. It answered the bell with pictures. Not visions exactly. Visions come through the eyes. These enter through every place my body hurt. My cheek showed me a battlefield where commanders drew arrows on maps and called villages acceptable loss. My palm showed me a hospital hallway where a man in a clean suit denied treatment to strangers so a donor wing could be built. My ribs showed me a family table where an uncle said one girl's silence would protect the family name. My knees showed me a road at night where migrants were left in the heat because someone had decided paperwork mattered more than thirst. Every picture said the same thing. This is how the world works. That was the most convincing lie ever made because it wore evidence. People had done these things. People were doing them now. The mouth did not need fantasy. It had history. I staggered. Enoch sawed and dragged himself closer to the hole, knife shaking in both hands. "Look," he said. "You cannot refuse what your species repeats. You are not ending me. You are performing a delay for an audience of bones." Mara answered before I could. She had one hand pressed to the red line across her chest. Her face had gone bloodless, but her voice still had teeth. "A delay can save the person in front of you. That is usually where decent work starts." Hale barked a laugh that turned into a pain grunt. "Put that on a training manual." The mouth showed me more. A city choosing which district to flood. A prison burying complaints. A shelter turning away the difficult people first. A father telling one child to endure so the others could have peace. Old altars in modern clothes. I could not deny any of it, so I stopped trying. "You are right about one thing," I said to Enoch. "People keep building altars." His red eyes brightened. "But that does not make the altar holy. It makes the work unfinished." The bell at the bottom rang again, and this time the sound carried those pictures outward. The dead saw them. The living saw them. Even the old impressions around the mouth saw what their first excuse had become. Some of the offenders tried to kneel again. The victims beside them dragged them upright. No more kneeling. That was when the cave changed. The clay floor hardened under our feet, not into stone, but into something like packed earth after rain. Human ground. Ground that could take footprints without needing blood. The hole in the center shrank by the width of a finger. Small changes matter when a mouth is trying to swallow the world. The kneeling impressions around the mouth lifted their heads. The oldest victims stood. So did the oldest offenders. That mattered. It hurt to admit, but it mattered. The mouth had fed on both because the pattern needed hands as much as throats. Those who had started it were not forgiven. They were required to see. Enoch staggered. "No more." A useful phrase, but too late from him. The obsidian knife shook in his hands. The red stones in the bird skull dimmed, then flared. Faces carved in the handle opened their little mouths. For the first time, the screams that came out did not belong to victims. They belonged to the bargain itself. Maria crawled to my side and placed her palm flat on the clay. "Names," she whispered. Tessa tried to speak. No sound came. Hale, bleeding hard from the thigh, understood first. "Connor Vale," he said. Mara spoke next, voice rough. "Leona Vale." "Emmett Vale." Calder added, "Adela Carr." "Tomas Island." "Bruna Sol." "Itzel Mar." Advidius spoke names from San Vespera. Marsal spoke names from roads and safe houses and graves without markers. Nico spoke his mother. Basilio spoke his grandmother. Isandro spoke the bell keepers who had died without statues. The dead behind us answered with their own names, and when names ran out, they spoke details. Bread under aprons, blue gates, bad singing, burn marks, limes thrown badly, a bracelet that matched nothing. The knife cracked. Enoch drove it toward me with a scream. Mara moved to block him. I moved faster. Not to die. Not to kill. I caught Enoch's wrist with both hands and twisted the blade downward, away from every body in that cave, toward the mouth that had taught him to name people as cost. The point entered the breathing dark. The mouth bit the knife. Enoch's scream became the sound of ledgers burning. He tried to pull back, but the blade would not leave the hole. The bird skull at the pommel shattered. Red stones shot out and spun in the air like hot sparks. One struck my collar and burned through cloth. Another hit the clay and became a small black beetle that Nico smashed with his heel while shouting a word I hoped Ovidia did not hear. The mouth swallowed the knife, inch by inch. Enoch's stolen body collapsed around his arm. Gray skin slid from bone. Black glass veins snapped. For a moment something human looked out from behind the red in his eyes. Not remorse, but recognition at last. He had been a priest once, or a collector, or the first coward who discovered power in calling fear sacred. Whoever he had been, he saw the mouth taking back the tool he thought made him master. "I am the law," he said. Miria spat blood onto the clay. "You were bad bookkeeping." The knife vanished. The hole closed on Enoch's hand. The cave folded inward. The world tried to crush us on the way out. That was not metaphor. The cave ceiling split with a sound like a mountain grinding its teeth. Clay rained down. Roots snapped and whipped through the air. The kneeling impressions dissolved into wind. The mouth under the world sealed itself with a wet, furious roar, and everything built above it realized it no longer had permission to stand. Hail lifted Myrea. Marisol grabbed Sandro. Calder hauled Tessa upright when her voice still would not work. Ovidia seized Nico by the collar and Basilio by the back of his shirt, proving grief had made her no less efficient. Mara tried to stand, failed once, then shoved my hand away when I reached for her. "I can run," she said. "I did not ask." "You were about to." "You are bleeding. So are you. Move now." We moved. The named stairs held under us because the dead held them. I felt them beneath every step, not as stone, but as effort. Thousands of spirits pressing upward, giving us seconds they had been denied. The bridge over the pit cracked behind us. The chamber of the hand collapsed finger by finger. The room of names had become a storm of paper and glass, but the names did not scatter. They streamed ahead, showing the way like pale fish in black water. At the first broken arch, my mother waited. Not the false mother from the bargain. Not the bait. Leona Vale stood in the red dust with the cheap bracelet around her wrist and the burn mark near her thumb. She looked younger than the last time I had seen her alive. She also looked tired in a way only the dead can manage, as if holding a shade near the living had become a labor. I stopped. Mara stopped with me, though the ceiling dropped stones behind us. "Connor," Hale shouted from ahead. "This is a very bad place for a family moment." He was right. I could not move. My mother touched my cheek, just beside the place where the shard had been. Her fingers were cold and weightless. "You kept the useless things," she said. I tried. "You did more than try." The tunnel shook. Dust filled the air. She looked past me to Mara, then smiled with a warmth that did not need permission. "Take care of each other," she said. Mara wiped blood from her chin. "We are both difficult." My mother's smile widened. "Good," she said. Then she turned toward the flood of dead coming up behind us. My father stood among them. I had not seen him since the early years of the curse, when grief still arrived wearing his jacket and my own guilt made every room dangerous. He raised one hand. No grand speech. No apology dragged into the light too late. Just that hand, lifted the way he had lifted it from the driver's seat when dropping me at school. I lifted mine. The dead moved past us through the collapsing arch. Some touched my shoulders. Some touched Mara's. Most did not look back. Bid spent long enough looking toward the living. My parents were the last. "Will I still see them?" I asked. My mother knew what I meant. "Some," she said. "Not all. Not because the knife drags them. Because you listen." That answer hurt and healed in the same breath. Then my parents stepped into blue-white light and were gone. The arch fell. Mara grabbed my hand and pulled. We ran the last stretch with the underworld collapsing behind us. The fountain stairs spat us into San Vespera at the exact moment the impossible sunset broke apart. Red light over the square shattered into gold. Real dusk, ordinary and dusty, settled over rooftops, wires, laundry lines, cracked walls, and people who had survived a God-sized excuse wearing a knife for a mouth. The bells above town rang once. Not warning and not command. It meant release. All around the square, ghosts rose. Not every spirit vanished. Some stayed beside bodies. Some lingered near doorways where living relatives sobbed into their hands. Some looked confused by freedom after generations of being pulled like thread through the same bloody needle. But the crowd thinned. The pressure that had lived behind my eyes since childhood loosened. I did not go blind to the dead. I could still see a woman near the fountain kneeling beside the place where her son had almost been offered. I could still see a man in old sacrifice paint, touching the stones as if confirming they were no longer hungry. I could still see a child with river weeds in her hair staring at the sky. But they were not clawing at me. They were not being dragged through me. That difference nearly took my legs out from under me. Mara caught me. I caught her. We made a poor structure, but it held. Hale sat down hard beside the fountain and tied his belt around his thigh. I would like to retire from underground work. Tessa dropped beside him, touching her throat. No sound came when she tried to answer. She made a rude gesture instead. "Fair," Hale said. Calder lay on his back in the dust, laughing without humor, and maybe without knowing he was doing it. Ovidia knelt between Nico and Basilio, crushing both boys against her until they complained. She ignored the complaints. Marisol lowered Mireia against the fountain wall. The old woman looked more bone than flesh, but her eyes were open. Alessandro stood in the center of the square with no bell in his hands. He looked lost without one. The townspeople emerged slowly from houses, alleys, churches, and markets. Some carried injuries. Some carried the unconscious. Some carried jars filled with black dust and broken glass. No one cheered. Cheering would have been obscene. They stood in the dusk and looked at the square as if waiting for it to demand someone else. It did not. That was how they understood. No more altars. Ovidia was the first to move with purpose. She stood, marched to the fountain, and kicked one of the cracked stones into the hole below. It bounced down the stairs and vanished. "Seal it," she said. Batown obeyed. They worked through the night. Injured people hauled stones. Children carried handfuls of salt. The dead who remained pointed to hidden cracks and old drains. Tessa, still voiceless, wrote instructions with charcoal on a broken door, while Hale pretended not to watch her with concern. Calder gave every account number and storage location he could remember to Marisol, who wrote them on her forearm when paper ran out. Isandro showed the bell keepers where to drive iron into the foundation. Mireia sat under a blanket and insulted everyone's technique until the work improved. Mara and I carried stones until my hands shook too hard to grip. Near dawn, the fountain was gone. In its place stood a mound of rock, salt, iron, broken bells, and names written on strips of cloth. Not a monument. A seal. A warning. A promise that had to be maintained by people who knew promises rot when no one tends them. We did not bury everyone in one day. That would have been another lie wearing efficiency. The town made 3 lines of work instead. One for sealing the old places. One for treating the living. One for naming the dead. Nobody was excused from all 3. Even children carried cups of water or strips of cloth. Even men who wanted to stand at the edges and look important found stones in their hands by mid-morning because Ovidia had a voice that could turn shame into labor. The first grave opened behind the bell house under the bent fig tree. Isandro insisted on digging despite his injured leg until Marisol took the shovel and told him he could supervise or fall into the hole and become an obstruction. He supervised with bitterness and accuracy. The remains from the first jars were placed in cloth, each bundle tagged with a name when one was known and a description when it was not. Unknown did not mean unnamed forever. Tessa wrote that at the top of the board in charcoal. Unknown means work remains. That sentence stayed. Families came in a slow stream. Some found names they had carried as family rumors. Some found no names and left with descriptions. A silver tooth. A red scarf. A ring made from bent wire. A song remembered by 3 ghosts and one very old woman who thought she had invented it in childhood. The work tore people open, but it also gave grief a handle that was not a knife. Calder stood at the records table until a man hit him. No warning. No speech. The man saw Calder's name on a document, crossed the square, and punched him in the mouth hard enough to drop him beside the fountain seal. Hale moved first. Marisol moved faster. Calder raised one hand from the dust. "Let him go," Calder said, through blood. The man shook with both fists at his sides. His sister's name had been in one of the jars. His father had died searching for her. His mother had refused to leave a porch light off for 42 years. "Your family ate my house," the man said. Calder sat up slowly. "Yes, that was all. No defense. No explanation." The man looked ready to hit him again. Instead, he spat in the dirt beside Calder's shoe and walked away. Hale offered Calder a hand. Calder took it. "I deserved worse." "Probably," Hale said. "Try not to make people repeat themselves." By sunset, the first burial song began. It was not polished. Too many people cried through the words. Half the town knew one verse, and the other half knew a different version. The result would have made any choir director abandon hope. The dead loved it. I knew because they gathered under the fig tree and listened as if every cracked note was a door. Mara stood beside me through the song. When my legs started to shake, she shifted closer without looking at me. When her breath hitched from the cut across her chest, I shifted closer without asking. We had become fluent in not making a ceremony of small rescues. When the sun rose, San Vespero looked smaller. That helped too. Evil prefers scale. It likes towers, courts, arches, deep pits, and words large enough to hide knives inside. In morning light, the town was cracked plaster, tired dogs, burned beans, broken carts, and neighbors passing water from hand to hand. Human size, human mess, human responsibility. Mireia lived. She acted offended by it. "Everyone is staring," she rasped when her voice returned 3 hours after sunrise. "I have been old for a long time. Old women sometimes continue. It is not theater." Ovidia burst into tears and called her an ungrateful fossil. Mireia patted her hand. "Better now. That sounds normal." Tessa's voice returned next, though soft and rough. Her first words were to Hale. "You owe me a notebook." Hale looked at the square, the sealed fountain, the ash in her hair, and the blood on his trousers. "I owe you several." Good answer. Calder did not try to leave. That surprised me less than it would have a week earlier. He sat with Marisol under the Bell House steps and wrote a list until his fingers cramped. Banks, lockboxes, company names, lawyers, storage rooms, cemeteries paid under false titles, and families who needed to know. He wrote himself out of wealth one line at a time. "Seeking redemption?" I asked him when I brought water. He did not look up. "Restitution first. Redemption is too interested in my feelings. That is almost wise. Do not spread that rumor." Nico and Basilio became unbearable by noon. Surviving an underworld had given them an inflated sense of authority. They corrected grown men on salt placement, bell angle, and tunnel ceiling with the solemn confidence of boys who had once saved each other with a thrown bell. Ovidia let them continue for exactly 1 hour before assigning both to wash blood from the market stones. Before we left San Vespera, I went back to the seal's fountain alone. That was the plan, at least. Mara followed at a distance respectful enough to pretend she was not following and close enough to stop me if I did something dramatic and stupid. I appreciated both parts. The seal looked ordinary in afternoon heat. Rock, salt, iron cloth strips moving in the breeze. No red glow. No breathing. No whisper promising clean answers. A lizard warmed itself on one of the stones with complete disrespect for cosmic history. I placed the chi bracelet from the memory on the seal. It was not the original. The original had been lost with my mother's belongings years before. Ovidia had made this one from blue and green beads found in a drawer behind her kitchen, muttering that men should not face ancient evil without proper accessories. It looked bad. The colors fought. The knots were uneven. My mother would have worn it anyway. A ghost appeared on the far side of the seal. Young man, older clothes, throat marked by a line that was not bleeding anymore. He watched the bracelet, then me. "Is it over?" he asked. I thought about lying kindly. I thought about telling him yes, because he had earned a simple answer. Then I thought about every altar still standing in places with clean floors and signed forms. "This part is over," I said. He considered that, then nodded. "That is more than we had." He faded before I could ask his name. Maybe he had already given it to someone else. Maybe not every story needed my notebook. Mara stepped beside me. That was almost healthy. I can be taught. Slowly. With supervision. I looked at the seal one last time. The dead are quieter. And you? The honest answer took a while. "I am not quiet," I said, "but I am not being swallowed." Mara nodded like that answer belonged in the acceptable column. Then she took my hand in the open square, where anyone could see, and squeezed once. No speech. No bargain. Just proof. Mara found me at the edge of town, near the road where the old market had been rebuilt over older bones. I was standing beside the place where the knife stall had once stood. Nothing remained of it now but packed dirt and a stray ribbon caught in thorn grass. "Do you see ghosts?" she asked. "Far fewer." That is not no. It was never going to be no. She stood beside me, close enough that our shoulders touched. Her forearm was bandaged. The red line across her chest had been cleaned and wrapped. My cheek was taped under a square of gauze. We looked like people who had lost a fight with a glass factory in the church basement. "Do you regret that?" she asked. I watched a young ghost at the road's edge turn toward the sunlight and fade as her living sister spoke her name behind us. "No," I said. "I regret a lot." "Not that." Mara nodded. "Good then." I was ready to argue. "You usually are. It is one of my gifts." We stayed there until the last of the morning mist lifted. No grand kiss under a clean sky. No promise that the world would become gentle. We were too tired for theater and too honest for clean endings. But her hand found mine, and mine held back. That was enough. More than enough for that morning. 3 weeks later, we returned home with more records than luggage. The official story was a sinkhole, a criminal smuggling site, and a mass grave tied to a transnational trafficking network. It was not true enough, but it was useful enough to move agencies, journalists, families, and courts. Tessa hated the phrase useful enough. She used it anyway. Some truths need scaffolding before people can bear the full weight. Calder's releases detonated across old money circles. Estates froze. Foundations closed. Museums discovered their rare artifacts had teeth. Police departments found missing case files on their own desks with no memory of who placed them there. Hale said nothing about that. He also stopped sleeping with a pistol under 2 pillows and started sleeping with one under 1 pillow, which he called progress. Mira moved into my office before either of us named what that meant. Living with the office full of her things changed the shape of my days in ways the dead found inconvenient. That may have been why it worked. Mara did not let the dead become the only weather in the room. If a ghost interrupted breakfast, she made me finish eating before I opened the notebook, unless the ghost was actively pointing toward a body. If a spirit screamed through the wall at 2 in the morning, she got up with me, but she also made coffee and said practical, irritated things. Until the room remembered we were still human, she taped lists to the refrigerator. Groceries, case calls, salt inventory, people to call back, and laundry, because apparently surviving an underworld did not excuse either of us from socks. The first time I slept 6 straight hours, I woke in a panic because silence felt like neglect. Mara was awake in the chair by the window with a book open on her knee and the dull gray bell within reach. Dawn made a pale line along the blinds. No ghosts stood over the bed. No children whispered from the hall. No red-eyed thing watched from the mirror. "What happened?" I asked. "You slept. Try not to look betrayed." "For how long?" "Long enough that I considered checking for a pulse, but I enjoyed the peace too much." I sat up slowly. My cheek scar pulled tight. "You should have slept too." I did. Then Mrs. Fenwick from the attic came by and asked if we had solved her missing brooch yet. Mrs. Fenwick died in 1982. She remains very concerned about jewelry. I waited for guilt to arrive. It came, but smaller than before, a dog scratching at a door instead of a flood under it. The dead still needed things. The living did too. For the first time, those facts did not feel like enemies. Mara closed the book. "We will help her after breakfast." She might complain. She already did. I survived. That became the new rule, written nowhere and enforced with stubborn grace. Help the dead. Feed the living. Do not confuse urgency with ownership. Do not let guilt wear a sacred mask. Never trust a bargain that requires a person to become a price. She claimed it was temporary because her apartment had become unsafe after 3 spirits and 1 very alive debt collector found it in the same week. I did not point out that she brought framed photographs, 3 boxes of books, 2 chipped mugs, and a plant she threatened me over if I killed it. I cleared half the desk, then most of the closet, then the second drawer beside the bed. Some negotiations are best handled by furniture. The dead still came. A murdered man appeared in the office bathroom on a Tuesday and apologized for dripping on the rug. A woman from a highway ditch sat in the client chair and gave me 3 license plate numbers while Mara made coffee. A little boy in rain boots stood outside the window one night and asked if we could call his father because he did not want his mother to find him first. The work did not end. It changed. The dead no longer arrived as a flood forced through a knife cut in the world. They came like people at a door. Some angry, some lost, some patient, some not patient at all. I could still hear them. I could still see what killed them when they chose to show me. Missing persons cases still became solvable. Hauntings still had bones under them. Murder still left echoes that refused to be polite. But I could sleep some nights. Not every night. I'm not selling miracles. Some nights. On one of those nights, I woke before dawn and found my mother at the foot of the bed. Not trapped. Not pleading. Just present. Thin as moonlight and almost smiling. Mara slept beside me with one hand under the pillow where she kept a knife that had never been cursed and was therefore much more trustworthy. My mother lifted her wrist. The cheap bracelet was there. I did not speak. I did not want to wake Mara, and I did not want to turn the moment into a case file. My mother touched 2 fingers to her lips, then to the bracelet, then faded with the first gray light through the blinds. For the first time since Mexico, I let her go without chasing. Months later, a package arrived from San Bespera. Inside was a small bell made from dull gray metal, a strip of blue thread tied around its handle. No note, no explanation. Just the bell and a slip of paper with one line in Tessa's handwriting, because apparently everyone had agreed she was our official bridge between catastrophe and stationary. For when listening is needed, not feeding, Mara read it over my shoulder. That is either beautiful or a threat. From our friends, it can be both. Replace the bell on the office shelf between the case files and the jar of cheap pens. It did not ring when I touched it. It did not pulse. It did not whisper. It waited. That was fine. Waiting is not the same as hunger. A year after the knife went into the mouth, we took our first case that had nothing to do with the altar. A missing nurse in a coastal town. A locked clinic. A ghost who kept turning off refrigerators full of medicine. Ordinary by our standards. Terrible by any sane person's standards. Mara drove. I navigated badly. Hale called twice to say we had missed a turn and then denied tracking us. Tessa sent a message asking for photographs of any inscriptions and also snacks from the road stand she liked. Calder mailed another packet of restitution records to a family that had stopped answering his calls but had not returned the money. Nico and Basilio sent a picture of themselves standing beside the sealed fountain, both taller, both looking far too proud. The road opened ahead under a flat gray sky. A ghost sat in the back seat for 20 miles before speaking. Older woman, wet hair, hospital bracelet, eyes fixed on the passing fields. Mara saw me glance in the mirror. "Do we have a passenger?" she asked. "We do." "Is she friendly?" The ghost looked at me and raised one eyebrow as if offended by the question. "Undecided," I said. Mara smiled. "Not much, but enough." The ghost leaned forward and whispered a name. I took out my notebook. The world had not become safe. It had not become fair. It had not paid back what it owed. No bell could do that. No sealed fountain could erase the dead. No refusal in a cave could end every altar people build when fear gives them permission. But somewhere under San Vespera, a mouth had closed around its own knife. Somewhere beyond reach, my parents had a road without a map. Beside me, Mara drove with one hand on the wheel, and one hand resting near mine, close enough for contact. Not so close that either of us had to make a speech. Behind us, the dead waited their turns. Ahead, another town held another secret. I wrote the ghost's name carefully. Then I asked how she died, and this time the silence that followed belonged to her, not the blade.